Chapter 1. Crossing into Another Realm. In the surgical ward on the 6th floor of the county hospital, Shunhao groggily regained consciousness. The moment his awareness returned, a wave of pain surged through his body, leaving him feeling utterly weak and achy, with sharp pangs radiating from his shoulder. Shunhao gasped in pain, yet his gaze fell upon the nurse who was changing his bandages, and a sigh of relief washed over him. Finally, I'm alive, he thought, feeling the throbbing ache in his arm, which compelled him to glance back. To his surprise, an apparatus resembling a pump was affixed to his arm. The nurse, noticing his curiosity, explained, "Just lie still, the anesthesia is wearing off, and it will certainly hurt. This pain pump is here to alleviate your suffering." Shunhao nodded in acknowledgement and closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the moments before his injury. Had it not been for his swift escape, he might not have survived. The memory of that blade sends shivers down his spine even now. Indeed, it was another world. He recalled a blinding flash, followed by a gleaming sword that struck his left shoulder. Fortunately, Shunhao's speed had saved him, otherwise he would have been devoured by beasts by now. Yes, beasts. Despite his family's modest means, Shunhao stood at 178 centimeters, his fair complexion inherited from his mother. With sharp brows and bright eyes, his hair was thick and naturally voluminous, making him appear taller than he was. In his youth, he was considered quite handsome, often standing out in school, whether in middle school, high school, or college. His looks attracted women effortlessly, and he rarely had to pay for outings. However, the reality of adulthood proved starkly different. While finding a girlfriend was easy, reaching marriageable age brought about the harsh realization that poverty could spell the end of relationships. There were those who expressed interest in supporting him, yet the allure of wealthy women was scarce. Shunhao, possessing a strong sense of pride, found it hard to accept such arrangements. His recent breakup had been particularly bitter. His partner insisted on a home in the provincial capital of Chang'an before considering marriage, a demand Shunhao could not meet. After 2 to 3 years of tumult, they parted ways, leaving Shunhao feeling unconfident and determined to carve out a path for himself. Yet, reality was unforgiving. Without a marketable skill and at the age of 27, he found himself without a house, a car, or a stable job. An orphan since his mother's passing when he was 6 and his father's demise during a mining accident in his first year of middle school, he had been raised by his grandparents. Tragically, they too had passed away just as he entered his second year of college. In the realm of matchmaking, his background was hardly appealing, and despite his looks, opportunities to leverage his appearance were scarce. Money was the true currency of respect. After meandering through life for several years, Shunhao had attempted live streaming, but lacked the talent to sustain it. By the age of 27 or 28, he finally grasped the realities of society, living in solitude and merely drifting along day by day. Despite his efforts, he had managed to save a mere 20,000 yuan over the years. Many had hinted at wanting to support him, but the women who approached him were often too old for his taste. In a previous job at an electric bike factory, an older male executive had suggested that if Shunhao accompanied him for 3 years, he would provide him with a car and a house, which terrified Shunhao into resigning. He would rather starve than compromise his dignity. Moreover, he understood that a man's earnings belonged to the couple, and should the relationship sour, he would be left with nothing. A friend suggested driving for ride-hailing services, promising that diligent work could yield over 600 yuan a day. Thus, Shunhao began learning to drive a ride-hailing vehicle, renting an electric bike with hopes of earning some money. However, the industry proved to be treacherous. The monthly rental alone was 3,000 yuan, not including charging and parking fees. Each day, he awoke with the grim realization that if he did not earn money, he was effectively losing 260 yuan. Unfamiliar with the trade, the electric bike he rented was of mediocre quality. With a battery that drained quickly, he was often left charging or on his way to find a charging station. To make matters worse, he had recently rear-ended a Rolls-Royce, which resulted in a staggering repair estimate of 350,000 yuan. Although the rental vehicle was insured, the coverage was minimal. Insurance companies often avoided insuring operational vehicles due to the high costs involved. To cut down on operational costs, many ride-hailing companies would only purchase basic liability insurance, and some, even less than that. Shunhao's rental was relatively honest, providing 1 million yuan in third-party liability coverage, but this was a gamble for the drivers. The bike was not fully insured, lacked a no-fault coverage, and the insurance company would only compensate a fraction of the damages 20,000 yuan, leaving Shun Hao to shoulder the remaining burden of 150,000 yuan. That he was left responsible not only for the Rolls-Royce repairs, but also for the depreciation of the rental bike and the subsequent rise in insurance premiums. Following an accident, the rental company would reclaim the bike, and with his financial situation already dire, he could no longer afford to stay in the provincial capital where expenses were exorbitant. Ultimately, he returned to his hometown seeking work, and through a childhood friend Wang Xiaodao, he found a temporary job as a laborer on a construction site, earning 220 yuan a day. While it was merely a temporary position, the daily payments and lower living costs in the small county allowed him to save a little. Burdened with a debt of 150,000 yuan, Shun Hao felt suffocated. Misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. 3 days prior, on a stormy night, feeling agitated after drinking, he urinated under a tree, only to be struck by lightning. Perhaps misfortune would eventually hit rock bottom before rebounding, such is the nature of life. As the saying goes, one cannot predict whether a setback might lead to fortune. Upon regaining consciousness, Shun Hao discovered an unfamiliar space within his consciousness, an expanse measuring 2 meters in length, height, and width. It was a cube of 8 cubic meters. What was even more astonishing was that upon entering this space, a swirling portal would materialize. Beyond this vortex lay another world. Having read countless online novels, Shun Hao understood that he had just received his golden opportunity. Eager to seize the moment, he stepped into this new realm without a second thought. As he entered, excitement surged within him. Fueled by the unfamiliar surroundings, the azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the breathtaking landscape stretched for miles, with verdant forests and towering trees lining the untamed path. The air was remarkably fresh, and with a deep breath, Shun Hao felt invigorated and clear-headed. Yet before he could revel in his joy, 2 middle-aged men in coarse, burlap clothing stood before him, wielding gleaming swords and wearing fierce expressions. Their eyes, filled with excitement, regarded Shun Hao, speaking in a dialect he could not comprehend. Though the words were lost on him, their gestures and expressions were unmistakable. Cursed fate! He realized he had encountered highwaymen. Despite the fear that gripped him, the presence of the space provided a semblance of calm. However, the delay in his response seemed to irritate the men. Without warning, the bearded man lunged forward, closing the distance of 4 to 5 meters in an instant, swinging his sword towards Shun Hao's shoulder. In a panic, Shun Hao barely managed to evade the blow, only to be kicked aside. In that moment of desperation, he dove into the space. Upon emerging, he found himself back in his rental room, the clock still ticking as though time had stood still in the urban world while he traversed into the other realm. However, at this moment, blood had already stained his clothes, and Shun Hao dared not delay. He hastily bandaged the wound and rushed out, flagging down a taxi to the hospital. He genuinely feared excessive blood loss might lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, in this small county town with only a few tens of thousands of residents, there was hardly any traffic, and he arrived at the county hospital's emergency room in just 5 or 6 minutes. Upon seeing the doctor, he finally felt a sense of relief. The emergency physician examined him and took an X-ray, confirming that there were no fractures. Though the wound was significant, they began stitching it up after applying local anesthesia. Thankfully, it was not severe. Had it been life-threatening, the hospital would have had to report it. For ordinary knife wounds, if the family raised no objections, the hospital would simply suture it, and law enforcement would not waste resources on such trivial matters. Most cases were characterized by the notion that private matters should not involve the authorities. As Shun Hao reflected on the events of these past few days, he realized just how daring he had been. In hindsight, a wave of fear washed over him. The sharp pain in his arm ignited a burning desire for vengeance. However, when he thought of that man, who had covered a distance of 4 or 5 meters in an instant, a sense of dread crept back into Shun Hao's heart. This was clearly not an ordinary world. More importantly, this man, who seemed to epitomize human potential, was dressed in coarse linen and engaged in acts of highway robbery. This indicated that these two individuals were struggling at the very bottom of society. For Shun Hao, the existence of such formidable individuals at the lowest rungs of society made him wonder just how powerful those at the top must be. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. In a daze, Shunhao drifted off to sleep once more. After an indeterminate time, he heard someone calling his name. Haozi, Haozi. Upon seeing his childhood friend, he exclaimed, Lao Si, you're here. How are you? Are you okay? Who the hell hurt you? They'll take revenge for you. Shunhao's friend, Wang Xiaotao, exclaimed. I'm fine. I did it to myself, so don't overthink it, Shunhao replied. By the way, Lao Si, I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? My hospital fees are insufficient. Don't worry, they'll recharge your account. Just focus on recovery. Okay, I'll pay you back once I'm discharged. Just concentrate on getting better. We can discuss repayment when you have the means. Chapter 2. Cheating in the game. The alternate world undoubtedly seemed like a pathway to wealth. However, after sustaining that wound, Shunhao felt it wise to refrain from actions that might jeopardize his safety. Besides the prospect of making a fortune in the alternate realm, Shunhao also possessed an 8 cubic meter spatial dimension. This too was a route to riches. His first thought was to exploit this space for smuggling. If he could load bricks while working a construction site, wouldn't that be a lucrative endeavor, potentially earning 500 to 600 a day? He considered engaging in freight transportation, thus saving on toll fees. Wasn't this ambition somewhat limited? Perhaps he should set his sights higher and venture abroad? What about trafficking in Mexico, damn it? That's not the right mindset. I must maintain positive energy. I should contribute to my country. Perhaps I could procure a lithography machine from the Netherlands? Or import luxury goods and high-end watches from abroad to sell on the mainland, another avenue for wealth. Yet new challenges arose. How would he fund a plane ticket to another country? And once there, how would he afford luxury items? Was he supposed to engage in zero-cost purchasing? At this moment, Shunhao couldn't ignore the pangs of hunger. Glancing at his Alipay balance revealed a mere 10 yuan. He was still in debt to Huabei and couldn't utilize it. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth among his peers. He was probably the one faring the worst. Nevertheless, he brushed off the thought. With a golden opportunity at his disposal, if he couldn't make something of himself, he would truly be a complete failure. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Shunhao prepared a bowl of noodles for himself, relishing the meal. This time, he indulged himself by adding 2 slices of ham, truly a delicacy. The money for his hospitalization had come from borrowing from his friend Wang Xiaodao. It was time to check in on him. Upon arriving at Wang Xiaodao's home, Shunhao discovered a gathering of around 10 people, all from the nearby construction site, including 3 from Sichuan province. They were huddled together, engrossed in a game of Jinhua. Haozi, you could have come without bringing anything, Wang Xiaodao remarked, though a smile crept onto his face as he accepted the items. Shunhao responded, Lao Si, don't be so polite. Take these, I'll repay the money I owe you as soon as I can. You've helped me a lot, so it's only right I bring something. Wang Xiaodao reassured him, Haozi, you're facing financial difficulties right now, don't stress about the debt. We can settle it later when you're in a better position. Nodding in agreement, Shunhao reflected on how, since his misfortune, former classmates had distanced themselves from him, treating him like a pariah. Only Wang Xiaodao had been willing to assist, lending him a total of 30,000 yuan, with another 1,000 for his hospital stay. Though he didn't voice it, Shunhao felt immense gratitude in his heart. True friendship reveals itself in times of hardship. After all, Wang Xiaodao was merely an electrician, earning around 6,000 a month. That 30,000 was no small sum. He had no other hobbies aside from enjoying a good game of Jinhua. Haozi, have a seat, help yourself to water, Wang Xiaodao said. Shunhao replied, it's fine. Lao Si, you don't need to fuss over me. Observing Wang Xiaotao dealing the cards, Shunhao refrained from commenting everyone has their own interests. People can spend their earnings however they wish. There were 12 players in total, engaging in the straightforward and intense game of Jinhua. The stakes started at 10 yuan, with a hidden 10 doubling to 20 and a maximum bet of 20. Although Shunhao had never played, he enjoyed watching. After observing several rounds, he noted that his childhood friend seemed remarkably reckless. Despite having 5 hidden cards, Wang Xiaodao would bet even with a single ace, ultimately losing several hundred in mere moments. Others only wagered with pairs, straights, or a 3 of a kind, while his friend dared to bet with a lone king. Watching this unfold, Shunhao couldn't help but shake his head. Wang Xiaodao's reputation for recklessness was indeed well-founded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he cheat using his spatial ability? Perhaps he could conceal 2 cards within that space. With this idea, his heart raced. Noticing a worn deck of cards on the coffee table, he picked it up to examine it. Covering the cards with his hand, he felt one slip into the space the moment his fingers made contact. Then, guided by his consciousness, he retrieved a card from a space. The entire process was concealed by his hand, making it undetectable even to himself. It seemed feasible this could be the path to fortune. After conducting several more experiments, confirming the method's efficacy, he felt a surge of confidence. The thrill coursed through him, leaving him almost breathless. Glancing at Wang Xiaodao, who had lost nearly 700 without winning a single hand, Shen Hao approached him. He whispered, "Lao Si, lend me 500, I want to play a bit and turn your luck around." At this moment, a man with a Sichuan accent interjected, "What are you playing with 500? You need at least 1,000. "Exactly. 500 is nothing these days. It won't even cover a decent night out," another chimed in. Wang Xiaotao advised, "Brother, you might want to reconsider. You've never played before, be careful not to lose everything." Chapter 3. The first pot of gold. Shen Hao felt a surge of speechlessness. Despite his lack of experience, he was certainly more adept than this thick-headed individual. Noting the dissatisfaction among the others regarding the meager stakes, Shen Hao proposed, "Old Fourth, lend me 1,000. I shall partake in a few rounds, and I will repay you later." Wang Xiaodao did not hesitate, swiftly extracting 10 bills from his wallet and presenting them to Shen Hao. Observing this exchange, the others fell silent, secretly hoping to see the novice falter. "Let us get started," they urged, as Shen Hao shuffled the cards. He discreetly placed 2 cards into his space, effectively reducing the deck by 2, one being the 2 of clubs and the other the king of spades. Soon, each player received 3 cards. Perhaps due to his debut in cheating, Shen Hao felt a tremor in his legs from the tension. After the dealer concealed 10, Shen Hao examined his hand and discovered he held a pair of 2s and a 3, the smallest of pairs. Upon the dealer's 10, and with the previous player folding, Shen Hao confidently declared 20. With a 2 in his space, he was assured of transforming it into a 3 of a kind. Following several rounds of concealed betting, Shen Hao matched the stakes. A few players, uncertain of Shen Hao's resolve, peeked at their cards only to find they held lowly ranked single cards, none even reaching a jack, and promptly folded. To Shen Hao's surprise, in a brief moment, only he and one other player remained, the individual from Sichuan who had previously belittled Shen Hao's 500. Wang Xiaodao, having discarded his cards, was eager to glimpse Shen Hao's hand, believing that such audacity must indicate a formidable set of cards. However, Shen Hao declined, firmly stating, "Old Fourth, there is no rush. Let us reveal after the round." Seeing this, Wang Xiaodao felt a twinge of impatience but nodded in agreement. The Sichuan player, noticing Shen Hao's continued restraint, remained unfazed and continued to bet. They faced off for numerous rounds, a true duel of wits where neither party yielded. However, Shen Hao's demeanor left the Sichuan player uncertain, prompting him to glance at his cards. Discovering he held a solitary ace and with 7 or 800 in the pot, he thought to gamble. 20 to you. What do you have?" Shen Hao replied coolly. "You raised. You reveal your hand first. I have an ace with a 9 and a 2. What about you?" Without further ado, he unveiled his cards. Upon revealing his modest pair of 2s, Shen Hao was confident he could triumph over his opponent without needing to exchange cards. Thus, without hesitation, he flipped his hand, eliciting a variety of reactions from the onlookers. "Goodness, a mere pair of 2s wins. I just discarded a pair of 4s. One exclaimed, "Indeed. I thought he had a strong hand given his bravado. Who would have expected such weak cards?" Another chimed in, "Serves you right for being timid." Several voiced, recalling their own cautious play. Witnessing his comrade's victory, Wang Xiaodao exclaimed, "Wow, Hausi, that was impressive. What a splendid start." This initial round left the others with a profound impression of Shen Hao, a man bold enough to bet on a pair of 2s. He proved to be yet another thick-headed player among them. Thick-headed or not, they relished such audacity in their game of 5-card stud. Otherwise, when encountering those who play only to chase big hands, discarding when they do not hold strong cards, one can hardly expect to win any substantial amount. It requires a certain fortitude. In the first round, Shen Hao won over 800, and his heart swelled with exhilaration. Enough of the hesitation, the winner shuffles and deals. Shen Hao nodded, collected the money, and hurriedly organized his cards. Observing Shen Hao's clumsy movements, the onlookers perceived him to be a novice. Their gazes filled with condescension and excitement. Whether a novice or a bold one, with such a pair of buffs stacked high, he was undoubtedly the most ideal companion for the game, which they relished. Subsequently, Shen Hao experienced more losses than wins. However, each victory was substantial, with at least 1,000 gained per hand. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours slipped away. Utilizing the space to exchange cards, Shen Hao accumulated a considerable amount, eliminating several opponents. His earnings rose to nearly 20,000, nearly all his own. Previously, 2 fellows from Sichuan had lost the most, one over 5,000 and the other 3,000. Around midnight, the game concluded, with Shen Hao emerging victorious, winning 17,500 alone. The others were filled with envy and resentment, yet none suspected Shen Hao of cheating, for his methods were indeed rather clumsy. Moreover, everyone had witnessed the game, confirming no foul play. It could only be attributed to Shen Hao's exceptional luck. In the realm of cards, novices often receive certain advantages. This is an unspoken rule. After everyone departed, Wang Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, Haozi, you are remarkable. I've never won at this game. Your first time, and you've already won over 10,000. What incredible luck." Shen Hao smiled and replied, "It's merely luck. Here, take this 2,000. It's for your hospital expenses and the gambling stake. The 500 is interest. Do not dismiss it as insignificant. The remaining funds cannot be returned to you just yet. Grant me a month, and I shall repay both principal and interest." Wang Xiao shook his head. "Just give me the principal. The interest can be waived. You need the money now." Shen Hao insisted that one must keep accounts clear. It's settled as is. Noticing Wang Xiao still wished to refuse, Shen Hao shifted the topic. "They report this, will they?" Wang Xiao reassured him. "You need not worry about that. We often play together, and we are all friends. Their integrity ensures that such matters will not arise. This amount is within their capacity to lose." Shen Hao sighed in relief and nodded. "Good, then I can rest easy. It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will repay you next month. Repayment is not urgent. The LL be playing again tomorrow. Will you join? With your luck, you're bound to win again." Wang Xiao suggested eagerly. Shen Hao replied, "I shall refrain. Such games are too unpredictable. I believe I shall pass. Well then, I'm off." Upon exiting the neighborhood, Shen Hao went straight home. As for the game of Jiajinhua, he would not indulge in it further. Once was sufficient. Too much play could lead to adverse consequences. Trouble was inevitable. Now that he had secured his initial fortune, it was time to contemplate how to expedite the accumulation of wealth. The following day, while enjoying breakfast at a bundt shop, Shen Hao overheard 2 middle-aged women conversing nearby. The international gold prices have plummeted significantly. Yet there seems to be no reaction domestically, as the prices remain exorbitantly high, causing great distress. In Hong Kong, the gold price is merely 410 yuan per gram, while on the mainland it stands at 480 yuan, a staggering difference of 70 yuan. My son is preparing for his wedding, and he needs to purchase gold items. Who could have anticipated such a steep rise in prices? Had I known, I would have bought it when it was 460 yuan. I truly regret not doing so. In the jewelry store, a bracelet costs 536 yuan per gram after adding a craftsmanship fee of 56 yuan, and a typical bracelet weighs at least 30 grams. That amounts to 16,000 yuan, not even including the necklace and ring. It remains uncertain when the domestic gold prices will decline or why they do not align with global rates. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt a spark of inspiration. He had been contemplating how to profit from the space ring, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Previously, Shen Hao had no funds to invest in gold, and thus had never paid much attention to it. However, now that he has learned this information, he has lost interest in breakfast. The price difference of 70 yuan per gram between mainland and Hong Kong gold represents a substantial profit margin. Naturally, the best approach to trading gold is to purchase investment-grade bullion, which incurs no craftsmanship fees. Shen Hao discovered that, excluding these fees, the jewelry store buys back gold at 465 yuan per gram, allowing for a profit of 55 yuan per gram. He recollected the time in 1998 when many in the county became wealthy by reselling gold in the south. Unfortunately, his initial capital is rather limited, amounting to just over 10,000 yuan. With a goal now in sight, Shen Hao wasted no time and prepared to travel to Hong Kong. First obtaining the necessary passage permit. Chapter 4. Is everything all right? Due to the limitations of a standard tourist visa, which permits only 2 visits to Hong Kong within 3 months, Shen Hao opted for a business visa, also known as the S visa, allowing him multiple entries. To expedite the process, he resorted to a middleman, incurring a slightly higher cost. Although the standard processing time was 20 days, the intermediary assured him that he could obtain the visa in just 15 days. The expense proved worthwhile, saving him precious time. At present, what Shen Hao lacked was capital. Gazing at the scar on his shoulder, resentment bubbled within him. He seethed at the memory of the senseless wound he had endured. This grudge had not escaped his mind. However, having learned his lesson, Shen Hao was determined not to return empty-handed. He needed a means of self-defense. His immediate thought was to acquire a firearm, which he deemed essential. Yet, obtaining a gun in mainland China was out of the question. He longed to venture to America, where he could seize opportunities for lucrative purchases. However, the cost of a plane ticket was exorbitant, and securing a visa was uncertain. Hence, he resolved to take one step at a time, focusing first on accumulating funds. Since he intended to travel to Hong Kong, he aimed to amass more capital. Consequently, Shen Hao sold his rural house, a modest, 120 square meter structure with basic renovations, adorned with ceramic tiles valued at over 100,000 yuan. In a bid for a swift sale, he relinquished both the land and the house for a mere 40,000 yuan. Of course, local regulations dictated that land use rights could only be transferred to residents of the village. Selling at a loss was his only option. But he consoled himself with the thought of repurchasing once he became prosperous. Simultaneously, he sought assistance from childhood friends in the village. One was engaged in microlending and provided him with 20,000 yuan at a minimal interest of 400 yuan per month. While another friend, Wang Xiaodao, lent him an additional 10,000 yuan. To avoid complications, Shen Hao insisted on cash, as he would need to exchange it for Hong Kong dollars upon arrival. 15 days passed swiftly, and Shen Hao secured his Hong Kong-Macau travel permit. He promptly boarded a flight to Shenzhen and then took the subway to Hong Kong. With no time to waste, his objective was clear. He purchased investment gold bars weighing 50 grams each from the bank, totaling over 70,000 yuan, acquiring 3 bars. Buying gold bars from a bank was significantly more economical than purchasing jewelry from a shop, as the resale price was less likely to suffer substantial losses. Upon returning to Shenzhen, he immediately headed to the renowned Shuaibei jewelry trading market. The price difference between gold in mainland China and Hong Kong was approximately 70 yuan per gram, leading him to anticipate a profit of around 10,000 yuan from this endeavor. However, the reality proved different. The mainland gold price was 480 yuan, with a buyback price of 465 yuan. Jewelry purchases incurred additional craftsmanship fees, starting at 60 yuan per gram. Thus, acquiring a ring or similar ornament would cost 540 yuan per gram, with a purchase price of 410 and a selling price of 465. The profit margin per gram was 55 yuan, yielding a total profit of 8,250 yuan for the trip, aside from transportation expenses. Despite these figures, the profit remained substantial, allowing for 2 or 3 trips a day without issue. Nonetheless, for an ordinary person, capitalizing on such price disparities was nearly impossible. Without space and the ability to navigate customs, it was a futile endeavor, compounded by taxes and other expenses that rendered it unprofitable. This business can only be conducted by someone like Shen Hao, who possesses the necessary resources. Of course, the price discrepancies in electronic products and luxury goods are not insignificant. But Shen Hao's social circle is at the bottom tier, lacking the channels to dispose of such items, which also makes exposure a significant risk. Nevertheless, the outcome left Shen Hao quite exhilarated. After a day of hustle, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and checked into a hotel for some much-needed rest. Over the following month, Shen Hao continually shuttled between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. His capital grew exponentially, akin to a snowball effect, ultimately yielding a profit of over 400,000 on his last trip. Fortunately, the gold market in Shenzhen is vast, rendering his transactions inconsequential and unnoticed. Within just a month, he capitalized on the price differences in gold, amassing nearly 800,000. To avoid future scrutiny, Shen Hao always returned from Hong Kong with a considerable array of items, including 200 grams of gold, ensuring he paid the requisite taxes and retained customs receipts. After all, his visa classified him as a buyer, justifying his tax contributions, making it virtually impossible to trace. Furthermore, the gold shops he collaborated with operated primarily in cash. In this era of big data, investigating an individual is exceedingly simple. A mere glance at one's bank account reveals a wealth of information, thus cash transactions offer a layer of safety. Individuals like Shen Hao, belonging to the lower strata, possess no privacy in the eyes of authorities. Anyone could easily scrutinize their background. Gold, however, provides a sense of security. Coupled with the ongoing geopolitical tensions, gold has been appreciating, and with an economic downturn, its value is bound to rise. This is an undeniable trend. Every gold shop will accept gold for buyback. Shen Hao had previously worried about the shops questioning the origins of the gold, but he realized he had been overly influenced by fictional narratives. Gold shops are inundated daily with customers exchanging old jewelry for new. Who would bother to investigate? Moreover, unless one attempts to sell vast sums, such as hundreds of thousands or millions, these small establishments simply cannot accommodate it. When profit is to be made, most owners tend to remain indifferent. The venture into exploiting gold price discrepancies was merely Shen Hao's initial foray into wealth. The true path lies in exploring alternate realms. Once he acquired his fortune, Shen Hao promptly repaid his childhood friend Wang Xiaodao, adding an extra 5,000 as interest. With newfound wealth, he was not perturbed by this additional sum. Simultaneously, he settled debts with a ride-hailing service totaling 10,000, as well as repair costs for a Rolls-Royce and a loan with interest amounting to 20,000, bringing his total repayments to 200,000. After accounting for previous expenses, he retained 600,000. At that moment, Shen Hao felt liberated from debt, as if a new life had dawned upon him. The burdens he carried vanished entirely, and he walked with a newfound lightness. Furthermore, the wound on his shoulder had healed completely. Although there was a twinge of pain, it no longer impeded him. Following this, Shen Hao intended to explore that alternate realm. Before venturing into this new world, he first needed to procure a firearm for self-defense. It is well known that a gun is swift from a distance of 7 paces, yet accurate and fast at close range, disregarding any sense of martial ethics. Although the minor thug was formidable, Shen Hao could discern his movements clearly, indicating that the opponent would be unable to evade the bullet. The only aspect of this space that left Shen Hao dissatisfied was its limitations. Each appearance occurred precisely at the location of his last disappearance. Moreover, whether the two worlds are synchronized or not, once one departs from the alternate realm, that realm will inevitably descend into a state of stasis. Similarly, upon leaving the urban world to enter the other world, the urban realm shall also remain motionless. As Einstein posited, when speed reaches a certain threshold, the world itself will freeze. Thus, when next venturing into the alternate realm, Shen Hao will still find himself amidst that grove, with the bandits awaiting him. If only one could traverse dimensions as Uchiha Obito does in Naruto, effortlessly traveling wherever one desires, what a delight that would be. Indulging in a daily spree of zero-cost shopping in America, human nature is inherently insatiable, since exploring alternate worlds is on the agenda. Shen Hao believes that acquiring firearms is a necessity. However, he finds himself at a loss regarding the channels through which to procure such weapons, which is quite vexing. After some contemplation, Shen Hao initially considered a trip to America. It is widely known that America, the land of joy, experiences daily gun violence. The likelihood of acquiring a firearm in a country that does not impose strict gun control is rather high. The quickest route to the United States is through a guided tour. In Shenzhen, numerous travel agencies provide tours, and upon inquiry, Shen Hao learned that a package to America costs 33,000 yuan, landing him in Las Vegas for a 10-day excursion. Yet, Shen Hao's passport is blank, having never traveled abroad, casting doubt on his chances of passing the visa interview. Suddenly, he recalled a short video he had seen on a social media platform regarding the rampant gun proliferation in Siam, previously unnoticed. He had recently encountered multiple clips warning citizens against traveling to Siam due to its unrest. Thus, Shen Hao promptly took out his phone to investigate the situation regarding firearms in Siam. Soon enough, news of rampant gun ownership in Thailand surfaced. With a population of 70 million, Siam boasts over 10 million civilian firearms, equating to 1 in every 7 individuals possessing a gun. With such an abundance of weapons, it seems acquiring one should be relatively easy, which is quite convenient. Additionally, Siam offers visa exemption for Chinese nationals, making it all the more appealing. Shen Hao's prior impression of Siam was primarily characterized by its famous ladyboys and the greeting Sawadee Ka, but he had not anticipated the extent of gun proliferation. He then recalled that Siam frequently experiences coups, rendering the widespread availability of firearms somewhat justifiable. This revelation presented a significant advantage for Shen Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly purchased a ticket to Siam. A few hours later, the plane landed at Siam's airport. Upon exiting, Shen Hao spotted a man in his 30s, with a dark complexion indicative of a true Siamese, holding a sign that read Mr. Shen Hao. Noticing this, Shen Hao waved and approached the man. Upon seeing Shen, the man's face lit up. "Hello, Mr. Shen. My name is Song Suzy. I will be at your service throughout your stay. Please feel free to inform me of your desired destinations," he exclaimed in halting Mandarin, which Shen Hao could barely comprehend. This individual was a translator and guide that Shunhao had arranged through a travel agency prior to his arrival. Chapter 5. Into the black market without any preamble. Shunhao stated directly, I have heard that Siam offers firearms for sale. I wish to procure a few. Should this endeavor prove successful, your compensation shall be ample. Upon hearing this, Song Suzi's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, Mr. Shin, that is exceedingly simple. There exists a thoroughfare adjacent to the Royal Theatre in Bangkok, lined with nearly 80 establishments dedicated to firearms and accessories, essentially a vast wholesale market for weaponry. These shops are branches of foreign arms manufacturing companies. In our Siam, as long as one is over 20, passes a criminal background check, and presents a reasonable justification for firearm possession, one may apply for a gun permit. Although illegal possession carries a sentence of 10 years, law enforcement is rather lax. Many firearms flow in from neighboring countries, and a significant number even leak from military and police sources, who sell them on the black market for profit. It is quite effortless to acquire firearms through the internet and illicit channels. Shunhao felt a surge of joy. A pathway had emerged, albeit the information had been scarce. It was astonishing how easily firearms could be obtained in Siam, a fact previously unknown to him due to lack of promotion back home. Truly, the state cared for its citizens, guarding them too well. However, he had recently come across alarming news regarding the rampant chaos in Siam. It was only recently that he learned of the proliferation of weapons in the region, information that had eluded him prior. Shall we venture into the black market now? Shunhao inquired. Song Suzi replied, It is still early. I shall accompany you this evening. Regarding the guide's words, Shunhao remained somewhat skeptical. After all, being in a foreign land instilled a sense of insecurity. Sensing Shunhao's apprehension, Song Suzi remarked, Your greatest concern should be your own kind. Should trouble arise for you here, it is likely instigated by your compatriots. Siam is renowned for its tourism and would not tarnish its own reputation. Do not place your trust in your fellow countrymen, and you shall remain safe. Upon hearing this, Shunhao found it difficult to believe, without the complicity of locals, who would dare to act recklessly. Siam was notoriously corrupt, yet Shunhao was indifferent, feeling emboldened with newfound opportunities. Very well, he conceded. Subsequently, Song Suzi escorted Shunhao to a 4-star hotel. To Shunhao's astonishment, the accommodations were quite affordable, with a deluxe room costing less than 500 baht. The expenses were indeed low, and airfares were also reasonable, making it a high-value experience. If only the safety were on par with that of his homeland, he would deem it a suitable travel destination. Upon entering the room, Song Suzi smiled, saying, Mr. Shin, would you like me to introduce you to some local specialties? There are ladies from Europe, Japan, Siam, and Korea, as well as modified vehicles available. The prices are fair. Shunhao inquired, What do you mean by modified vehicles? Fully customized, distinctly feminine, Song Suzi explained. Recalling the unique culture of Siam, Shunhao instantly understood. Is it safe? He asked. Of course, there will be no issues. Everything here is legal, Song Suzi assured him. How about I take you to Khao San Road in Bangkok, Patong in Phuket, or Nana Plaza in Bangkok this evening? They're all world-renowned destinations. You could experience the local flavor. Thus, Shunhao handed Song Suzi the remaining 2,000 baht. Upon receiving the payment, Song Suzi's demeanor became increasingly amiable as he cheerfully remarked, Mr. Shin, after your arduous journey, do take a moment to rest. At around 7 p.m., he returned to escort Shunhao. In high spirits, Shunhao generously bestowed a sum of 2,000 Thai baht upon the guide, much to Dar's delight. Riding on Song Suzi's motorcycle, they weaved through the vibrant streets of Bangkok, absorbing the kaleidoscope of sights and sounds at Nana Plaza, a melting pot of cultures from around the globe, distinctly different from his homeland. Before long, they arrived at the black market. Under Song Suzi's guidance, Shunhao swiftly acquired 2 handguns. The C9, a semi-automatic pistol manufactured by the American firearms company High Point, distinguished itself with its exceptional quality and affordability. Chambered in the widely used 9mm parabellum caliber, the C9 boasts a barrel length of approximately 89mm, 3.5 inches, and an overall length of about 171mm, 6.75 inches. Weighing around 709 grams when unloaded, it offers a comfortable heft and minimal recoil. The standard detachable magazine holds 10 rounds, with options for larger capacities, further enhancing its appeal among compact handguns. When fully loaded with 10 rounds, it weighs approximately 822 grams. However, the price quoted was 200 per firearm, which was evidently steep. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to the purchase. Shen Hao opted for just 2 C9s along with 100 rounds of ammunition, planning to address future needs as they arose. Given his immediate necessity for firearms, he was disinclined to haggle. Establishing a foothold in this foreign realm was paramount, and acquiring weapons through proper channels would prove advantageous. As an ordinary individual, Shen Hao lacked access and knowledge regarding the procurement of such items, despite various online discussions. The prospect of purchasing firearms seemed daunting, especially without even a basic grasp of the Thai language. He resolved to proceed with the acquisition, recognizing that despite the high cost, it paled in comparison to the value it would provide. Song Suzy further informed him that the black market offered cheaper firearms, priced between 6,000 to 8,000 Thai baht for homemade varieties, significantly lower than the registered firearms typically ranging from 15,000 to 30,000 Thai baht. Shen Hao promptly declined, knowing well that such weapons were likely fraught with defects and inefficacy. Subsequently, Song Suzy guided Shen Hao through the sights of Bangkok, and by the time they returned, it was already midnight. Remarkably, Song Suzy had not led Shen Hao astray. The following day, Shen Hao accompanied Song Suzy to an underground casino, where he witnessed the brutal spectacle of underground Muay Thai matches, a truly savage affair. Chapter 6. Revenge. The visceral impact of the punches was overwhelmingly intense, igniting a fervor within Shen Hao. Unbeknownst to him, midnight had quietly approached. As the two exited through the back door, they were suddenly confronted by dozens of gang members clad in tank tops, their bodies adorned with tattoos. Upon seeing this, Shawan Sushi's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Shen Hao's arm, urging him to flee. Shen Hao, still in a state of confusion, witnessed a group of men in black rushing towards them. As they ran, Shawan Sushi explained, "I recognize these two gangs. They are from Bangkok, the Poison Wolf Gang and the Hell's Angels Motorcycle Club. The Poison Wolf Gang is notorious for drug trafficking and human trafficking, often targeting young girls for the sex trade. Their clientele primarily consists of tourists visiting Siam. Having witnessed their transaction, they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate us." No sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the walls and sending sparks flying. Shen Hao's heart raced in terror. As the pursuers closed in, they reached a fork in the path, prompting Shawan Sushi to urgently suggest, "Let us split up." This was precisely what Shen Hao desired. He nodded and darted off in a different direction. Upon turning a corner, Shen Hao slipped into a space that served as a refuge. This space acted as a transitional station. When one entered from the real world, time would not stand still in reality, but it would in the alternate world. Conversely, when entering the space from the alternate world, reality would pause while the alternate world remained in motion. Within the sanctuary, Shen Hao could sense any presence within a meter of his vicinity. Despite an extensive search, the two gangs failed to locate Shen Hao and subsequently redirected their pursuit towards Shawan Sushi. After approximately an hour, Shen Hao cautiously emerged. To his relief, the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any lingering presence. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from Shawan Sushi, inquiring about his well-being and advising him to avoid returning to the hotel, instructing him instead to head directly to the airport as he had already returned home. Earlier that day, Shawan Sushi had taken Shen Hao to his residence, which had been conveniently located via GPS, illuminating his path with his phone's flashlight. Shen Hao advanced cautiously, and through the dim light, he discerned a figure lying in the corner of the room. Drawing his firearm and remaining vigilant, he bravely approached, only to find that it was Shawan Sushi himself. At that moment, Shawan Sushi lay on the ground, his chest stained crimson with blood. Instinctively, Shen Hao checked for a pulse, only to find that life had departed. The oppressive darkness surrounding him sent chills down Shen Hao's spine, and his stomach churned in distress. This was his first encounter with a corpse, and the sensation was overwhelmingly nauseating, nearly compelling him to retch. He fought against his discomfort, striving to maintain composure. After all, Shawan Sushi had perished due to his involvement. Leaving the body here was unacceptable, and the thought of it falling into the hands of Siamese authorities filled Shen Hao with dread. The anxiety of his own dealings in Siam being exposed loomed heavily over him. No, he could not abandon Shawan Sushi's body here. It must be hidden. The most secure option would be to conceal it within the alternate space, eventually transferring it to the other world. Contemplating this, Shen Hao endeavored to store the corpse of Shawan Sushi within a spatial realm. Upon witnessing the lifeless body vanish from the ground and subsequently manifest within the confines of his space, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It truly was feasible. Without indulging in further musings, he swiftly mounted Shawan Sushi's motorcycle and departed. He activated the navigation system, directing it toward the airport, as he dared not return to the hotel. The abrupt demise of Xiao Wangsushi had caught Shen Hao off guard, instilling a sense of disarray within him. After all, this incident implicated him, and being in a foreign land rendered him acutely aware of his vulnerability. It was not the time for bravado. The underworld would undoubtedly be in pursuit of him, and their investigations would require some time. Thus, it was imperative to flee post-haste. He procured a flight ticket for the night, returning home. Due to the absence of flights from Bangkok to inland cities during the night, he opted for a ticket to Hong Kong. Several hours later, as the aircraft touched down in Hong Kong, Shen Hao finally felt a sense of relief. With Xiao Wangsushi missing, the police in the Kingdom of Siam would need time to gather clues, at the very least. They would have to locate the body first. After settling into a hotel, Shen Hao found the opportunity to examine the remains of Xiao Wangsushi. Upon entering his spatial realm, he was taken aback. Where was the corpse of Xiao Wangsushi? A sudden chill enveloped him. Surging from his feet to the crown of his head, he felt an icy sensation coursing through his body, sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be that he was witnessing something supernatural? Suddenly, his brow furrowed in realization. Something was amiss. The entire space seemed to be infused with a mysterious white mist. Before he could react, the mist surged into his mind. Subsequently, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Approximately an hour later, he gradually regained consciousness, and the mystery began to unravel. The reason for the disappearance of Xiao Wangsushi's body was that it had been consumed and digested by this space. The white mist that remained was the essence left behind after digestion, akin to the memories of Xiao Wangsushi's soul. As Shen Hao absorbed the white mist, the fleeting images of Xiao Wangsushi's life unfolded before him like a film. Naturally, it was merely a fraction of Xiao Wangsushi's memories, akin to pivotal plot points in a movie, devoid of trivial details from his childhood. As a tour guide, Xiao Wangsushi was proficient in both Chinese and English. Consequently, in just 1 hour, Shen Hao acquired proficiency in 2 additional languages, Thai and English. Moreover, to his astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Wangsushi possessed commendable marksmanship. The individual was, in fact, a retired soldier from the Kingdom of Siam, having served in the elite 21st Armored Cavalry Regiment. While he was merely an ordinary soldier and not a sharpshooter, he was nonetheless competent. Compared to Shen Hao, who was a novice, he was significantly more skilled. At least Xiao Wangsushi could hit the bullseye within 10 meters, which was quite impressive. Then, Shen Hao recalled that military conscription was mandatory in the Kingdom of Siam, even for the transgender community, and thus, it was not surprising. With the memory of Su Wang, Shen Hao now possesses the audacity to venture into the alternate realm, at least no longer needing to practice marksmanship. He still remembers the grudge from that fateful encounter. Additionally, Shen Hao has acquired another capability within this strange dimension, the ability to consume corpses and absorb their memories and skills. Indeed, this power is rather grotesque. Doesn't it imply that one could seamlessly inherit the expertise of any profession or trade? It would be all too easy to become an omniscient, omnipotent being, akin to scavenging for loot in a battle royale game. Taking a deep breath, Shen Hao refrained from hurrying into the alternate world. Instead, he resolved to return to the mainland to prepare meticulously. Based on his conjecture, time in the alternate realm must be suspended at this moment. Hence, should he enter, those 2 robbers would undoubtedly still be present, necessitating thorough preparations. With firearms in hand, it was time to arrange for defensive measures. Early the next morning, Shen Hao took the subway to Shenzhen. He procured a dagger and ordered a stab-resistant vest and helmet from Taobao. He opted for the premium stab-proof gear. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, wearing it felt like a prudent precaution. He also acquired a bag of white lime. After 4 days back on the mainland, Shen Hao finally regained his composure, donned his helmet, armed himself, and placed a steel plate over his chest. Taking a deep breath and ensuring he was fully prepared, he stepped once more into the unknown alternate world. Upon re-entering the alternate realm, Shen Hao immediately spotted the 2 robbers. They, too, were taken aback. Astonished at the sudden transformation in Shen Hao's appearance, his attire had changed, and his wounds had vanished. What the hell? Seizing the moment while they were momentarily stunned, Shen Hao felt his blood surge, his spirit fully awakened, and he scattered white lime while retreating. The time for vengeance had arrived. Drawing his handgun, he fired. While he lacked confidence at a distance of 30 meters, he was absolutely certain at 2 meters. Mentally bracing for the worst, he prepared to flee if his shots failed to incapacitate. A barrage of bullets was expended within mere seconds. The robbers, hearing the commotion, barely had time to react before feeling a searing heat in their chests and an agonizing sting in their legs and arms. blood gushing from their wounds. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a frail, ordinary person unleash such powerful projectiles, rivaling those of a seasoned adept? Trembling, they collapsed. To them, Shenhao appeared merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed, yet they had underestimated him gravely. In their final moments, their eyes remained open, struggling to comprehend why someone so skilled in concealed weaponry had previously feigned ignorance of martial arts. How could his clothing have changed? Alas, these questions would remain unanswered, for Shenhao would not divulge the truth. Gazing at the two lifeless bodies in a pool of blood, Shenhao's heart raced, threatening to burst. His blood boiling with adrenaline. His fingers trembled slightly. This was his first act of killing. After approximately 10 minutes, he stared at the motionless figures, contemplating whether to approach, yet ultimately hesitated. To prevent any insurance issues, Shenhao reloaded his magazine and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the heads of the two individuals, rendering their faces unrecognizable before he ceased fire. The satisfaction of avenging a great grievance was exhilarating. In this alternate world, Shenhao was unshackled by the constraints of law, relishing the freedom to act as he pleased, a sensation even more pleasurable than revenge itself. Observing that the two men remained utterly motionless, Shenhao finally exhaled in relief. Should they still draw breath, he would accept his fate. He approached and stored their lifeless bodies within his spatial realm. This time, Shenhao's consciousness remained vigilant, fixated on the happenings within that space. To his astonishment, upon entering the spatial dimension, the two corpses vanished as if they were snowflakes plunging into molten lava, disappearing in an instant. Shortly after their disappearance, a thin mist enveloped the space once more, albeit denser than the previous haze. Perhaps driven by an eagerness to comprehend this unfamiliar world, Shenhao promptly entered the spatial realm. As he did, the white mist seemed to find a breach and wholly merged with his being. Upon absorbing the ethereal vapor, he was beset by an excruciating headache, his complexion turning pale, and blood began to trickle from his nose. It took a considerable amount of time for him to recover, though the throbbing in his head persisted. The absorption of the essence from 3 individuals had significantly bolstered his mental acuity, yet his physical form remained unchanged, leading to the unfortunate consequence of his nosebleed. After taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he recognized the pressing need to enhance his physical constitution. Through the memories of the two men, Shenhao gleaned a preliminary understanding of this world. He learned that his current location was named Yangguan Ancient Town, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Daong dynasty. Chapter 7. The cost of ginseng. In the realm of the Daong dynasty lies the majestic Chongong mountain range, a sprawling expanse stretching for thousands of miles, effectively bisecting the dynasty. To the north lies the vast northern desert, while traversing the Chongong Mountains leads one to the southern territories, ultimately arriving at the capital. The ancient town of Yangguan serves as the dividing line, thereby rendering it a hotbed for banditry. Within the dense forests of the Chongong mountain range, fierce beasts and malevolent creatures roam freely. Indeed, these are no mere animals, they are monstrous beings. In this world, martial artists coexist alongside these formidable creatures. Previously, the individual who inflicted a wound upon Shenhao was known as Lu Daipio, a mere practitioner of body refinement. Another was an ordinary person. Lu Daipio belonged to Lu family village, where the chief, Lu Bashan, was a formidable master of the 6th level of postnatal cultivation and Lu Daipio's godfather. According to Lu Daipio's recollections, the realms of martial arts are classified into body refinement, strengthening muscles, refining bones, conditioning skin, postnatal, and innate, beyond which he had no knowledge, as his experiences were limited to a small locality. Body refinement involves employing certain techniques and breathing methods, combined with movements from various manuals, to enhance one's physical constitution and invigorate one's vitality. Upon achieving perfection in body refinement, an individual's vitality surges, allowing them to utilize their life force to circulate through the meridians, creating an invigorating aura akin to pure yang energy. If this energy successfully converges in the dantian, it produces internal power, marking the onset of the qi gathering stage. As internal power accumulates, unblocking the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians signifies the first level of postnatal cultivation. The postnatal realm consists of 9 tiers, and upon achieving the pinnacle, one's energy and blood circulate harmoniously throughout the body, permeating the internal organs and limbs, thus enabling entry into the innate stage. The disparity within the postnatal realm is subtle, primarily hinging on the quantity of internal power. The purity of internal power is contingent upon the strength of one's cultivation methods, with purer internal power exhibiting greater endurance and variance in potency. Naturally, an abundance of internal power allows for prolonged techniques. However, to triumph against stronger opponents, one must possess exceptionally potent techniques. Such advanced methods remain elusive to the average person. Armed with Liu Dapio's memories, Shunhao has gained initial insights into martial techniques. Liu Dapio's cultivation method, imparted by his godfather Liu Bashan, is limited to the perfection of body refinement. This technique is known as the 12 forms of body refinement guidance, comprising 12 distinct movements, complemented by mantras, breathing techniques, and the elixirs essential for cultivation. Once his body had recuperated, Shunhao, guided by Liu Dapio's recollections, began his journey towards Yangguan Town. The distance to Yangguan Town spans at least 30 miles. Although it bears the name of a town, it is, in truth, a bustling county, thriving at the convergence of north and south. However, it is beset with a degree of chaos. 30 miles was beyond Shunhao's physical endurance. Hence, he returned to the modern world, shaved his head, and donned a monk's robe. Having filled his beloved motorcycle with fuel, he swiftly transported himself to this new realm. Mounting his cherished motorcycle, Shunhao felt a surge of exhilaration. At long last, he had successfully embarked on his adventure in this extraordinary world. The roar of the motorcycle reverberated throughout the forest. The journey was solitary, with few souls in sight. As Shunhao traversed the path, dust billowed around him like a shroud. Approximately a mile from Yangguan Town, he sought a secluded spot to conceal his motorcycle within his spatial realm. Upon re-emerging, he presented himself as a weary ascetic, cloaked in the guise of a wandering monk. According to Liu Dabiao's recollections, ascetics were seldom targets for plunder, for they carried no wealth and were often backed by formidable strength. The Great Sun Kingdom was bordered by the Kuan dynasty, a realm that revered Buddhism. The state religion temple was not only the national faith of the Great Chong Kingdom, but also one of the mightiest sects in the martial world, reputed to be teeming with masters. However, none of this pertained to Shunhao. His monastic disguise was merely a convenience. As a man of modernity, he felt unencumbered by the moral shackles of familial obligation. Until he possessed the means to defend himself, discretion was advisable. To his surprise, the written language of this world remained the same as Chinese characters. The dialect may have varied, yet the grammar bore a striking resemblance. In a matter of minutes, Shunhao arrived at Yangguan Town. The soldiers at the gate merely cast a fleeting glance at him before granting passage. Once inside, the town buzzed with life. Street vendors were abundant, and he noticed several individuals from the martial realm wielding swords and daggers. Nevertheless, he paid them no mind, and instead sought out a pharmacy. Prior to his arrival, he had procured 3 gold bars, each weighing 50 grams, amounting to 3 taels of gold. He had no intention of bartering modern artifacts for silver. Such ostentation was ill-advised. After inquiring with a passerby, he found himself at the largest apothecary in Yangguan Town, Baijitang. The young apprentice at the shop, noticing Shunhao's bald head, greeted him with a smile. "Esteemed monk, are you here for a consultation or to procure herbs?" Drawing upon Liu Dabiao's memories, Shunhao recited the names of the desired medicinal ingredients: Angelica, Poria, tiger bone powder, atractylodes, and Rehmannia. "How many portions would you like? And what is the price for each?" he inquired. "Each portion is approximately 10 taels of silver," the apprentice replied. Nodding, Shunhao responded, "Then I shall take 2 portions." "Please hold for a moment," the apprentice said. In this world, silver held substantial value, with 1 tael of gold convertible to 10 taels of silver. With his 150 grams of gold, equating to 3 taels, he could afford only 3 portions. His gaze then drifted to the other herbs on display. To his astonishment, he discovered that a 50-year-old wild ginseng was priced at merely 1 tael of silver. How surprisingly affordable! As the apprentice gathered the herbs, Shunhao inquired, "Is this ginseng indeed 50 years old?" "Indeed, it is," the apprentice confirmed. "The Chenglong mountain range is abundant in wild ginseng, and these are aged stocks, hence the lower price. Furthermore, this range offers various spirit-replenishing herbs, which, in comparison, surpass the ginseng in efficacy. Take this Zhiyang herb, for instance. A single root costs 100 taels, making it far more economical than ginseng. Of course, one cannot dismiss ginseng's worth, even in a region renowned for its ginseng. It still commands a price of 1 tael. For you, 1 tael may seem trivial, but it could procure a maidservant for 5 taels. And a single tael suffices for a family of 3 to last a month. Thus, it is not inexpensive, and ordinary families cannot afford it. They must venture into the forests to gather their own, though such excursions carry the risk of encountering wild beasts. If a 50-year-old ginseng were to reach the capital, it would likely fetch around 7 or 8 taels. Given the long journey, the price might even double. Shenhao understood that this place was a wholesale hub for ginseng, where prices were relatively lower, and warriors could procure superior medicinal herbs. The quality of the goods was commendable. Fresh ginseng was now classified as a first-rate plant, and excavation was prohibited. Here, the currency had not depreciated, with one tael of silver equating to several thousand renminbi. However, for Shenhao, the wild mountain ginseng was indeed a bargain. In the modern world, gold was precious while silver was undervalued, and the price disparity could yield significant profit for him. With a stoic expression, he requested, "Please fetch me 10 pieces of 50-year-old aged wild mountain ginseng." The apprentice at the pharmacy brightened, recognizing the young monk as a substantial client. "Certainly, please hold on. I will prepare them for you soon." The young monk packaged the medicinal materials and ginseng in butter paper and handed them to Shenhao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shenhao turned and departed. Finding a secluded spot, he instantly returned to the modern world. Glancing at his watch and then at the wall clock, it was still 1:20. Indeed, time stood still in the urban realm while he traversed the alternate world. He had spent several hours in Yangwan town, yet not a second had elapsed. Truly remarkable. Next, Shenhao's gaze fell upon the small rented room he inhabited. Now that he had money, it was time to consider relocating. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. To his surprise, the message was from the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Did he want more money? Shenhao felt a twinge of irritation. The individual was indeed insatiable. It was true that Shenhao's ride-sharing vehicle had rear-ended the Rolls, but it was the sudden stop of the other vehicle that had caused the collision. The Rolls was in the fast lane, with no cars ahead. The abrupt halt was baffling, leaving Shenhao to accept his misfortune. However, in traffic accidents, the responsibility of a rear-end collision lay solely with the driver who failed to maintain a safe distance, regardless of intent. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Shenhao opened WeChat, only to discover that the message was not a request for money, but rather a refund. "Hello, I apologize. The primary responsibility for the recent rear-end collision lies with us. We will take full accountability." After that day, due to time constraints, we handed the matter over to the insurance company. Today, upon settlement, we unexpectedly found an excess of 350,000. After inquiry, we learned the source of the surplus. While 350,000 is negligible for Mr. Xiao, it is a substantial burden for a ride-sharing driver like you. Please provide your account number, and I will transfer this sum to you. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this incident may have caused in your life. Shenhao was taken aback. The individual was actually offering to refund the money. Would this be deemed insurance fraud? The money felt somewhat tainted, and he had no intention of accepting it. But the sender did not respond further, seemingly treating it as a mere formality. Seeing this, Shenhao decided to disregard the matter for now and wait for a more opportune moment. He began to pack his belongings. With newfound wealth, he would no longer remain in such a modest abode. Donning a hat, he set out to find an agent. Presently, Shenhao had 550,000 in his account. In a bustling metropolis, this sum barely sufficed for a down payment. However, in a small county town, it was more than ample for purchasing a home. Upon locating an agent, he swiftly acquired his desired residence. The latest development in the county, the Xinyue community, featured a finely decorated 97-square-meter penthouse on the 19th floor. Having been furnished for over 6 months, it was initially intended as a marital abode, but the prospective bride suddenly insisted on a property in the provincial capital. Dismissing the small town's offerings, left with no choice, the groom had to sell the county house to amass a down payment for a property in Chang'an, the provincial city. The asking price was 500,000, non-negotiable, and he readily agreed. Upon the completion of the transaction, the agent beamed, "Mr. Shun, you've made quite a profit. In this community, even the bare shell apartments have risen to 400-500 per square meter, and with the exquisite renovations, this place is worth at least 580,000. Many are interested in this property, yet few can muster 500,000 in cash." This was indeed a fortunate find. Shenhao, however, was not in the mood for idle chatter. He promptly inquired, "What is your commission? I shall transfer it to you." The agent, with a gleam of joy, replied, "The total commission is 8,120. You may simply give me 8,000. Shenhao nodded, foregoing any hesitation, and proceeded with the payment. He was quite pleased with the apartment. Tastefully decorated and fully equipped with appliances, it was ready for immediate occupancy. Additionally, with 2 elevators servicing 2 units, the privacy offered by being on the top floor was commendable. Unlike the southern cities, in this northwestern county town, the 19th floor was the pinnacle of height. Subsequently, Shinhao installed a fingerprint lock. Glancing at the adjacent unit, 1902, he contemplated acquiring it as well. This way, the entire floor would be his domain, free from disturbances, allowing him to practice martial arts undisturbed. However, the opposite unit was a spacious 151 square meters, and he currently lacked sufficient funds for such an acquisition. He resigned himself, thinking that perhaps one day he could purchase a villa instead. After procuring daily necessities, Shinhao visited a home textile store, purchasing a bedding set, a comforter, and a large wooden tub. Chapter 8. A refund? Upon returning home in the evening, Shinhao placed a wooden tub in the bathroom and filled it with warm water. He then prepared a concoction of medicinal herbs in a clay pot and poured the essence into the tub. After completing these tasks, Shinhao finally calmed his mind and settled into the water. As soon as he immersed himself, a prickling sensation swept across his skin, unpleasant yet bearable. With his eyes closed, he began to squat in the tub, practicing the first stance of the body refinement guiding 12 postures. Given Shinhao's physique, he could hardly maintain the horse stance for a minute. However, this time, by silently reciting the incantation and focusing on his breathing, his body absorbed the herbal infusion. And remarkably, he managed to persist. After half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was flushed and emanating heat, yet he felt invigorated, shedding the fatigue that had previously weighed him down. It was as if he had just emerged from a sauna, with every pore in his body wide open. Observing that the medicinal liquid in the tub had been absorbed, Shinhao finally exited. After rinsing off in the shower, he made his way to the living room. To his astonishment, as he resumed the horse stance, his legs felt strong and firm, devoid of any weakness. Lu Dabiao, who had been practicing for 3 years and was still in the body refinement phase, had been reluctant to indulge in a medicinal bath. However, the comfort it provided was undeniable. According to Lu Dabiao's recollections, silver still held considerable value. Each medicinal bath cost 10 taels, comparable to 10,000 in the real world. Lu Dabiao was indeed hesitant to spend. In his view, what could a medicinal bath do? After all, he was merely a lowly figure. For the following week, Shinhao refrained from venturing outside, instead indulging in a medicinal bath every 3 days while diligently practicing the body refinement guiding 12 postures. Thanks to the benefits of the herbal baths, his progress in body refinement was remarkably swift. He had successfully completed the first stage of strengthening the muscles and was prepared to embark on the second stage, which involved fortifying the bones. Now that the medicinal baths were depleted, Shinhao needed to procure more herbs to expedite his journey toward complete body refinement. His rapid advancement could also be attributed to Lu Dabiao's dedication. Although Lu Dabiao hesitated to purchase the medicinal baths, his profound understanding of the body refinement guiding 12 postures left Shinhao without any doubts, making the training exceptionally efficient. Presently, Shinhao's prowess, encompassing strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes, was 2 to 3 times greater than before, allowing him to easily surpass his former self. However, he had not measured the exact figures. Having recently purchased a house, Shinhao was left with approximately 10,000. Yet this time, he refrained from buying gold and opted for silver instead. Previously, in his haste, he had made a poor decision by purchasing a medicinal bath with gold, resulting in a significant loss. Although gold in this alternate realm was valuable, it paled in comparison to modern gold. After all, silver was the currency of circulation here, and modern silver was relatively inexpensive in information disparity. In this world, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver. Furthermore, the domestic price of gold remained exorbitant, reaching 486 per gram, while silver was remarkably affordable at 8.5 per gram. The value of 1 tael of silver amounts to merely 425 yuan, while 10 taels total only 250 yuan. In stark contrast, a single tael of gold commands a staggering 300 yuan, resulting in a price differential of 20,000 yuan. Should one choose to exchange silver for gold in another realm, each tael of gold would yield a profit of 20,000 yuan, presenting an even more lucrative opportunity than trading gold in Hong Kong, devoid of any risk. This prospect is indeed enticing. Consequently, Shinhao unlocked his phone, having abstained from checking it all day to avoid disturbances while training. Upon opening the device, he discovered a plethora of messages. Among them, the most astonishing was a notification from the bank, revealing that his account had inexplicably increased by 350,000 yuan. Clearly, this sum was transferred by Ms. Xiao. the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Evidently, the financial prowess of the other party made it a simple task to investigate his details. This 350,000 yuan comprised 200,000 yuan from insurance, with Shenhao contributing 150,000 yuan, essentially indicating that he had profited from the insurance payout. Reluctant to claim this money, Shenhao felt he deserved the compensation for his own negligence. While others might forego compensation out of generosity, he found himself at a loss regarding the card number for a refund. He decided to postpone that concern for another day. He then reclined lazily on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin. After a brief while, he took to the internet to research the value of wild ginseng. 4-leaf wild ginseng, aged between 40 to 50 years. Perfectly fit the criteria, valued between 300,000 to 500,000 yuan. This price seemed quite favorable. Intrigued, he subsequently investigated the price of a century-old wild ginseng, which was approximately valued at around 2 million yuan, though it was scarce in the market. Simultaneously, cultivated ginseng held little value, typically sold by weight. After some searching, Shenhao discovered a chain of traditional Chinese medicine shops in Chang'an that purchased wild ginseng. He promptly called for inquiries. To verify authenticity, the shop added Shenhao on WeChat. After a brief glance, it was confirmed genuine. When asked about the transaction, Shenhao replied, "You decide." The shopkeeper instructed him to come to the store for a cash-on-delivery exchange and promptly sent Shenhao the location. Setting his phone down, Shenhao contemplated his forthcoming days. At present, his finances were sufficient. As long as he could traverse to the other realm and exchange gold and silver, he would not need to worry about sustenance. Naturally, Shenhao aspired for more. Who wouldn't desire immense strength and unrivaled wealth? The shop's presence in Chang'an necessitated a visit. Despite the high value of the wild ginseng in his possession, it remained unattainable for the average person, and its sale was uncertain. Given Shenhao's resources, his ability to liquidate assets was woefully inadequate, as he lacked access to the necessary social circles. Those surrounding him lived on the brink of mere sustenance. It seemed imperative to sell the ginseng and integrate into that circle to facilitate the sale of more valuable items in the future. The following day, Shenhao gathered the 350,000 yuan refunded by Xiaobing along with the 10,000 yuan from his own account, totaling 360,000 yuan. He made a substantial purchase of 85 jin of silver, equivalent to 850 taels. Such a significant order delighted the owner of the gold shop. "I want all 85 jin to be in 50-gram pieces with no engravings. Is that possible?" The proprietor of the jewelry store hastily exclaimed, "Certainly, I can accommodate your request. However, I must inform you that I cannot provide such a large quantity all at once. Please grant me 2 days, and I assure you it will be ready." Shenhao replied, "Very well. How much do you have available now?" "I will take all of it." "There are currently 20 silver bars, each weighing 100 grams. Totaling 2 kilograms, the owner responded. "All right, I will take them all," Shenhao affirmed. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you," the proprietor said. After assembling Shenhao's order, the jewelry store owner smiled as he handed Shenhao a silver cup, saying, "Mr. Shen, this little trinket is of little value, but consider it a gift for your convenience while drinking water. Please do not take offense." Shenhao chuckled. "I shall not be polite then. It is only right that you offer me a token of appreciation for your patronage." "Thank you, kind sir," the owner replied. Upon leaving the jewelry store, Shenhao proceeded to his supermarket to purchase various daily necessities. Upon returning to his residence, he tidied up, donned his monk's robe, and ventured once more into the other world. Arriving again at the apothecary, the shopkeeper paused momentarily upon seeing Shenhao, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Is he back so soon? Could it be that he wishes to return the medicine? That would be against policy, he thought, determined not to allow such a return. But then he recalled that this young monk was a significant client and quickly shifted his perspective, deciding to welcome him warmly instead. "Young master, you are not here to return the medicine, are you? That would not adhere to our regulations. Mixing the remedies could alter their efficacy, making them unsellable," the shopkeeper remarked. Shenhao reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not here to return anything. I simply wish to purchase more of what I acquired earlier." The shopkeeper's heart soared with delight, his face brightening with a sincere smile. "What would you like to buy this time?" "More of the medicinal bath ingredients. Angelica, poria, tiger bone powder, white atractalodes, and cooked romania. How much shall I procure?" "3 portions, please," Shenhao requested. "Please wait a moment," the shopkeeper replied. Then, Shenhao recalled the current demand for wild ginseng. The price gap between 50-year and 100-year-old wild ginseng was considerable, and his curiosity got the better of him. Do you have any 100-year-old wild ginseng available? The shopkeeper chuckled. Indeed, we do. The value of wild ginseng is not particularly high here, as it is not considered rare. Moreover, our town is abundant in wild ginseng, resulting in low external demand. We do have 100-year-old specimens. How much would you like? However, they are pricier than the 50-year-old ones, costing 10 taels of silver. Then I shall take one, Shunhao decided. With 3 portions of medicinal liquid costing 3 pounds of silver and 100-year-old ginseng costing 1 pound, his funds were swiftly depleted. Very well, the shopkeeper confirmed. Evidently aware that while ginseng is precious in the real world, it appears to hold little value here. Perhaps this realm possesses even more formidable elixirs. After a brief wait, the apprentice at the apothecary wrapped up the medicinal liquids and the ginseng and handed them to Shunhao. Young master, your total is 40 taels, he informed. Shunhao produced 2,100-gram silver bars and presented them to the shopkeeper. Observing the silver in Shunhao's hand, the shopkeeper remarked, Young master, this silver is truly pure. Glistening with an exceptional quality, it is indeed remarkable. Shunhao replied modestly, You flatter me. Should I require anything in the future, I shall return to your establishment. The shopkeeper's heart swelled with joy. Although this fellow was a monk, he was most generous. Smiling, he nodded and said, Certainly, that is no problem at all. Here, let me gift you a ginseng aged 50 years as a token of friendship. Shunhao responded, Shopkeeper, you are making me feel quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, his hand moved swiftly to accept the ginseng without hesitation. The young monk possessed remarkable speed. The shopkeeper, maintaining a composed demeanor, gently stroked his beard and smiled. Not at all, young master. You are a valued customer, so feel free to visit whenever you need anything. Besides, this ginseng remains unsought by ordinary folk, and losing a couple of taels of silver is of little consequence. Shunhao expressed his gratitude, saying, I am truly thankful. Chapter 9. The sale of ginseng. After purchasing the medicinal bath and ginseng, Shunhao departed from the apothecary, strolling around Yangguan town. He pondered the prospect of acquiring a residence here for convenience in future visits. The more he contemplated, the more appealing the idea became. Having a stable place would undoubtedly facilitate his travels. Upon returning to his abode, Shunhao indulged in another medicinal bath. Upon completing the 6th movement, he exhaled deeply, finally reaching the mid-stage of body tempering, the bone refinement realm. The medicinal bath was indeed delightful. Glancing at the wooden tub, he noticed the water had taken on a slight murky hue, a testament to the impurities expelled from his body. In that moment, Shunhao could distinctly feel the surge of power within him. After freshening up, he gazed into the mirror and was taken aback by the transformation. The acne scars that once marred his cheeks had vanished entirely. Even the tiny blackheads on his nose were nowhere to be seen. His skin now radiated a luminous fairness, reminiscent of an enhanced beauty filter. Remarkably, his appearance had improved, elevating his attractiveness significantly. His facial features remained the same, yet they now appeared more appealing, justifying the claim that he could easily be considered the campus heartthrob, provided, of course, that his underlying features were commendable. Despite his prominent cheekbones and somewhat shifty eyes, he could not complain unless he opted for cosmetic enhancement. In disbelief, Shunhao exclaimed at the magnitude of his transformation. Who wouldn't he desire to be more handsome? This change was not merely superficial. There was a palpable shift in his demeanor as well. Perhaps his newfound wealth had imbued him with a different aura. He no longer felt the anxiety that plagued him before. Instead, his eyes sparkled with confidence. Indeed, money serves as a man's backbone and dignity. The distinction between having wealth and being devoid of it is profound. After his shower, Shunhao donned a fresh outfit and purchased a train ticket to the provincial capital, Chang'an, to negotiate the sale of ginseng with the apothecary. By approximately 3 p.m., he arrived in Chang'an. He relished the leisurely pace of life, feeling no urgency. Time was abundant. After hailing a ride, he headed straight to the high-tech zone. Seated in the car, he gazed out at the bustling streets, feeling particularly elated. The experience of riding in a ride-hailing vehicle differed vastly from that of being a passenger. As the largest city in northwest China, Chang'an was bustling with vehicles, making the 15-kilometer journey take nearly 40 minutes. Upon disembarking, he followed the navigation directions and finally arrived at the apothecary's building, observing the 6-story edifice. Entirely occupied by traditional medicine shops, Shunhao felt reassured. He was indeed capable of affording such a place in Chang'an. The receptionist greeted him with a smile. Sir, are you here for a consultation or to pick up medicine? Shunhao replied, I am here to sell ginseng, as previously arranged. Ah, you must be Mr. Shin. Please, follow me. Dr. Lee is waiting for you in the third-floor waiting area. Following the receptionist, they entered the elevator. As he admired her gray OL dress accentuating her graceful figure, complemented by sheer stockings, he noted how the apothecary's front desk attire was quite commendable, hinting at promising prospects. The elevator felt confined, and the fragrance of her perfume wafted through the air, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Perhaps it was due to heightened senses that the overwhelming fragrance of the perfume became somewhat off-putting to Shin Hao. The silhouette of such a woman appeared appealing. Yet her facial features and skin were rather unremarkable, leading Shin Hao to subconsciously assign a low score. Out of sight, out of mind. Moments later, with a chime, the elevator arrived at the third floor. Guided by the receptionist, Shin Hao entered a narrow corridor flanked by custom-designed cabinets. Each cabinet housed transparent glass bottles filled with various medicinal herbs. Perusing the descriptions, he noted the presence of ginseng, astragalus, reishi, and yam among others. Particularly, he lingered at the ginseng exhibition area, where one specimen, a century-old ginseng king, was priced at over 2 million. Although it was merely a counterfeit display, it nonetheless broadened Shin Hao's horizons. Before long, he arrived at the reception room, which measured approximately 60 square meters. Inside, there were only 3 individuals. One was a middle-aged man, around 40, with graying hair and a dark complexion, donned in a white lab coat, exuding the aura of a formidable physician. The other, presumably a nursing assistant, was a slightly plump woman in her 30s. The receptionist introduced, "This is Dr. Li Qing, the chief professor at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He typically holds consultations on weekends, with a registration fee of 300. Today is Friday, and he has come specifically to meet you, Mr. Shin. May I take a look at the ginseng first?" Shin Hao inquired, to which he nodded. He then retrieved a plastic bag from his pack and handed it to Dr. Li. The doctor examined the wild ginseng closely, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Instantly, a wave of refreshing aroma enveloped him. A true testament to the unique scent of wild ginseng. His eyes lit up as he nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Excellent ginseng, the fragrance is authentic." He continued to scrutinize the wild ginseng, growing increasingly satisfied. "This wild ginseng is indeed remarkable. I can ascertain its authenticity. May I test its medicinal properties?" "Certainly." Shin Hao replied nonchalantly, "In that case, I'm definitely purchasing it." Dr. Li carefully removed the small, pearl-like nodules from the fibrous roots, known colloquially as pearl dots, and tasted them. Nodding, he remarked, "The medicinal properties are substantial. I can confidently state that it is neither from Changbai Mountain nor from Russia. Currently, 99% of wild ginseng in the market is smuggled from Russia, often resembling one another and possessing similar effects, with prices varying from hundreds to several hundred yuan per gram based on age and appearance. However, I truly cannot discern the origin of your ginseng. Since ancient times, it has been said that one should look to the roots in the south and the whiskers in the north. A long main root signifies wild ginseng, which can range from 30 to over 100 years of age. The prolonged absorption of nutrients has depleted the surrounding soil's fertility, compelling the roots to extend far and wide in search of new nourishment. As it continuously absorbs sustenance and thrives, its main root lengthens significantly, often exceeding 3 times that of the primary root. This wild ginseng possesses potent medicinal properties, undoubtedly pure wild ginseng, aged around 50 years, albeit somewhat aged. What astonishes me is that its medicinal potency surpasses that of a 50-year ginseng from Changbai Mountain. This is undeniably a 100% genuine product, undoubtedly cultivated in an environment akin to that of century-old ginseng. Only wild ginseng harvested from such pristine locales possesses this remarkable medicinal quality, rather than those artificially cultivated and scattered throughout the forest. 50 years is considered rare, while a century is deemed a treasure. Although the medicinal properties are commendable, the aesthetic quality in the age of the leaves remain paramount. Presently, wild ginseng of this vintage holds a market value of around 500,000, though the purchasing price is invariably lower. Nevertheless, the potency is sufficient, and I am willing to acquire it at the market rate. Even so, such finds are exceedingly rare. Indeed, what an excellent specimen. Should you choose to sell, I would gladly procure it for 500,000. Otherwise, I shall seek other options." Li Qing was generous with his praise and displayed utmost honesty, which put Shin Hao at ease. Prior to this encounter, he had researched the prices. While ginseng of 50 years typically ranges from 300 to 500,000 at retail, not wholesale, the offer presented was indeed quite fair. He had harbored concerns that the values of the two realms might differ, potentially leading to a waste of time. Shen Hao remarked, since there are no issues. Let us proceed with the transaction. The deal was struck. Li Qing, satisfied, replied, excellent, no problem at all. This arrangement was not a trap for Shen Hao. The market selling price and the purchasing price are inherently distinct. Without a margin for profit, who would engage in business? The exchange proceeded pleasantly, and after receiving the payment, Shen Hao felt a sense of fulfillment. With the transaction complete, he prepared to take his leave. Upon hearing this, Li Qing suggested, Shen Hao, let us connect on WeChat. In the future, should any ginseng arise, please contact me. I find your source quite commendable. Absolutely, no problem, Shen Hao responded with enthusiasm. After the funds were transferred, he bid farewell, harboring no intentions of selling any additional ginseng, as immediate liquidation was not his goal. It would be difficult to explain the sudden appearance of 5 or 6 ginseng roots. If one sells excessively, one may find themselves in hot water. Not only ginseng, but even river pebbles, if over-extracted, could lead to legal troubles regarding resource protection. As a common citizen, lacking connections, one holds little power and is vulnerable to legal ramifications. This is not a commonplace vegetable. Wild ginseng is not something one encounters often. The current regulations protect such plants. And while it is permissible to sell 1 or 2 roots of ancient ginseng, possessing fresh ones could attract unwelcome scrutiny and complaints. Just last year, an announcement prohibiting the excavation of wild ginseng was issued, a fact Shen Hao had confirmed. Although private transactions occur, they are confined within certain circles. For someone like Shen Hao, an outsider, finding a channel is a stroke of luck. Ordinary individuals must tread carefully when attempting to liquidate valuable items. Shortly after Shen Hao's departure, Li Qing contacted his mentor. Professor Zhou, I have received a 50-year-old wild ginseng. What use is a 50-year-old root? We seek the century-old ones. Even your shop's century-old ginseng is subpar, let alone a 50-year-old specimen. Professor, do not rush. I believe this 50-year-old wild ginseng possesses considerable medicinal qualities. It may yet prove useful. Fine, if you believe so, then bring it over. Understood. I shall come immediately. Li Qing hurried to a sanatorium, where he encountered an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. Professor Zhou. First, let me see the ginseng, the professor requested. Certainly, Professor. This elderly man was Li Qing's mentor, the one who guided him through his doctoral studies, a hereditary physician named Zhou Piwan. Zhou Piwan, without unnecessary words, plucked a small piece of ginseng root, gently chewed it, and after a moment of satisfaction remarked, it is brimming with vitality, an excellent ginseng. Although it may not be of the oldest age, its medicinal properties are indeed potent. Li Qing smiled slightly and inquired, can the teacher utilize it? Of course. Where did you acquire it? A young man named Shen Hao sold it to me today. I even added him on WeChat. Very well. I shall take you to meet General Xiao. Indeed, teacher. The two proceeded to his second-floor ward, where Li Qing encountered General Xiao, a woman of approximately 27 or 28 years. Her features were exquisitely refined, her face a flawless oval, skin alabaster, and her meticulously groomed eyebrows enhanced her elegance. She donned a light blue, form-fitting OL dress that accentuated her perfect figure, particularly her alluring long legs, which were not only elongated and proportionate, but also seamlessly aligned, leaving no space for even a sheet of paper to fit between them. Such legs were remarkable. Her aura was impressive. In reality, it was the first time Li Qing had encountered a woman of such exceptional beauty, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances. A fortunate encounter, he thought. Noticing Li Qing's gaze, Xiaobing paid it no mind. She was accustomed to such attention. Zhou Lao, is this ginseng usable? Indeed, its medicinal properties are sufficient. I shall give it a try. Thank you for your assistance. Then she turned to Li Qing. How much do I owe you? I shall transfer the payment. 50,000 was the price I acquired it for. Very well. If it is indeed usable, it is worth the investment. I shall transfer you soon. Li Qing received 800,000, somewhat surprised by General Zhao's generosity, though he did not display overt joy, as he had already achieved success and was not in need of money. Had it not been for Zhou Lao's request, he might not have sold the ginseng at all. However, Xiaobing was a member of the Xiao family, and her connections were invaluable, something money could not buy. Thank you, General Xiao. P.S. Some may find wild mountain ginseng expensive and criticize without proper research. Perhaps they should seek information before casting judgment. Chapter 10. How about 10 million? In a world where the elite class is abundant, wild ginseng can be procured. However, the truly potent and nutritionally valuable wild ginseng is exceedingly rare, typically reserved for the imperial court. Such exquisite wild ginseng is a fortuitous find. In this day and age, cultivated ginseng is plentiful, with 6-year-old specimens costing only a few dozen yuan each. The so-called wild ginseng available in the market is often merely seeds sown artificially in the forest. The authenticity of wild ginseng varies greatly, and genuine pure wild ginseng requires careful identification. Although there are restrictions on harvesting, it is still predominantly consumed by the privileged. Given Xiaobing's background, acquiring a century-old wild ginseng is certainly within reach. While her previous purchase of a century-old ginseng met the age requirement, its medicinal efficacy fell short. To her surprise, the 50-year-old ginseng this time possesses remarkable potency. It can be confidently stated that throughout Chang'an City, and even the entirety of Qin province, within the national ginseng community, Xiaobing has made her inquiries known. Anyone selling wild ginseng is to inform her. Li Cheng's recent actions have indeed delighted her. Professor Li, where did you procure this ginseng? Xiaobing inquired directly. Li Cheng, without hesitation, provided Xiaobing with Shenhao's WeChat contact and account details. Xiaobing nodded at her assistant, instructing, "Look into this." After a brief moment, the assistant rushed back, a look of surprise on his face. "President Xiao, this Shenhao is the one who rear-ended you." Upon hearing this, Xiaobing paused, a smile breaking across her face. It seemed serendipitous, fortunately. She had refunded the money back then, thus establishing a positive connection. "Please reach out to him," she instructed, as Shenhao had initially added her assistant's WeChat. Meanwhile, Xiaobing was also intrigued about the origin of Shenhao's wild ginseng, as pure wild ginseng was a rare commodity in the market. Upon returning home, Shenhao discovered a message from Xiaobing, the very person who had rear-ended him. "Mr. Shen, did you sell a 50-year-old wild ginseng today?" Shenhao furrowed his brow. "Are you following me?" "Not at all. Someone is offering wild ginseng for sale and would like to know if you have any available. We are in urgent need of a substantial quantity. Rest assured, the quality is guaranteed." After contemplating, Shenhao noted that the individual was driving several luxury Rolls-Royces, indicating a solid background. The likelihood of a refund made it improbable for them to act recklessly. If there were any intimidation involved, he would have likely already received a call from his uncle. Thus, he decided to sell the ginseng, offering only one piece as a means of gauging the situation. In a world where survival of the fittest prevails, he stated directly, "Are you certain there are no issues?" "Certainly, I have dealt with wild ginseng across the nation. I am indifferent to the source of your goods, as long as the authenticity is assured. I happen to have another century-old wild ginseng. I wonder if Miss Xiao might be interested?" Of course. The assistant conveyed this news to Xiaobing. Upon hearing this, before Xiaobing could respond, both Zhou Peiyuan and Li Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhou Peiyuan urgently grasped the assistant's arm, asking fervently, "Is this true?" Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Does Shenhao truly possess it?" The assistant nodded and remarked, "That is what he said." Observing the excitement of the two, the assistant felt utterly perplexed. Zhou Peiyuan inquired, "Is it comparable to the quality of this 50-year-old wild ginseng?" The assistant, bewildered, had no understanding of the matter. Xiaobing urged, "Quickly ask Shenhao." "Ah, right. I will ask him right away." Xiaobing hastily sent a message to Shenhao. "Is the medicinal property of the ginseng the same?" "Yes, absolutely identical. I support inspection," Shenhao replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peiyuan said, "Then take me to see it quickly. If it is genuine, inform the other party that the ginseng in his possession is worth at least 8 to 10 million. After reading the message from the other side, Shenhao was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. The price he had researched earlier was not this high, but who would ever complain about having more money? Noticing that Shenhao had not responded, Zhou Peiyuan directly instructed the assistant to open a video call, explaining, in 2012, the auction price for a century-old wild ginseng from Chabai Mountain reached 3 million. If the century-old wild ginseng in your possession is of the same quality as the 50-year-old, I estimate its value to be at least around 10 million. The true worth, however, can only be assessed upon inspection. Is it really that valuable? Shenhao, lacking knowledge in this area, felt exhilarated at the sudden mention of 10 million, even with the existence of the alternate space, a nouveau riche. Yet his demeanor had yet to elevate. "In that case, I will bring it for a transaction tomorrow," Shenhao stated. Zhou Peiyuan responded, "No need. We will drive directly to your home to collect it." The urgency from the other party was evident. Shenhao agreed. "All right then." Subsequently, he sent his location. Xiaobing turned to her assistant Zhao Lu and instructed, "Prepare a vehicle immediately and ensure this matter remains confidential." "Understood." 10 minutes later, Zhou Puan and Xiao Bing arrived at the underground garage. Upon seeing the luxurious Rolls-Royce with the license plate sheen a string of sixes, Zhou Puan remarked, "Isn't this a bit ostentatious? Do you have a more understated vehicle?" Xiao Bing concurred and replied, "Then let us bring the Alfred business car." Half an hour later, the car merged onto the highway. Inside the vehicle, silence enveloped the group as they closed their eyes, each lost in thoughts of the ginseng. The atmosphere was tense, and the speed was high. They traveled at 140 km/h, reaching 160 km/h when the roads were clear. After an hour, they exited the highway. Guided by the navigation, the trio arrived at Shenhao's residence. Upon opening the door, Shenhao was surprised to find Xiao Bing, the very person he had previously encountered in a rear-end collision. "Please wait, I will fetch the ginseng." Entering his bedroom, Shenhao retrieved the ginseng from the alternate space, holding it in his hand as he walked out. Zhou Peiyuan immediately spotted the ginseng, particularly the extravagant ginseng roots, and was filled with immense joy. Observing this, Zhou Peiyuan cautiously picked up the wild ginseng, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. Similar to Li Qing, he cut a small piece of the ginseng root and chewed it for a moment, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is pure wild ginseng, with potent medicinal properties. Even stronger than the 50-year-old. Xiaobing joyfully asked, "Uncle Zhou, is that true?" The pure wild ginseng, though not as impressive in age as the champion from the last wild ginseng competition, possesses a far superior medicinal potency. Zhou Peiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the ginseng. Xiaobing finally exhaled, turning to Shenhao with surprise, "Mr. Shen, what price do you intend to sell it for?" Shenhao replied, "I am uncertain of its value. Please suggest a price." Xiaobing then turned to Zhou Peiyuan, saying, "Uncle Zhou, could you provide a price based on the market's highest value?" Zhou Peiyuan nodded and stated, "At the inaugural ginseng auction 12 years ago, a century-old ginseng sold for 3 million, which was the price from 11 years ago. Last year, at the Wild Ginseng Expo, a year-old ginseng king was priced at 10 million, though it was heavier, being 240 years old, with larger roots. In terms of appearance and medicinal properties, I believe this specimen may even surpass that of the Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng. 20 years ago in Hong Kong, a genuine pure century-old Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng sold for $30,000 per ounce, which is approximately 8,500 yuan per gram. Although that was over 2 decades ago, this wild ginseng not only boasts an excellent appearance and remarkable efficacy, but it is also exceptionally fresh. I estimate its age to be around 110 years. Such medicinal potency is quite rare. Therefore, let us round it off to a tidy sum, 10 million after tax. Bibing, what do you think?" Chapter 11. Is tax applicable? Xiaobing chuckled. "It is entirely up to Uncle Zhou to decide." After speaking, she turned to Shenhao and inquired, "What do you think of this price, Mr. Shen?" Shenhao expressed his satisfaction with the price, remarking that while certain items hold substantial value, it does not necessarily mean that suitable buyers are readily available. Items worth millions are not within everyone's financial reach, and even those who can afford them must have a genuine need. Shenhao valued safety. It was not fear that restrained him. Backed by the fantastical world, he was emboldened, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. "What about tax explanations?" Shenhao asked. Xiaobing replied, "Harvesting ginseng in the mountains and selling it falls under the category of agricultural producers marketing their self-grown products, which is exempt from value-added tax and individual income tax. Therefore, there are no taxes to be paid. Rest assured, I will have our legal department handle these matters, so you need not worry." "It is agreed then. The 10 million is the amount you will receive. As for subsequent issues, I will take care of them," she assured. Naturally, Shenhao believed that valuable items worth tens of millions would indeed attract tax liabilities. The reciprocity involved in this transaction saved him several $100,000. A testament to the woman's adeptness in handling affairs. Suddenly transformed into a millionaire, Shenhao felt a rush of excitement, although the windfall had arrived. His mindset had yet to catch up. "No problem. Zhao Lu, please ensure the funds are transferred to Mr. Shen's account under the guise of an investment through the company's public account." "Understood, Director Xiao," she replied. In a mere 3 minutes, Shenhao received a text message from the bank, Huaxia Agricultural Bank, Chang and Xiao Group Company, Limited. Completed a transfer of 10 million renminbi to your account ending in 9527 on May 28th at 1827, with a balance of 10,508,000. At that moment, Zhao Lu approached and handed Shenhao a contract, smiling as she said, "Mr. Shen, this is the purchase contract for the century-old wild ginseng. Please review it. And if everything is in order, kindly sign. Since we are utilizing the company as public account, a contract is necessary, she added. Shunhao nodded, scrutinizing the document. Finding no discrepancies, he signed it without hesitation, confident that the other party would not deceive him. If they did attempt to swindle him, he would not shy away from retaliating. Unbeknownst to him, his reverence for law and ethics had diminished, perhaps stemming from the moment he eliminated those two bandits. Following the completion of the transaction, both Xiaobing and Zhou Peiyuan were ecstatic. While there is a market for century-old ginseng, such exceptional medicinal quality is virtually unheard of. Additionally, from Zhou Peiyuan's observations, this particular century-old wild ginseng was remarkably intact, indicating the seller was an expert in this field. As their transaction concluded and they prepared to depart, Xiaobing suddenly produced a business card and handed it to Shunhao, saying, "Mr. Shun, here is my business card. The QR code on it links to my personal WeChat. Should you have more wild ginseng to sell in the future, I will offer the highest market price and ensure you incur no losses." Shunhao paused, puzzled. "Didn't I add you on WeChat previously?" Xiaobing smiled slightly and said, "I apologize, Mr. Shun. The previous WeChat was my assistant Zhao Lu's." Zhao Lu, standing beside her, also clarified, "The WeChat you added belongs to me." Shunhao felt quite embarrassed, as he had assumed it was Xiaobing's WeChat all along, not realizing it belonged to her assistant. In retrospect, it made sense. Given Xiaobing's stature, how could she casually add a stranger on WeChat? Perhaps she had perceived value in Shunhao, which led her to provide her personal contact information. Meanwhile, Zhou Peiyuan handed Shunhao a business card with a smile, saying, "Shunhao, feel free to call me if you come across anything good. Rest assured, as long as the product is excellent, the price will be the highest in the market." Shunhao replied, "No problem." However, before parting ways, Shunhao returned the 350,000 yuan to Xiaobing, acknowledging that he was at fault for the rear-end collision and did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, accepting the 350,000 yuan could raise suspicions of insurance fraud, which Shunhao was keen to avoid. Having a fortune did not warrant additional complications. After Shunhao's explanation, Xiaobing did not press the matter further. Instead, she sold another wild ginseng root to Shunhao for 500,000 yuan, bringing his cash total to at least 11 million yuan. "No need to haggle over the price. I previously purchased this ginseng from Li Cheng for 800,000 yuan. This time, with the 500,000 yuan plus the 350,000 yuan refund, it's a perfect fit," she stated. Shunhao agreed, no longer declining. Recognizing that she truly was not short of funds, Xiaobing refunded the 350,000 yuan for several reasons. She was not financially constrained. She acknowledged her fault in the abrupt stop, and she had been taught not to push people to their limits, as it would be counterproductive. A ride-hailing driver could not possess much wealth, and driving someone to desperation could lead to dire consequences. Her own life and health were far more valuable. There was no necessity to make matters too extreme. This principle had always guided Xiaobing's actions. Subsequently, Xiaobing, Zhao Lu, and Zhou Peiyuan departed, leaving Shunhao to realize the vast discrepancies in the ginseng market. He recalled seeing online comments claiming that wild ginseng was merely an intelligence tax, with nutritional value akin to that of radishes. Those who made such statements were either foolish or ignorant. The wisdom amassed by ancestors over millennia was not to be dismissed lightly. Even consuming a commercially cultivated ginseng root for a few dozen yuan could induce a rush and cause a nosebleed. While eating a pound of radish posed no risk at all, but a pound of artificial ginseng could potentially be fatal. Shortly thereafter, Shunhao conducted a brief online search regarding the Xiao Group. Upon reviewing the information, he discovered that the Xiao Group had evolved into a substantial modern enterprise with total assets exceeding 30 billion yuan. It boasted numerous wholly owned and controlling subsidiaries and project departments, with a vast industrial scale spanning highways, real estate, elevators, pharmaceuticals, and energy sectors. Naturally, with such a market value, a listing could easily elevate it to over 100 billion yuan. These industries were well known even to someone like Shunhao, who hailed from a lower social stratum, without connections. Entry into such fields was virtually impossible. While he was curious about the other party's identity, it remained merely a curiosity. During this period of interaction with Xiaobing, although she has consistently maintained a smile and displayed politeness, it merely reflects her personal cultivation. The disparity in their social statuses is stark and unmistakable. The inherent air of arrogance she exudes is difficult to conceal. Of course, Shunhao harbors no intentions of fawning over the goddess, rather, It stems from a genuine appreciation for beauty. A woman of Xiao Bing's caliber, a veritable diamond among the affluent, is typically surrounded by men who are the epitome of societal elites. Men who not only possess striking appearances, but also boast impeccable academic credentials and esteemed family backgrounds. In contrast, Shen Hao currently appears unremarkable, lacking any advantages. However, with the newfound abilities he possesses, as long as he continues to explore the realms of the otherworld, no woman shall be beyond his reach. For now, he can only acknowledge his current inadequacies. After ordering takeout and finishing his meal, Shen Hao once again commenced his medicinal bath training, engaging in the practice of 12 postures of body refinement. As he performed the movements, he silently recited the breathing technique, exhaling through the mouth, then inhaling through the nose, repeating this cycle 18 times. Each time he exhaled fully, feeling his lungs empty, he would automatically inhale, allowing his lungs to replenish themselves silently and gradually. Time passed unnoticed in this serene endeavor. Chapter 12. The Wealthy Indulge in Consumption. Meanwhile, upon arriving in Chang'an, Xiaobing and his companions promptly returned to the suburban sanatorium with the century-old wild ginseng. "Brother, I have found the genuine pure century-old wild ginseng," exclaimed a man dressed in an administrative jacket, approximately 40 years of age. This man was Xiaobing's elder brother, Xiaojun, who at 45 years old, served as the secretary of the municipal committee in a prefecture-level city of Qin province. Having completed a full term, he had occupied this prominent position for 4 years, establishing a solid foundation in his career. His next step would be a vice-provincial role, a significant advancement that would elevate him to the ranks of senior officials, ensuring the continuation of the Xiao family's political legacy. However, during this critical juncture, their father suffered a stroke and fell into a coma, which dealt a severe blow to Xiao Jun's aspirations. In the realm of politics, age is an invaluable asset. Those under 35 rarely achieve a deputy section chief position. And with Xiao Jun already at 45, he faced the impending reality of turning 47 in 2 years. If he failed to attain a vice-ministerial role by 50, his political journey would be effectively at an end, eliminating any prospects of becoming a regional governor. Typically, individuals at the vice-provincial and ministerial levels retire or leave powerful positions by the age of 60. Xiao Jun's greatest support had always been their father. Thus, the elder's demise posed the gravest threat to his ambitions. It was not only Xiao Jun who faced challenges, the family's business endeavors would also be jeopardized, with competitors poised to seize their market share. Without their father, how could they secure prime land? How would real estate developers consider purchasing Zhao's elevators? Why would the highway authorities seek their services? As the adage goes, the privileges granted by power are ultimately devoured by it. Rest assured, brother, this time it is genuine. Uncle Zhou personally verified it. It can certainly be used as medicine, Xiao Bing reassured him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's expression brightened considerably. As long as their father remained alive, there was hope. Xiao Bing took a deep breath, feeling the tension on his forehead ease slightly. These past 2 years were critical for him, and he could not afford any missteps. Noticing Xiao Bing's fatigue, Xiao Jun expressed his concern. "Enough now. You must be tired after a long day. Go rest." "I'm fine," Xiao Bing replied. The Xiao family had always cherished their youngest member, and their father had doted on her excessively. This indulgence stemmed from the fact that Xiao Bing was born during a time of strict family planning policies. To safeguard their father's future, the Xiao family had no choice but to send her away. After a moment, Xiao Jun inquired, "What are your thoughts on Sun Jihong, the youngest son of Governor Sun?" Xiao Bing shook her head, saying, "He is frivolous, ambitious yet lacking in talent. I do not hold him in high regard." Xiao Jun responded, "Oh, perhaps your standards are too lofty. Sun Jihong, at just 33, is already one of the founders of the multi-billion-dollar Volcano Fund. He entered Cambridge at 18 and, within 3 years, earned a bachelor's in economics and a master's in electronic engineering and computer science. He has worked for Goldman Sachs, Blackstone, and even served as a management consultant at McKinsey's Silicon Valley branch, assisting numerous Fortune 500 companies with their product marketing strategies, internal management processes, and merger strategies. Is that not remarkable? Moreover, the individual in question possesses an impressive appearance." Xiao Bing chuckled softly, saying, "Brother, do you truly believe that's feasible? MIT has confirmed that no one can achieve 3 degrees within 3 years. What is this fund about? Please don't tell me you're unaware." "It's merely those businessmen establishing a fund for their amusement," Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. "Success in this world is hardly a matter of chance. The growth of the Xiao Group to its current stature, do you believe it is solely due to business acumen or other factors?" As long as one avoids self-sabotage, Sun Jigang's commercial talents will endure. Implicitly, the affluent will remain prosperous. Xiaobing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Well, it is good that you understand. Engaging in private interactions is beneficial. You are 28 this year. You cannot allow yourself to act recklessly. It is time to consider matters of marriage. Regardless of whether their father awakens, Xiaojun must prepare for all contingencies. A strategic alliance is indeed a commendable option. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing nodded, stating, I am aware, brother. Enjoying the privileges bestowed by the family also entails contributing to it. I have long been mentally prepared for this. Noticing Xiaobing's somber demeanor, Xiaojun remarked, if you truly feel no connection, I can assist you in finding someone. The Xiao family still has its connections. Well, it is getting late. You should retire early. Xiaobing returned to her room and lay on her bed, feeling utterly fatigued. As for purchasing wild ginseng, she merely instructed someone to handle it, requesting immediate notification upon finding a seller. To her surprise, it proved effective, as the century-old wild ginseng she had previously acquired from various sources had been far less potent. Unexpectedly, she had managed to secure a good purchase this time. Picking up her phone to check, she was somewhat surprised to find that Shenhao had not added her on WeChat. Today, his gaze towards her had been quite intense. It was inconceivable that he held no interest. In Xiaobing's view, upon obtaining her contact information, he would have certainly added her on WeChat immediately. Yet he had not done so. After a moment, she dismissed the thought. It was merely a minor incident. Shenhao was not her type at all. As their educational backgrounds and circumstances differed vastly, he could only be considered an inconsequential passerby. A woman should only aspire to ascend in compatibility, never descend. Xiaobing was not one to be swayed by romantic notions. She had a clear understanding of reality and was drawn only to the strong. On the third day, Shenhao emerged from the jewelry store, with the owner extending a respectful farewell. Such a valued client deserved this treatment. Shenhao had acquired the remaining 81 jin of silver. With these 810 taels, he could indulge in a lavish lifestyle in another world for quite some time. However, with approximately 11 million on hand, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his desire to spend. First and foremost, he intended to purchase a secluded villa, ensuring a tranquil refuge free from disturbances. Shenhao was reluctant to reside in the small county town of his origins, as the origins of his wealth would be difficult to explain, and there were far too many acquaintances. After much contemplation, he still could not decide on a location for the villa. Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize spending. After all, what is the purpose of having wealth if not to enjoy it? Money is meant for consumption. The things he once desired but could not afford were now within reach, allowing him to indulge freely. Traveling to the provincial capital, Shenhao embarked on a grand shopping spree. His first stop was the BMW dealership. For men are often enamored with luxury automobiles, and Shenhao harbored his own sense of vanity. Certain experiences can only be truly appreciated once they have been attained. This constitutes genuine life experience. Without having possessed such things, how can one claim indifference? In the presence of Xiaobing, Shenhao felt a twinge of restlessness, stemming from his lack of experience with women of such caliber. This inner turmoil rendered him unable to find peace. Once one has experienced something, it becomes trivial. The sensation of being overlooked can lead to profound disappointment. Consider Ma Baba, who claims to be unbothered by wealth. Yet this is said from the vantage of being a billionaire, having tasted affluence. Were he burdened with a mortgage and car loan, toiling late into the night, could he still utter those words? As for the oblivious Chong Dong, his surroundings are filled with beauty, thus he remains unaware of the allure of his own wife. Upon arriving at the dealership, Shenhao was spared the typical pretentious encounters. Rather, he swiftly purchased a white 5 Series outright for 480,000 yuan. His decision to pay in full left the female salesperson disheartened, as installment plans would have yielded higher commissions. After securing insurance and a temporary license plate, the female salesperson cheerfully remarked, Mr. Shen, we have prepared a car buying ceremony for you. Shenhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he took the keys and drove away. The luxury of driving a high-end vehicle is incomparable, far superior to the ride in his previous rented car. With his newly acquired BMW 5 Series, Shenhao was in high spirits. This was the luxury car he had long dreamed of. What once seemed unattainable now felt within his grasp, a dream fulfilled unexpectedly today. In this buoyant mood, he continued his shopping spree. The pleasure of spending money was exhilarating. Despite possessing an alternate dimension for storage, Shenhao's mood remained restless. Having once been a poor, struggling individual, the fear of poverty lingered within him. Now, he felt compelled to indulge in a spree of consumption as a form of retribution. Arriving at the SKP in Chang'an, Shen Hao purchased several casual suits from the luxury brand Armani, spending over 100,000 yuan. Resembling a newly affluent individual as he acquired the same styles worn by the celebrity Yi Xiaochuan. He also procured a watch, the Blancpain 50 Fathoms ceramic rose gold timepiece, priced at 265,000 yuan in the exclusive store. Very well, if I like it, I shall buy it. He also acquired 2 mobile phones, a purple 1TB iPhone 14 Pro Max for over 10,000 yuan and a certain Huawei model for around 9,000. Although the utility of these devices was limited, the desire to purchase them prevailed. In the past, he had hesitated, but now, with newfound wealth, he felt liberated. In the span of a single day, Shen Hao spent over 3 million yuan. His transformation from a poor man to a lavish spender was vividly illustrated in his demeanor, yet who does not revel in the exuberance of newfound wealth? The sales staff of luxury goods observed him with awe. To describe the sensation of spending such money, one word suffices: exhilarating. Having spent over 100,000 yuan, Shen Hao felt no pangs of regret. The money had come too easily. Simultaneously, he withdrew the remaining funds and stored them in his alternate dimension. For holding on to the money brought him comfort and convenience. After a day of indulgence, Shen Hao finally composed himself and checked into a 4-star hotel. However, instead of seeking rest, he ventured into another realm. This journey to the alternate world was driven by his intention to purchase a property. He retrieved the remaining 81 pounds of silver from the jewelry store, realizing it was of no use to remain idle. Unlike the convenience of the real world, Yangguang Town lacked real estate agents. Thus, the quest for a home would require his own initiative. This challenge posed no difficulty for Shen Hao. Chapter 13. Purchasing a maid for 200 taels upon arriving at the bustling heart of the market, where the most astute merchants gather. Shen Hao learned from a vendor selling sunflower seeds that there were houses available for purchase. In Yangguan Town, a vital thoroughfare, the requirements for ownership were not stringent. One merely needed to buy, and the government would provide the land deed. Naturally, Shen Hao also bought 2 jin of sunflower seeds for a few copper coins. In this world, silver and copper held considerable value, often surpassing their worth in contemporary society. A stone of rice cost merely 300 won, which meant that 1 tael of silver could purchase approximately 10 stones of rice, with each stone roughly equivalent to 50 kilograms today. Thus, 1 tael of silver could procure about 1,000 jin of rice, and in urban society, with rice prices hovering around 2 yuan, this translated to around 2,000 yuan. Of course, prices were not uniformly standardized. The world's economic dynamics varied, influencing purchasing power. Some items were inexpensive while others were costly. Here, salt, iron, and sugar were particularly expensive, contrary to their relatively low prices in modern society. Smuggling salt for sale in this region would yield substantial profits. Yet such endeavors were perilous, and Shen Hao had no intention of engaging in them. Historically, salt merchants had amassed fortunes rivaling nations. The salt merchants of ancient Yangzhou were renowned for their opulence, with those worth less than 1 million regarded as mere small traders, underscoring their wealth. Engaging in such high-profile smuggling was not a risk Shen Hao was willing to take. The real estate prices in Yangguan Town were modest, and accommodations for common folk were quite spacious. The ability for small households to purchase homes and secure a wife was indeed a comforting thought. Under the guidance of the vendor, Shen Hao spent 260 taels of silver on a 3-courtyard, 4-sided residence, a 3-story building facing the street. The facade comprised 4 rooms, with the street-facing side being the upper level. Upon entering the main gate, there were side rooms, 3 guest areas, and a storeroom. The corridor led to the 3rd floor, which contained 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. Although somewhat distant from the more vibrant streets of Yangguan Town, the tranquility of the location aligned perfectly with Shen Hao's desires. Additionally, there was a sizable courtyard of approximately 400 square meters, which in modern terms would be considered a mansion. Such a lavish standalone residence was acquired for a mere 260 taels of silver, illustrating the vastness of wealth in this world, where the affluent possessed homes far larger than necessary. Once the vendor departed, Shen Hao surveyed the estate, which indeed felt overwhelmingly spacious, prompting him to contemplate hiring a few servants. Glancing up at the blazing sun, he noted that it was still early. Primarily, he sought to acquire a beautiful maid, an endeavor that proved quite economical. The maid's appearance was paramount, while other attributes mattered little to Shen Hao. His values had always been guided by aesthetic appeal. Who would seek an unattractive partner? However, this time, Shenhao opted for a long robe instead of his monk's garb, donning a straw hat. In these times, a monk purchasing a maid could attract scrutiny, deviating from the expected conduct. Unfamiliar with Yangwan town and unaware of where to find maids for sale, Shenhao inquired and discovered that the southern part of the town was lined with establishments offering such services. It turned out that Yangwan town was abundant in maids. While it may sound like a mere town, it was, in fact, a county seat. Yangwan town serves as a crucial thoroughfare that delineates the boundary between the north and south, resulting in a palpable hustle and bustle. With a population of approximately 100,000, it may be considered a small county in the context of urban society. However, in this world, it qualifies as a substantial city. Upon reaching the southern part of the town, one encounters a considerable number of individuals attempting to sell their daughters. Many of these young women are dressed in tattered garments adorned with patches. "Sir, take a look at my daughter. She is priced at 6 taels of silver." One seller implores. "Esteemed sir, my daughter is 16 this year. She possesses sewing skills and can warm your bed, all for just 20 taels. As Shenhao surveyed the commotion of hawkers, he realized that a less attractive, younger girl could be purchased for merely a few taels of silver. In contrast, those with pleasing features and skills such as cooking and sewing commanded higher prices, around 20 taels. After a cursory glance, Shenhao shook his head. The girls presented before him were predominantly dark-skinned and emaciated, resembling elementary school students in their 3rd or 4th grades. Yet, they were already around 13 years old, clearly suffering from malnutrition. The sight left Shenhao with a lack of appetite. He sought a maidservant who was pleasing to the eye. After all, he desired only beauty in his purchase. It must be said, the plight of women in this era is quite tragic. While he felt a degree of sympathy, Shenhao was not in a position to save the world. He did not possess such noble inclinations. Previously, Shenhao had not considered a vial of medicine priced at 10 taels of silver to be exorbitant. But witnessing that a maidservant could be had for merely 6 or 7 taels underscored the preciousness of silver. It is evident that life at the lower rungs of society is exceedingly arduous. At that moment, Shenhao observed a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, kneeling by the roadside. A sign hung around her neck, declaring she was selling herself to bury her father. Behind her lay a grass mat, shrouding a lifeless body. Despite her coarse burlap attire, she was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisite, and her skin fair, a solid foundation for Shenhao's aesthetic preferences. He sought a maidservant to serve him and his brother. However, she appeared somewhat disheveled, with unkempt hair, a soiled face, and chapped lips, indicative of her poor state. At that moment, her complexion was flushed, as if she were feverish. The woman bowed her head, tears cascading down like a flickering candle flame, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Nevertheless, Shenhao noted that not only was the woman visually stunning, but her demeanor exuded a gentle grace that suggested she hailed from a family of distinction. Surrounding onlookers whispered amongst themselves, yet none approached to purchase her. The reason was clear. She owed 200 taels to others, and to acquire her would necessitate settling her debt. Such a noble bearing reminded Shenhao of Xiaobing. It appeared this woman had fallen from grace alongside her family's decline. Her beauty was worth the 200 taels, and Shenhao had no interest in spending several taels on an unattractive maidservant. The adage "you get what you pay for" rang true. 200 taels was but 80,000 in his valuation, comparable to a brief jaunt through Siam, hardly enough to cover the cost of a single watch he owned. The audacity of her asking price was astonishing. How could she have the courage to demand such a sum? She appeared frail and sickly. Who would purchase someone so incapable of labor? Those who did would surely lack common sense. Despite the murmurs from the crowd, the woman buried her head even lower. The frail figure trembled. At that moment, a gentle voice spoke near her ear. "Come, follow me." Hearing this, the woman raised her head in disbelief. And before her stood a tall man, his handsome and youthful face smiling at her, as if he were bathed in sunlight. In her darkest and most despairing hour, it felt as though a beam of light illuminated the entire world. Those around were astonished at Shenhao, ignoring their shock and murmurs. Shenhao sought out a donkey cart, taking the woman and her father's lifeless body back to the courtyard. The woman demanded a price of 200 taels. Although Shenhao was tempted by her, he felt the need to inquire further, sensing something unusual about such a steep price. Before he could speak, the woman knelt before him, her face filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, my lord. From this day forth, Yangtze shall be your servant, devoted and unwavering." Such words indicated she was no ordinary person. Shen Hao silently wondered if she still believed in ancient texts. Upon hearing this, he helped Song Yongzi to her feet, instinctively reaching out to touch her forehead, which was burning with fever. "Oh, you're so hot. You have a fever." Yongzi's face flushed. It was the first time she had been so close to a man. Struggling against her embarrassment and discomfort, she replied, "I am fine, my lord." Shen Hao then asked, "Could you share your background?" Yongzi nodded, hesitating for a moment before biting her lip and revealing the truth. "My surname is Song, and my name is Yongzi. My father is Song Yoli, a physician at the Imperial Hospital of the Daong dynasty. He devoted himself solely to the study of medicine and, due to his straightforward nature, offended the tyrant and was exiled to Yangwan town. I was not in the capital and learned of everything from a letter from my father's friend. So I have been waiting in Yangwan town. However, I never expected to receive such dreadful news." "Your family was implicated?" Shen Hao's first thought was of potential trouble for himself. He merely wished to acquire a beautiful woman and had no intention of opposing the local court. "Who sent your father?" "It was an inspector from the embroidery department. My father had previously treated her illness. The court has some connections, which is fortunate." "Where is she?" "I will speak with her first." Upon hearing this, Song Yongzi's heart trembled. It implied that Shen Hao might not necessarily purchase her. Chapter 14. Set a small goal first the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, Shen Hao discovered that acquiring a maid seemed to have entangled him in a troublesome situation. No wonder Yongzi appeared to be the daughter of a wealthy family. It turned out her father was a royal physician. Shen Hao's gaze then fell upon the body lying on the straw mat. Was this Song Yongzi's father, Song Yoli, a royal physician? For reasons unknown, Shen Hao felt an urge to absorb this corpse into his space. A royal physician, if he could assimilate the memories, would he not become a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Possessing medical knowledge also implied an understanding of toxicology. With such skills, Shen Hao would find a sense of security in this otherworldly realm. After all, poison is a silent menace, often unnoticed until it is too late. First, he needed to ascertain the significance of the Jingxiusi position and its potential influence. If the Jingxiusi official held considerable power, then purchasing Song Yongzi would not only be a wise investment, but could also forge a beneficial alliance. As for the emperor, Shen Hao harbored no fear. In this world of numerous dynasties, he could always relocate and thrive elsewhere. As a modern individual, he possessed little reverence for imperial authority. Furthermore, with his spatial refuge, he felt no trepidation. In the worst-case scenario, he could retreat into his space and engage in a little explosive fun. "I apologize, young master, for putting you in a difficult position," Song Yongzi murmured. In response, Shen Hao shook his head. "Whether or not I am troubled depends on the circumstances." "Where is your creditor?" "Rest assured, the Jingxiusi is well informed. They should arrive shortly," she replied. "Why doesn't that Jingxiusi official help you bury your father?" "She is a person of the court and cannot act too openly," Song Yongzi said, her fatigue evident. Shen Hao chose not to press further. For now, it seemed that Song Yongzi was not entirely ungrateful. At that moment, an unexpected shadow flitted across the wall, and in the blink of an eye, a figure gracefully landed beside Song Yongzi. Clad in dark attire and wearing a conical hat, the newcomer wielded a sword. However, her small stature, around 5 feet tall, betrayed her femininity. The black veil obscuring her face rendered her features indiscernible. Shen Hao stared in astonishment. Could this be the legendary lightness of foot, truly ghostly in its elegance? This only intensified his fascination. The dark-clad figure appraised Shen Hao and inquired, "Did you purchase her for 200 taels?" Shen Hao replied, "Not yet. I will proceed once it is confirmed to be safe." The figure scoffed lightly. "You are quite cautious. Feel free to buy her. I share a bond with her. As for the guards, do not concern yourself." Song Yongzi, visibly anxious, questioned, "You wouldn't harm them, would you?" "Indeed, a few greedy guards may be dealt with. The foolish emperor can no longer control the court. Here, far from the emperor's reach, you need not worry about any trouble. I possess some influence within the Jingxiusi," she stated. Having said that, the dark figure turned to Shen Hao. "Since she will be your maid, treat her well. If you wish, you may also pay for her freedom. As for other matters, there is no need for concern. Rest assured, the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyan, is at odds with the foolish emperor. Song Yongzi will not bring you any trouble. This can be considered my repayment of the favor owed to Song Yoli. He saved me once, and now I save his daughter. If anyone seeks trouble, simply revealing this token will suffice." Upon finishing her words, the woman in black tossed a token to Shen Hao, upon which the characters Jinxiusi were inscribed. Although he was unaware of the nature of Jinxiusi, Shen Hao resolved to spend money nonetheless, handing over 200 taels of silver to the woman. She opened her coin pouch, inspected the contents, and weighed them in her hand, expressing satisfaction. Indeed, the silver is of excellent quality and quantity. You may rest assured in the burial of your father, for you need not worry any further. Then, with a slight tip of her toes, the woman effortlessly ascended the wall and vanished from sight. Shen Hao gazed after her, his heart aflame with admiration. This was the mark of a true master. Holding the token of Jinxiu, he pondered its significance. Having spent the money, Shen Hao committed himself to the task at hand, procuring a grave and a coffin for the deceased. Half an hour later, the coffin bearers arrived. "Let us first lay your father to rest," Shen Hao said. "Thank you, kind sir," came the response, as they dressed Song Yoli in ceremonial robes and placed him into the coffin. This moved Song Yongzi deeply. In this era, filial piety was paramount. And when a senior passed away, being dressed in a new burial robe and laid in a fine coffin was deemed a blessing, a testament to the children's devotion. As preparations were made to seal the coffin, Shen Hao inquired, "Would you like to take a final look at your father?" Tears brimmed in Song Yongzi's eyes as she leaned over the coffin, weeping uncontrollably, and soon fainted. These past days, she had been feverish and had scarcely eaten, and now her grief had overwhelmed her. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Hao discreetly stored Song Yoli's body in a space. He wished to ascertain whether Song Yongzi and the woman in black had spoken the truth. After all, the dead do not lie. He then tossed in a stone of similar weight before finally sealing the coffin and nailing it shut, burying it in the land he had purchased. Having completed these tasks, Shen Hao returned to his room to attend to Song Yongzi. He took her temperature. It was 39.1 degrees Celsius, lacking medicine in his space. He returned to the urban hotel, arranging for antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medications to be delivered. Though not a physician, he possessed knowledge of basic ailments. At this moment, Shen Hao was in no rush to return to the other world. After all, time stood still, granting him the luxury of patience. Instead, he entered his space to absorb the memories of Song Yoli. As he entered, a dense white mist enveloped him, flooding him with memories of Song Yoli like a tidal wave. He discovered that Song Yoli's medical skills were a family legacy, belonging to the generation of the character Yu. The Song family lineage was arranged according to the principles of loyalty, filial piety, and friendship, ensuring their everlasting prosperity. However, in his generation, the lineage had dwindled to a single line, and he had only 2 daughters. The elder, Song Yongjin, had gone missing at the age of 6, presumed dead beyond hope of return, leaving only the younger, Song Yongzi, with his ancestral medical knowledge and years of personal study. Song Yoli's skills ranked among the finest even within the Imperial Medical Bureau. His troubles had begun when he was summoned to take the Empress Dowager's pulse. At the beginning of last month, Empress Dowager Lu experienced a loss of appetite and persistent nausea. She summoned 5 or 6 court physicians, all of whom attributed her condition to inadequate rest and prescribed calming medications, which proved ineffective. Ultimately, she called upon Song Yoli, who discerned that the Empress Dowager was experiencing a joyous pulse. With candor, Song Yoli revealed, "Your Majesty, you are with child." One cannot deny that Song Yoli was a capable physician. However, he lacked the finesse of a court physician. The Empress Dowager Lu was the widow of the late Emperor Xian, who had passed away 2 years prior. How could she be with child now? Was this not a scandalous affair within the imperial harem? As a physician, one must not only diagnose ailments, but also grasp the intricate dynamics of the court and the prevailing powers. The other court physicians had already recognized the joyous pulse, but remained silent, while Song Yoli's bluntness proved to be a double-edged sword. The previous Emperor Xian had met his demise under suspicious circumstances, allegedly at the hands of the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Although the condition was clearly one of cold syndrome, all the physicians insisted it was heat syndrome, leading to a worsening state with each administered remedy. The director, who had caused the death of Emperor Yang Xian, faced no repercussions and was rewarded by the new emperor, which is indeed perplexing. At the age of 20, Yang Wenzan ascended the throne as the 10th emperor of the Daong dynasty, taking the title of Emperor Wen. Once crowned, he descended into madness. While mourning for Emperor Xian, he caressed the scars left by the emperor's cane, exclaiming in fury, "You died too late." Barely months into his reign, he began a spree of executions, eliminating anyone who displeased him. His uncle, Yang Wuxian, wielded considerable military power, serving as a stabilizing force. Yet, Wenzan could not rest until he had silenced him. Resorting to strangulation, he eradicated all those sent by his father, Emperor Xian, to monitor him, leaving no one alive. This reign of terror established his authority and brought a semblance of stability. In the second year of his reign, Yang Wenzan, in a fit of whimsy, took the women of his late father's harem into his favor. Except for his biological mother, Sun Xiu'er, he claimed all the concubines of Emperor Xian, including his own half-sister. Empress Dowager Lu, being the former empress of Xian, was also taken by Emperor Wen and found herself with child. Wenzan even deemed one empress insufficient, bestowing titles upon 5 women, showcasing his tyrannical nature. While indulging in his licentious pursuits within the harem, the potential scandal loomed large. The other physicians feigned ignorance. Yet Song Jiuli's honesty led to dire consequences, resulting in a raid on his household. In Shen Hao's view, Song Jiuli deserved his fate. He had brought misfortune upon himself and his family. A physician must possess prudence and political acumen. Failing to do so invites calamity. His crime was deemed as disrespect towards the Empress Dowager. Having absorbed all of Song Jiuli's memories, I gained a clearer understanding of the overarching situation within the Daong dynasty. I became acutely aware of the existence of formidable martial artists in this world. The realms of physical refinement, postnatal and prenatal cultivation, and true essence were all present. The most powerful individuals within the Daong dynasty were those who had mastered the realm of true essence. The uncle, Yang Wuxian, slain by the tyrant Emperor Wenzan, was indeed a master of the true essence realm, capable of soaring through the air and wielding a sword against foes. Originally, Yang Wuxian served as the pillar of the Daong dynasty, but unexpectedly he was poisoned and suffocated by his own nephew within the confines of a celestial prison. It can only be described as a tragic fate. The world is vast. To the north of the Daong dynasty lies the northern wastes, while to the south is the Great Kuan dynasty. These 3 closely situated kingdoms are merely vassal states of the Tianwu dynasty. Each year, they are obliged to pay tribute to Tianwu. Indeed, having absorbed Song Jiuli's memories, there is now a clearer understanding of the global landscape. However, to Shen Hao's disappointment, Song Jiuli's corpse bore no recollections of martial arts techniques, for he was merely a court physician. Strangely, Shen Hao felt an urge to seek out the remains of Yang Wuxian. This 5th royal uncle, being a master of the true essence realm, must certainly possess profound techniques. With the knowledge of this world and the presence of such formidable experts, Shen Hao's enthusiasm for martial arts training grew ever more fervent. He resolved to set a modest goal, to attain the postnatal realm. Chapter 15. The master of traditional Chinese medicine and calligraphy. It must be said that this foolish monarch, Yang Wenzan, is truly despicable. Strangely, Shen Hao felt a twinge of envy. Typically, when one ascends to the throne, most men inevitably become tyrants. It is the enlightened rulers who possess true ruthlessness. Having absorbed the memories of Song Jiuli, Shen Hao not only ascended to the esteemed realm of the medical masters but also became adept in the art of calligraphy. From a young age, Song Jiuli diligently pursued medical studies and honed his calligraphy skills, establishing himself as a distinguished figure. Indeed, Song Jiuli was a person of genuine talent and knowledge, lacking the artifice required in courtly affairs. This allowed him ample time and energy to indulge in the appreciation of stones and the study of both calligraphy and medicine. His fervent pursuit of these arts set him apart from the mundane, and perhaps his eccentric personality and idiosyncrasies were the very foundation of his success. Regrettably, he lacked the innate gift for originality. Had he forged a distinctive style, he would undoubtedly have been hailed as a master of his craft. Not to mention, even throughout history, few calligraphers have managed to establish their own schools and create unique styles. However, the combination of calligraphy and medicine was already immensely satisfying for Shen Hao. With his newfound skills in calligraphy, he began to explore online resources. Previously, he had been aware of the prowess of calligraphers such as Wang Shizhi, Yan Zhenqing, Song Huizong, Yu Shinan, and Dong Qichong, yet he could not discern their true brilliance. It was only with the memories of Song Jiuli that he began to appreciate the subtleties that revealed their mastery. The use of ink, the arrangement of lines, and the overall composition were all subjects of great significance. At the same time, Shen Hao uncovered the identity of the mysterious woman in black. She had indeed spoken the truth. Her name was Wenren Yi, a Jingxi, affiliated with an organization akin to the Jinyue. Upon realizing this, Shen Hao felt a sense of relief, as it was clear that Song Yongxi would not pose any trouble for him. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had passed, and upon glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 3 in the morning. Shen Hao promptly retired for the night. The following day, he drove back to the small county town. In the provincial capital of Chang'an, his BMW 5 Series went unnoticed. But in a modest county town with a population of merely 100,000, it was indeed a remarkable sight. Once back in the county, the novelty of the luxury car wore off, and he found little inclination to indulge further. After taking a shower, he ordered some takeout and resumed his training diligently. Thus, a week passed, and Shunhao's herbal baths came to an end. After performing a series of movements, his body crackled with sound. His muscles and bones resonated in harmony. Achieving the pinnacle of strengthening muscles and bones, he finally entered the later stages of body forging. The lingering aftereffects from Song Yoli had finally dissipated, yet his physique still lagged behind. Taking a deep breath, Shunhao felt a sense of relief. He was now ready to practice skin training. At present, his strength was comparable to that of the bandit Lu Dabiao. Only the training of his skin remained. Shunhao once again traversed to the other world. Observing Song Yongxi lying on the bed, he took her pulse, discovering that she merely suffered from wind cold, with no signs of infection. A dose of antipyretic medication would suffice. However, her vital energy and blood were significantly depleted, requiring replenishment. After administering the antipyretic, Song Yongxi fell into a deep slumber. Consequently, Shunhao made another trip to the pharmacy in Yangwan town, purchasing 10 portions of herbal baths for a total of 100 taels. The medicinal concoctions would enable Shunhao to achieve the pinnacle of body refinement. However, the subsequent methods were absent, prompting Shunhao to contemplate a solution. At that moment, he noticed a notice posted on the street. Wanted, Lu Bashan, the bandit from Lu family village. This individual has murdered officials escorting government prisoners, an unforgivable crime. Anyone with information will receive a reward of 50 taels of silver. Upon seeing this, Shunhao felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If the court were to eradicate Lu family village, the notorious leader, Lu Bashan, would also meet his demise. According to Lu Dabi's memories, Lu Bashan was a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of the acquired realm, undoubtedly possessing a legacy of martial arts techniques. Should he succeed in eliminating Lu Bashan and absorbing his remains, obtaining the subsequent techniques would be a mere formality. Contemplating this, Shunhao's heart stirred. While others were oblivious to the specifics of Lu family village, Shunhao, having absorbed Lu Dabi's memories, was intimately acquainted with its layout. The bandit who had once ambushed him, Lu Dabi, was indeed Lu Baoshan's godson. In his recollections, details of Lu family village were vivid, its hiding places, main roads, and byways were all etched in his mind, along with the number of inhabitants and their weaponry. This wealth of information was more than sufficient for the court to subdue Lu family village. The officials escorting the esteemed prisoner, Song Yoli, had evidently been slain, and it seemed they were not killed, but rather framed by the bandits of Lu family village. It appeared that when Rini had cleverly shifted the blame onto Lu family village, leaving the bandits without recourse for explanation. Shunhao surmised that, given the framing, when Rini would surely resort to silencing any potential witnesses. This was the only plausible scenario. The intricate details of the matter were beyond Shunhao's knowledge, nor did he possess an interest in uncovering them. His sole desire was to acquire Lu Baoshan's corpse. Each party had their own interests at stake. A mutual benefit was in sight. However, Shunhao was reluctant to place himself in the spotlight. If questioned about his intimate knowledge of the situation, he would find it challenging to provide a satisfactory explanation. After some deliberation, he returned to his quarters and swiftly sketched a map of Lu family village, detailing the personnel and their equipment. Seizing a moment of solitude, he discarded the map onto the ground. Indeed, it wasn't long before someone picked it up and proceeded to the county office to claim the reward. Shunhao, indifferent to the unfolding events, retreated to his small courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Yongxi, who had consumed the medicine and taken a rest, had awakened. Her fever had subsided, and she appeared considerably revitalized, though still somewhat frail. Upon seeing Shunhao enter, she hurriedly attempted to rise and pay her respects. Yet, Shunhao gently halted her. First, focus on recovering. Other matters can wait. Song Yongxi quickly shook her head, insisting, "Young master, I am now your maid. How can I allow you to handle these affairs?" Shunhao reassured her. "It is of no consequence. Simply rest easy." With that, he exited the room. Observing Shunhao's upright silhouette, Song Yongxi felt a profound sense of gratitude. In her life, apart from her parents, Shunhao was the first man who had shown her such kindness. He appeared during the darkest moments of her life, akin to a celestial being rescuing her. Originally, she had resigned herself to the fate of becoming a servant, subject to humiliation. Yet, to her astonishment, she encountered Shunhao. Moreover, Shunhao did not regard her as a mere subordinate. His demeanor towards her was kind, devoid of any harsh commands, and he even tended to her ailments. This was a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of a servant's existence. Meeting Shen Hao was, for Song Yongzi, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In her heart, she felt that Shen Hao was the finest man in the world, and she silently vowed to remain loyal to him for the entirety of her life. Chapter 16. How to repay you upon returning to the real world. I finished my meal and brought back a bowl of congee and a single egg. I also purchased some fruits, such as bananas, before making my way back to Yongguang Town. Although the urban realm lacked formidable experts, its abundance of resources was akin to paradise for those from antiquity. Setting the food upon the table, I noticed Song Yongxi's cheeks were flushed. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, I quickly deduced that she wished to avoid the restroom. She nodded, her face burning with embarrassment, her ears flushed as well. You may take your time, I said, promptly shutting the door behind me but remaining nearby. After waiting for several minutes without a sound, I re-entered the room. Upon my arrival, Song Yongzi, overwhelmed by shame, buried her face in the blanket, unable to meet my gaze. Despite being my maid, she still found the situation somewhat uncomfortable. After consuming the congee, a weary Song Yongzi soon drifted back into a deep slumber, this time with a gentle smile gracing her lips, no longer troubled by worries. She slept soundly for a full 16 hours, awakening the next day at 9 o'clock. The morning sun filtered through the window, casting warmth upon her face, prompting her to stretch languidly. Her vitality had returned, and her fever had subsided. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her to spring up in a flurry. Meanwhile, I had also spent my first night in this world. As I practiced my martial arts, I observed Song Yongzi hastily emerging. Ah, you are awake, I remarked with a smile. Forgive me, my lord, she replied, her tone respectful. I must have dozed off. There is no need to dwell on such trivialities. I reassured her. How do you feel now? Any lingering discomfort? Much improved, my lord, she answered. Now that you are awake, let us prepare for breakfast. Certainly, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. No need, I interjected. I have already prepared the meal, just tidy the table. Song Yongzi, eager to assist, began to clear the dishes. Naturally, she could not have cooked, for the food had been brought from the real world. On the table lay not an extravagant feast, but rather simple century egg and lean meat congee, complemented by some fruits, eggs, and corn. Staring in astonishment at the array of fruits, Song Yongzi exclaimed, What are these? My lord? I have never seen them before. This is called a strawberry. The yellow one is a banana, and this is corn, I explained. According to my recollections, while this world possessed bananas, strawberries and corn were non-existent. Enough of the staring, eat quickly, I urged. At my words, Song Yongzi stifled her astonishment. It was worth noting that bananas were a delicacy exclusive to the Great Kuan Kingdom, utterly absent in the Great Yang Kingdom. Only the emperor and the affluent could indulge in such luxuries, for the arduous journey and high transportation costs rendered them unattainable for the common folk. During Song Yoli's tenure at the Imperial Medical Institute, Emperor Xian had once granted him a single banana, which Song Yoli had treasured and brought back, leaving a lasting impression on Song Yongzi. It was not that bananas were inherently rare. Rather, the challenges of transportation, treacherous roads, and rampant banditry made them exceedingly difficult to procure. Relying solely on horse-drawn carts that moved at a sluggish pace, often resulting in spoilage by the time they arrived. Perhaps fruits are not expensive, yet the cost of transportation is exorbitant. In Yongguang Town, one cannot find bananas, which can be deemed a luxury. A single banana may well cost 10 taels of silver. And surprisingly, they are remarkably fresh. Moreover, the table is adorned with an array of unfamiliar fruits, truly astonishing, even without having tasted them. Their appearance suggests they are exceedingly costly. This world is replete with fruits, yet they remain unaffordable for the common folk, primarily due to the arduous transportation challenges. Even if purchased, they are seldom fresh, leaving only a couple of local varieties to consume. In the northern regions, the rarity of such fruits requires no further elaboration. Song Yongzi never anticipated that Shen Hao would procure such extravagant items. Momentarily, she hesitated to indulge. Of course, Shen Hao could not comprehend her reaction. These items are commonplace in the real world. Despite being aware of their expense, he still believes that for someone of his stature, being frugal about spending a mere dozen coins is utterly foolish. Enough of this. Do not linger. Eat quickly, he urged. I was never this affluent before now. I am merely a servant. Song Yongzi choked on her words. Gently, he patted her shoulder in consolation, saying, Enough of your worries. As my servant, it is only natural that I treat you well. Do not weep. It would be a source of ridicule. Your well-being is paramount, and I am still eager to partake." Through her sobs, Song Yongzi replied, "I am but your servant. Whatever you desire is only right and just. Your kindness surpasses that of even a princess. I am destined to be yours in this life. In death, I shall be your spirit. Please, do not abandon me. Without you, I truly do not know how to survive." She gazed at Shun Hao with unwavering determination, her tone sincere and heartfelt. Hearing her words lightened Shun Hao's spirit. A delightful sensation indeed. In contemporary society, such affection is unattainable. One must maintain a faade even when treating another well. Enough chatter, the porridge will become cold. Eat swiftly, he insisted. At the dining table, Song Yongzi only consumed porridge, refraining from touching the fruits, as she deemed them too precious to indulge in herself. Shun Hao had treated her kindly, and she recognized the importance of humility. Corn and strawberries, items she had never encountered before, tasted sweet, yet her heart felt even sweeter. Occasionally, she stole glances at Shen Hao, her lovely eyes brimming with affection. After their meal, Shen Hao encouraged Song Yongzi to rest more, especially as she was unwell. He then returned to the real world, indulging in a medicinal bath, for many conveniences abound in contemporary society, even the simplest acts like using the restroom. After a month of soaking in the 10 batches of medicinal baths he had purchased, he must admit the results were remarkable. The body refinement 12 techniques had been fully mastered, achieving perfection in strengthening tendons, bones, and skin. Now, Shen Hao is brimming with vitality, his body infused with strength. According to Lu Dabiao's recollections, having reached this stage, one can utilize robust vitality to open meridians, leading to the emergence of a vital energy within, which is indeed crucial. As long as one successfully gathers this energy within the dantian, inner strength is produced. However, Shen Hao, having absorbed Lu Dabiao's memories, lacks the knowledge to do so. Lu Dabiao himself was merely at the mid-stage of body refinement, a level inferior to Shen Hao's current state. He was completely unaware of how to guide the flow of qi and blood through the meridians, indicating the need for proper guidance. In terms of selecting a suitable mentor, Shen Hao's gaze turned towards Lu Baoshan. Upon returning to Yangwan town, everything remained unchanged from before his departure. Song Yongzi was still fast asleep. Shen Hao ventured out to gather intelligence, eager to ascertain whether the authorities had taken action. Meanwhile, the government had received detailed information regarding the Lu family stronghold and chose not to launch an immediate assault. Instead, they dispatched 2 scouts to verify the accuracy of the route. Chapter 17. What is this, young master? As Shen Hao strolled through the bustling streets, preparing to return home, he noticed a gathering of people engaged in animated discussion. Driven by curiosity, he approached the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were all fixated on a newly posted announcement from the county office. The notice contained a summons for heroes, declaring that the bandits of Lu family village were egregiously wicked and deserved to be eradicated. It earnestly invited valiant individuals to join the campaign against the bandits. Each participant heading to the mountain would receive 10 taels of silver, while those who distinguished themselves in battle would earn a reward of 100 taels. A bounty of 500 taels was promised for the capture of the bandit leader, Lu Baoshan. Surveying the scene, Shen Hao observed that while many were intrigued, only a handful seemed inclined to sign up for the perilous endeavor. Engaging in a campaign against bandits required genuine skill. Those without the requisite abilities would likely meet their demise. Contemplating the announcement, Shen Hao found himself pondering the venture. His primary goal was to obtain the corpse of Lu Baoshan. To achieve this, he would need to approach the notorious bandit leader. Moreover, the authorities, emboldened to confront the bandits, must have made thorough preparations, which would likely include formidable opponents akin to Lu Baoshan. The corpses of these adversaries could also serve as potential targets for Shen Hao. Should danger arise, he could retreat into his spatial refuge. Additionally, with the memories of Lu Dapio at his disposal, Shen Hao felt remarkably familiar with Lu family village, as if returning home. Notably, aside from Lu Baoshan, a formidable practitioner of the 6th layer of postnatally cultivated strength, the village also housed a second-in-command of the 4th layer and a third-in-command of the 2nd layer. The remainder were merely at the body refinement stage. As long as he did not provoke these 3 leaders, the rest would not pose a challenge to him. The more he pondered, the more he found his plan sound. Resolute in his decision, Shen Hao donned a sleek black outfit and proceeded to the county office to register his name. The clerk responsible for maintaining the roster was taken aback upon seeing Shen Hao's crew cut. The sun must have risen in the west. Even monks are joining the fight against bandits now. What is your name? Wang Laoji. Initially intending to register under the name of his childhood friend, Wang Lao Si. Shen Hao hesitated and altered his choice. Very well, you shall set out tomorrow morning to confront the bandits. Your rewards will be provided after the completion of the mission. The clerk stated, handing Shen Hao a waste token. Receiving the token, Shen Hao turned and departed. Upon returning home, he found Song Yongzi still fast asleep. In his leisure time, he began to peruse the medical texts that Song Yongzi had gifted him. Previously, he had found them incomprehensible and lacked interest. Now, however, he read them with great enthusiasm, almost unable to part with them. As a modern individual, Shen Hao preferred the straightforwardness of Western medicine. Furthermore, compared to traditional Chinese medicine, it was significantly more economical. Despite the numerous critics of Chinese medicine online, the reality was that consultations could be quite costly, with fees for adept practitioners reaching hundreds, and a week's worth of medicine costing over 1,000. Patients were constantly in attendance. Now, Shen Hao considered himself somewhat of a master in Chinese medicine, albeit lacking practical opportunities to apply his skills. In the evening, Song Yongzi awakened, her demeanor notably revitalized. After washing her face and tidying her hair, her aura became strikingly refined, akin to a pearl cleansed of dust, which made Shen Hao's eyes brighten with admiration. Despite Song Yongzi's attire of coarse linen, her innate beauty was impossible to conceal. Her snow-white cheeks accentuated her ethereal charm, particularly the gentle grace that only a Jiangnan woman could possess, along with her eyes, which shimmered with a tenderness reminiscent of flowing water, imbued with the unique allure of an Eastern woman. This natural beauty in ancient garb quickened Shen Hao's heartbeat. Yet, her pallor, akin to that of a blank sheet of paper, revealed a certain morbid beauty, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Noticing Shen Hao's unwavering gaze, Song Yongzi felt a mix of shyness and delight, her cheeks flushing slightly. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "My lord, it is quite late. You must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." Shen Hao replied, "No need, just wash your hands, and we can dine." The truth was, the food she prepared was rather unpalatable, leaving him quite disenchanted. "Yes, my lord," Song Yongzi shyly nodded before turning to leave. Dinner was rather simple, just a plate of stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, congee, steamed buns, a plate of cold cucumbers, and a serving of pork rib soup. Naturally, these were takeout items Shen Hao had procured from a restaurant. Seeing such an abundant spread laid out before them, Song Yongzi was incredulous. She had not witnessed Shen Hao cooking at all. "What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat," Shen Hao remarked discontentedly, observing her motionless posture. "My lord, as a servant, how could I dine with you? Please eat first. I will attend to you from the side," she replied with a gentle smile. "Enough of the fuss. Remember, when I say go east, you go east. Do as I say, or I shall be displeased," Shen Hao asserted. Conceding to his words, Song Yongzi dared not persist. Fearing to provoke him, in a soft voice, she acknowledged, "Yes, my lord. That's more like it," he said, handing her a steamed bun. "Eat." Taking a deep breath, Song Yongzi felt a rush of sweetness within her heart. She sampled a bite of the stir-fried potatoes. The slight tang and crunch were delightful. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "What dish is this? It is so delicious." Her curiosity about Shen Hao was piqued, regardless of whether it was fruits or vegetables. All were unfamiliar to her. Having grown up in the bustling capital, which lay in the prosperous southern region, she had certainly seen the world. Yet, in Shen Hao's presence, she suddenly felt diminutive, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness beyond. Shen Hao smiled faintly, offering no explanation. "If you enjoy it, eat more. There is no need for further inquiries." The rich cultural history of Huaxia, spanning 5,000 years, transcended mere written language and extended into the culinary arts. Traditionally, the greeting among Huaxia people was not hello but rather, "Have you eaten?" The very character for eating implied that Huaxia people had tasted hunger and thus inquired so. Moreover, the fruits and vegetables brought back from abroad by their ancestors had been thoroughly vetted. Only the delectable made the journey home. The selection was rigorous, ensuring quality. During the meal, both master and servant relished the experience. Afterward, Song Yongzi obediently proceeded to wash the dishes. Chapter 18. Upon returning, Shen Hao was utterly exhausted. Feeling drowsy, he glanced at Song Yongzi, who stood there motionless. Shen Hao inquired, "Are you planning to stand there all night?" Song Yongzi, initially awaiting Shen Hao's instructions, hurriedly replied, "Oh, young master, please wait a moment. I will fetch some water." Shen Hao was taken aback. His intention was to suggest that she retire for the night. But she had misunderstood him. Although Song Yongzi was a maid purchased by Shen Hao, Adapting to the life of a wealthy gentleman was not something one could master instantly. Just like a new vehicle, it required a period of adjustment. Approximately half an hour later, Song Yongxi approached with a basin and placed it beside Shen Hao. In a gentle tone, she said, "Young master, you must be weary after a long day. Allow me to wash your feet." Shen Hao nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline her offer. After all, acquiring a maid was meant for one's comfort, not for the purpose of strict oversight. With delicate care, Song Yongxi helped Shen Hao remove his shoes and socks, gently placing one of his feet into the warm water. "Is the water too hot for you, young master?" she inquired softly. "Just right," he replied. With a sweet smile, Song Yongxi said, "That is good to hear. Please soak for a moment. I will massage your shoulders." As she moved behind him, her slender hands began to knead his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Shen Hao closed his eyes in contentment, savoring the moment. In this oppressive feudal society, I must voice my dissent. While massaging, Song Yongxi curiously asked, "Young master, how is the pressure?" "Excellent. I am thoroughly enjoying it." "Your technique is quite commendable," Shen Hao responded. Song Yongxi blushed at his praise, replying, "Young master flatters me. I learned some acupressure and massage techniques from my father since childhood. I hope you find it satisfactory." "Of course, I find it most enjoyable," he affirmed, reveling in the comfort. After 5 minutes of soaking, Song Yongxi began to massage his feet gently. When the water began to cool, she dried his feet carefully. "Young master, please wait a moment. I will prepare the bedding," she said. "Very well," he replied. A few minutes later, Song Yongxi's voice echoed from the room, "Young master, the bed is ready for you." As Shen Hao entered the room, he was slightly taken aback to find Song Yongxi lying beneath the covers, her gaze evasive. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked. In earnest, she replied, "Young master, I am your maid." For a moment, Shen Hao was at a loss for words. The burdens of a feudal society weigh heavily, yet he found a certain comfort in tradition, something utterly absent in the modern world. It offered a nostalgic taste of history. Clearing his throat, Shen Hao remarked, "Isn't this rather inappropriate? Young master, the nights here can be quite chilly, and after washing your feet, you mustn't catch a cold. Please, come under the covers," Song Yongxi implored in a voice barely above a whisper, almost inaudible unless one were particularly attentive. Shen Hao, possessing keen senses and having undergone rigorous training, was in no way a meek man. He was hardly a paragon of self-discipline. And it was not that he could not withstand temptation. Rather, the trials presented were exceedingly formidable. However, upon contact, enthusiasm waned by half. Shaking her head, she said, "Perhaps it is best to postpone this. Your constitution is rather frail, and considering the circumstances, we can discuss it in a few days. Good delicacies are never too late. My health is of little concern," Song Yongxi whispered. "Cough, cough. This is utterly absurd. Such a notion cannot be entertained. Yet, it is not without solutions." Shen Hao interjected with a dry cough. "What solutions? Your massage technique was quite commendable just now. How would you fare in a different area?" "My lord, I am unsure if I am capable." "Ah, yes, indeed." Chapter 19. The Assault on Lu Family's Stronghold. "Young master, I shall go wash my face." Go ahead." At this moment, the moon hung delicately upon the willow branches, illuminating the world with a brightness reminiscent of the moon Shen Hao had gazed upon in his childhood. As radiant as daylight. Within the confines of the room, Shen Hao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. In his embrace, Song Yongxi listened to Shen Hao's steady breathing, an inexplicable joy swelling within her heart. A sense of unprecedented security enveloped her. Although Shen Hao was asleep, Song Yongxi quietly dressed and slipped outside. In this peaceful sleep, both Shen Hao and Song Yongxi found a profound sense of tranquility. The following morning, Shen Hao arrived alone at the entrance of the county government. A throng of nearly 100 individuals had gathered at the gates, some wielding knives, others brandishing swords, and a few clutching spiked clubs, all appearing remarkably fierce. Shen Hao's arrival stirred little commotion among them. Around 9 o'clock, over 300 soldiers clad in armor rushed forth. Yangguan Town, being a crucial transportation hub, housed 3 patrol camps, each comprising 5 formations with 100 soldiers per formation, all commanded by a chief patrol officer. Shortly thereafter, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a lean man, approximately 40 years of age, rode forth on horseback, donned in armor and wielding a 9-ringed saber, exuding a commanding presence. Dismounting, his piercing gaze swept across the crowd as he proclaimed, "I am Zhao Chuang, the chief patrol of Yangguan Town. Today, we aim to flatten Lu family stronghold. Since you have joined the ranks of the anti-bandit forces, I must issue a warning. Should anyone retreat or spread rumors that undermine the morale during the operation, the penalty shall be death. Do any of you dissent? No, came the scattered responses from the crowd. Zhao Chuang surveyed the assembly, harboring little expectation, viewing them merely as a motley crew. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. With the command given, Shun Hao fell in line with the procession, trudging toward the outskirts of the town. A frown creased his brow as he realized that Lu family's stronghold lay nearly 20 kilometers away. Under the scorching sun, they marched for over 3 arduous hours. Fortunately, Shun Hao had perfected his physical conditioning. Otherwise, he would have been rendered utterly exhausted. This journey served to affirm Shun Hao's capabilities, as he noted a significant enhancement in his strength, speed, and endurance. He felt confident that he could secure first place in a marathon. By around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the troops arrived at the foot of Lu family stronghold. Zhao Chuang commanded, "Rest here. We shall launch our assault under the cover of night in 3 hours." Understood. Meanwhile, news of Yangwan Town's formidable offensive had reached Lu family stronghold, prompting all members to prepare for the impending confrontation. Lu Baoshan, the chief of Lu family, summoned everyone to the hall to deliberate on their strategy. "What are your thoughts on how we should respond?" The third chief, Qin Daho, suggested, "Why not descend the mountain and launch a surprise attack? Strike first to gain the advantage." The second chief, Zhou Hailu, scoffed, "Foolishness. Our Lu family stronghold has a mere 80 members in total, even with insufficient weaponry. How can one confront the armored soldiers of the court? To strike first? Engaging in combat with regular troops on the plains is tantamount to courting death. One charge, and it could all be over." Qin Dahua, the third in command, coldly scoffed. "Then what do you propose? Do not engage in a head-on confrontation. If we can withstand them, we shall hold our ground. If not, we must retreat early," suggested the second in command, Zhou Haihu. Upon hearing this, Lu Baoshan noticed the silence among the others and interjected, "Haihu's notion is commendable, but why should we flee? This is our stronghold. After all our efforts to accumulate our resources, we cannot afford to lose them. Yangwan Town has merely 3 patrol camps, totaling about 100 men. Our Lu family stronghold is easily defensible. As long as we hold steadfast, what can they do?" However, the chief commander leading the troops is Zhao Chuang, a formidable adversary of the 8th rank. "His 9 linked blade techniques are exceedingly fierce. It is prudent for us to withdraw," Lu Baoshan retorted. "I, too, am of the 6th rank," Lu Baoshan declared. "How could my Lu family's gentle breeze sword technique fear him?" In response, Zhou Haihu fell silent, harboring doubts in his heart. Although the gentle breeze sword technique was indeed formidable, Lu Baoshan's skills were lacking. Zhao Chuang was renowned as a master, formerly part of the Imperial Forest Army. As a trusted confidant of Emperor Xian, he had been demoted by the new Emperor Yang Wendi, wielding exceptional prowess, unmatched within the same realm. Sighing inwardly at Lu Baoshan's nonchalance, Zhou Haihu contemplated that following a leader devoid of prudence would inevitably lead to ruin. At this moment, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Zhou Haihu possessed no other remarkable skills, but he was adept at retreating swiftly. No one could catch him if they were not at least a major rank above him. The others began to flatter Lu Baoshan as he commanded the bandits of Lu family stronghold to prepare for battle. Shun Hao initially intended to take advantage of the night to escape, but alas, there was no opportunity as soldiers surrounded him. With his speed, fleeing was futile, especially since he hadn't eaten all day and was ravenously hungry. Thus, he resigned himself to returning to the real world. Seated on the sofa, Shun Hao ordered a serving of braised chicken, cursing as he ate. "These bastards, sending us to hunt bandits without providing food, treating us like cannon fodder. Damn it, they think too highly of themselves." After about 10 minutes, the braised chicken arrived. In a small county town, delivery was indeed swift. After satisfying his hunger, Shun Hao lay back on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin for a while before dozing off, only to find himself back in the alternate world. At that moment, Shun Hao was invigorated, unlike the others who appeared weary. Around 7 p.m., Zhao Chuang ordered the attack. Shun Hao scoffed quietly, taking advantage of the distraction to hide in his space. He had overthought his willingness to risk his life for this group. However, in the confines of his space, he could only perceive events within a 1-meter radius. At that moment, Zhao Chuang instructed his men to count heads. Upon discovering one missing, his brow furrowed. "Did anyone see someone escape?" "No," came the response. "This individual appears to be a master of lightness skills. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Our priority is to assault Lu family stronghold." Approximately half an hour later, When Shen Hao sensed that no one remained, he finally emerged. However, Shen Hao took a detour, ascending through a narrow path at the rear mountain. He was exceedingly familiar with Lu family village. Halfway through, he heard the echoes of battle cries. The village was ablaze, clearly indicating that the imperial troops had ordered the setting of fires. Note: the concept of space serves as a transit station. Upon entering this space from the real world, the real world does not remain still, while the other world does. Conversely, entering the space from the other world results in the other world remaining in motion, while the real world becomes static. In this context, the world that enters the space does not remain still. Chapter 20. Acquiring the Secret Manual. The postnatal triple following the narrow path, Shen Hao walked for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, he was startled by a cacophony of shouts and clashing weapons ahead. Instinctively, he concealed himself in the shadows to observe. By the flickering light of the flames, Shen Hao discerned two combatants. One was a man in his 30s, recognized from Lu Dabiao's memories as the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, who possessed remarkable agility and skill. The other was a woman clad in black, her face hidden beneath a conical hat. Shen Hao recognized her immediately as Wen Renyi, the very woman who had extorted 200 taels of silver from him that fateful day. Both fighters exhibited extraordinary speed, and it was only near the light of the fire that Shen Hao could faintly glimpse their silhouettes. He felt a pang of envy at their prowess. At that moment, he confirmed that the woman was indeed Wen Renyi. Shen Hao had previously sketched this path, indicating that the authorities were aware of it. Clearly, the chief patrol officer, Zhao Chuang, had orchestrated a grand diversion to engage the enemy head-on, while Wen Renyi flanked them via the hidden route. The two were locked in combat, and it was evident that Zhou Haihu was outmatched by Wen Renyi. He was consistently on the defensive, his superior agility not enough to evade her relentless pursuit. After a brief period, Zhou Haihu's internal energy waned, and his movements began to slow. A look of desperation crossed his face, for he knew that with diminishing speed, death would soon follow. Indeed, within 10 exchanges, Zhou Haihu fell, a blade piercing his heart, his life extinguished. Without lingering, Wen Renyi swiftly made her way towards the stronghold. The moment she vanished from sight, Shen Hao chose to retreat into the confines of his spatial realm. Wary of her formidable skills and unwilling to take any chances, he recalled how adeptly masters in television dramas could discern their surroundings and felt a twinge of uncertainty about his own concealment. It was prudent to play it safe. As anticipated, shortly after Shen Hao concealed himself, Wen Renyi circled back, pausing precisely at his previous position. Confused, she pondered how the footsteps she had heard moments ago had suddenly ceased. From his hidden vantage point, Shen Hao sensed her presence and exhaled in relief, grateful for his swift retreat. After searching for some time without success, Wen Renyi's vigilance heightened. Her mission to eradicate Lu's stronghold was twofold. First, to frame Lu for the murder of Song Yoli, and second, to extract the coveted demon core from the Lu family. The considerable effort expended to subdue Zhou Haihu was primarily due to the noise she had heard, leaving her cautious in her approach. Had she unleashed her full strength, Zhou Haihu would have been dispatched in mere moments. Wen Renyi scoured the vicinity for 3 miles, yet found no trace of her quarry. This individual possessed extraordinary lightness of foot, leaving her puzzled about their intentions. Did they, too, seek the demon core? After pondering the matter, she decided to abandon her search, lightly stepping away as her figure flickered amidst the trees, vanishing into the stronghold. After waiting in the spatial realm for approximately half an hour, Shen Hao finally emerged. Once he confirmed the area was clear of others, he ascended the stronghold. Gazing at the lifeless body of Zhou Haihu, he carefully stored it within his spatial confines. At this very moment, the entire stronghold, besieged by Wen Renyi and Zhao Chuang, had been entirely subdued. Shen Hao pretended to follow the main force. Soon, dozens of strongholds were bound, and the chief of the bandits, Lu Baoshan, was also firmly restrained. However, Wen Renyi was nowhere to be found. She had discreetly departed, concealing her contributions and accolades. Zhao Chuang commanded his soldiers to strip Lu's stronghold of all its provisions and treasures. It must be said, Lu Baoshan had accumulated quite a fortune over the years. The total value of the gold and silver alone exceeded 30,000 taels, along with ample grain and medicinal herbs, as well as numerous virtuous women. Zhao Chuang nodded in satisfaction. With these spoils, their expedition had not been in vain. Once the looting was complete, Zhao Chuang ordered, "Burn the entire stronghold to the ground." Lu Baoshan, captured and defiant, retorted, "I just want to know how you discovered the small path behind the mountain." Zhao Chuang scoffed. "Humph, Mere bandits dare to challenge the imperial court. Soon, you shall meet your demise. Before long, Lu Baoshan was taken away by Wen Rin Yi. Gazing at the woman clad in black, he inquired, "Why do you wish to eradicate us completely?" To which Wen Rin Yi replied, "Where is the demon pill?" Lu Baoshan coldly retorted, "I do not know. My Lu residence has been seized by Li Jikuan. You should inquire of him. I wonder how long you can maintain this defiance." Within 10 minutes, Lu Baoshan was returned, lifeless and bearing the marks of severe punishment. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Chuang immediately commanded, "Take these bandits and execute them on the spot." At his command, the soldiers wasted no time, thrusting their spears into the captured bandits, who had not even the chance to plead for mercy. "You there, bury these bodies," Zhao Chuang instructed, and those assisting in the bandit suppression complied without hesitation, dutifully carrying the corpses. Shen Hao blended in with the crowd. Together, they excavated a large pit, each person tossing a body into it. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Shen Hao discreetly included Lu Baoshan's body among them. Once the task was completed, dawn broke, and the roosters began to crow. The remaining individuals were both exhausted and famished, yet Shen Hao remained vibrant and alert. Zhao Chuang coldly declared, "Once finished, descend the mountain to claim your rewards." With a wave of his hand, he led his soldiers away. The others then began to grumble. "To think we're not even provided a meal and made to toil like this. What a wretched bunch. Damn it. I've worked myself to the bone for a whole day and night. Who would want to do this again? I'm leaving first to claim my reward. Otherwise, these lackeys might change their minds. Right, I'll go too. If I don't get paid, all this effort will be in vain." Observing the hurried retreat of the crowd, Shen Hao remained unperturbed. Seeking a secluded spot, he entered his space to tally the gains from this venture. At that moment, within the confines of his space, the bodies of the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, and Lu Baoshan had been consumed, leaving behind a thick mist. Subsequently, a tsunami of memories surged forth. Firstly, let us turn our attention to the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu. This individual, having grown up in the capital of the Daong dynasty, is an unrepentant thief, engaging in petty larceny and grave robbing. 2 years prior, he plundered an ancient tomb and discovered a manual. The light crane shadow is a rare and superior lightness skill within the martial arts realm. Those who possess this technique can leap into the air with such agility that, with a mere 7 or 8 ascents and descents, they are propelled dozens of zhang away. Despite Zhou Haihu having only grasped the fundamentals of this skill over the course of 2 years, his prowess is already formidable. However, the light crane shadow, while powerful, demands considerable internal energy, a limitation stemming from Zhou's relatively weak internal force, which cannot sustain prolonged use. As the tomb he excavated belonged to a prominent family, he was subsequently pursued and had no choice but to seek refuge in hiding. After absorbing Zhou Haihu's memories, I then delved into those of Lu Baoshan. To Shen Hao's surprise, Lu Baoshan possessed a family heirloom technique known as the clear wind swordplay. This swordplay encompasses internal energy principles and body movement, qualifying it as a second-tier technique. Practitioners wield it with natural fluidity, employing a light and agile approach, consisting of a total of 22 forms that increase in speed. Lu Baoshan began his training at the age of 8. However, due to his mediocre aptitude, he only achieved minor proficiency in the clear wind swordplay by the present day, far inferior to the level of Zhou Haihu's light crane shadow. Even Shen Hao did not anticipate that Zhou Haihu possessed such a remarkable manual, which had remained deeply concealed and never mentioned. Simultaneously, from Lu Baoshan's memories, Shen Hao uncovered a significant revelation. Lu Baoshan's ancestors possessed a demon beast's inner core, located within the Lu family estate study. This core was intended to facilitate Lu Baoshan's breakthrough from the innate stage to the true essence realm, representing the Lu family's most valuable treasure. Had he achieved this breakthrough, the once fallen Lu family could have risen anew. Alas, Lu Baoshan lacked the innate talent to do so. In this world, the transition from innate to true essence requires a demon beast's inner core, and not just any core, but one of the same elemental affinity, rendering such resources exceedingly rare. Among these revelations are also legends that mention the mythical spirit pill realm. While individuals in the true essence stage can traverse the skies on flying swords, those in the spirit pill realm can fly freely through the air. The information is scant, merely fragments of tales. It is said that this location is ill-suited for cultivation, with the only appropriate environment being the Tianmu dynasty, where many true essence practitioners abound. Shen Hao began to comprehend that this place resembles elementary school, while the Tianmu dynasty is akin to a university. Moreover, Shen Hao learned how to utilize qi to open acupoints, connecting meridians and perceiving the flow of pure yang energy within the human body. The overwhelming influx of memories left him dizzy, taking an hour to regain his composure. Shaking his head, he began to breathe deeply and focus, following Lu Baoshan's memories to guide his vital energy through the meridians. Suddenly, Shen Hao felt a jolt within him. He discovered that by employing the clear wind technique, he had cultivated a formidable internal force, akin to that of a late-stage innate practitioner. This internal energy seemed to flow naturally from within, responding effortlessly to his command. Without further contemplation, Shen Hao hastily steadied his mind and commenced the cultivation of his internal force. Chapter 21. Shall we purchase 3? An hour later, Shen Hao emerged from his meditative state, a sense of surprise blossoming within him. The lives of the two individuals flashed before his eyes like a cinematic reel, leaving behind only their abilities and primary memories. A truly remarkable experience. Unexpectedly, this space had absorbed the remains of Lu Baoshan and Zhou Haihu, not only inheriting their memories but also bestowing upon him an additional reservoir of internal energy. This space functioned like a grand filter, purifying the internal energy to an astonishing degree, akin to the results of Shen Hao's own years of diligent cultivation. At present, Shen Hao's prowess had transcended the body-refining realm, elevating him to the status of a postnatal master, specifically a third-tier postnatal expert. The purity of his internal energy rendered him unmatched among the ranks of third-tier practitioners. Moreover, he possessed the memories of both individuals, which meant that he had not only mastered Zhou Haihu's lightness skill, Light Swan Shadow, but had also inherited Lu Baoshan's internal cultivation techniques and swordsmanship, Gentle Breeze, sword technique. He had leapt into the realm of a postnatal master. Crucially, Lu Baoshan had previously been a 6th-tier postnatal master, a fact that Shen Hao was acutely aware of, signifying that he had practically bypassed the threshold of difficulty. Zhou Haihu's Light Swan Shadow was formidable even at its rudimentary stage. Should Shen Hao refine it to a greater degree, its potency would be staggering. What astonished Shen Hao even further was the realization that Zhao Chuang, the chief patrol officer who had clashed with Lu Baoshan, was, in fact, an 8th-tier postnatal master, wielding a ferocious and powerful sword technique that Lu Baoshan could not contend with. Yet, even Zhao Chuang, an 8th-tier master, displayed utmost deference in the presence of a woman clad in black, whose identity and strength were incomparably formidable. Shen Hao soon dismissed these thoughts. Recognizing that such matters were of no concern to him, he had obtained what he desired. The demon core resided in the study of the Lu family, which was situated approximately 100 kilometers away in Yangling Prefecture. For the time being, Shen Hao was merely a third-tier postnatal novice, rendering the demon core's effects on him rather negligible, thus he was in no rush to utilize it. Although the internal cultivation method contained within Lu Baoshan's Gentle Breeze sword technique was of mediocre quality, the presence of this space effectively provided him with an absorbing technique akin to the star absorption method, and it was entirely safe and devoid of harmful effects. This realization brought Shen Hao great satisfaction. Previously, he had assumed that the space only returned the memories of the deceased. Even that alone was impressive enough. To his astonishment, as the deceased became increasingly formidable, they could also endow him with pure internal energy. Having absorbed all their memories, Shen Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. Eagerly, he unleashed the Light Swan Shadow, his speed astonishingly swift, covering a distance of 100 meters in mere moments. In his delight, Shen Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Haha, if I were to deliver takeout now, I would undoubtedly be the unrivaled champion. In a fit of self-amusement, Shen Hao's spirit soared. Initially contemplating the idea of disposing of all those corpses into the space, he ultimately decided against it, for their memories revealed them to be ordinary individuals of no value. While a third-tier postnatal master may not be considered significant in this realm, in the real world, such a status would render one akin to an indomitable force, comparable to nuclear weaponry. Of course, there were limitations against bullets and artillery, but that presupposed one could withstand the onslaught. It is worth noting that even a skilled marksman would require hundreds of elite soldiers to contend with a third-tier postnatal master. Shen Hao recalled a soldier who had betrayed his comrades, with over 6,000 military and police personnel surrounding him, resulting in numerous casualties. Having absorbed Lu Baoshan's memories, Shen Hao had acquired the ability to strike vital points, finally shedding his previous weakness. Growing up watching martial arts dramas, he naturally yearned for the enchanting world of martial arts. With a sense of joy, Shen Hao practiced the Qifeng sword technique again, using a branch as a substitute for a sword. However, he found it rather uninteresting and concluded that he needed to procure a real sword, based on his memories. He knew that the weaponry of this realm could not compare to that of the real world in terms of both appearance and quality. Thus, Shen Hao returned to reality, promptly opening his phone to search for swords. In the real world, he had heard that the most renowned sword was the Longquan sword. Historically, fine swords were considered auspicious items that warded off evil, typically displayed in royal palaces and noble estates. Today, they have become prized collectibles, steadily appreciating in value. As he browsed for the Longquan sword, he was captivated by its exquisite design. However, he discovered a wide range of prices, from the modest to the extravagant. Even a sword priced at over 200 yuan would be considered a fine weapon in another world. Shen Hao focused on the high-end varieties, particularly those exceeding 3,000 yuan. The quality of a superior sword primarily hinges on two factors: the quality of the materials and the craftsmanship, which is largely influenced by the artisan's mindset. Slow and meticulous work yields exceptional results. After much deliberation, Shen Hao settled on a stunning sword priced at 8,888 yuan. However, upon inquiry, he learned that it was unsharpened. The vendor explained that once sharpened, it would be classified as a controlled weapon, making its sale illegal. Possessing or selling such weapons could result in confiscation, fines, or even criminal charges. He learned that there were options made from high-carbon steel and meteorite iron, the latter being particularly expensive at 30,000 yuan. When he inquired further about the meteorite iron, the vendor clarified that it was not pure, but rather scrap material, which was once rare but now abundant in Xinjiang. However, swords forged from a combination of meteorite iron and steel exhibited excellent sharpness and strength. The 30,000 yuan sword had undergone 16,000 layers of folding and forging, resulting in high-quality refinement, though it remained unsharpened. Shen Hao felt a surge of excitement and promptly asked for the vendor's address, expressing his intent to visit personally and potentially purchase two swords if he found them to his liking. With no financial constraints, he decided to act on his preferences without hesitation. Without further ado, he booked a flight. The following day, the vendor was taken aback when Shen Hao actually arrived. Without wasting words, he led Shen Hao directly into his forge. "Mr. Shen, this sword is crafted from meteorite iron through a heat forging process. These blades are crafted from T10 steel, a type of carbon tool steel with a carbon content of 1, categorizing it as high-carbon steel." As Shen Hao listened to the proprietor's description, he examined the swords closely. "These two are the most expensive in my collection, the Tycoon sword and the Qinglian sword, both priced at 31,000 each, made from meteorite iron. They share identical dimensions with an overall length of 102 centimeters, a blade length of 71 centimeters, a thickness of 0.5 centimeters, and a weight of 3 jin." Shen Hao unsheathed the Qinglian sword and felt its exceptional balance in his grasp. He effortlessly executed a flourish, exuding an air of ease and grace, his technique remarkably impressive. The proprietor watched in astonishment, raising his thumb in admiration. "A master? I did not realize Mr. Shen was a martial arts expert. You must be a graduate of a martial arts academy." Without offering an explanation, Shen Hao's attention shifted to another sword. The hilt gleamed in a golden hue, and its scabbard was adorned with numerous gemstones, exuding beauty. The proprietor remarked, "This sword is called Qifeng, priced at 12,000. Shen Hao inquired, "Can it be sharpened?" The proprietor shook his head, stating, "That would be illegal, and besides, how would you carry the sword?" Shen Hao declared, "I will take all three, the Tycoon sword, the Qinglian sword, and the Qifeng sword." The proprietor's expression brightened. "That is certainly feasible, but do not blame me if your swords are confiscated. Under normal circumstances, if swords were confiscated, there would be little interest in pursuing the matter of their sharpening, as the two parties were from entirely different jurisdictions." Chapter 22. Paying tribute to Father Song. Shen Hao chuckled. "Do you think I would fear capture if I were to spend tens of thousands to acquire 3 swords for mere amusement?" The shopkeeper paused in surprise, then promptly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I see now. You undoubtedly have connections. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via digital payment?" "Let's use the digital payment," Shen Hao replied. Ding. The sound of WeChat notifying a payment of 72,000 yuan filled the air, bringing delight to the shopkeeper. Eagerly, he beckoned, "Mr. Shen, please follow me. I shall personally sharpen the blades for you." Under the shopkeeper's guidance, Shen Hao entered the workshop. The shopkeeper wasted no words, diligently sharpening the swords with utmost care. Given the considerable value of the 3 swords, he took exceptional caution, spending a full 3 hours to complete the task. Although drenched in sweat, his heart soared with joy, knowing that this sale would yield a significant profit. The swords, Taichu's sword, Qinglian's sword, and Shinfeng's sword, were elegantly packaged before being handed to Shun Hao. As he was about to leave, the shopkeeper earnestly cautioned, "Mr. Shun, please avoid public transportation. You will undoubtedly be scrutinized at security checks. It is best to drive or take a taxi." Shun Hao acknowledged gratefully, "Thank you for the reminder. I understand." In any case, once Shun Hao stepped out, he assured the shopkeeper, "I shall not implicate you in this matter. Rest assured." After departing from the factory, Shun Hao sought a secluded spot and discreetly stowed the 3 swords in his spatial pocket. Overall, the shopping experience had been exceedingly satisfactory. After spending a night at a hotel, Shun Hao took a flight back home. Upon arrival, he noticed a layer of dust on the floor and furniture. Thus, he called for a cleaning service, expending 200 yuan to have the entire place thoroughly cleaned. Observing his home now revitalized, Shun Hao felt a surge of contentment. After a restful night, he returned to Yangguan town the following day after enjoying breakfast. This time, he possessed an additional Qinglian sword. Grasping the sword, he could hardly contain his excitement. He promptly executed the Qinfeng sword technique, which comprised a total of 22 forms, each flowing seamlessly into the next. While perhaps not as formidable as Zhao Chuang, the chief patrol officer, or the mysterious woman in black, Shun Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With his current prowess, he felt as if he could conquer all in the real world. Of course, Shun Hao was no fool. He had no intention of challenging the authority of the state or assuming the role of a righteous judge. Even the most skilled individuals would find themselves powerless against the might of a national apparatus. After practicing the sword forms and breaking a light sweat, he felt invigorated. "From this day forth, I shall consider myself a swordsman." As he walked, he couldn't help but admire the Qinglian sword in his hand, growing fonder with each glance. There is no man who doesn't appreciate a sword. In his youth, even finding a straight stick on the road could bring him joy for an entire day, let alone a sword. On his return journey, Shun Hao employed the lightness technique Qinghongjuing. Although he recalled that Zhou Hailu had already made some progress, practice was essential. Remarkably, despite being merely at the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation, Shun Hao's internal energy was unparalleled, surpassing that of Zhou Hailu and Liu Bashan. The execution of Light Swan's Shadow is far more fluid and natural than that of Zhou Hailik. It is truly magnificent. His form flows like clouds and water. His heart is serene as the bright moon and gentle breeze, still as a maiden, swift as a darting rabbit. The fleeting beauty of a moment is the true eternity of the universe. I have heard of your exquisite white jade beauty, sculpted with remarkable skill, which fills my heart with longing. Tonight, as the moon rises, I shall come to seek you, for you, with your elegant demeanor, shall not disappoint me. Strangely, Shun Hao thought of Chu Liuxiang. He considered himself a thief of sorts. Learning from Chu Liuxiang seemed reasonable enough. However, the consumption of Light Swan's Shadow was considerable, and after traveling a few kilometers, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Thus, he switched to the lightness technique inherent in the Clear Wind sword technique, the Clear Wind ascension method. While his speed diminished, the energy expenditure was significantly reduced. According to Shun Hao's estimations, mastering Light Swan's Shadow would require at least innate level capability. It was rather challenging for those of acquired strength. With internal energy, he could run at remarkable speed. A journey that typically took 5 or 6 hours was completed in less than half an hour as he entered Yangguan town. Upon returning home, the moment Song Yongxi saw Shun Hao, she tightly embraced him, tears streaming down her face. "Young master, are you all right? I heard there is chaos outside." Shun Hao reassured her with a comforting gaze, saying, "Do not worry, I am fine. I went out to suppress bandits." Song Yongxi quickly wiped her tears and inspected Shun Hao's body, asking, "Young master, you are not injured, are you? You must never engage in such matters again. Rest assured. My skills are profound. Mere small thieves are no match for me," Shun Hao replied. "Young master, do not jest. My heart races with worry." He then touched Song Yongxi's forehead and found no fever. With a smile, he said, "See, I have returned safely. I shall not take unnecessary risks in the future." "Young master, these times are quite perilous. It is wise to be cautious. Are you hungry? I will prepare a meal for you." Shun Hao shook his head, saying, "Not for now. I brought some restorative medicine for you to drink." Shun Hao's subtle kindness deeply moved Song Yongxi, who remarked, "Young master, you are truly wonderful. I must have burned incense for 10 lifetimes in my past to earn the opportunity to serve you. Flattered, Shen Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and couldn't resist kissing Song Yongzi, saying, "Your sweet words are increasingly delightful. Indeed, they are worthy of praise. It is all because I am with you, young master." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Shen Hao remained home, practicing his sword techniques and lightness skills, becoming familiar with his methods. After 5 days, he finally felt comfortable with them. Meanwhile, after 5 days of quiet recuperation, Song Yongzi had fully recovered. Shen Hao was taken aback. The rejuvenated Song Yongzi was extraordinarily beautiful, especially with her Jiangnan woman's grace combined with a classical demeanor. She was truly a treasure. At that moment, Song Yongzi revealed her most beautiful side to Shen Hao. Her cheeks, once pale and sickly, now glowed with health. Her features exquisite and captivating. Dressed in a pale blue long gown, she appeared increasingly ethereal and radiant. When alone, she found herself enveloped in an exquisite tranquility, yet, when her beautiful eyes turned towards Shen Hao, they shimmered with the depth of autumn waters. Simultaneously, the corners of her lips remained perpetually uplifted. Today, Shen Hao had brought Song Yongzi to visit her father, Song Yoli, marking the end of the mourning period. Upon returning home, Shen Hao noticed that Song Yongzi's demeanor was profoundly melancholic. He approached her, taking her hand, which felt icy to the touch. "Yongzi, do not be disheartened. Death is an irreversible journey, and one must always look forward. Your parents would undoubtedly wish for your well-being," he reassured gently. "But I cannot help it. I will no longer have any family." Song Yongzi sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Shen Hao tenderly embraced her waist, marveling at its delicate softness, while he comforted her, saying, "Rest assured, following me, you shall never be alone in this life. Indeed, to serve as your maid is a blessing I have earned in a previous life," Song Yongzi replied, her voice trembling softly. Shen Hao, with a playful smirk, jested, "Then be sure to attend to me well." After the memorial, Shen Hao escorted Song Yongzi back to Yangwan town. Throughout the journey, her spirits remained low, as the reality that her future would be one of solitude weighed heavily upon her. Once they returned to the courtyard, Song Yongzi quickly assumed her role as a maid, beginning to prepare meals. Although her culinary skills were somewhat lacking, she was gradually improving, and one could not expect too much too soon. Chapter 23. The laughter of silence. In the following days, Shen Hao refrained from venturing outside. Ever since acquiring the spatial realm, he had been traversing between two worlds and had yet to savor the essence of his own existence. What a predicament this was! In the tangible world, Shen Hao's solitary indulgence had been during his outing in Chang'an. As for the bustling town of Yangwan, he had not yet explored its offerings. After finishing lunch one afternoon, Shen Hao instructed Song Yongzi to remain at home and ventured out alone onto the streets. His destination was unequivocally clear, the most vibrant street of Yangwan, the Fengming Street. Upon encountering a rotund gentleman adorned in splendid attire and wielding a folding fan, Shen Hao approached him and inquired, "Good sir, could you direct me to the brothel? I wish to glean some insights." The gentleman, beaming with self-satisfaction, replied, "Ah, you possess discerning eyes. You have indeed asked the right person. The brothels of Yangwan are all located on Fengming Street, a veritable paradise that enchants all who visit." Fengming Street, a rather intriguing name, Shen Hao exclaimed, raising his thumb in appreciation. "I too wish to visit Fengming Street. Shall I accompany you?" The gentleman, exuding familiarity, responded, "Then allow me to take the lead." "Haha. Such refined pursuits are best enjoyed in company," he declared, attempting to grasp Shen Hao's hand. However, Shen Hao deftly evaded the gesture. For two men tussling in such a manner was hardly appropriate. As they walked, the gentleman introduced himself. "I am Jing, and my singular passion lies in frequenting Fengming Street." "Ah, what a delightful name." Shen Hao nearly broke into laughter but managed to maintain his composure. Jing glanced at Shen Hao with disdain and remarked, "Seeing your hair so short, it is perplexing that you would shout such a phrase twice over a mere few steps. A lack of education truly is alarming. Today, I shall enlighten you on what true elegance entails. We are bound for Yihong Pavilion." "What is so remarkable about Yihong Pavilion?" Shen Hao inquired. "Allow me to enlighten you. Rustic one. Yihong Pavilion is the finest brothel in Yangwan, filled with enchanting beauties, each proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, even if you possess wealth, it avails you little. If the ladies take no fancy to you, they shall not oblige." "Is that so?" Shen Hao replied, bewildered. "Is this not considered high-end?" Do you truly believe that the ladies of Yihong Pavilion are mere common harlots peddling their flesh? They are true courtesans, equipped with genuine talents. Lai Yuejing boasted, his pride palpable. Is this not akin to being a courtesan while maintaining a facade of respectability? Shen Hao countered. Lai Yuejing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. You are insufferably mundane. He huffed. As he stormed off in indignation, he paused halfway and glared back at Shen Hao. Rustic one, keep pace. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. Your expenses tonight will be on me, so you may learn what true elegance is. Observing Lai Yuejing's obstinate demeanor, Shen Hao expressed admiration. I am most grateful, esteemed Yuejing. To accompany such a refined gentleman and learn from you is indeed a stroke of fortune for this rustic soul. I believe that under the influence of brother menstruation, even a rustic fellow will become refined. This flattery struck a chord with Lai Yuejing, who immediately wore a satisfied expression and cheerfully said, You have good sense. Now hurry along and secure a prime seat. Before long, Shen Hao followed Lai Yuejing to Foaming Street. As evening approached, the sun had just begun its descent, while the foot traffic on other streets gradually dwindled. Foaming Street remained a bustling spectacle, aglow with vibrant lights. Before numerous brothels, courtesans waved genuine silk handkerchiefs at passers-by. Come, gentlemen, we have newly arrived maidens. So fresh and tender. Come in, esteemed sirs. We boast of the finest two women from Beiwang, guaranteed to be quite spicy. Lai Yuejing scoffed. Those who women reek of mutton. They might fool newcomers, but that's all. Shen Hao, with a look of admiration, replied, Thanks to brother menstruation, I would have otherwise squandered a fortune. Lai Yuejing, pleased, patted Shen Hao on the shoulder, fully aware that his wisdom stemmed from the pitfalls he had previously encountered. Under Lai Yuejing's guidance, Shen Hao arrived at Yihong Pavilion. Unlike other brothels, where courtesans beckoned at the entrance, Yihong Pavilion was guarded by a few attendants. See that? This is what high-end looks like, Lai Yuejing proclaimed proudly. Ah, indeed. This child is teachable. Come, today I shall treat you. Upon entering Yihong Pavilion, each patron was charged 2 taels of silver. Before their eyes lay a grand stage where several songstresses performed graceful dances. Though the clientele was sparse, they were all either affluent or noble, dressed in luxurious attire. Lai Yuejing led Shen Hao directly to an elegant private booth on the 2nd floor. Gazing down at the crowd, he remarked, This is the most exquisite spot, with a minimum spending of 20 taels. Shen Hao looked around, puzzled. What makes it different? You will understand shortly, Lai Yuejing replied mysteriously, his face brimming with anticipation, akin to a student eagerly awaiting praise for a perfect score. Around 8 o'clock, just as Shen Hao's confusion lingered, a young woman clad in white gracefully descended from above, manipulating a white silk ribbon. Her elegant movements were indeed captivating. Subsequently, several other women followed suit, some playing the pipa while others sang, all veiled in an air of mystery. One woman began to sing, with gold inlaid jade. The red-beaked green parrot, 2 petals of lotus, 3 inches of bloom, waist embraced, shoulders rested, back caressed, oh my brother. Tangled hair, oh so frivolous. However, Shen Hao felt none of the allure, the visual impact was lacking. He mused that in the real world, platforms like Douyin showcased women in yoga pants, sharkskin leggings, live-streaming splits and yoga poses, which were far more impressive. If a brothel were to open, with these women clad in stockings, ultra-short skirts, body-hugging dresses, lace trim, and thongs, coupled with a pole dance, it would surely captivate even someone as unrefined as menstruation. Ah, the thought crossed Shen Hao's mind. Perhaps it would be lucrative to sell stockings and similar items. Shen Hao gazed at Lai Yuejing, who stood beside him, exuding an air of smugness as he brandished his folding fan, occasionally tilting his head towards Shen Hao. Is it elegant? I ask you, is it elegant? Is this all you have? Your standards are rather low, aren't they, country bumpkin? Shen Hao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. That laugh bore a hint of mockery. Being ridiculed by a rustic had irked Lai Yuejing, who retorted, Why do you laugh? Shen Hao replied, It seems that in moments of speechlessness, one truly does smile. Lai Yuejing frowned and said, Are you implying it is not refined? Humph. If you have long admired a certain courtesan from the Yihong Pavilion and wish to meet her, mere wealth will not suffice. There are plenty of wealthy landowners in this world, and to the seasoned ladies, they are of little consequence. Only those endowed with talent and an understanding of romance stand a chance of winning a lady's favor and being invited upstairs for a night of passion. Shen Hao remarked, Brother Yuejing, you are indeed correct. This place is far too sophisticated for someone of my humble background to appreciate. In Shun Hao's view, what were courtesans? They were confidants for men in need, sanctified yet packaged as mere playthings, to be indulged with a few coins for a fleeting encounter. Lai Yuejing expressed his dissatisfaction. If you cannot appreciate it, then let us drink. The lovers of Yihong Pavilion produce a unique intoxication. With that, he poured a cup for Shen Hao. Observing the murky liquid with sediment, Shen Hao mused, "Is this truly wine? How intriguing. Surely you must have never tasted such exquisite liquor, right?" Lai Yuejing declared triumphantly, "Indeed. This wine possesses an alluring aroma." Shen Hao nodded and replied, Yes, brother Yuejing, you are absolutely right. Since you have invited me to indulge in the company of courtesans, allow me to treat you to a drink." With that, Shen Hao retrieved a bottle of white liquor from his space. This particular spirit was typically served at weddings in the north, priced around 30 to 40 yuan per bottle, and had been languishing in the corner since his last supermarket trip. The bottle was shaped like a gourd, entirely crafted from red porcelain. Shen Hao discarded the contents of Lai Yuejing's cup, causing him to wince in pain. Just as a protest was about to escape Lai Yuejing's lips, a rich aroma of liquor enveloped them. His spirits lifted, he gazed incredulously at the red gourd in Shen Hao's hands, which shimmered in the candlelight. Truly a treasure of considerable worth. When he witnessed the clear liquid pouring from the gourd, resembling pure water, and the intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air, he found himself at a loss for words. "Brother Yuejing, please." Chapter 24. A bottle of wine for a courtesan. Lai Yuejing trembled as he accepted the wine glass, gazing at the crystal-clear liquid within, his heart racing with anticipation. He had encountered such clarity in wine before, but those were tribute wines, each worth 100 gold pieces, virtually non-existent in the market, and their flavors were mild, lacking the robust aroma of this particular brew. Cautiously, he took a sip, and a wave of spiciness surged through him, inducing a moment of discomfort, followed by a fiery warmth in his belly. His eyes sparkled with newfound awareness. He had only ever tasted gentle wines, and this boldness was a first. An unparalleled experience that felt infinitely valuable. What a delight! This wine was truly exhilarating, rich and full-bodied. This was divine nectar. Even the royal wine of the heavenly martial dynasty could scarcely compare. With fervent eyes, Lai Yuejing fixed his gaze upon the white wine in Shen Hao's hands, exclaiming in excitement, "Divine nectar, indeed." Then, a wave of embarrassment washed over him as he recalled his earlier mockery of Shen Hao as a simpleton. It turned out the fool was himself. He was the true naif. With such exquisite wine in his possession, how could Shen Hao be considered unworldly? Dare I inquire? "Kind sir, your esteemed name?" Lai Yuejing asked, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation, now perceiving Shen Hao as a peer, perhaps even of a higher caliber. "Shen Hao," came the reply. "Might you be interested in selling this wine? I would be willing to pay a handsome price." "Oh, what price do you propose, dear Yuejing?" Shen Hao inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Lai Yuejing responded, 1,000 taels of gold, along with the renowned courtesan Ji Donga from the Yihong Pavilion. However, I must insist that you also part with this exquisite bottle. Such fine porcelain is truly a rarity. With that, Lai Yuejing cautiously observed Shen Hao's expression, fearful of a negative response. The value of the wine alone was considerable, and the gourd was a masterpiece, vibrant and lustrous, a true treasure. If gifted to a prominent figure in the capital, would it not elevate his status? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. As a merchant, he was adept at calculating such matters. Shen Hao found the offer quite agreeable. 1,000 taels of gold was approximately 100 pounds, or 50,000 grams. At a minimum recovery price of 460 per gram, even accounting for potential purity issues at 400 per gram, he could still yield 20 million, a lucrative deal indeed. And then there was the courtesan. Though he had yet to see a courtesan's visage, she could not possibly be lacking in beauty, given the standards of the Yihong Pavilion. Her price would surely not fall below 10,000 taels of silver. Curiously, Shen Hao queried, "Yuejing, did you not just assert that even wealthy patrons might struggle to engage a courtesan here? How then could one be gifted?" Lai Yuejing chuckled, "That applies to others. If it is a gift for you, Shen Gongzi, it is a different matter entirely. It would be their fortune." This revelation intrigued Shen Hao. Perhaps this Navi fellow had a more substantial background than he appeared. If that were indeed the case, Shen Hao would be inclined to sell the bottle to him, eager to forge a connection. "Oh, my dear friend, I find myself most curious about the underlying reasons for this. Pray, enlighten me," said Shen. To which Lai Yuejing responded with a self-satisfied smile. "Ah, my esteemed friend Shen, I must confess that the Yihong Pavilion is indeed my own establishment." Shen Hao, previously intrigued by the intentions of this man, now suspected that he was merely a con artist. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. He could scarcely believe that his charm alone would compel someone to lavish such extravagance upon him, merely to indulge in flower wine. At that moment, he even entertained the notion that Lai Yuejing might be a swindler, intent on leading him to a trap where he would ultimately be left to foot the bill. Goodness! In the realm of deceit, one might expect a charming lady. Yet here I am confronted with a man, he mused, feeling a wave of disgust. However, it seemed that Shun Hao's suspicions were misplaced. Lai Yuejing genuinely wished to treat him to a drink, albeit in his own establishment. Lai Yuejing took great pride in his establishment, and when he beheld Shun Hao dressed in opulent attire, tall, handsome, with fair skin and an admirable demeanor, he recognized that such a figure could not have emerged from a mundane background. Lai Yuejing thought, if you hold disdain, allow me to broaden your horizons and reveal the essence of sophistication. Surely you will come to appreciate my establishment. The business model of the Yihong Pavilion had always been a source of pride for Lai Yuejing, and he would not tolerate any disparagement. However, the moment Shen Hao produced a bottle of exquisite white liquor, Lai Yuejing was struck with clarity. Good heavens, am I about to be humbled? Lai Yuejing was no fool. The fact that Shen Hao possessed such a rare vintage, encased in such exquisite porcelain, suggested that he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Shen Hao's casual demeanor in offering the liquor further indicated his exceptional lineage. Such poise belonged only to the scions of illustrious families. Consequently, Lai Yuejing resolved to engage in a fair exchange, eager to forge a connection with Shen Hao, convinced that it would yield mutual benefits. Furthermore, the rarity of the porcelain and the purity of the liquor, with its rich aroma, left Lai Yuejing in awe. He had never encountered a vessel more exquisite. In the capital of the Tianmu dynasty, such a bottle could fetch an astronomical price, perhaps even tens of thousands of gold taels. At that moment, Lai Yuejing felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that he was the unsophisticated one in this encounter. Yet, a sense of pride welled within him as he secretly thought, if I am generous just this once, I may reel in a lucrative catch. Had Shen Hao been privy to Lai Yuejing's fanciful thoughts, he would have undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap. Ah, so this is your perspective, is it? You foolish man, I am the legitimate heir of a grand family. Naturally, neither party was aware of the other's inner musings. With an impassive expression, Shen Hao replied, since you desire this bottle of liquor, we might come to an agreement. However, if the courtesan is lacking in beauty, I shall lose interest. Should I find her unsatisfactory, I would prefer to convert it to 1,000 taels of gold. Lai Yuejing, shedding his previous naivety, exclaimed with gleaming eyes, rest assured, young Master Shun, you shall be thoroughly satisfied. With that, he clapped his hands, summoning a maid to approach. Please summon Ji Donga, he instructed. Soon, under the guidance of a maid, a young maiden adorned in a purple gown and veiled approached gracefully. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, akin to a freshly graduated high school student in the real world. In her arms, she cradled a small white cat, gently caressing its head with her delicate jade-like fingers as she walked. The cat, in response to her tender touch, wore an expression of utter contentment. As she drew nearer, Shen Hao was taken aback to discover that the white cat was rather plump, and notably, it was a one-eyed creature. Its left eye was shut tight, bearing a prominent scar that resembled a deep gash, as though it had been struck by a blade. Lai Yuejing greeted, young Master Shun. This is our esteemed courtesan Ji Donga. Come, remove your veil so that young Master Shun may behold your beauty. Ji Donga cast a bright glance at Shen Hao, hesitating for a moment before she nodded and lifted her veil. As she unveiled her face, Shen Hao couldn't help but admire her in silence. She possessed a perfectly oval face, with a pair of phoenix-like eyes that reflected an unperturbed depth, an uncommon trait at her age. Her profile, in contrast to her frontal view, exuded a gentle allure, yet her side view was sharp and striking, imbued with an air of both elegance and vitality that rendered her beauty refreshingly extraordinary. Her looks were comparable to Song Yongzi, yet their temperaments diverged. Song Yongzi was soft and gentle like flowing water, whereas Ji Donga emanated a cool, aloof demeanor. Noticing Shen Hao's silence, Lai Yuejing hastily added, this Donga is destined for Deyang capital to participate in the quinquennial courtesan competition. It is only upon encountering young Master Shen that I am willing to part with her. This statement was not mere exaggeration. Indeed, Ji Donga was intended for the competition. Should she triumph in the contest, Lai Yuejing would secure his position as the heir of the Lai family. He had no desire to remain in this desolate Yangwan town for a lifetime, while some might find it pleasant, in Lai Yuejing's eyes. It was simply a place devoid of opportunity. Chapter 25. The transaction completed at this moment. Ji Donga finally comprehended that she had been sold by her employer to the short-haired young master before her. She glanced at Shun Hao and chose silence. Her eyes, like a tranquil well, revealed no trace of emotion. How does young Master Shen find it? Lai Yuejing inquired, his tone tinged with slight nervousness. Shen Hao, satisfied with Ji Donga's looks and demeanor, deemed the transaction feasible. He nodded affirmatively. The deal can proceed. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of desolation flickered across Ji Donga's beautiful eyes before vanishing entirely. Despite her newfound clarity regarding her fate, the reality of being traded like an object stirred a subtle melancholy within her heart. Her destiny was no longer in her hands. Aha, young Master Shen. May our collaboration be fruitful. Someone, fetch the contract for Donga's servitude. Lai Yuejing exclaimed, his spirits soaring. And bring 1,000 taels of gold as well. The transaction is complete. Lai Yuejing felt particularly elated. This deal promised to yield at least 4 or 5 times the investment. This bottle of liquor could facilitate numerous undertakings. And he was thoroughly satisfied. Shen Hao was in high spirits, having sold a bottle of liquor worth less than 40 yuan for 20 million. Not to mention acquiring a courtesan. They had struck it rich, a sentiment echoed by both Shen Hao and Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing, seated beside Shen Hao, gazed at the bottle of liquor with palpable excitement. Observing this, Shen Hao handed the bottle to him, stating, from this day forth, this bottle is yours. Thank you. Young Master Shen, your kindness means the world to me, Lai Yuejing replied, exhilarated. As he caressed the bottle, its cool, smooth surface felt more luxurious than silk, heightening his sense of its worth. The material was unknown to him, evidently exquisite. Feeling increasingly fortunate, Lai Yuejing hastily instructed someone to carefully conceal the bottle, fearing Shen Hao might have second thoughts. Once this was accomplished, he exhaled in relief. Shen Hao, unable to comprehend Lai Yuejing's actions, found it puzzling that a mere bottle of liquor, valued at only a few dozen yuan, could elicit such reverence. Yet, it subtly attested to the considerable value of the liquor. It is merely a bottle of alcohol, Shen Hao chuckled. Moreover, I find the price you offered to be exceedingly reasonable. We are engaged in a fair trade. The profit margin from this transaction was nothing short of exorbitant. Indeed, it was a gross misrepresentation to label it merely as profit. Should drug dealers learn that a product worth a few dozen yuan could be sold for over 20 million, they would likely feel shameful enough to consider self-destruction. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered, accompanied by 2 attendants, who together lifted a wooden box. The box, modest in size, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, was placed on the table with a thud, indicating its weight. Lai Yuejing opened the box to reveal 20 gold ingots resting within, alongside a contract of servitude. He then presented 1 ingot to Shen Hao. Young Master Shen, please verify the goods and ascertain their authenticity. Shen Hao accepted the gold ingot, weighing it in his hand. It felt approximately 5 pounds. A slight squeeze revealed its genuine nature, as it yielded slightly under pressure. However, Shen Hao, whose worth exceeded 10 million, displayed none of the previous excitement he had when selling ginseng. Calmly, he remarked, I trust Master Lai's character. He would never breach a promise. Master Lai, with an air of self-importance, declared, young Master Shen speaks plainly. Indeed, you are a model for our kind. Gazing at the courtesan still dancing below, Lai Yuejing suggested once more, young Master Shen, would you like to invite a couple of ladies to join us for drinks and merriment? Shen Hao shook his head, utterly disinterested. Casting a glance at the pitch-black exterior, he declined. No, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. He had a pure-hearted Song Yongzi waiting at home, and Shen Hao had no desire to squander his time on such frivolities. Noticing this, Lai Yuejing felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to engage Shen Hao further to strengthen their camaraderie. Yet, as Shen Hao insisted on departing, Lai found it inappropriate to prolong his stay. Understanding that someone of Shen Hao's stature undoubtedly lacked for female company, he conceded, in that case, I shall not impose further. Young Master Shen, you are always welcome to visit. Lai Yuejing then glanced at the wooden box and added, would you like assistance in carrying it back? It may appear small, but it is quite hefty, and the journey may not be secure. Shen Hao promptly rejected the suggestion. The box was no larger than a backpack. He would not allow anyone to carry it for him. Thus, without further explanation, he effortlessly lifted the wooden box with one hand, exuding an air of ease as he remarked, it's manageable, I can handle it alone. Seeing this, Lai Yuejing was taken aback and expressed his admiration. I did not realize young Master Shen possessed such remarkable prowess. I have been short-sighted. The ease with which Shen Hao lifted the 100-pound gold ingot revealed his formidable capabilities. Shen Hao, however, offered no clarification. He cast a glance at Ji Donga and stated, "All right, you are now under my protection. Come with me." When Ji Donga remained silent, Lai Yuejing hastily warned, "Your contract of servitude is now in young Master Shen's possession. You must obediently follow his lead. Otherwise, your fate may mirror that of Luli." Upon hearing this, Ji Donga's complexion paled slightly. Luli had been the former head courtesan of Yihong Pavilion, who met a grim end for refusing to entertain Lai's esteemed guests. She had been cruelly confined in a coffin until her demise. Despite Lai Yuejing's seemingly amiable demeanor, his methods were exceptionally ruthless. This thought cast a shadow over Ji Donga's heart. She believed that those who engaged in transactions with Lai Yuejing were far from benevolent. They were undoubtedly merciless. Contemplating her future, Ji Donga's face grew increasingly ashen, her heart heavy with dread and confusion. "Are you going to respond?" Lai Yuejing's expression soured as he noted Ji Donga's continued silence, his tone icy. "It is good that you comprehend. Understanding is paramount. Do not blame me for failing to warn you," he continued, before shifting his gaze back to Shen Hao. "Young Master Shen, this brothel has an unspoken rule. A novice courtesan like Ji Donga must not let her feet touch the ground. Throughout the journey, it was customary to have the turtle servant carry one upon its back to the guestess' residence, a practice believed to bring good fortune. Young Master Shen, would you like me to send this Ji Donga to your residence via the turtle servant? It would ensure a safe passage," suggested Lai Yuejing. Shen Hao, visibly displeased, retorted, "There is no need for that. I am not one to adhere to such conventions. Ji Donga can accompany me on her own." The thought of his woman being carried upon another man's shoulders was intolerable to Shen Hao. It struck him as utterly distasteful, causing a sense of discomfort. Regardless of the turtle servant's status as a mere courtesan, even if the individual were an emperor, he would remain averse to it. Shen Hao was inherently a man of strong masculine pride, possessing an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. "Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further comment," Lai Yuejing conceded. Indifferent, for the transaction had been completed, and Ji Donga's fate was no longer his concern, as long as it did not tarnish his reputation. Thus, Shen Hao led Ji Donga out of the Yihong Pavilion. The moment they stepped outside, Ji Donga felt a tremor run through her delicate form. It was as though the very air around her had become invigoratingly fresh. Within her heart, an inexplicable sense of anticipation blossomed, though she could not quite discern what it was she yearned for. Simultaneously, a feeling of incredulity washed over her. She had been sold by Lai Yuejing without any prior preparation. Just yesterday, she had been fervently rehearsing her dance for the capital's courtesan competition, tirelessly playing the pipa and guzheng. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself sold today, grappling with the rapidity of change that left her disoriented. If it were not for the warmth of the white cat nestled in her arms, she might have feared she was ensnared in a dream. The moonlight cascaded upon Shen Hao's upright figure, casting a long shadow that stretched across the ground. Chapter 26. An evening visit as they traversed the path. Despite the silence shared between Shen Hao and Ji Donga, she found herself inexplicably enveloped in a sense of security and comfort. As they walked, Ji Donga noticed that Shen Hao's pace was swift, causing her to lag behind momentarily. She hastily lifted her skirts and trotted to keep up. With her breath becoming labored from the exertion, she felt a peculiar lightness in her heart, even humming a little tune to herself. Yet, unfamiliar with Shen Hao, she suppressed her thoughts. Ji Donga did not even glance back at the Yihong Pavilion, nor did she cast her eyes upon the entirety of Foming Street. For a place she had inhabited for many years, there was not a trace of longing within her. If given the choice, what woman would willingly choose a life of prostitution? Luli had met a tragic fate for refusing to entertain a distinguished guest arranged by Lai Yuejing. She was thrown into a coffin before the eyes of all in the brothel, where she suffocated to death. There were even more harrowing tales. The previous Yihong Pavilion, like other brothels, was a den of flesh peddlers. Upon discovering that one of the courtesans was 3 months pregnant, Lai Yuejing ordered her to ingest an abortifacient that very night, and commanded the servants to kick her abdomen mercilessly, resulting in severe bleeding. Nevertheless, she was forced to entertain clients that evening, and refusal would lead to brutal punishment. The fate of these women awaited liberation only in death. Ji Donga was fortunate. Having just been purchased by Lai Yuejing, she found herself amidst the reforms at Yihong Pavilion. Otherwise, she would not have the privilege to walk behind this young Master Shen. In this era, women were worth little. The death of 1 or 2 courtesans elicited no concern, as fresh young girls were always ready to take their places. The nights in Yangguan town lacked the splendor of the real world, devoid of streetlights and poor invisibility. Fortunately, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a silvery sheen upon the ground. Few pedestrians roamed the streets, most were sound asleep. Thus, the tranquil street echoed only with the sound of Shenhao and Ji Dong's footsteps. Listening to the rhythmic cadence, Ji Dong felt an inexplicable sense of safety, wishing for this moment to stretch indefinitely. Yet, a flicker of fear lingered within her, dread of what lay ahead. She feared that upon returning home, Shenhao would transform into a different person, shedding all pretense and pouncing upon her with ferocity. Suddenly, Shenhao halted, standing still as he spoke calmly. "You've been following us for quite some time. Come out." No sooner had he spoken than two men clad in black emerged from the shadows. "Hand over the gold and the woman, and we shall spare your life," one of them rasped. Shenhao merely raised an eyebrow, without hesitation. He tossed the chest filled with gold toward them. The black-clad men felt a surge of hope at this gesture, preparing to catch the offering. But then, two resounding blasts shattered the night air, reverberating far and wide. A flash of fire illuminated the scene, and the two men gazed incredulously at Shun Hao before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. They had not even engaged him in combat. It was a ruthless display of covert weaponry. They had underestimated Shun Hao's remarkable skill with hidden armaments. Beside him, Ji Dong paled in fright, while the white cat nestled in her arms glimmered with an inquisitive light, curiously observing the dark objects in Shun Hao's hands. Shen Hao gazed at the two individuals sprawled on the ground, and without uttering a word, fired two more shots. Witnessing this, the white cat nestled in Ji Dong's arms exhibited a flicker of disdain in its eyes, seemingly mocking Shen Hao's cowardice. Rolling its eyes, it sought a comfortable position to continue its slumber in Ji Dong's embrace. The night was inherently tranquil, yet the sharp gunshots reverberated through the stillness, startling many who could not comprehend the cause of the commotion. Shen Hao, hauling the bodies, proceeded to a corner and unceremoniously discarded them into his spatial realm. He was determined to uncover the identity of his assailant. Shen Hao bore no grudges, but he believed in repaying grievances on the spot. After casting the bodies into the spatial void, he momentarily set them aside and returned to the courtyard he had procured, accompanied by Ji Dongga. Upon noticing the stunning young woman following Shen Hao, Song Yongxi felt a pang of envy flash in her beautiful eyes, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Smiling, she addressed Shen Hao, "Young master, would you like to take a bath?" Shen Hao replied, "No need. Please prepare a room for her." Understanding the importance of his request, Song Yongxi hastily arranged for Ji Dongga to be accommodated in the adjacent room. As Ji Dongga surveyed the simple quarters before her, she felt a profound sense of comfort despite the absence of the opulence found in the Yihong pavilion. This would be her residence from now on. Contemplating this, Ji Dongga assisted in tidying the bedding. "My lady, allow me to handle such matters. You need not exert yourself," Song Yongxi urged. Ji Dongga waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You misunderstand. I am not a lady. We share the same status as purchased maidservants. I was merely a courtesan before." Taken aback by her words, Song Yongxi's demeanor remained unchanged. "I shall dutifully fulfill the young master's instructions," she replied, deftly preparing the bed. Her movements were remarkably swift, in stark contrast to Ji Dongga's unskilled efforts. After everything was in order, Song Yongxi addressed Ji Dongga, "My lady, please bear with it tonight. Should you require anything tomorrow, I will inform the young master." She then exited quietly, closing the door with a soft sigh, as if a few drops of lemon had been squeezed upon her heart. It was impossible for her to deny feeling discomfort at Ji Dongga's arrival, yet she understood her position as a mere maidservant, unworthy of jealousy. Subsequently, she prepared warm water and brought it into the bedroom. Upon seeing Song Yongxi enter with a smile, Shen Hao gestured for her to come closer. "What is it, young master?" she asked. Shen Hao smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace and planting a kiss on her fair cheek, playfully inquiring, "Are you feeling jealous?" Song Yongxi's cheeks flushed, and she shyly responded, "No, I'm merely your maidservant, and I am fully aware of my place. How could I feel jealousy?" Shen Hao merely smiled in silence. "You claim you aren't jealous, yet I can already sense a hint of acidity in the air. Rest assured, she is also a maidservant I purchased. There is no need for concern. In my heart, you shall always hold the foremost position." His sweet words filled Song Yongxi with joy, dispelling any remnants of bitterness in an instant, leaving her heart brimming with warmth. Comforted by Shen Hao, her spirits instantly lifted. The young master playfully teased her, and Shen Hao gently brushed his fingers against Song Yongxi's delicate nose, chuckling as he said, You won't escape tonight. I have been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time, and now that you have regained your strength, the moment is just right. Chapter 27. Enduring you for days the following morning, the eastern horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn, as radiant beams pierced through the clouds, illuminating the heavens. The world appeared bright and vivid. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, caressing Shenhao's face with a refreshing coolness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the intoxicating tranquility. A soft, delicate voice then emerged from the room. "My lord, what would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you." "Anything." By the time Shenhao stepped outside, Ji Donga, whom he had taken in the previous day, had already been sitting in the courtyard for quite some time. Upon seeing Shenhao, she appeared somewhat uneasy, unsure of how to interact with him. Noticing the one-eyed cat in her arms, Shenhao teased, "What's this cat's name?" Ji Donga blinked in surprise, not expecting such a question. "Meat Bun," she replied, then added, "He's quite fond of meat." Shenhao narrowed his eyes. Having been scratched by stray cats in his childhood, he harbored no fondness for them. Was he always like this, or was he injured? Ji Donga explained, "I found him. He was severely wounded at the time." "So, he's a stray then?" At that moment, the white cat in Ji Donga's arms cast a glance at Shenhao, its gaze sharp and piercing, like that of a tiger locking onto its prey. Shenhao met the cat's stare, an inexplicable discomfort rising within him. "How dare it glare at me? This creature looks more like a tiger than a cat. Damn it. Even a mere cat dares to act so arrogantly?" Ji Donga quickly shielded the cat. "Forgive me, my lord. I'll be more careful next time. See that you remember." Shenhao said coldly. "Keep that thing under control. If a wild animal like this scratches someone, they'll need rabies shots, and I won't hesitate to throw it out." Ji Donga paled, unfamiliar with the concept of vaccinations. I understand. Good. Don't say I didn't warn you." Just then, Song Yongxi emerged from the room, carrying a bundle of soiled bedsheets, the conspicuous stains impossible to ignore. Her cheeks were flushed, her entire demeanor exuding the gentle warmth of a devoted wife. Though initially shy upon seeing Shenhao and Ji Donga together, she quickly interjected upon hearing Shenhao's harsh words. "My lord, please don't be angry." Turning to Ji Donga, she urged softly, "Donga, apologize to our lord. He is truly kind-hearted." Ji Donga nodded. "I will be more mindful in the future." Meanwhile, the one-eyed white cat in her arms glanced once more at Shenhao before retreating into her embrace. Shenhao gave a curt nod. "Since you've said so. Remember, this cat is not to enter my room. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." He feared the creature might carry fleas. After all, it was a purebred stray, neither vaccinated nor dewormed. An infestation would be nothing but trouble. Song Yongxi exhaled deeply, still clutching the bedsheets. "Sister Donga, it seems our lord truly dislikes cats. You must be more careful from now on." Ji Donga's face remained pale, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Song Yongxi understood the depth of her fear. "Don't worry," she reassured gently. "I, too, was once bought by our lord. You have treated me with great kindness, providing medical care and even assisting in the burial of my father. You have never scolded me, and I believe that in a few days, you will feel comfortable here. Perhaps it is merely a dislike for cats. Soon, I will tidy up the second-floor loft and the front yard for you to reside in, thus placing you at a distance from the young master and preventing any discontent from arising." Ji Donga pouted, her expression filled with grievance. She understood that Song Yongxi acted out of concern for her. "Thank you, sister. It's nothing. We will soon be family. In a few days, you will understand what the young master is truly like. Do not worry." Upon returning to his room, Shenhao held no animosity towards cats. Rather, it was the presence of flea-ridden feral cats that vexed him. These feral cats are notorious carriers of rabies, harboring over 200 known viruses and more than 100 types of parasites, totaling an alarming 300 varieties, of which over 200 can potentially infect humans. Shenhao had worked hard to acquire a golden opportunity and was not inclined to court disaster. He promptly returned to the urban realm, having just obtained 100 pounds of gold, an auspicious beginning. Simultaneously, he had uncovered the identities of the two men in black from the previous night. To his astonishment, they were spies from the Northern Wilderness dynasty, sent to investigate the great Yang dynasty's pillar of power, the fifth Prince Yang Wuxian, to ascertain the truth of his demise. The Northern Wilderness was apprehensive about a possible conspiracy from the great Yang dynasty, especially as the fifth prince had recently been reassigned from his post at the border amidst rumors of his assassination by the new emperor. In light of this, they dispatched spies to gather intelligence. Having completed their mission, they prepared to return to the Northern Wilderness Empire. The two men had been reveling at the Ihong pavilion when they happened upon a box carried by a turtle servant, and from the sound alone, they deduced its contents. Thus, they decided to follow Shen Hao, intending to seize an opportunity upon their return, believing they would remain undetected. However, they did not anticipate encountering Shen Hao, who swiftly subdued them with 2 shots. Regrettably for Shen Hao, both men were only at the first level of postnatal mastery, yielding him little internal energy. Nonetheless, he gleaned vital information. The northern wilderness was amassing substantial provisions at the border, and a master of the true essence realm, Shintu Jiao, had been dispatched by the northern wilderness court to the frontier shared with the great Yang dynasty. Considering this alongside the recent assassination of the 5th Prince Yang Wuxian, it seemed evident that the northern wilderness was poised to strike at the great Yang dynasty. However, it was important to note that Yangwan town lay a month's journey from the border, suggesting that even if war were to ensue, it would take 2 months to reach this locale. As for divulging this intelligence to the great Yang dynasty, Shen Hao had little interest. Firstly, he could not clarify the source of his information without risking being branded a spy. Secondly, the downfall of the great Yang dynasty held no relevance for him. The world is vast, and with numerous nations, he could easily find solace and enjoyment elsewhere. Chapter 28. Truly Exquisite Wine. Shen Hao arrived here solely in pursuit of wealth and leisure, aiming to acquire some martial arts techniques, which does not seem too extravagant for the prospect of immortality. Moreover, the Daong dynasty is merely a vassal state of the Tianwu dynasty. The governance of the Tianwu dynasty resembles the feudal system of the Zhou dynasty, granting a title to cultivate land, where the territory you occupy is yours, albeit with the obligation to pay tribute. Both the Daong and Beihuang dynasties operate under this principle. As for the internecine conflicts among the vassal states, the Tianwu dynasty remains indifferent. They may wage war as they please, as long as their share is delivered to me. The Tianwu dynasty has held dominion over the central plains for centuries, possessing the most fertile lands and formidable power. Even if the Beihuang were to annex the Daong, it would not impede Shen Hao's path to prosperity. In the real world, Shen Hao finds little respite. When it comes to air quality, the otherworldly atmosphere is undeniably superior. However, in terms of quality of life, the urban realm reigns supreme. The offerings of the otherworld in terms of leisure and enjoyment are dismal. Otherwise, how could a single bottle of wine command such a high price? Upon returning to the real world, Shen Hao indulged in shopping. He purchased several thermos flasks. As the otherworld lacked any means to preserve hot water, his shopping spree in the supermarket left him wanting more. Shen Hao then turned to online shopping, acquiring over 100 high-temperature gold testing guns, insisting the seller expedite the delivery, as the shipping cost was of no concern. These gold testing guns would primarily serve to melt down the gold ingots gifted by that month's benefactor into 100-gram gold bars, facilitating their sale. After spending 3 days in the real world, Shen Hao returned to the otherworld, finding it unchanged from before. He summoned Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, who were astonished by the thermos flasks, marveling at their ability to keep water warm. It was truly astounding. They increasingly regarded their young master as remarkable. Shen Hao paid no heed to their wonder and produced chicken essence, MSG, and various seasonings, instructing Song Yongzi on their use. Soon, during lunch preparation, Song Yongzi was taken aback. With the addition of chicken essence and cooking wine, the dishes turned out exceedingly delicious, fit for a chef in a high-end restaurant. This entirely reshaped their understanding of culinary arts. As Ji Donga savored her meal, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister Yongzi, your culinary skills are extraordinary. This is the best meal I have ever tasted, surpassing those crafted by renowned chefs in the capital." Flustered by the praise, Song Yongzi blushed and replied, "It is not my merit. It is the exceptional seasoning provided by our master." Shen Hao interjected, "All right, let us hasten our meal. There is work to be done afterward." "Yes, master." Ji Donga thought twice before daring to provoke Shen Hao, fearing he might discard her beloved cat in a fit of rage. Through their interactions, she realized that Shen Hao was not overly severe and treated her no differently than others. Her only concern was his apparent disdain for cats. After finishing their meal and cleaning the dishes, Shen Hao called upon Song Yongzi and Ji Donga to teach them how to melt gold. They watched in astonishment as the gold transformed into liquid under high temperatures. Song Yongzi exclaimed, "The temperature of this flame is exceedingly high." Ji Donga was equally astonished. Gazing intently at the golden liquid, Shen Hao refrained from elaborating, merely stating, "These 20 gold ingots have all melted, as instructed by the young master." After delivering this message, Shen Hao returned to his leisurely sunbathing, half closing his eyes. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Ji Dongga and Song Yongzi excitedly approached him. With an expression of triumph, Song Yongzi addressed Shen Hao, "Young master, take a look." Inside the wooden box lay 500 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Although the profit was not as lucrative as that from ginseng, while ginseng was difficult to explain in excess, after all, it was not as commonplace as cabbage. To Shen Hao, the allure of gold was far more appealing. In the modern world, Shen Hao was merely an ordinary individual without any significant connections. Beside him, Ji Dongga observed Shen Hao with her beautiful eyes, filled with a hint of anticipation, hoping for his praise. She was genuinely striving to impress him, wishing to keep his cat. Shen Hao, aware of the expressions on Ji Dongga and Song Yongzi's faces, couldn't help but smile. "Excellent work, both of you." He retrieved 2 chocolate bars from his pocket and offered them to the 2 women. "Here, enjoy these." Upon opening them, Ji Dongga and Song Yongzi were astonished to find a black morsel inside. Song Yongzi inquired, "Young master, what is this? Can it really be eaten? Why is it black?" "Consider it a sweet treat. Of course, it is edible," Shen Hao replied, unwrapping another piece and consuming it. Seeing this, Song Yongzi wasted no time and popped one into her mouth. The moment it touched her palate, her eyes lit up. "Young master, it is somewhat bitter at first, but then it turns sweet. Do you like it?" Shen Hao inquired with a smile. "Yes, thank you, young master." Ji Dongga, filled with curiosity, could not resist trying it herself. The texture was smooth and delightful, instantly captivating her. It was far superior to any candy she had previously tasted. What an array of wondrous items the young master possesses. Both Ji Dongga and Song Yongzi, having lived comfortably since childhood, had never encountered such treats, further heightening their impression of Shen Hao's extraordinary background. Meanwhile, Liu Yijing arrived at a luxurious villa, holding a bottle of wine. After being announced, he entered with great excitement. Upon seeing the black-clad woman seated in the main chair, he respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Miss Wenren." Wenren Yi replied coolly, "Lai Xiao, you are being overly polite. We have little in common. What brings you to me so suddenly?" Liu Yijing hurriedly responded, "Miss Wenren, you flatter me. I am but a discarded pawn of the Lai family. How could I presume to be a young master? I have come today to present a rare treasure I stumbled upon." Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Wenren Yi's mouth. A discarded child of the Lai family, residing in this sunlit town, what treasure could he possibly possess? Having encountered countless treasures herself, she felt no interest whatsoever. "Oh, do tell me about it." Understanding her expression, Liu Yijing internally scoffed, biding his time. Suddenly, a bottle of white liquor was extracted from the box. The moment the crimson bottle made its appearance, Wenren Yi was taken aback. The bottle was remarkably smooth and delicate, capable of reflecting one's silhouette. Her interest piqued. She remarked, "Indeed, it is a rare sight." At that moment, Liu Yijing unscrewed the bottle cap, and instantly, a rich aroma of liquor permeated the entire living room. Wenren Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed in astonishment at the bottle in Liu Yijing's hand. Taking a step forward, she found herself standing before him, swiftly snatching the bottle to inhale its fragrance deeply at her nose. "This truly is fine liquor," she proclaimed. Upon peering into the bottle, her astonishment deepened upon discovering the crystal-clear liquid inside. Such liquor had only been encountered a few times at the imperial court of the Tianwu dynasty. Yet none had possessed such an intense bouquet. "This truly is exquisite liquor. Bring me my wine glass." With a slight smile, Liu Yijing had been well prepared and retrieved a white jade wine glass from the box, presenting it to Wenren Yi. "Miss Wenren, please indulge," he offered. However, upon seeing the glass extended towards her, Wenren Yi frowned, expressing her displeasure. "There is no need." Liu Yijing awkwardly held the glass, his hand suspended in midair, suddenly recalling her aversion to using others' belongings due to her cleanliness obsession. After a brief moment, a maid, not daring to delay, hurried over with a verdant wine glass in hand. Seizing the glass, Wenren Yi could not resist pouring herself a drink. Observing the liquor within, it was indeed as clear as water, further heightening her incredulity. She then consumed it in one swift motion. A spicy sensation coursed down her throat, followed by a wave of warmth enveloping her lower abdomen. Moments later, a rich fragrance lingered in her mouth. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed, "What a fine liquor! Truly exquisite! So clear and fragrant! It is indeed a first encounter for me. Remarkable!" Her heart brimmed with joy, for her master cherished liquor above all. This splendid offering would be nothing short of perfect for him. Chapter 29. Meng Xuanji regarding the gift from Liu Yijing. Wenren Yi felt an immense satisfaction in her heart. Indeed, I am quite fond of the present you bestowed upon me. Now, pray tell, what is it that you wish for my assistance with? Lai Yuejing's heart leapt with joy as he inhaled deeply and replied, I was young and foolish, committing grave errors, which led to my exile by my family. I yearned to return to the capital and reclaim my rightful position. Upon hearing this, Wen Ren nodded and remarked, Very well, this is merely a matter of a word from my father, and I doubt your Lai family would dare to oppose it. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an opportunity. As for whether you can seize it, that rests solely upon you. Gratefully, Lai Yuejing responded, Just having this opportunity is more than sufficient. Previously, he had aspired to utilize the brothel competition to demonstrate his abilities and regain his standing within the Lai family. However, upon learning of Wen Ren's presence in Yangwan town, coupled with Shun Hao's appearance, particularly with the emergence of this bottle of wine, he felt as though the heavens were crafting new opportunities for him. Thus, he decisively abandoned the courtesan he had been nurturing for years and struck a deal with Shen Hao. Suddenly, Wen Ren furrowed her brows. What would happen once this bottle of wine was depleted? With this thought, she inquired, Lai Yuejing, where did you acquire this wine? Lai Yuejing was taken aback for a moment before responding, I obtained it through a transaction with young Master Shen. From where? What is his background? When Ren pressed further, this question momentarily stumped Lai Yuejing, who pondered before organizing his thoughts. I am unsure of his exact identity, but he is tall and handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. Stop, spare me the flattery. Focus on the essentials. When Ren interjected, her expression darkening. Lai Yuejing replied, The most striking feature I remember is his short hair. Beyond that, I cannot recall much else. Short hair? When Ren's beautiful eyes narrowed as a sudden spark of realization flashed through her mind, she recalled someone, Song Yongzi. Indeed, during her previous transaction with Song Yongzi, she had encountered a young man with short hair. Perhaps it was him. Very well, you may leave now. I shall pen a letter to my family on your behalf, and you may prepare to return to the capital at once. Thank you, Miss Wen Ren. Once Lai Yuejing departed, Wen Ren picked up the wine bottle and headed towards the courtyard. Master, master, before her arrival, her voice echoed. Creak. The door swung open. Wen Ren beamed at a woman seated in a grand chair, saying, Master, look at the splendid treasure I have brought you. Before her sat a young woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old, her hair intricately pinned atop her head with wooden hairpins. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an ethereal presence. Resting with her eyes closed, her features were exquisite, graceful, and transcendent, resembling a celestial being. While mortals may not have encountered the beauty of a fairy, upon gazing at this woman, one could not help but be captivated by the phrase as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. Her beauty was astonishing, and even when Ren often found herself stealing glances at her. Yet, at this moment, the woman's complexion appeared remarkably pale, bearing a sickly hue, devoid of color in her cheeks. After a moment's pause to regulate her breath, the woman opened her eyes and glanced at Wen Ren. In private, there was no need for a veil to conceal oneself. Her strikingly clear eyes seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Startled, Wen Ren stuck out her fragrant tongue. What is it? She asked. With a gesture reminiscent of offering a treasure, she placed a wine bottle on the table. Master, this is for you. The woman cast a fleeting glance and then lost interest. Such extravagant items are of no use to us, practitioners of asceticism. Please take it away. Upon hearing this, when Ren did not offer an explanation, she simply uncapped the bottle. Instantly, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. The woman was taken aback, surprised to discover it was indeed wine. This wine? When Ren asked eagerly, Master, you must take a sip, you will surely adore it. After speaking, she poured a glass and handed it to the woman. Upon receiving the cup, the woman drank it in one go. A wave of warmth surged within her, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, revealing a flicker of emotion on her once frosty visage. This wine is remarkably potent. Where did you procure such fine liquor? She spoke with a hint of urgency. Master, I bought it from someone. Is it of any use to you? Indeed, this wine is quite exceptional. After consuming it, the chill within my body has been momentarily subdued. This wine is so clear, it must be exceedingly valuable, the woman remarked. Regardless of its cost, if it proves useful, I shall seek more for you. When Ren replied. Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, You have shown great thoughtfulness. From this day forth, I shall accept you as my named disciple. Overwhelmed with joy, when Ren knelt before the woman, bowing her head. Master, please accept my humble reverence. Enough. Do not feign such theatrics. Our sect does not adhere to these formalities. You should understand why you were not accepted previously. I understand, Master. It is due to my limited talent that I failed to catch your eye. The woman nodded and took out a yellowed silk scroll from her robe. This is the foundational technique of our sect, primordial breathing technique. Study it diligently. Once I recover, I will assist you in opening your meridians and help you reach the primordial realm, where you may begin your cultivation. When Renee's heart soared with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. I will not let you down." The foundational technique leading to the primordial realm filled her with exuberance. She felt she had struck gold. "Now, you may leave." "Yes, Master." Once when Renee departed, the woman could not resist pouring herself another glass of wine, savoring it slowly while inhaling its essence before consuming it entirely. With closed eyes, she began to sense the slight suppression of the chill within her body, feeling a measure of relief. The woman's name was Meng Xuanji, the leader of the Yuling Palace within the Tianwu dynasty. 3 months prior, she had learned of a 3-stage demon beast appearing in the Chongyang mountain range, possessing a water attribute core. Her heart had leaped with joy, as it was perfectly suited for her direct disciple and her family lineage. Meng Xuanji had reached the pinnacle of spirit elixirs, and dealing with a 3-stage demon beast was well within her capabilities. However, to her dismay, the information was erroneous. The beast was, in fact, a 4-stage demon. With a single breath, the massive demon unleashed a chilling blast that sent Meng Xuanji flying, injuring her meridians and damaging her spirit elixir, leaving her body infused with the frigid essence akin to a millennium-old ice. Were it not for the sect's secret treasure, she would likely have perished. This relentless chill tormented her like a parasite, gnawing at her every moment. Each day, merely suppressing the chill within her body consumed all her strength. Her cultivation had plummeted from the pinnacle of the spirit pill realm to its nascent stage, and rather than improving, her condition deteriorated further. Her state continued to decline, with the looming threat of falling into the true essence realm. This plight stemmed from her spirit pill being damaged by the icy energy, bearing several cracks. Should this situation persist over time, the inevitable outcome would be the shattering of her spirit pill, resulting in a descent into the true essence realm. To combat the chill within, she required not only the formidable spiritual energy from within, but also external assistance. To mend the spirit pill, one would need the ageless spring. Yet it remained inaccessible within the forbidden grounds. Wine, however, served as an excellent medium. The stronger the liquor, the more effective it proved. Though it provided only a meager remedy, it was certainly preferable to none. Regrettably, her journey yielded little in the way of fine wines, transforming her from a teetotaling sect leader into a fervent enthusiast of alcohol. Meng Xuanji could hardly have anticipated that the young girl she had once saved would return such a significant favor, bestowing upon her an unexpected delight. This wine, clear as water yet fiery in potency, astonishingly managed to temporarily quell the chill within her, a phenomenon truly remarkable. The effects were surprisingly beneficial. How wonderful it would be if such a wine could be enjoyed daily. Chapter 30. Mr. Shun, please cooperate with us. As Meng Xinkai pondered this, she gently shook her head. This exquisite vintage was indeed a rarity. Even as the leader of Yuqing Palace, it was her first experience with such fine wine, underscoring its preciousness. Although its effects were not as potent as those of spiritual liquor, in terms of flavor, it was truly unparalleled, making it ideal for leisurely enjoyment. However, the thought of that formidable demon from the 4th realm made Meng Xinkai furrow her brow. The demon's strength was evidently not newly acquired, having evidently surpassed the 4th realm for several years, and could not possibly be mistaken for a 3rd realm beast. The disparity in their auras was stark. This indicated a miscommunication. Was someone deliberately misleading her, plotting against her? Yet, this information had come from her own disciple and family. Perhaps she had been manipulated by the scheming Chinda? This thought weighed heavily on Meng Xuankai's heart, contributing to her reluctance to accept Ren Yi as a disciple. Of course, Yi's talent was indeed somewhat lacking. Though lacking concrete evidence, suspicion had taken root in her mind, sprouting like a seed once sown. This inner conflict regarding accepting disciples left her perturbed. Unable to fathom the situation, she decided to set aside her thoughts and focus on expelling the cold poison from her body, a task even her master, Tong Xian, could not accomplish. Meanwhile, Shenhao returned to the urban world, carrying the newly refined gold bars. Upon entering his bedroom and opening the wooden chest, he gazed at the resplendent 500 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. Shenhao's heart swelled with joy. Who could resist gold? that amounted to 100 pounds of gold. He promptly messaged the owner of the jewelry store where he had previously sold silver, inquiring whether they would purchase gold and at what price. The response came swiftly. Mr. Shun, the current gold price is 487 per gram, with a buyback rate of 470. How much can you offer? About 5 pounds. The price has been steadily rising as central banks worldwide are repurchasing, creating a tight market. However, my store has limited capacity, with 1 million being the maximum. Shinhao nodded. All right, I have 5 pounds to sell to you. Cash or silver will do. Excellent. Mr. Shun, please arrange a time. What time does your store close? At 7 p.m. Very well, I shall come by at 7:30 p.m. Afterwards, Shinhao took a shower, waiting for time to pass. Around 7:30 p.m., he arrived punctually at the gold shop. The store was empty except for the owner, who greeted him with a beaming smile. Mr. Shun, please come in. Upon entering, Shinhao said, No need for tea. I will leave after the transaction. The owner replied with a smile, From now on, just call me Old Jean. Shinhao then took the gold from his briefcase and placed it on the counter. As Old Jean beheld the gleaming gold, his eyes sparkled. With the recent rise in gold prices and upstream reports suggesting a potential breakthrough of the 500 mark, Old Jean was bold enough to make a substantial purchase. Naturally, he cared little about the origins of the gold. Jewelers frequently had customers exchanging old gold jewelry for new. If every customer had to justify the provenance of their items, gold shops would likely close their doors. Moreover, this county town has developed alongside the gold mine, so every family must have some reserves. After the instrument inspection, Old Jean nodded and remarked, The purity is insufficient. We are all regulars here, and I, Old Jean, do not speak lightly. I can only offer you 460 per gram for cash transactions. Mr. Shun, what do you think? Shinhao, not wishing to quibble excessively, simply nodded in agreement. That works. Upon hearing this, Old Jean felt a surge of joy. The cash transaction was not only favored by Shinhao but also advantageous for him, as it meant less tax and no need for invoices. 5 pounds of gold at 460 per gram totaled 15 million. How about I trade 750,000 worth of silver and 400,000 in cash? Shinhao proposed. That is acceptable. Currently, silver is priced at 8.5 per gram, which equates to 176 pounds for 750,000 silver. As before, Mr. Shin, would you allow me 3 days? 1,700 taels? That should suffice. No problem, Shinhao replied. Subsequently, the proprietor, without any pretense, retrieved 400,000 in cash from the safe and handed it over to Shinhao, his face alight with excitement. If Mr. Shin settles entirely with silver, I can also take in an additional 10 pounds of gold. He sold Shinhao silver at 8.5 per gram, but he shipped from the factory at the lowest price, making quite a profit on bulk orders. Naturally, he was delighted. After a moment's contemplation, however, Shinhao chose not to pursue further transactions, deciding to wait. I will return in 3 days to collect the silver. All right, Mr. Shun. Exiting the jewelry store, Shinhao turned a corner and directly stored the cash in his space. Presently, with the 400,000 added to his cash reserves, he had over 9 million. The silver, however, was dwindling, leaving only 240 taels. Nonetheless, an influx of 764 taels this time was quite satisfactory. While silver held considerable purchasing power in the alternate world, it was of little value in the modern realm. The following morning, he was awakened early by the sound of the doorbell. Puzzled, he opened the door and was taken aback to see 2 police officers. Before Shinhao could utter a word, the leading officer stated, Hello, are you Shinhao? Shinhao nodded, and the officer displayed his badge. We are from the XX police station of Qingguan town, and we need your assistance with an investigation. Please accompany us. At this, Shinhao furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. He did not betray a hint of panic on his face and replied, Very well, let me change my clothes. The 2 officers nodded and followed him inside. After dressing and putting on his shoes, he pondered the reason for their visit. Could it be due to suspicions arising from excessive gold sales? Or perhaps the zero-cost purchases had been discovered? Could it be that his acquisition of the sharpened sword had been reported by the shop owner? Or was it the smuggling of gold that had been uncovered? Or was it illegal to sell ginseng? As he contemplated, Shinhao realized he had indeed committed several infractions. Entering the elevator, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Officers, what is this about? Upon arriving at the police station, a constable remarked, "You will understand soon enough." This left Shun Hao feeling somewhat perturbed. Though he experienced no significant anxiety, he thought to himself that, if worse came to worst, he could retreat into another realm, emerge invincible, and return to dominate the world. Who could intimidate him then? Thus, Shun Hao followed the two officers into the police car, with his eyes closed. He remained oblivious to the tension that the officers noted in his demeanor, as he exhibited no signs of distress. Once aboard the vehicle, the officers switched off the law enforcement recording device. Throughout the journey, neither Shun Hao nor the officers exchanged a word, gazing out at the familiar streets. Shun Hao found himself in an unusual predicament, as it was his first time in a police car, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable and restless. Upon reaching the station, Shun Hao was escorted into an interrogation room. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only was the station chief present, but also two Southeast Asians clad in denim jackets. At that moment, the chief addressed him, stating, "These two are international police officers from Siam, here to inquire about a few matters. Please, do not burden yourself with any worries. It will merely be a straightforward questioning." Upon hearing this, Shun Hao suddenly comprehended the situation. The entire ordeal stemmed from issues related to Thailand. A wave of realization washed over him, and he thought, what a shock. Given that it pertained to Thailand, he surmised that it surely had connections to the previous tour guide, Song Suzy. Chapter 31. This lad is certainly no ordinary person. Since returning from Siam, 2 months have elapsed, and Shun Hao has nearly forgotten the events surrounding his trip. To his surprise, however, they have come seeking him. This revelation does not incite any trepidation within him. Firstly, he did not kill the Siamese tour guide, Song Suzy. Secondly, there is no body to be found. With these two facts, Shun Hao remains unflustered. Should they dare to employ the grand memory restoration technique, he would not hesitate to escort them to their maker. With his current strength, dispatching them silently is a trivial task, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. To be direct, he could shatter their heart meridians with his internal power, ending their lives in an instant. Alternatively, he could resort to poison, having inherited the medical knowledge of the renowned physician Song Yoli. Shun Hao is not merely adept at healing, but also at administering lethal toxins. A police officer poured a glass of water for Shun Hao. The station chief chuckled, "So, Shun Hao, there's no need to be anxious. This is merely a routine inquiry. Please cooperate with the two international police officers from Siam. There's nothing to fear here in Huaxia. No one can wrongfully accuse you." Shun Hao, with an earnest expression, replied, "Yes, government." Then, a Siamese police officer inquired in English, "Shun, what was your purpose for traveling to Siam in May?" A local officer translated for him. Shun Hao responded in English, "I can understand English." The officers were taken aback. Having reviewed his background, they were astonished that a college student could converse fluently in English. Nevertheless, they continued to translate quietly, not for Shun Hao's benefit, but for their superiors. "What did you do in Siam? Who did you meet?" Shun Hao replied, "I sought out a tour guide, Song Suzy. He took me around, and he also introduced me to his cousin, Dara." Upon hearing this, the officers were incredulous. Such a splendid guide who would even introduce his cousin was rare indeed, and they were eager to know where to find such a remarkable tour guide. However, the truth was that Dara was not Song Suzy's cousin, but rather a woman he had rented, akin to a kept mistress, with a rental fee of approximately 8,000 Thai baht, roughly 2,000 Chinese yuan. Shun Hao mused, that seems to be the case. But this doesn't appear to violate any laws in Siam, does it? The officers, upon hearing the translation, were left in a state of disbelief. "Oh, so you play it this way, do you?" The officers were astonished that he had traveled to Siam, especially at such a bargain price of 2,000 yuan. "Is this for real?" Even the station chief regarded Shun Hao with a hint of camaraderie in his eyes. The Siamese officer continued, "After that, where did you go, and what did you do?" "We attended a boxing match and then returned," Shun Hao stated. "Nonsense. That night, you had a conflict, resulting in a gunfight, and you killed Song Suzy." These words energized the officers. This was a serious case. They secretly hoped Shun Hao was a notorious murderer, as it would earn them significant accolades. In response, Shun Hao shook his head. "Do not speak such nonsense. I merely went for a vacation. Besides, my relationship with the tour guide, Song Suzy, was strictly professional. He earns my money. We have no grievances or enmity, so why would I want to kill my tour guide? It is entirely illogical. When one speaks, evidence must be presented. We are in Huaxia, not Siam. Without evidence, it amounts to defamation, and I could take legal action against you." If you possess evidence, present it, and I will follow you without hesitation. My actions are upright, and my conscience is clear. Now, could you recount the specifics of that night? That evening. Upon exiting the boxing gym, we encountered two gangs engaged in a transaction, both belonging to the Bangkok underworld. According to the tour guide, Song Suzy, they were the Wolf Gang and the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. It appeared that upon discovering their dealings, they pursued us and opened fire. At a crossroads, Song Suzy and I separated and fled. Subsequently, I received a text from Song Suzy urging me to run and not return to the hotel. At this point, Shen Hao handed over his phone for inspection. Upon hearing this, the two Siamese police officers and the local precinct personnel examined the chat history on Shen Hao's phone, which he had not deleted. It became apparent to the precinct officials that the tour guide had likely been eliminated by the gang, and since they could not locate him, they sought Shen Hao instead. This realization prompted the precinct personnel to cast unfriendly glances at the two international police officers from Siam, thinking, do they believe our citizens are easily bullied? The primary reason the Siamese police sought Shen Hao was that after investigating Song Suzy's disappearance, the last message he received was from Shen Hao. Therefore, they came to Huaxia for inquiries. When asked if he knew where Song Suzy had gone, Shen Hao replied, I do not know. I am a law-abiding citizen, and our Huaxia is exceptionally safe. I have never experienced a gunfight. I was so terrified that I simply ran away. The security here far surpasses that of your country. Upon translation, many officials were quite pleased with this statement. This does not require your reminder. Do you have any recent updates on Song Suzy, or has he contacted anyone? Should you not investigate the gangs operating within Bangkok, namely the Wolf Gang and the Hells Angels? At this, the two Siamese international police officers grimaced. What is there to investigate? How could such gangs endure for so long without backing? After a lengthy inquiry yielded no results, they decided to let it go. Of course, the police on the Huaxia side were not necessarily inclined to heed them. They held little hope, viewing it as a routine investigation, a chance for a public-funded excursion. Song Suzy, without any connections, was not worth delving into too deeply, as there were countless mysterious cases that ultimately faded into obscurity. However, they were taken aback by the enthusiasm and cooperation exhibited by the Huaxia police, realizing that they had no choice but to engage. Despite perceiving the two Siamese officers as somewhat inept, they maintained a sense of dignity befitting a great nation. Under the escort of the police, the two international officers from Siam departed. Meanwhile, the precinct chief smiled at Shen Hao and said, Thank you for your efforts. It is all settled now. Shall I arrange for them to take you back? Rest assured, this is Huaxia. Even the police from Siam dare not act recklessly here. And no one can wrongfully accuse our citizens. Having made their judgments first, they chose to trust Shen Hao, believing him to be fortunate and astute for returning early. Otherwise, he might have faced serious trouble. Shen Hao replied with a smile, There's no need. I can return by myself. Then we shall not interfere. However, should the police from Siam come to investigate in the future, you must cooperate. They requested that he maintain the previously exchanged contact number for easy communication. Shen Hao agreed. No problem. All right, let it be so. As the chief turned to leave, he suddenly added, if there's nothing urgent, it would be wise to avoid going to Siam for now. We wouldn't want to cause your family any unnecessary worry. Previously, the police in Siam had suspected Shen Hao, especially since Interpol had come to investigate. However, upon reviewing his background, they found it to be impeccably clean, with no issues whatsoever. Moreover, the police in Siam had no evidence against him, no motive, no tools, and not even a timeline of the alleged crime, let alone a body. It was as if they were grasping at straws. Additionally, Shen Hao had no vices such as gambling. He remained composed in the face of the police. And with connections to two different gangs, it was evident that the authorities were convinced that the disappearance of the tour guide was a matter concerning the gangs, reflecting poorly on their own security. They believed that Siam had erred in their investigation, opting to pursue Shen Hao instead of the gangs. Although Shen Hao had a record of visiting brothels in Siam, such actions were legal there, known as wife renting. Unlike in his homeland, where such relationships might be construed as illicit, this was not deemed problematic, and thus he was released without further complications. Upon exiting the police station, Shen Hao felt a sense of misfortune. He had not anticipated that the police from Siam would come to question him, a move entirely uncharacteristic of them. When did they become so diligent in solving cases? Chapter 32. When Ren-Yi arrives at the door upon exiting the police station, Shen Hao refrained from returning home. Rather than enjoying his time in the city, he found himself unexpectedly summoned to the precinct, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. Consequently, he sought refuge in a bathhouse, indulging in a soothing soak and a massage. After spending 3 days in the county, without a single police inquiry, Shenhao's spirits were notably lifted. At Old Jin's jewelry store, he retrieved 176 for pounds of silver. Upon returning home, he surveyed the disarray he had created in his room and couldn't help but shake his head. For several days, Shenhao had relied on takeout, which made him nostalgic for the home-cooked meals prepared by his grandparents in the countryside. Gazing up at the full moon in the night sky, an inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over him. However, this feeling was fleeting, and soon he reclined on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin to pass the time. As for practicing his skills, being a modern man, he lacked the patience for such discipline. Embracing a laid-back lifestyle was truly Shenhao's preference. If he were genuinely that self-disciplined, he wouldn't have struggled to attend a second-tier university. Moreover, long-term indiscipline could be viewed as a form of self-discipline in its own right. His previous diligence stemmed not from a desire to excel but from a need for survival. Now, with wealth at his disposal, the notion of relaxation naturally appealed to him. After scrolling for a while, he was bombarded with recommendations of yoga practitioners in leggings and various female streamers' short videos. Indeed, big data accurately reflects human behavior. Before long, Shenhao found himself transported to a fantastical realm. Remembering the sword he had purchased, an unexpected enthusiasm surged within him, prompting him to retrieve the sword from his spatial pocket and practice the Qifeng sword technique. The intricate and flawless movements of the swordplay were truly mesmerizing, eliciting admiration from Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, who watched in awe. Even Ji Dongge had not anticipated Shenhao's remarkable prowess with the sword, having previously underestimated him as merely a wayward scion of wealth. After executing the 22 forms of the Qifeng sword technique, beads of sweat adorned Shenhao's forehead. Song Yongzi hurriedly approached him with a towel. "My lord, you must be exhausted," she remarked softly, gently wiping the perspiration from his brow with tender care. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "My lord, please wait a moment. I will answer the door," she said, hastening to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find a woman clad in black with a hood. It was the very woman who had once demanded 200 taels of silver from her. The visitor was none other than Wenren Yi. With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Song Yongzi paused momentarily, glancing at Shenhao. In an instant, Shenhao recognized the woman and exchanged a knowing glance with Song Yongzi, who then nodded and said, "Yes, please come in." Upon entering the courtyard, Wenren Yi's gaze immediately landed on Shenhao, who stood there with short hair. The name associated with their transaction was indeed Shenhao. She approached him and turned to Song Yongzi, asking, "Who is this young master?" Hearing this, Song Yongzi looked toward Shenhao, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry, silently asking if she could reveal his identity. Song Yongzi's gentle disposition does not imply foolishness. The newcomer, Wenren Yi, immediately inquired about Shenhao's background, her intentions unmistakably dubious. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasure Hall without reason. She genuinely feared that Wenren Yi might harbor ill will towards Shenhao. Observing the situation, Shenhao directly addressed her, saying, "I am Shenhao. May I ask what business you have with me?" Wenren Yi's heart leaped with joy upon recognizing him, and without further ado, she removed her hat. Revealed was a delicate face shaped like a melon seed, accentuating her exquisite features, perhaps due to frequent hat wearing. Her fair skin appeared especially radiant, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. Her facial proportions were strikingly beautiful, embodying both bone structure and skin quality. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a bright, expressive glint, as if they could speak. Wenren Yi wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I have come to propose a transaction." Shenhao, puzzled, replied, "Oh, what kind of transaction?" Wenren Yi explained, "I am quite fond of the wine you sold to Liu Jing. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. In addition, you would gain the friendship of the Wenren family." Shenhao shook his head, realizing her ulterior motives. After a lengthy conversation, she had yet to specify a concrete price, instead offering vague promises. Clearly, she was indulging in fanciful notions. With a shrug and a hint of regret, he stated, "I'm afraid I only possess one bottle, which is a family heirloom. I would not part with it unless absolutely necessary." Wenren Yi frowned slightly, unconvinced by Shenhao's words. She retorted, "Nonsense. That wine is clearly newly brewed. Why claim it's ancestral? Are you attempting to deceive me? Do you not fear the Wenren family?" Shenhao, a straightforward man, typically softened under pressure but remained pragmatic. He recognized that now was not the time for bravado. The wine's brewing process was exceptionally intricate, making it a challenge to produce. Otherwise, he would have sold it long ago. When Renee realized that her initial offer had failed to sway him, it seemed that invoking her family's prestige was futile. She would need to present a concrete offer. With a deep breath and a steely tone, she remarked, "Very well, let us rephrase. You sell me the wine, and I will assist you in a matter, or you can propose a price." Shenhao replied, "This wine is somewhat expensive." When Renee's brows knitted together, her pride stung. She countered, "Name your price." "The price I sold to Lai Yuejing was 1,000 taels of gold plus a courtesan. If you wish to purchase it, it will be 2,000 taels of gold," Shenhao declared. "Humph, I expected a higher price. Is it merely 2,000 taels of gold? I shall buy it. However, the wine must still be in that red bottle, otherwise a discount will be necessary. I refuse to incur a loss." When Renee calculated in her mind, this wine was indeed valuable, but the bottle was also a masterpiece of craftsmanship, rare even in the Tianmu dynasty. It was certainly worth a fortune, given that her master, Meng Xuanji, only consumed wine. The bottle could be hers to sell. Perhaps this transaction would not be a loss after all. A promising deal indeed. Upon this thought, Wen Rene's lips curled into a smile that betrayed her cunning success. Her bright, expressive eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Shenhao was equally pleased with the price. A single bottle of wine was worth merely 40 yuan, and purchasing a case, akin to wholesale, allowed for an additional discount of 2 yuan per bottle. The astounding notion that wine, valued at just 40 yuan, could be exchanged for 2,000 taels of gold, equating to an astonishing 200 jin, was almost beyond belief. 5 jin of gold could fetch 15 million. Thus, 200 jin could potentially yield 46 million. Such exorbitant profits. Shenhao shared a joyful laugh with Wen Renyi, their gazes locking and revealing mutual cunning in their eyes. A sense of apprehension lingered. The situation would only be secure once the wine was in hand. "Just wait. I shall procure the gold," she declared before turning on her heel and departing. As Shenhao observed her retreating figure, he glanced around the space and realized that the sought-after white wine was conspicuously absent. Never mind. He resolved to return to the modern world and purchase a case to keep on hand, for it was of little worth. With that, he turned and slipped back into his room, vanishing without a trace as the entire otherworld fell once more into a state of stillness. Chapter 33. The Blacklist and Deletion Package. Returning to the urban realm, Shenhao gazed upon his disheveled living room, his mood considerably dampened. Thus, he placed a call to arrange for a cleaning service. 200 yuan, excluding the cleaning of the range shed. This price was acceptable to Shenhao. Besides, he had not cooked in ages, and the exhaust fan had remained untouched, while the cleaning crew attended to the mess. Shenhao drove his somewhat neglected BMW 5 Series to the liquor store. "How much for a bottle of that red-labeled baijiu?" he inquired. 40 yuan. "And a case?" "A case contains 6 bottles. If you purchase a case, each bottle is 2 yuan cheaper." "Very well, I'll take a case." "Excellent. Please hold on. The total comes to 228 yuan. Also, give me 2 packs of Double Happiness cigarettes and 2 packs of Yuhua Stone, and let us tally it all together. 2 packs of Double Happiness are 1,200 yuan. 2 packs of Yuhua Stone are 1,000 yuan, plus the baijiu. The grand total is 2,428 yuan. I'll throw in a lighter for you." The proprietor then packaged the cigarettes and liquor in a black bag for Shenhao. "Thank you," he replied, as he drove away, leaving the owner in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that the cigarettes were likely intended as gifts, but was he truly going to consume the baijiu himself? Wasn't 40 yuan per bottle a bit beneath his status? Such spirits were typically reserved for rural banquets. The owner found himself pondering Shenhao's peculiar choices for quite some time. Driving a BMW 5 Series, yet purchasing inexpensive baijiu. It was indeed baffling. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Shenhao promptly stored the cigarettes and liquor in his space. Although he seldom craved cigarettes, now that he had financial means, he felt compelled to indulge. The cigarettes he once hesitated to smoke were now a temptation to savor, especially since, when out in the world, they served as a bridge for male camaraderie. Upon returning to his freshly tidied room, Shenhao nodded in approval. After settling the payment and seeing the cleaning crew off, he reclined on the sofa for a refreshing nap, feeling somewhat fatigued after his earlier encounter with Song Yongzi. When he awoke, twilight had begun to descend. He ordered a portion of grilled lamb skewers, fried shrimp tails, a cold dish, and a few bottles of Dacheng beer. One must admit, The efficiency of food delivery in a small county town was remarkable. In less than half an hour, everything arrived. When it comes to enjoying life, nothing quite compares to a small county town. In Shunhao's perspective, aside from healthcare and education, big cities offered little appeal. The traffic was incessantly congested, and deliveries were agonizingly slow. Although larger cities boasted better environments and more attractions, for someone like Shunhao, who preferred the comforts of home and despised venturing out, there was no allure whatsoever. Once he had visited a tourist spot, his interest waned. Now, in the sweltering heat of August, he reveled in the cool air conditioning, sipping chilled beer while savoring barbecued delights. Amidst his culinary enjoyment and scrolling through Douyin, Shunhao's WeChat chimed. Opening the message, he recognized the profile of a middle school classmate, someone he hadn't been in touch with for a decade. The message simply read, "Are you there?" Without much thought, he replied, "Yes, what's up? Brother, where are you?" "Oh, I'm in the Magic City. What's the matter?" "There is nothing much to say. Our company is not performing well, and this month's salary has been delayed. Could you possibly lend me some money?" "Not much. Just 500, and I will repay you next month." "What?" Indeed, it seems that when a friend or classmate reaches out after a decade of silence, it is rarely for a good reason. After contemplating for a moment, Shunhao typed, "Isn't 500 a bit too little? How about 10,000? "Really? That would be splendid." Shunhao replied, "Please send me your ID card, and I will assist you. I am quite familiar with this line of work, and I will ensure the lowest interest rate for you. While others may return 13 for 9, I can offer you 12 for 9. If 10,000 is insufficient, I could lend you 500,000, provided you have property." "What do you mean? A loan?" "Yes, I assumed you were aware, my old classmate. I currently work at a small loan company. You need money urgently, right? Just provide your ID, and within 10 minutes, the funds can be transferred immediately. Since we are classmates, you would be aiding my performance while I help you out of a tight spot. No need for that. I only require 500, and I do not need a loan. Thank you, but I'll seek assistance from someone else." Upon hearing this, Shunhao smirked. After 10 years of silence, "You reach out only to ask for money? How presumptuous. This kind of useless classmate disgusts me," and without hesitation, he blocked and deleted him. Once done, Shunhao felt a wave of relief wash over him, even more satisfying than drinking beer. Dealing with such fools necessitates this approach. Shunhao could only be described as having an average tolerance for alcohol. 2 bottles of beer would leave him feeling tipsy. He then lay on his bed, blissfully drifting off to sleep, mumbling sleepily. There is nothing quite like the comfort of a Sealy mattress. The next day, Shunhao woke to find it was already 10 in the morning. He drew back the curtains, observing the sun nearly overhead, and stretched lazily. The delight of not having to work and waking up naturally is simply exquisite. Entering the living room, he glanced at the messy array of empty bottles and takeout containers strewn across the coffee table, all stained with grease, and felt a twinge of disdain. Instinctively, he thought of hiring a cleaner. He was currently too lethargic to move at all. After some consideration, he decided it would be more economical to find a cook. After researching the local market, he discovered that the salary for a maid in the small county town is approximately 3,000. Thus, he opened Douyin to post a job advertisement. Now hiring. Maid, female, age, under 40. Requirements, must be clean and proficient at home cooking. Salary, monthly payment, 3,500 per month. Job scope, daily room cleaning. There is a robotic vacuum, and preparing 2 meals a day. Interested parties may message privately. In order to expedite finding a suitable candidate, Shunhao spent 500 to boost the advertisement. This method would significantly increase visibility. He then purchased a robotic vacuum from a certain online retailer, spending 6,000. Afterward, he ordered takeout again for lunch, and after eating, he enjoyed the air conditioning while dozing off for a nap. Upon waking in the afternoon, Shunhao planned to scroll through Douyin, returning to Yangwang Town. Upon opening Douyin, I was taken aback to discover an overwhelming number of private messages in the background, totaling in the hundreds. Each message expressed a desire to apply for the position of a nanny. What astonished Shunhao even more was the youthful age of these applicants, predominantly young women in their early 30s. Among them, 2 had even shared personal photos alongside images of their culinary creations, featuring 3 dishes and a soup. One of them, a 34-year-old named Lu Jia, possessed fair skin and a slender figure. In the photograph, she appeared strikingly beautiful, though the beauty filter on Douyin rendered such appearances somewhat dubious. The other, Sun Jinjin, aged 28, worked as a manager in a hotel's housekeeping department. Shen Hao found her tall stature and pleasing looks commendable, pondering why someone so attractive would choose to be a nanny when she could easily be a mistress. Yet, he acknowledged that she was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Admittedly, in a small county, even a front desk supervisor could be referred to as a manager. There were several other applicants, many nearing 40. But Shen Hao had no inclination to seek someone of such age. Even more surprising was a male applicant who claimed to be a former chef with a fondness for cleanliness, requesting an opportunity. Shen Hao promptly blocked him, dismissing the entire situation as absurd. Chapter 34. Two unaware individuals. Thus, Shen Hao sent private messages to invite Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin to join him, each tasked with bringing a signature dish to share, with the time set for 5 o'clock. Subsequently, Shen Hao added both women on WeChat and sent each a red envelope of 100 yuan as a contribution towards the ingredients. This gesture dispelled any lingering doubts of deceit. They were indeed genuine. Around 4:50, both Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin arrived, each laden with an assortment of items. Shen Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that both women possessed striking beauty, standing out remarkably in a crowd, surely attracting many glances. Sun Jinjin donned a gray OL dress from the hotel, her figure commendable, the work attire accentuating her alluring curves. She wore sheer black stockings that elongated her legs, which were straight and elegant. Her skin was fair and pristine, complemented by large eyes and a petite mouth, with meticulously groomed eyebrows. She was a refined woman, leaving Shen Hao astonished that she had come to apply for a nanny position. Lu Jie, with her palm-sized oval face and delicate features, was equally stunning. Her beauty authentic and not merely a product of digital enhancement. Her black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail. She dressed simply in a white t-shirt that snugly embraced her figure, paired with black cropped pants, exuding an aura of vitality and efficiency. The beauty of both women was undeniably impressive. Feeling somewhat reserved, Lu Jie had yet to greet Shen Hao, but Sun Jinjin, with a cheerful demeanor, introduced herself. "Hello, boss. I am Sun Jinjin." Shen Hao nodded in response, saying, "Just call me Shen Hao. I must admit, your appearances have exceeded my expectations. You hardly seem like candidates for a nanny position. Has the market for nannies become this competitive?" Lu Jie replied, "Boss, the wages in this small county are exceedingly low. I previously worked in a mall selling men's clothing, earning a base salary of 800 plus commission. After the new year, business dwindled, and I found myself with less than 1,300 yuan a month. The mall has since closed down. Moreover, the nanny job offers flexibility. I only need to prepare 2 meals, and the pay is decent. After cooking, I have ample time to pick up and drop off the children." Sun Jinjin nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. My former position as a hotel manager paid me 2,600 a month. Though the pandemic has passed, business remains poor, and my employer has not issued salaries for 3 months. The hotel is currently under renovation, and I have been out of work for half a month with no clarity on what comes next. My daughter is still in school, and the financial burden is substantial. So I too wish to explore this opportunity. In a small county, the role of a manager is essentially akin to that of a foreman, as the hotels are not of a star-rated caliber. In a county with a permanent population of around 100,000, a salary of 3,000 is considered reasonable, although most positions require 12-hour shifts." Hearing their words, Shen Hao nodded thoughtfully. In small counties, young mothers are often the majority, many staying home to care for their children. Additionally, the wages in these areas are notably low. Even those mothers who do work often earn meager salaries. As the saying goes, prosperous clans remain in their hometowns, while the impoverished seek fortunes elsewhere. The men who manage to stay in such small counties tend to fare well. Either they possess a trade, like Shen Hao's childhood friends, who are skilled electricians capable of supporting a family, or they have familial connections within government institutions or run their own businesses. In a small county town, like most men, they're often away working, leaving the women to care for the children. Thus, Shen Hao said, "Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter. Each of you prepare a signature dish within half an hour. If I am satisfied, you shall remain. If not, I will offer you a 200 yuan red envelope as a token for your visit." The two women were quite pleased with this arrangement and were fond of the job. Shen Hao, tall and handsome, was a man of few demands. Even if they did not secure the position, the 200 yuan served as a consolation for their efforts. The initial impression of Shen Hao was favorable. Both women found him charming and accommodating. They cherished the opportunity presented by this job. Hence they approached their cooking with utmost seriousness. Lu Jie was swift in both washing and chopping vegetables, while Sun Jinjin appeared somewhat clumsy, needing to reference videos during her cooking. However, Shen Hao was unconcerned. emphasizing that as long as the dishes were delectable, the method employed was of no consequence. After approximately half an hour, the women completed their tasks. Lu Jie prepared a spicy stir-fried pork with peppers and a seaweed egg drop soup, while Sun Jinjin made scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised eggplant, accompanied by steamed rice. Shen Hao remarked, "You both must be hungry. Let us sit down to eat together." "No, thank you, boss. You may eat. I am not hungry." Both Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin declined. "Very good. You are quite understanding." Shen Hao appreciated their demeanor, recognizing their awareness of the situation. Had they chosen to join him, he would undoubtedly have reconsidered their employment. Hiring a housekeeper was not akin to inviting a relative to dinner. Subsequently, Shen Hao tasted each dish with great attention. Lu Jie and Sun Jinjin watched him nervously, aware that the outcome of their efforts rested upon his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao spoke plainly. "I particularly enjoyed the spicy stir-fried pork and the egg drop soup." "Congratulations, Lu Jie." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's eyes sparkled with delight, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. Thank you." Sun Jinjin, however, wore a look of disappointment, mentally preparing herself for the inevitable. She seldom cooked and was not skilled in this regard. "Well then, boss, I shall take my leave." She bid farewell and departed. Observing this, Shen Hao said, "Very well, I will send the red envelope. Please remember to accept it, as it is rightfully yours." "Thank you, boss," she replied. At that moment, only Shen Hao and Lu Jie remained in the room. Shen Hao continued, "Once I finish my meal, please tidy up the room. Today counts as your day's wage. I settle salaries on the last day of each month, and I do not require a deposit. You may leave at any time and settle your account. Each day, keep the receipts for groceries, and I will reimburse you. Your daily responsibilities will consist of light housekeeping and preparing lunch and dinner. The rest of the time is your own, and I will not intrude. The salary remains as previously agreed upon at 3,500. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them." Lu Jie hurriedly waved her hand, stating, "No, I can fulfill all these requirements." Shen Hao replied, "All right. Shortly I will provide you with the access card for the community and assist you in registering your fingerprint." "Okay, boss. That's all for now." With that, Shen Hao began his meal, indifferent to her presence. Lu Jie sat at the dining chair, surveying the room. The entire space was exquisitely decorated and not difficult to maintain. An hour later, after Shen Hao had assisted Lu Jie in registering her fingerprint for the lock, she finished tidying up the room and stepped outside with a garbage bag in hand. Ding dong. Just as Lu Jie descended to discard the garbage, her phone vibrated. Upon checking the message, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her boss had sent her a red envelope containing 200 yuan. This brought her joy. Recognizing that the salary was indeed a salary, while this was a bonus for her interview today, offered to her on par with Sun Jinjin. "Thank you, boss." Lu Jie replied happily as she accepted it. Such a generous employer. He showed no concern for delayed wages. Previously, while working in a department store selling menswear, her monthly earnings barely reached 1,500 yuan, often withheld. Alas, finding a decent job in a small county is indeed challenging. Working outside meant neglecting her child. Now, however, she was content with her current job, preparing 2 meals daily and cleaning the house for a monthly salary of 3,500. It allowed her to take care of her child while providing a respectable income, significantly alleviating her financial burdens. Once Lu Jie had left, Shen Hao entered the spatial realm and reappeared in the room in Yangwang Town. Everything remained as usual, when Ren Yi seemed to have just departed. "Young master, what shall we have for dinner?" Shen Hao, having just eaten, was not particularly hungry. He replied, "You decide, but do not prepare anything for me. Just cook for the two of you." "Understood, young master," Song Yongzi responded. Ji Donga also joined Song Yongzi, assisting her with the vegetables. The two women had grown quite familiar with one another, their conversations largely revolving around Shen Hao. Ji Donga had realized that Shen Hao was not a cruel person. As Song Yongzi had described, his demeanor was quite pleasant. Approximately half an hour later, when Ren Yi arrived, this time, she did not enter through the front door, but rather leapt in directly. For her, the 2-meter-high wall posed no obstacle. She then tossed a wooden box, measuring 30 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, in front of Shen Hao. 2,000 taels of gold, count it if you wish. Shen Hao opened the box and inspected its contents, weighing it in his hands. The quantity was just right. Indeed, the amount is accurate. "Wait here while I fetch you some wine." He then returned to his room, retrieved a box of white wine from the spatial realm, unwrapped it, and took out a bottle. Looking at the bottle of white wine, Shen Hao chuckled to himself, selling it for 46 million at 38 yuan a bottle. What a delightful thought. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself before reluctantly stepping outside to hand the wine to Wen Rinyi. Here's your wine. It is a family heirloom, and I truly regret having to part with it. Wen Rinyi eagerly opened the bottle, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma of the liquor. Indeed, this is the essence. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wen Rin's enchanting eyes as she gazed at Shen Hao, her expression radiating joy. Both were exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this transaction. Chapter 35. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him slip away. Wen Rinyi acquired the wine, while Shen Hao obtained the gold. Both parties were exceedingly satisfied with the transaction, their spirits lifted. As they were about to part ways, Wen Rinyi turned and remarked, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to notify me. As long as you have wine, I shall be more than willing to help." Shen Hao cast a glance at Wen Rinyi and clasped his fist in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well, no problem at all." Pleased with Shen Hao's perceptiveness, Wen Rinyi donned her hat and gracefully leaped away, vanishing from the courtyard. For Wen Rinyi, acquiring wine from Shen Hao was indeed a momentous occasion. It was worth noting that her master, Meng Xuanji, could only consume a bottle of wine per week to suppress the chill within. Without a reliable source of wine, she would have been at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, she had found Shen Hao, who still had wine in his possession, alleviating her concerns. After Wen Rinyi departed, Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge began to prepare a meal, while Shen Hao ventured out. He made his way to the bookstore in Yangwan Town, intending to purchase books on cultural history, geography, and local customs. It was always beneficial to broaden one's knowledge. Upon entering the classic store in Yangwan Town, Shen Hao found a hodgepodge of items. Though there were martial arts manuals available, their exorbitant prices deterred him from even glancing at them. He had no interest in such matters. The materials available for sale were likely inferior and would only slow his progress. After all, true masters like Qiao Feng could effortlessly subdue Shaolin monks with just a single set of Taizu Changquan. After perusing the store, he left empty-handed. For literature on geography was scarce in this era. On his way back, he witnessed two street brawlers engaged in a duel, both at the body refinement stage, easily dispatched by a single strike from Shen Hao. He lost interest quickly. Genuine experts had no time to idly wander the streets. Upon returning, Ji Dongge and Song Yongzi had finished their meal. Song Yongzi inquired with concern, "Young master, are you lacking an appetite today?" Shen Hao shook his head and replied, "Not at all. It's simply that at my level of training, hunger is less of a concern." "Oh, I see. Please inform me when you feel hungry, and I shall prepare something for you," she responded. "Understood," he acknowledged. Suddenly, Shen Hao added, by the way, in the next few days, to take some time to visit your father." Startled by his words, Song Yongzi asked, "Is something the matter, young master?" Without further ado, Shen Hao stated, "In a few days, we shall be relocating to Yangling Prefecture, over 100 kilometers away." "Very well, young master, I understand," she replied, refraining from further inquiry. As it was Shen Hao's decision, she chose not to question it. Ji Dongge, standing nearby, was somewhat taken aback by Shen Hao's intention to leave Yangwan Town. However, as his personal property, she would accompany him wherever he chose to go. The following day, Song Yongzi brought offerings to pay respects to her father, Song Yoli. Shen Hao waited nearby, feeling a bit awkward, as the coffin contained nothing but a stone. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, swirling the dry leaves that danced in the air. Startled, Shen Hao shivered. Could it be a ghost? Filled with trepidation, he glanced around. Gazing up at the blazing sun overhead, his spirits began to lift. Logically speaking, even the most formidable specter would not dare to emerge in broad daylight. Kneeling before the grave, Song Yongzi burned paper offerings while bowing deeply. Her fair cheeks were already glistening with tears. "Father, I have been an unfilial daughter. If I had the power, I would surely avenge you. However, there is something I must tell you. The young master wishes for the child to bear the surname Song. Father, as you rest in the underworld, please take good care of my mother. She is most afraid of the cold. Father, I am sorry, but I will not be able to visit you often from now on. I beg for your forgiveness." As she spoke, Song Yongzi could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing this, Shen Hao felt it best to distance himself. Out of sight, out of mind. Around 3 in the afternoon, Shen Hao and Song Yongzi returned to Yangwan Town. Upon their return, Song Yongzi appeared utterly fatigued, barely able to keep her eyes open. After arriving home, Ji Dongge observed Song Yongzi's swollen eyes and hurriedly fetched water. "Yongzi, you should wash your face first." "Yes, thank you." Hearing Song Yongzi's hoarse voice, Ji Donga felt a pang of sadness. It was clear that she had been crying for a long time. She quickly offered comfort. Death is irreversible. Do not harm your health by weeping so much. Yongzi, wash your face first, and I'll bring you some water to drink. After a moment, Ji Donga returned with a cup of warm water. Yongzi, have a sip. Yes, thank you, Donga. Letting out a long breath. Song Yongzi trembled as she lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. Even after drinking, she continued to sob softly. Observing this, Shen Hao exchanged a glance with Ji Donga, signaling her to assist Yongzi in resting. Understood, young master. In the room, with Ji Donga attending to her, Song Yongzi gradually drifted into sleep. Watching the slumbering figure of Song Yongzi, Ji Donga felt a deep ache in her heart, as though it were being tightly grasped. Sitting by the bedside, she momentarily lost herself in thought, murmuring, though Yongzi has lost her parents, she at least had the chance to meet them. But who were my parents? Sighing softly at this realization, her eyes unwittingly grew moist, stirred by the poignant scene around her. The following day, Shen Hao ventured to the horse market in the western part of the city, intending to purchase a cart. Upon arriving at the horse market, he inquired about the prices, which were rather steep, with the common carts costing around 100 taels of silver. At that moment, a man clad in coarse linen approached him. Are you looking to rent a cart, young master? Shen Hao was taken aback. He had not known that carts could be rented. What is the cost? Not expensive. To rent a cart for a day costs about 5 coins, while a slightly more luxurious cart would be 2 taels. This price was acceptable to Shen Hao for him. Such an expense was trivial. He found the idea of a cart rather uncomfortable, were it not for the constraints of space. He would have preferred to purchase an off-road vehicle from the real world. His decision to rent a cart was also motivated by the consideration of Song Yongzi and Ji Donga. Shen Hao scrutinized the man and inquired about the price to Yangling Prefecture. The coachman replied that the horses here, when running solo, could cover a maximum of 200 miles in a day. However, the distance from Yangguan town to Yangling Prefecture was 300 miles. If a cart carried passengers, it could only travel approximately 60 miles a day, as night travel was not permissible. This journey would take at least 5 days. Typically, a round trip for a cart would cost 5 taels of silver, but I will charge you 3 if you opt for the most luxurious cart. The round trip would amount to 20 taels, but I can offer it to you for 15. Of course, if you find it too expensive. There are also donkey carts and ox carts, which are more economical. Very well, I shall take the finest cart, Shen Hao decided. When will you require it? I estimate it will be needed for several days. All right, my name is Ma Laolu. You can come to me when you need the cart. With that, Shen Hao strolled around for a while before departing. Shortly after he left, a man in black attire tossed a silver ingot to Ma Laolu and asked, "What was that man about?" Ma Laolu replied, "That is a secret of the guest. I cannot disclose it. 10 taels? I cannot say. 20 taels. Please do not put me in a difficult position. I truly cannot say." "You ungrateful fool, Ma Laolu, do you wish to lose your livelihood? Consider your family." The man then revealed a badge. Ma Laolu's expression shifted slightly, and he responded with trepidation, "This person intends to go to Yangling Prefecture and requires my cart." "Then it is settled. You are wasting my time. If not for my superior in Yangguan town, I would have a mind to eliminate you." Before long, the man vanished from the horse market. He arrived at a secluded estate and knelt before a woman clad in black, saying, "Lord Wenren, that Shen Hao intends to go to Yangling Prefecture." Upon hearing this, Wenren Yi furrowed her brow and said, "Understood. You may leave now. Keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to slip away. If I cannot locate him later, I will hold you accountable." Chapter 36. Selling the house to Yangling Mansion. Was Shen Hao planning to flee? Was he heading to Yangling Mansion for some business, or was he intentionally avoiding me? Contemplating this, when Renee felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, and her exquisite face grew cold. Shen Hao's abrupt departure caught her off guard. Currently, she possessed merely 2 bottles of wine, sufficient for Ming Xuanji to last half a month. If Shen Hao absconded, whom could she turn to for more wine? Furthermore, she lacked the requisite gold to make a purchase, leaving her in a quandary. Moreover, she was unable to leave at this moment. Wenren Yi held the position of an inspector in the brocade office. This organization previously held little power, merely overseeing the conduct of officials. However, since the ascension of Emperor Yangwan of the Daong dynasty, the brocade office had been granted significant privileges. Armed with a ceremonial staff and a tiger talisman, they roamed to inspect and address illegal activities, acting on behalf of the emperor, primarily targeting those whom the inept Emperor Yangwan disfavored. They were responsible for monitoring the nobility and officials, overseeing prisons and investigating special cases. Their authority was immense, akin to that of an imperial envoy. In summary, the imperial decree conferred vast powers, allowing them to act with impunity. The highest official in the brocade office was the chief inspector, supported by 4 inspectors, commonly referred to as the brocade inspectors. Each inspector supervised a province, and one Ren-yi was the brocade inspector overseeing Yangzhou. Her sole purpose in Yangzhou was to confront the governor, Li Chongyin, and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Li Chongyin held command over all military and political powers in Yangzhou, making it exceedingly difficult to incriminate him. However, there were reports of correspondence between Li Chongyin and the North Wilderness's formidable expert, Shen Tujiao. When Ren-yi's objective was to uncover this evidence, a task assigned by the inept Emperor Yangwan. After all, Li Chongyin was a trusted confidant of the emperor's favorite, Yang Wuxian. The foolish emperor had already eliminated his uncle, Yang Wuxian, and remained wary of his loyal subordinates. The only way to ensure his peace of mind regarding Li Chongyin was to eliminate him. Everyone understood that Yangzhou was the gateway to the capital. If it fell, the entire capital would be in jeopardy. Yet, as the emperor wished for Li Chongyin's demise, Ren-yi had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, the Wanren family was not merely thriving within the Daong dynasty. Their substantial roots lay in the Tianwu dynasty, with Ren-yi representing but a branch of the family. Even if the Daong dynasty were to fall, the Wanren family would remain intact, continuing to wield power and wealth, simply under a different ruler. Thus, Ren-yi remained indifferent to the emperor's whims. Initially, when Ren-yi sustained injuries, it was the physician Song Yoli who had treated her, and she had always remembered this favor. Coincidentally, Song Yoli was being escorted to the border and would pass through Yangwan town. Ren-yi had intended to rescue him with little effort. Unexpectedly, Song Yoli perished. Ultimately, she intervened to help Song Yongzi reclaim the body. To avoid exposure, it would be best to find a scapegoat from a mountain bandit. In any case, the indifferent monarch would hardly concern himself with the fate of a mere physician. The Wanren family has discerned that the Danyang dynasty is on the verge of collapse due to the incompetence of its ruler. Thus, they remain in a state of observation. For now, they can only monitor Shen Hao, waiting to see where he might be, intending to approach him once circumstances become more stable. However, there is also a lingering fear of potential misfortune befalling Shen Hao. They have even entertained the thought of detaining him to inquire about the origins of the exquisite wine he possesses. Yet, there is an air of peculiarity surrounding Shen Hao. When Ren-yi first encountered Shen Hao, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation. Yet upon their subsequent meeting, he had attained the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation, exhibiting no signs of superficiality. It was evident that he had diligently honed his skills. How could such progress be achieved in just a few days? Perhaps he had been concealing his true abilities all along. Furthermore, the extraordinary wine gourd and the fine liquor in his possession were not the sorts of things that an average person could procure, which further dissuaded her from pursuing that line of thought. After careful consideration, Ren-yi resolved to inform her master of this development. Upon reaching the backyard, she was about to knock on the door when a cool voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Ren-yi composed her expression and entered, respectfully greeting, "Master." "Yi. What brings you here?" Meng Shuangji inquired, opening her eyes. When Ren-yi placed the purchased fine liquor on the table, Meng Shuangji expressed her satisfaction, saying, "You have shown great thoughtfulness. Master, the individual from whom I procured the wine is preparing to leave Yangwan town." "Oh, where is he headed?" Meng Shuangji asked. "He intends to go to Yangling Prefecture, but I am unable to attend to him myself. I also fear that he might encounter unforeseen troubles, which would delay your endeavors." When Ren-yi replied with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuangji concurred. The fine liquor they had acquired was effective in suppressing the cold energy. Its absence would indeed pose a challenge to find. Meng Shuangji glanced at Wen Ren-yi and asked, "Are you suggesting that I accompany him?" Wen Ren-yi, feeling bashful, replied, "Yes. The entire Yangzhou region has been rather unsettled of late. Moreover, Shen Hao's prowess is rather lacking, making him susceptible to accidents. Having you accompany him would provide an additional layer of security." After speaking, Wen Ren-yi dared not meet Meng Shuangji's gaze, apprehensive of potential reprimand. After all, Meng Shuangji was a master of the spirit pill realm and the leader of a sect. It would seem beneath her to protect a mere wine merchant. Yet, Meng Shuangji did not dwell on such thoughts, her primary concern being the continuity of her precious liquor. "Very well, where can I find him?" "I shall follow him discreetly to Yangling Prefecture," she stated calmly. Wenrinyi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated her ethereal master would acquiesce. Master. The individual is named Shen Hao, tall and handsome with distinctive short hair, accompanied by two lovely maidens. He resides to the north of the intersection. Meng Xuanji nodded, understood. Inform me when he departs. Yes, master. Unbeknownst to Shen Hao, events unfolded behind him as he returned to his residence and initiated the process of selling his house. He was certain that he would find it difficult to return here. He had initially purchased it for 260 taels of silver. Although this sum was of little consequence to Shen Hao, even a mosquito, small as it may be, is still a morsel of flesh. Since the decision to sell was made, Shen Hao wasted no time and promptly announced the urgent sale of the house for 200 taels. Although Song Yongzi and Ji Donggo were somewhat perplexed by Shen Hao's actions, they offered their support. Shen Hao did not provide any explanations, having acquired capital. He naturally aspired to venture into grander realms, as the small locality offered little opportunity to encounter individuals of higher cultivation. He had no intention of waiting long. If the house remained unsold after 5 days, he would simply depart and bestow it upon whomever he deemed worthy. To Shen Hao's surprise, on the 3rd day, a prospective buyer arrived. Remarkably, it was the original landlord. Upon finalizing the transaction, Shen Hao stated, "We shall stay here tonight and depart at dawn. You may come to reclaim the property then." The former owner readily agreed, feeling quite pleased to repurchase his old home for 200 taels. In less than a month, the house had returned to him, yielding a profit of 60 taels. The surrounding individuals expressed their envy. Earning 60 taels in under a month was indeed an impressive feat. For Shen Hao, however, such a sum was inconsequential. He had no intention of returning to this small town, upholding the principle of avoiding waste. He deemed it better to sell for 200 taels than to discard it entirely, focusing on a timely cessation of losses. By evening, he had packed all his belongings into his spatial storage. The following morning, he set off with Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge in a carriage, leaving Yongguan town for Yangling Prefecture. Just as Shen Hao departed, Wenrinyi received the news and promptly reported it to her master, Meng Xuanji, without delay. Chapter 37. Procuring goods in the Kingdom of Siam. On the official road leading to Yangling Prefecture, a horse-drawn carriage moved slowly. Inside the carriage, Shen Hao sat beside Ji Dongge on his left and Song Yongzi on his right. Drawing back the curtain, Shen Hao gazed outside. The road was flanked by lush green fields of wheat, farmers with hoes slung over their shoulders, and children frolicking in the fields. Along the official road, hurried travelers passed by, including gallant figures on horseback. This ancient ambience felt more vivid than any depiction on television. Suddenly, Shen Hao noticed Ma Lalio's hesitance. As if he had something to say, unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Laolu, do you have something on your mind?" After a moment of hesitation, Ma Lalio nodded and replied, "Indeed, young Master Shen. A few days after your departure, someone came inquiring about your whereabouts." Shen Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had not provoked anyone in Yongguan town, so why would someone seek information about him? He queried, "Who is this person?" "It is from the Jingxiusi," Ma Lalio answered. At this revelation, understanding dawned upon Shen Hao. Based on Song Yoli's memories, Jingxiusi bore some resemblance to the Jinyui. Upon further reflection, Shen Hao discerned the purpose behind the inquiry. In Yongguan town, he had primarily interacted with two individuals, Lai Yuejing and the enigmatic woman in black, Wenrinyi. The mention of Jingxiusi stirred memories of Song Yoli within Shen Hao. Previously, overwhelmed by the vastness of his recollections, he had only skimmed the surface and had not paid close attention. Now, he recalled Wenrinyi's true identity. Song Yoli had once rendered her assistance, and she was indeed an official of the Jingxiusi. With this knowledge of her identity, Shen Hao felt reassured. Observing the guilt etched on Ma Lalio's face, he pondered for a moment and understood the situation. Under duress, Ma Lalio must have divulged his whereabouts. Shen Hao bore no ill will towards Ma Lalio. Facing such authority, one cannot refuse. Were he in Ma Lalio's position, he would have likely spoken up without a trace of remorse. After all, they were mere strangers, and guilt held no weight in such circumstances. Yet, this did reflect positively on Ma Lalio's character. Shen Hao consoled him, "Laolu, there is no need for concern. Our acquaintance is fleeting, and I never asked you to keep my whereabouts a secret. Therefore, you should feel no burden. I have merely purchased your services, not your loyalty." Upon hearing this, Ma Lalio felt a deeper sense of unease and perceived a pang of guilt towards Shen Hao, burdened by the pressure of the situation. However, he chose to remain silent, etching the moment in his memory. Yet, Shun Hao remained indifferent. Their meeting was but a transient encounter. The moments of beauty are always fleeting. After 2 hours of jostling in the carriage, Shun Hao could endure no longer. The incessant bumps were unbearable. As a modern individual accustomed to comfort, he found the experience intolerable, yet he had no choice but to persevere. After 7 or 8 hours of travel, as dusk approached, they finally arrived at Zheojiao town to rest. They secured 2 rooms, one for Shen Hao, Song Yongzi, and Ji Donga, and another for Ma Laolu. However, the beds were too small, forcing Ji Donga to spend the night seated on a stool. Shen Hao, oblivious to her discomfort, slumbered soundly, enveloped in the warmth of Song Yongzi's embrace. In the morning, Song Yongzi felt somewhat embarrassed as she gazed at the weary Ji Donga. "Are you all right, Donga?" "I'm fine, just a bit drowsy." "Well, a short nap in the carriage should help." After a modest breakfast, they continued their journey. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and there were still 40 kilometers remaining to Yangling Mansion. This left Shen Hao speechless. Having adapted to a fast-paced lifestyle, he found this slow, meandering way of traveling rather uncomfortable. While resting in Luoyang County, Ma Laolu said to Shen Hao, "Young Master Shen, we should set off early tomorrow. It would be best to reach Yangling Mansion by nightfall. However, to get there, we must pass through Heihu Gorge, where a notorious band of robbers lurks. To ensure a safe passage, it would be wise to travel in a group. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I suggest that the 2 ladies don men's attire. We can join the Liu family escort agency and accompany them. A payment of 2 taels of silver will suffice." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao frowned, surprised to learn of the bandits in the area. "Will joining the Liu family escort agency guarantee our safety?" "Indeed, as long as we are with them. The robbers will think twice about making a move, for the Liu family escort agency has formidable experts. The agency sends escorts to Yangling Mansion daily." Shen Hao harbored doubts about whether the bandits were, in fact, supported by the Liu family, but lacking evidence, he chose not to pry further. Spending a small sum for peace of mind seemed prudent. He nodded. "All right, understood. You handle the arrangements, I will cover the 2 taels." The next day, Shen Hao, along with the disguised Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, joined the Liu family escort agency. Upon reaching Heihu Gorge, they were met with a sudden cloud of yellow dust in the distance. Ma Laolu exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, that must be at least 100 riders." A sense of crisis washed over Shen Hao. He retreated to the carriage, observing Song Yongzi and Ji Donga sleeping soundly. Not wanting to disturb them, he resolved to return to the urban world for a brief moment. With so many cavalry ahead, Shen Hao lacked the confidence to confront them and harbored doubts about the reliability of the Liu family escort agency. The safety of his life rested solely in his own hands, yet he possessed only the small pistol he had purchased from the black market in Siam. While it might suffice in a one-on-one confrontation, it offered little assurance against such a formidable number of riders. He would need an assault rifle and grenades. Determined, Shen Hao returned to the urban world. Gazing at his tidy and clean room, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After several exhausting days of travel, he was on the verge of collapse. After enjoying a hot shower, he indulged in a refreshing sleep. Simultaneously, he booked a flight to Siam, intending to procure some supplies, perhaps a few assault rifles or grenades. He envisioned that if he encountered the bandits, throwing a couple of grenades would likely send them fleeing in terror. The thought alone was exhilarating. The following morning, Shen Hao summoned his newly hired nanny, Lu Jie. "Do you know how to drive?" Lu Jie nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained my driver's license a few years ago." Shen Hao replied, "Then drive me to Chang'an Airport, and afterward, you can return." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie quickly waved her hands in protest. "No, boss, although I have driven, I have never been on the highway, and I am too afraid." Shen Hao reassured her, "Have you driven on national roads at night?" "I have," she responded. "Then that suffices." In terms of driving difficulty, night driving on national roads is considerably more challenging. If you can manage that, driving on the highway will be even simpler. Just follow my instructions. Observing Lu Jie's hesitation, Shen Hao added, "Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, it will be on me." Reluctantly, Lu Jie nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since she last drove, and she felt a flutter of excitement. Upon arriving at the underground garage and witnessing Shen Hao open a brand new BMW 5 Series, her heart raced. She had never driven such an exquisite vehicle. Once inside, Shen Hao took the passenger seat and tossed the keys to Lu Jie. Breathless, she exclaimed, "Boss, I've never driven a BMW. How do I operate it?" "The principles are the same," he replied, briefly explaining the controls. Lu Jie pressed the brake and started the engine, cautiously exiting the parking structure. Once out of the residential area, she set the navigation to the airport. Having never driven such a fine car, she felt intense anxiety. Her nerves taut as she navigated the road with utmost caution. Soon, they reached the highway entrance, where Lu Jia collected a toll card from the attendant and merged onto the road. After entering, she accelerated to 60, the minimum speed limit. Before changing lanes, she checked her rearview mirror for trucks. Seeing none, she shifted into the middle lane designated for passenger vehicles. Good. Increase your speed to over 80, Shunhao instructed. Listening intently to his guidance, Lu Jia dared not breathe loudly. Her palms were clammy with sweat, making the steering wheel slippery. Shunhao found her nervousness somewhat amusing, but chose not to disturb her, allowing her to adjust. After half an hour, noticing Lu Jia had relaxed, he said, "Change to the left lane and increase your speed to 130. You'll get the hang of it soon. You'll be able to navigate the highway on your own in no time." "Yes, boss," she replied. It was not a holiday, so there were not many vehicles on the highway, and Lu Jia began to feel more at ease. How does it feel? Driving on the highway is the simplest. Isn't it? Yes, it is, boss. All right then, follow the navigation. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. Okay, boss. Watching Shunhao drift into slumber, Lu Jia felt a surge of excitement. It was thrilling to drive such a fine automobile. She felt an inexplicable yearning as she continued to enjoy the ride. The more she drove, the more she loved it. It truly was a luxury car. Quiet, quick to accelerate, stable, and beautifully designed inside. Unable to resist, Lu Jia caressed the steering wheel, touching it lovingly from side to side. The only downside of the 5 Series was its price. After approximately 2.5 hours, they finally reached the airport. As she watched Shunhao enter the terminal, she reluctantly prepared to turn back. Just as she was about to pivot, her phone chimed. It was discovered that the red envelope was sent by Shunhao. This additional 200 yuan was a gesture. "As I do not count these days against your paid leave." Lu Jia felt a surge of joy and excitedly remarked, "Boss, you are so generous," accompanied by a playful sticker expressing her affection. After sending the message, her heart raced with exhilaration. However, upon noticing Shunhao's lack of response, a pang of disappointment struck her. Seated in the driver's seat of her BMW, Lu Jia could not resist capturing a moment for Douyin. After a 2-hour drive back to her community, her Douyin post garnered an astonishing number of comments and views, far exceeding the usual figures. The comments section was flooded with messages, many from affluent women seeking companionship. A few familiar friends promptly called, inquiring if Lu Jia had encountered a wealthy suitor, noting her new BMW and playfully pressing her to arrange a dinner outing, subtly hinting for an introduction. Their words dripped with envy. In that moment, Lu Jia's vanity was thoroughly satiated, and her spirits soared. In a small county, while there are many beautiful women, wealthy men are a rare find. And those willing to invest in beauty are even scarcer. Lu Jia was acutely aware that most men sought to benefit without reciprocation. Chapter 38. Are you looking for me? By the time they arrived in the kingdom of Siam, it was already afternoon. Exiting the airport, Shunhao navigated effortlessly to find a taxi. Articulating the destination in fluent Thai, his primary objectives for this trip to Siam were to procure some arms and to sell gold. Previously, Lai Yuejing had provided him with 1,000 taels of gold, from which he managed to sell 500 grams, while Wen Rennie had given him 2,000 taels of gold, which remained unsold. In total, he possessed a staggering 295 pounds of gold. Shunhao intended to sell about 290 pounds of it. Selling in his homeland posed numerous complications, yet the black market in Siam provided a viable alternative. Given that Siam was a nation that revered Buddhism, there was a substantial demand for gold, which conveniently could be exchanged for firearms on the black market. During the day, Shunhao donned sunglasses and strolled through the bustling Siam Paragon district in Bangkok, renowned for its array of gun shops. He observed a diverse selection of firearms, from rocket launchers to rifles and sniper guns, though foreigners were prohibited from making purchases. However, the situation could vary. Many weapons in the black market were not necessarily sourced from licensed stores. Were it not for the pervasive surveillance, Shunhao might have considered a zero-cost acquisition. As night fell, Shunhao ventured into the black market to procure firearms. He swiftly selected a rifle, the M416. A well-known assault rifle manufactured by the illustrious Heckler Koch Company in Germany, officially designated as 416 Hong Kong dollars. Despite its high price of 30,000, Shunhao proceeded to buy 20 boxes of ammunition, 50 rounds per box, a suppressor for 1,000, and a 4x scope, specifically the renowned ACOG site, widely adopted by the U.S. military, priced at $3,000. The total expenditure amounted to $40,000, equivalent to approximately 288,000 RMB. Shunhao spent 600 grams of gold in this transaction. However, he did not encounter any sellers of grenades. Noticing Shunhao's generous spending, a seller divulged a piece of information. Acquiring grenades was quite simple. One only needed to go to Central Africa, where a single grenade could be purchased for just one. Many locals routinely used grenades, which were cheaper than ordinary beverages and readily available. Even a young boy could procure such weapons at local markets. Upon hearing this, Shunhao felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, Central Africa could be a lucrative venture. Over the next few days, he sold his gold to the Chinatown and black market of Bangkok, exchanging it for US dollars at a rate of 60 per gram, approximately 430 renminbi per gram. Though the price was low, the volume facilitated swift transactions. From the 290 pounds of gold, Shunhao converted it into 9.0625 million, equating to 65.25 million renminbi. His net worth soared to $500 million. Elated by such a substantial sum, Shunhao's significant sales of gold inevitably attracted the attention of the Thai underworld. Just as he was preparing to return to his hotel, he noticed several individuals trailing him. With a cold smirk, he slipped into an alley, deftly leaping onto a rooftop. 5 individuals clad in floral shirts, having lost track of their target, were filled with indignation. Damn it, we've lost him again. This guy is as agile as a monkey. What should we do? Where is this fellow from? He must be one of us Siamese. His accent is distinctly from northern Thailand. Surely he is not a foreigner. What now? He's escaped. Our boss will have our heads. What can I do? Let's head back. Just as they were about to leave, Shunhao let out a cold chuckle and stealthily followed them. For several days, he had been shadowed, and his patience was wearing thin. Thus, he trailed closely behind the 5, eager to discern their affiliation. They were indeed a persistent nuisance. Shunhao was determined to impart a profound lesson to these ruffians. Under Shunhao's careful counter-tracking, they finally arrived at an estate. Upon seeing 2 Doberman dogs barking fiercely, Shunhao donned a pair of white woolen gloves, picked up 2 stones from the ground, and swiftly rendered the dogs unconscious. Entering the estate, he first approached the security room. The 2 guards, momentarily taken aback by Shunhao's presence, were about to inquire who he was when Shunhao interjected, drawing his sword and stating, "Shall you test the sharpness of my blade?" The guards, incensed, reached for their firearms to eliminate Shunhao. However, they did not anticipate that Shunhao would swiftly press his sword against one guard's throat. In a tragic miscalculation of force, the closest guard's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle that made even Shunhao feel nauseated. Ugh, how revolting, he muttered. He had not expected his sword, enhanced by internal energy, to be so razor-sharp. Initially, he had intended merely to slit their throats, never anticipating the scene would become so blood-soaked. He concealed the other corpse in a spatial realm, awaiting its absorption. Upon assimilating the memories, Shunhao discovered this was one of the strongholds of the drug wolf gang in Bangkok, a faction involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking, including the sale of young girls. There were 23 individuals within, acquainted with the layout. Shunhao deftly severed the estate's surveillance system and quietly infiltrated the premises. He dispatched anyone he encountered with lethal efficiency. Soon, only 10 remained in the grand hall. 1 gang leader, 5 in floral shirts, and 4 in black suits. How pathetic. 5 of you lost track of a single person. Are you all fools? The 5 in floral shirts were too terrified to respond. They were local thugs from Bangkok, skilled in navigating terrain and tracking. Yet their expertise had utterly failed them. It was only fitting for their boss to punish them. Are you searching for me? Chapter 39, sir. May we collaborate? A sudden voice disrupted the rhythm of the gathering. The group turned to see a man, clad in a mask and a cap, slowly emerging from the shadows. In his hand, he wielded a long sword, which glinted ominously in the light. Upon noticing him, the 4 bodyguards in black immediately reacted, clearly perceiving the imminent threat as they drew their firearms from their waists. However, their response was ultimately too sluggish. In the blink of an eye, the man had already closed the distance between them. The 4 bodyguards, dressed in black suits, had yet to comprehend the situation before they fell, clutching their necks, lifeless on the ground. In less than a second, the 4 trained elites had been dispatched with ease. Against an unarmed ordinary individual, they would have been invincible. Yet even they fell victim to the swift execution of this man. How terrifying must he be? The 5 thugs in floral shirts, who had been tailing Shen Hao, were instantly paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. The leader was equally astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a ghostly agility. The distance from the entrance to the sofa was at least 7 or 8 meters, yet in the blink of an eye, the man stood before them. Who would believe such a tale? The leader, possessing a resilient mind, quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he knelt before Shen Hao, bowing his head in supplication. He understood that against an unknown powerhouse, even drawing a weapon would be futile. The moment he reached for his gun, he would likely already be dead. "Sir, let us negotiate," he pleaded. "We can discuss a resolution. I can provide you with money." The other 5 men in floral shirts hastily joined him on their knees, repeatedly bowing in desperation. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. We never intended to offend you, nor did we mean to follow you. It was the leader's orders. Indeed, it was the leader who sent us. We are not to blame." Upon hearing this, the leader realized that the man he sought, the one dealing in gold, was none other than the terrifying figure before him. His face drained of color, his lips trembling, he felt on the verge of tears. He had merely sought wealth, unaware that he had provoked such a formidable presence. Shen Hao, disinterested in further discourse, twirled his sword, and in a flash of cold light, the 6 men clutched their throats, collapsing into pools of blood. They offered no resistance, their demise akin to that of mere poultry. Subsequently, Shen Hao collected their firearms, storing them away. As he searched the room, he stumbled upon a black leather briefcase containing approximately $1 million in cash, along with several bags of white powder, its nature all too obvious. Weighing it in his hands, he estimated it to be at least 5 kilograms. In China, possession of 50 grams could warrant the death penalty. How many years would 5 kilograms incur? After a moment of contemplation, he deemed this contraband potentially useful, choosing to store it away rather than destroy it immediately. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the 2nd floor, accompanied by muffled sounds of distress. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Hao ascended the stairs, sword in hand, step by step. Following the sound, I ventured into the innermost bedroom on the 2nd floor. As I pushed open the door, I was met with a startling sight. A woman lay bound at the threshold. More precisely, she was a striking figure ensnared in a crimson spaghetti-strap dress, the ropes constricting her form, revealing her exquisite silhouette. Her bare shoulders and arms appeared particularly alabaster against the dim light. Cascading waves of deep burgundy hair framed her face in disarray. Upon noticing Shen Hao brandishing a sword, a flicker of terror crossed her enchanting eyes. Yet she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head fervently as if to convey a message. Initially, Shen Hao contemplated slaying her on a whim, but observing her predicament prompted him to reconsider and listen to her words. With a gentle flick of his sword, the cloth binding her mouth fell away, unveiling her delicate features. Her skin was a porcelain-like perfection, seemingly flawless, and her facial structure was intricately defined, reminiscent of a fine doll, a quintessential beauty of mixed heritage. She radiated an exquisite allure, akin to a blooming rose, vibrant and irresistible. Encountering such a mesmerizing woman, reminiscent of a siren, was a novel experience for Shen Hao. Seemingly aware of the gravity of her situation, she struggled to sit upright, her light brown eyes locking onto Shen Hao's with an earnest gaze. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she spoke slowly. "Good day, sir. My name is Song Mapara, daughter of the Black Snake Gang's leader in Siam. Regardless of your actions, I implore you to spare my life. We could forge a partnership in the future. Moreover, I am not affiliated with the Poison Wolf Gang. I was abducted by them." The mention of the Black Snake Gang stirred recognition within Shen Hao. Drawing from the memories of the tour guide and the security guard at the entrance, he recalled that this gang was one of the prominent criminal organizations in Siam, primarily engaged in arms trafficking and smuggling. The leader, Song Mumingla, was the son of retired Army Major General Song Muzin and helmed the Emerald Group, which had long played a pivotal role in procuring arms and military equipment for the Burmese army. He was a renowned figure throughout the Golden Triangle, wielding significant influence across both lawful and illicit domains. Song Mapara was the sole daughter of the Black Snake Gang's leader, and as Shen Hao mulled over his initial intent to eliminate her, her lineage gave him pause, not out of fear, but rather the realization that she could be of considerable utility. If he could gain control over her, it would be advantageous for him. With this thought in mind, he procured a chair and seated himself before her, not hastening to untie her bonds. Instead, he regarded her with a piercing gaze and a frosty demeanor, inquiring, "Pray tell, why should I rescue you?" "Sir, I am aware that you harbor animosity towards the Poison Wolf Gang, and I share a profound vendetta against them as well. We are not adversaries, she replied, her voice tinged with urgency. That rationale does not persuade me. Therefore, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he retorted, a chill in his tone. At this, Song Mapara's anxiety escalated. She implored, Sir, I beseech you for a chance. Do not hastily dismiss me. I possess value. We could explore a collaboration. My father met an untimely demise during a transaction in Burma. The deputy leader of the Black Snake Gang is unwilling for me to inherit the organization. Consequently, he has allied with the Poison Wolf Gang and dispatched individuals to abduct me. The reason they have not killed me is rooted in fear. For the Black Snake Gang still possesses numerous loyal followers of my father who are actively searching for me. The situation remains precarious, and the Lone Wolf Gang dares not act independently. If you could assist me from this day forth, my life would be yours. I would also willingly relinquish control of the entire Black Snake Gang to you. I must admit, these words resonated with Shenhao. Conducting affairs in Huaxia can often prove inconvenient. Acquiring resources is exceedingly troublesome. However, if one could manage such a gang in Siam, handling stolen goods or obtaining necessary supplies would become significantly more manageable. The more I pondered, the more feasible it appeared, while a plan began to form in my mind. I maintained a stoic expression, and of course, wearing a mask concealed my features from the woman. Noticing his lack of response, she persisted, Sir, I am also willing to become your woman. I am 24 years old, holding dual master's degrees in law and finance from Harvard University. Furthermore, I am a virgin. Should you wish to verify that personally. Chapter 40. What is our relationship now? Previously, when kidnapped by the Poison Wolf Gang, Song Mapara remained untroubled, as her life was not in jeopardy and negotiations were possible. In Shenhao's indifferent gaze, there lay a chilling disregard for life. Song Mapara felt as if the specter of death stood before her, an instinctual terror gripping her soul, instilling profound fear. Faced with such a cold-blooded assassin, she was genuinely frightened. In the face of mortality, she had yet to reach a point of fearless resignation. Trembling slightly, her composure was merely a reflection of her last vestige of courage. Shenhao remarked coolly, Then why not sell yourself to the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang? Song Mapara hastily replied, Sir, he would not dare, nor would he be willing to shelter me. After all, I am the daughter of the Black Snake Gang's leader, and I command a loyal following. Should word get out, he would fear being targeted. After a moment of contemplation, Shenhao continued, Releasing you is not an issue. Assisting you in seizing the position of the Black Snake Gang's leader is also feasible. However, how can I ascertain that you will obey me? Could this be a ruse? With a serious expression, Song Mapara responded, Though I am unaware of your identity after my abduction. I surveyed the estate and noted there are a total of 23 individuals here, all elites of the Poison Wolf Gang, skilled and armed. Even regular law enforcement would hesitate to confront them. Yet, you have silently dispatched everyone in this estate, which attests to your formidable prowess. For a warrior of your caliber, would it truly be difficult to eliminate a mere woman like me? In such a precarious situation, your unflinching demeanor speaks to your exceptional psychological fortitude. Shenhao snapped his fingers, casting an appreciative glance at her. You are quite impressive, intelligent, and astute. I find this transaction agreeable, and I believe we can proceed. Originally, Shenhao had contemplated a trip to Africa to procure large-scale weaponry such as rockets and grenades, which would have provided him with a sense of security. However, it now appeared that a new avenue for arms acquisition had emerged. Moreover, the Black Snake Gang's extensive network possessed state-of-the-art light weaponry manufactured in Israel. Many military-grade supplies could not even be procured on the black market. With this realization, Shenhao lightly waved the Qinglian sword, its cold gleam flashing. In an instant, the ropes binding Song Mapara severed. As her restraints were removed, Song Mapara exhaled a long breath. Her body was free to move, and more importantly, she felt she had a newfound will to survive. Rubbing her sore arms and stretching her limbs, she slowly approached Shenhao, her beautiful brown eyes fixed intently upon him. Soon, the terms were settled, and Shenhao removed his mask. Song Mapara felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful that Shenhao was not a repulsive figure or an elderly man. Until now, she had only judged him by his voice, believing him to be a young man. To her surprise, when Shenhao removed his mask, his strikingly handsome visage perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Who would prefer an unattractive partner when one could find someone so visually appealing? Moreover, Shenhao exuded an aura of immense strength. Now that the terms of their transaction had been fulfilled, Song Mapara's trust in Shenhao had increased, and reciprocally, he held a degree of trust in her as well. Their collaboration had established a solid foundation. Curiously, Song Mapara inquired, "You do not appear to be of Siamese descent, yet your accent is remarkably authentic." "Indeed. I am from Huaxia," Shunhao replied, revealing his identity now that their partnership was underway. Of course, with Shunhao's current prowess, capturing him would prove exceedingly difficult. Should he evade capture, he could linger in another realm for decades before exacting his revenge. "What shall I call you?" Song Mapara asked with curiosity. "In the future, address me as boss. Our communication will remain singular, and you must not disclose any information regarding me. Should I discover any breach, our collaboration will be terminated. However, if you encounter difficulties, you may seek my assistance," Shunhao replied. "And what do you require of me?" Song Mapara inquired. "There are no free lunches in this world. Transactions must be mutually beneficial. I merely need some arms," Shunhao stated. "Is that all? You do not require funding from our Black Snake gang?" Song Mapara exclaimed in surprise. "No, a straightforward transaction suffices. Of course, at times, you may assist me in laundering some funds. It is as simple as that," Shunhao affirmed. "Very well, it is settled," Song Mapara thought, pleased by Shunhao's unexpected request. She felt relieved, although the Black Snake gang was her family's enterprise. Many senior members held shares. Had Shunhao demanded more, she would have found herself in a predicament. "What is our current relationship?" Song Mapara asked, her eyes gleaming with a hint of anticipation. "An employment relationship. I am your boss. However, I am quite domineering. Should I discover any infidelity on your part, I would annihilate the entire Black Snake gang. Remember to address me as boss moving forward," Shunhao smiled. A chill swept through Song Mapara, and she rolled her eyes. She found it perplexing how the gentle Shunhao could utter such callous words. Yet, there was a sweetness in her heart. His possessiveness indicated that he held feelings for her. "Yes, boss. Should we not rise? What if someone arrives?" Song Mapara flirtatiously suggested. "Certainly, but before we depart, we must set fire to the estate to eliminate any trace of my presence," Shunhao replied nonchalantly. "In this house, there has been sweat, skin flakes, and fingerprints, all evidence that must be eradicated by fire. I share the same intent," he concluded. With that, Song Mapara stood up. Chapter 41, The Eerie Death 10 minutes later. Shunhao and Song Mapara stood outside the estate, gazing at the blazing inferno that consumed it. Shunhao lamented, "Such a splendid estate. It is indeed a pity to see it burn." In response, Song Mapara chuckled, "This house holds little value, if you truly fancy it. I possess a modern villa in Bangkok that I could gift you. If that does not pique your interest, I also have an estate in Pattaya, albeit over 100 kilometers from Bangkok." Seemingly concerned that Shunhao might not be familiar with Pattaya, Song Mapara elaborated, "Pattaya is a renowned seaside resort, celebrated for its sunshine, sandy beaches, seafood, and cabaret performances, often hailed as the Hawaii of the East. My estate is situated in the eastern district of Pattaya, covering 2 rai, 3,200 square meters, equivalent to 4.8 acres. It is a beautifully designed standalone villa with a grand swimming pool, featuring a 30-meter lake view pool, picturesque lake scenery, and a serene courtyard. It boasts 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, offering ample space with exquisite decor. So, are you intrigued?" Song Mapara gazed at Shunhao with anticipation, seemingly eager to ensnare him with the allure of the property. To her surprise, Shunhao found himself genuinely interested. A seaside estate was indeed appealing. He inquired, "How much is the estate in Pattaya?" Song Mapara replied, "I shall gift it to you as a token of gratitude for saving me." Impatiently, Shunhao retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the price?" Song Mapara rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "What a brutish man. The asking price is 29 million Thai baht, approximately 5.58 million yuan, which amounts to about 775,000 USD. Shunhao responded, "Very well, I find the price agreeable." He then glanced at Song Mapara, who was shivering in the cold, arms crossed tightly against her body. "All right, let us get you home," he said, before retrieving a tour guide's motorcycle from the corner. As Song Mapara sat behind him, she clung tightly to Shunhao, seeking warmth and a sense of security only he could provide. "The address is in the Eastern Business District," she instructed. Shunhao nodded, casting one last look at the estate engulfed in flames before revving the engine and departing with flair. The fire soon drew the attention of bystanders, who promptly called for help. This situation, however, was beyond Shunhao's control. That evening, he stayed at Song Mapara's villa, where they reconvened to discuss their collaboration. After freshening up, Shunhao inquired, "Who else remains as an obstacle to your control over the Black Snake gang?" There are 3 individuals, all veterans of the gang. She replied, send me their photographs and addresses. I shall deal with them tonight. Hesitating, Song Mapara remarked, if they are all killed, would it not raise suspicion against me? Shen Hao assured her, in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes are but fragile illusions. Imagine if they all mysteriously perished overnight, even if the gang members harbor doubts. Who would dare to voice them? Song Mapara opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Hao continued, as long as you can maintain control over your subordinates. Those who oppose you can be sent to meet their maker. No, wait, you and Siam are Buddhists. They should be sent to the Western paradise. Very well. But do exercise caution, she advised. Shen Hao donned his attire, offering her a reassuring glance, listening to the sound of the motorcycle fading into the distance. Song Mapala felt a twinge of unease. The rapid development of her relationship with Shen Hao overnight left her somewhat taken aback, yet she bore no regrets. Soon, Shen Hao arrived at a villa in the suburbs, gazing at the vice leader sprawled asleep on the bed. Embraced by a transvestite whose frame was even larger than that of the vice leader, inducing a wave of disgust within Shen Hao. His eyes felt sullied. He swiftly struck the transvestite's acupoint, utilizing his internal strength to sever the heart meridian. In silence, the transvestite met his demise. Shen Hao, disinterested in the other possessions within the villa, was momentarily intrigued by the safe in the study. However, the safe proved to be exceedingly complex, and rather than attempt to open it, he carelessly tossed it into his spatial realm. Having completed his tasks, Shen Hao departed quietly, leaving behind a villa full of bodyguards who remained utterly oblivious. Following the same method, Shen Hao eliminated 3 elder members of the Black Snake Gang. In the stillness, he encountered the Western Buddha, dead beyond resurrection. At dawn, Shen Hao returned to Song Mapala's villa. As she lay in peaceful slumber, she suddenly felt a pair of arms encircling her. The icy touch jolted her awake. Upon realizing it was Shen Hao, she breathed a sigh of relief and playfully scolded. You scared me to death. I thought it was that wild man, and I'm not even dressed. Shen Hao patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, whoever dares to enter, I shall not spare them. Boss, have you succeeded? Song Mapala inquired curiously. Of course, you can rest easy as your leader, Shen Hao replied. At his words, Song Mapala was taken aback. Her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Despite Shen Hao's formidable strength, the annihilation of 3 elder members in a single night was almost unbelievable. Which gang would dare to provoke such a man? It was worth noting that each of these 3 leaders was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. Are you unhurt? Song Mapala asked with concern. If I were injured dealing with them, that would be a different story, Shen Hao replied dismissively. Boss, you are truly formidable. Song Mapala exclaimed sincerely. Your words are sweet. I relish hearing them, so do say more. At that moment, Song Mapala gazed at Shen Hao with admiration and a sense of reverence. Such a powerful man indeed captivated her. In the future, Shen Hao had contemplated eliminating these individuals and returning home by plane, but after some reflection, he abandoned that notion. With 3 elders of the Black Snake Gang dead in unison, suspicions would undoubtedly fall upon Song Mapala. To prevent any dissent, Shen Hao decided it wise to stay for a few days to assist her in resolving some subsequent issues. The following day, the entire Black Snake Gang was in a state of shock. Their 3 elders had perished silently. Even more bizarrely, each elder had been surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. Yet none had noticed a thing. Moreover, the women and the transvestite lying beside the elders remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Even the surveillance cameras had captured no useful information. Undoubtedly, the individuals on the leaders' beds had become subjects of intense scrutiny. Upon the arrival of forensic experts at the scene, it was discovered that the deceased bore no external injuries, as if they had succumbed to their slumber. This case is shrouded in various mysteries, evoking a chilling sensation. Both the police department and the gangs are in a state of shock. Confronted with the unknown, the members of the Black Snake Gang are gripped by fear. The sole clue lies in the fact that a safe has been stolen from the villas of 3 gang leaders. However, each safe is an advanced model imported from Switzerland, weighing over 200 kilograms, requiring several individuals to lift it. Remarkably, the safes vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of disturbance. This is undoubtedly one of the most peculiar events of the century. Not only the Black Snake Gang, but also the Poison Wolf Gang faced tragedy last night, as a hall leader and dozens of others were silenced, perishing in a fiery inferno. The scene was utterly horrific. In an instant, the underworld of Bangkok was engulfed in panic, with gang leaders beginning to feel vulnerable. The sheer number of fatalities in a single night instilled terror. In light of such a harrowing incident, The police department has made concerted efforts to downplay the situation, with the media remaining silent. Externally, all appears calm. Yet behind the scenes, police presence has surged exponentially. Many suspect that the elders of the Black Snake Gang have fallen victim to an unknown poison. Chapter 42. No shortage of wealth. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos within the gang, Song Mapara ascended to the position of the Black Snake Gang's leader. There were whispers of suspicion regarding the mysterious deaths of the gang's elders, with some attributing it to Song Mapara's machinations. However, there was no evidence to support such claims, and no one dared to speak freely. Furthermore, the cause of death revealed by the autopsy remained an enigma, as it was certainly not poison. The peculiar circumstances surrounding the demise of the three elders instilled a sense of apprehension among the members. Shunhao had spent 3 days there, during which he thoroughly assessed Song Mapara's capabilities. Seizing this opportunity, Song Mapara employed decisive measures to eliminate dissent within the gang, thereby solidifying his control over the Black Snake Gang. Shunhao observed all of this with a sense of relief, as Song Mapara had been his chosen partner. Had he proven to be inept, Shunhao would have had to reconsider his options. A superficial figure would not align with Shunhao's logic, as it would only expose his own vulnerabilities. On the 4th day, Song Mapara led Shunhao to Pattaya, situated over 100 kilometers from Bangkok. This locale is renowned in Siam for its picturesque coastal resorts, celebrated for its sun, sandy beaches, seafood, and cabaret performances, often dubbed the Hawaii of the East. Shunhao's purpose for visiting was, of course, to acquire a manor. Before him stood a splendid, exquisite villa with a large swimming pool, and Shunhao felt a profound satisfaction. Particularly striking was the expansive 30-meter pool, crystal clear and inviting. Just across lay the beach, populated by numerous beach beauties, creating a scene of utter delight. With a smile, Song Mapara introduced, "This is the manor I mentioned earlier, encompassing 2 rai, 3,200 square meters, equivalent to 4.8 acres. It features 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, with ample space and exquisite decoration. Do you like it?" "Certainly. I'll purchase it. But I cannot accept it as a gift." Shunhao replied, shaking his head. "You previously mentioned a price of 29 million Thai baht, approximately 5.58 million renminbi, which amounts to about 775,000, correct?" Seeing Shunhao's meticulousness, Song Mapara felt a tinge of disappointment, yet nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall offer you 800,000 after the purchase. I will return to my country the day after tomorrow. Could you assist in arranging for someone to clean the place?" "Are you leaving the day after tomorrow?" Shunhao inquired. Song Mapara, reluctant to part ways, expressed her sorrow. During these few days spent with Shunhao, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of security that captivated her. Hearing of his impending departure left her feeling quite despondent. Shunhao gently grasped Song Mapara's smooth, delicate chin and smiled. "You can visit whenever you have the chance." Song Mapara nodded and added, "Consider this manor a gift from me." "No need for that. I look down upon such a trivial sum. I shall offer you 800,000, Shunhao stated. Presently, he possessed over 9.3 million renminbi, having previously sold 290 jin of gold for a total of 906,000, and eliminated the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang, confiscating an additional 1 million in cash and drugs. Thus, Shunhao's current wealth amounted to 10.06 million. Rather than letting this money sit idle, he preferred to spend it wisely. Naturally, Shunhao's character did not align with the notion of depending on others. "Very well, then," he conceded. Shunhao was indeed quite pleased with the manor, and that evening, he stayed there with Song Mapara. Gazing at the azure pool, Shunhao felt a flutter of excitement, and, with a splash, leaped into the water. The pool erupted in a cascade of droplets, waves crashing in succession. After spending 7 days in Siam, Shunhao had thoroughly enjoyed himself and decided it was time to depart. During this time, he had enlisted Song Mapara to procure some potent grenades for him. As the plane bound for his homeland soared into the sky, Song Mapara lingered for a while before reluctantly returning to his vehicle. Meanwhile, the young maid, Lu Jia, received a text from Shunhao, instructing her to pick him up at Chang'an Airport in 4.5 hours. In a flurry, she responded affirmatively. Checking the time, she realized she still had plenty of it. Noticing her somewhat unkempt hair in the mirror, Lu Jia decided to visit a salon for a wash and a quick styling from Tony the stylist. Her legs appeared increasingly graceful and shapely. After applying a subtle makeup look and spritzing on some perfume, she admired her refined reflection in the mirror, her heart racing inexplicably. It had been a long time since she had taken such care in her appearance, and a vague sense of anticipation stirred within her, though she dared not articulate what she was looking forward to. Arriving at Shun Hao's residential complex, she drove directly onto the highway. Approximately 3 hours later, she reached the airport. Noticing that she still had time to spare, she succumbed to the temptation of filming a TikTok. Before long, her group of friends initiated a video call. Wow, you've hidden it well. Whose BMW is this? Make him treat us to dinner. Seriously, Lu Jie, you're not playing fair. Do introduce us. What's this guy's occupation? Show us the car. Is it for real? The enthusiasm of her friends filled Lu Jie with a sense of satisfaction, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment admitting her role as a maid. Thus, she began to take pictures of the vehicle with her phone. Wait a minute, Lu Jie, you've even done your makeup today? Don stockings. And are wearing a body-hugging skirt. This is the airport. You must be here to pick up a man. The truth is unraveling. When he arrives, remember to send us a video. Lu Jie, however, chose not to respond to her friend's requests, instead chuckling lightly before ending the call. She was well aware that these women were not to be underestimated. Once they were introduced to Shun Hao, they would undoubtedly make their move. In their small county, there were many beautiful women, but wealthy men were a rarity. Even if they wished to be courted, they lacked the means to do so, and their circles rarely intersected with affluence. Exiting the group chat, she noticed her friends continued to speculate about the identity of the man and criticized her for being stingy and not introducing him to them. Soon, the plane from Siam descended. Among the throng of travelers, Shun Hao quickly spotted Lu Jie, resplendent in her form-fitting skirt. Upon seeing him, Lu Jie eagerly waved, "Boss." Over here. Her stunning figure and beauty drew the attention of numerous men, who couldn't help but glance in her direction. As Shun Hao approached the alluring young woman, envy flickered in the eyes of many, wishing they could take his place. Look at that handsome guy. He is truly remarkable. Several muttered enviously. As Shun Hao entered the BMW, many suddenly understood. No wonder. Ugh, what a gold digger. This time, Shun Hao took the driver's seat. Having not driven for several days, he felt an itch to get behind the wheel. Once in the car, he turned to Lu Jie and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Jie hurriedly waved her hand and replied, "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." Shun Hao started the engine and set off. As he drove, he remarked, "This task falls outside your usual responsibilities. Consider it overtime. I will send you a red envelope shortly." Lu Jie quickly declined, saying, "No need for that, boss. I haven't cooked for you these past few days, and it feels quite inappropriate to accept extra pay." Shun Hao insisted, "Just do as I say." After a moment, he glanced at Lu Jie and added, "You look lovely today, and your legs are quite attractive." At his words, Lu Jie felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing. Chapter 43. The considerate nanny. As she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, she shyly replied, "Oh, not at all. You flatter me, boss." A subtle smile graced Shun Hao's lips as he remained silent. Lu Jie looked particularly enchanting today, her hair freshly styled, and a delightful fragrance enveloped her. It was evident that she had dressed beautifully, likely yearning for Shun Hao's compliments. However, Shun Hao was well aware of the sentiments of women, and their emotions often provided immediate feedback. Yet, in recent days, Shun Hao had been preoccupied in Siam, accompanied by the captivating Song Mapura, leaving little room for thoughts of Lu Jie. Soon, the vehicle merged onto the expressway, and Shun Hao engaged the cruise control, retrieving his phone to charge it. Just as he placed his phone on the wireless charging pad in front of the gearshift, Lu Jie's long, graceful legs naturally brushed against him. Shun Hao was taken aback, pondering the implication. Was she assuming he desired to touch her leg, and thus, she initiated the contact? Upon noticing the faint blush on Lu Jie's cheeks, Shun Hao, wishing to avoid disappointing her, placed his hand gently upon her thigh. The smoothness of her skin was undeniably pleasing to the touch. After a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the car, prompting Shun Hao to divert the conversation. "Did you fill the tank? Was it you?" Lu Jie responded quickly, "Yes, I was concerned about running out of fuel on the way." "Oh, rest assured. I also filled it with 95 octane, Shun Hao nodded. "I will transfer the amount to you shortly. This ride is a personal favor, and I cannot allow you to incur any expenses." "Really, it's unnecessary, boss," she insisted. "Enough of that. This sum is trivial for me, but it's not insignificant for you. It's settled then. We will stop by the supermarket to pick up some groceries. We'll dine at home tonight." "The food in Thailand has been rather unpalatable," Shun Hao remarked, unable to suppress his criticism. "Understood, boss," Lu Jie replied promptly. Seeing such a thoughtful and obedient nanny filled Shun Hao with satisfaction, he felt he had made the right choice. After driving for over an hour, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to pull over at a rest area, allowing Lu Jie to take the wheel. He closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Observing Shenhao dozing off, with his hand no longer on her leg, Lu Jie felt a twinge of disappointment but continued to drive cautiously. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the community. "Boss, we've arrived," Lu Jie said carefully. Shenhao, still half asleep, glanced around the garage of his community, nodded, and said, "I'll head up first. You go to the supermarket and hurry back. I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Yes, boss," she replied. After ascending to the 19th floor and entering his apartment, Shenhao suddenly recalled something. He took out his phone and sent Lu Jie a transfer of 1,000 yuan. This amount covered the fuel cost and her efforts in picking him up from the airport. After all, the round trip was over 400 kilometers. And hiring a driver could be quite expensive, not to mention that filling the tank with 95 octane would also cost several hundred. Shenhao was not one to take advantage of his nanny. With Shenhao's assurance, Lu Jie, no longer hesitant, joyfully accepted the transfer. After sending an emoji, the boss, generous and endearing, received a response filled with affection. Half an hour later, Lu Jie returned. Shenhao handed her a bag of rice, saying, "Use this rice to steam." The boss was pleased. Within an hour, Lu Jie prepared 3 dishes and a soup. The enticing aroma of rice wafted through the air, prompting Lu Jie to exclaim, "This rice is truly fragrant." Shenhao chuckled, "You have a discerning palate. This is Siamese rice, exclusively supplied to the royal family. I brought back over a dozen bags from Siam." "Well, I shall take my leave," Lu Jie stated. "Let us eat together. I cannot finish it alone." "That wouldn't be appropriate," she replied. "Enough with the small talk. Sit down and eat," Shenhao insisted. Nodding in agreement, Lu Jie was eager to taste the royal delicacy. "Go to the fridge and fetch 2 bottles of beer." Lu Jie promptly obliged, assisting Shenhao. The meal was satisfying. A welcome change from the unappetizing dishes he had endured during his days in Siam. Observing Lu Jie tidying up, Shenhao remarked, "You needn't notify me when you're finished. Feel free to leave directly. If you need a ride, you can drive it yourself. After a long day of flights, I shall rest for a while." "Understood, boss." Once Shenhao retreated to the bedroom, Lu Jie moved about delicately, fearful of disturbing him. After half an hour, she completed her tasks and cautiously closed the door behind her. In a serene slumber, Shenhao enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, around 8, he heard the door open. Upon entering the living room, he saw Lu Jie carrying breakfast, tofu pudding, 2 buns, and an egg. "Boss, please have your breakfast." "I will tidy up," she offered. Shenhao replied, "Your duties do not include preparing breakfast. It's unnecessary." "Not at all." After dropping off the children, "I picked this up. Please wash up and eat. I will handle the cleaning." Shortly after, Lu Jie's voice echoed from the bedroom. "Boss, your bed linens haven't been changed in quite some time. Do you have any at home? I can replace them with a fresh set." "They are at the very bottom of the wardrobe," he responded. Watching Lu Jie diligently at work, Shenhao felt satisfied with this little maid. After finishing his meal, he stretched contentedly, feeling rejuvenated, and prepared to return to the other world. Chapter 44. Where is your widow's dream ball? Stretching languidly, Shenhao entered the space, donned his ancient attire, and once again found himself in the other world. As before, the surroundings remained unchanged since his departure. The following day, Shenhao joined the Lu family escort agency in Lu County. At that moment, in the carriage, the disguised Song Yongzi and Ji Donggo were still in a sleepy haze. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, making the ground quiver. The commotion suggested at least 100 riders. From afar, a cloud of yellow dust obscured the sky, resembling a sandstorm. The immense clamor startled the entire Lu family escort agency into a state of alert. Simultaneously, the loud noise roused Song Yongzi and Ji Donggo, who anxiously huddled in Shenhao's embrace. Upon his return, Shenhao had retrieved the M416 from the space. No wonder the ancient world was filled with gallant heroes. Ordinary people, when faced with such situations, could only resign themselves to fate. Shenhao's expression grew grave, while he could remain unperturbed in the face of 1,000 troops. The safety of Song Yongzi and Ji Donggo weighed heavily on his mind. "I will take him down," he declared. "Young master, is it dangerous?" "Just a minor ruffian." "Fret not," he reassured them. Sensing their anxiety, Shenhao concluded that once the situation stabilized, it would be time for the 2 women to begin their martial training. He did not seek to cultivate their skills to extraordinary heights, but rather to ensure they possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. At that moment, a middle-aged man approximately 40 years of age, emerged from the Liu family escort agency. Drawing his sword from his waist, he stood resolutely at the forefront. Shen Hao was puzzled. Previously, when asked to pay a protection fee, he had assumed the bandits were affiliated with the agency, but it appeared otherwise now. As the sound of hoofbeats drew nearer, everyone remained on high alert. With a sharp tug on the reins, the leading bandit brought his horse to a halt before the Liu family escort agency. Hundreds of horses skidded to a stop, and in an instant, dust filled the air. "I am Liu Junxing, the head of the Liu family escort agency. Might you show us some consideration and grant us a favor? We shall surely visit you in the future," he announced. The leading bandit scoffed. "Who is Liu Junxing? Never heard of him. You have 3 breaths to lay down your weapons and stand aside. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Upon hearing this, Liu Junxing's gaze sharpened. "If negotiation is off the table, then let us see whose strength prevails." The leading bandit smirked. "You, a mere third-tier innate warrior, dare to flaunt your prowess before me? Stay where you are. I shall deal with you first. Anyone who dares to move will face immediate execution." "Yes, boss," the bandit replied. With a swift kick, he urged his horse forward, his figure darting like an arrow, arriving before Liu Junxing in an instant. With a powerful swing of his blade, he struck down. Liu Junxing staggered back several steps, astonished. "Damn, I was careless," he thought, alarmed to realize that this bandit's strength was at least 6th tier innate. Understanding the peril of the situation, he prepared himself as the bandit, swift as lightning, lunged forward again, his sword sweeping horizontally. The sharpness of the blade was such that Liu Junxing dared not confront it directly, opting instead to leap backward to evade the strike. With a resounding crack, although Liu Junxing escaped, the carriage behind him was not so fortunate, cleaved in two by the bandit's blade energy. As the two engaged in fierce combat, their true energy enveloped the surroundings, leaving deep scars upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. With Liu Junxing remaining on the defensive, struggling against the relentless assault, he leapt into the air, attempting to create distance, only to discover that the bandit was even swifter. Shen Hao was astounded, unable to comprehend how the carriage had been severed so effortlessly. He reflected, indeed, they were not of the same realm. The intricacies of their techniques were beyond his grasp. In that moment, he gained a clear understanding of innate combat prowess. What was most astonishing to Shen Hao was the realization that these bandits were all innate masters. Their movements were remarkably rapid, with the bandits' technique being both simple and brutal, slashes and hacks that, while appearing straightforward, were aimed precisely at vital points, reminiscent of military tactics designed solely for killing. In contrast, Liu Junxing's swordplay, though agile, lacked the necessary force, making his defeat merely a matter of time. Observing this, Shen Hao's gaze narrowed as he retrieved his M416 rifle, ready to unleash a barrage the moment the bandit drew near. Capturing the leader first was paramount. Once the bandit chief was eliminated, the rest would pose little threat. However, with Liu Junxing entangled in combat, Shen Hao found it impossible to take aim. Suddenly, a bandit struck Liu Junxing on the shoulder with a blade, following up with a kick that sent him flying, captured by 2 other bandits. Seeing this unfold, Shen Hao frowned. Liu Junxing was indeed a liability. It seemed time to change tactics. With that thought, he retrieved 2 grenades from his storage, supplied by Song Mupa after his recent visit to Siam. There were only 10 in total. After binding Liu Junxing tightly, the bandits did not execute him. Instead, the leader addressed the crowd, declaring, "Your chief, Liu Junxing, has been captured. Surrender now, and you may be spared. Resist, and you shall all perish." Faced with such a dire situation, the members of the Liu family escort agency chose to surrender. At this point, Shen Hao realized that these were no ordinary bandits. They operated with discipline and were evidently well-trained, with their leader being exceptionally formidable. Shen Hao suspected that these individuals had military backgrounds. Quickly, disembark and form a line. At that moment, a bandit approached Shen Hao's carriage, rapping his blade against it. "Everyone inside, get out." Shen Hao instructed the 2 women, "You both stay hidden in the carriage for now. I will divert the bandits." Song Yonsi quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "Young master, no. You are no match for that bandit." Even Ji Donga, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. Shen Hao smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret. I have my own strategies." He then offered them a comforting glance before stepping down from the carriage. As 2 bandits approached to search him, Shen Hao raised his hand and fired 2 shots, each finding its mark with lethal precision. The suddenness of this event left everyone in stunned silence. The bandit never anticipated that amidst the throng, there existed someone audacious enough to take action at such a moment. The bandit leader's expression changed dramatically, and he seethed. Capture him. I shall flay him alive. With a mocking tone, Shen Hao retorted, Fool, capture your father first. Farewell, imbecile. With that, Shen Hao's toes touched the ground. His left foot landing upon the cart's canopy, and he soared into the sky like a wisp of smoke, leaping several times until he had distanced himself by over a dozen zhang, sprinting fervently toward the mountain's summit. This was the pinnacle of lightness he had acquired from the second-in-command, Zhou Haihu, known as Light Crane Shadow. It was also the source of Shen Hao's confidence. As long as he could divert the bandit leader's attention, he would have the situation well in hand. He fervently hoped the Liu family escort agency would still prove useful. And furthermore, Shen Hao harbored thoughts of eliminating this ruffian. Armed with 10 grenades, he felt invincible, regardless of the bandit's innate prowess. The bandit momentarily froze, clearly unprepared for Shen Hao's extraordinary agility. Rather than feeling fear, he licked his lips, an expression of excitement crossing his face, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Such remarkable skill was beyond his own, and he quickly discerned that Shen Hao had yet to enter the realm of innate power. He was merely a fledgling among the postnatal. Humph, I'll keep an eye on them. I will first capture that lad, he mused. Meanwhile, a white figure stealthily trailed Shen Hao from the woods, Meng Xuanji, who had been shadowing him all along. The bandit moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Shen Hao in less than 10 breaths. Running ahead, Shen Hao felt the disparity between the postnatal and innate. Like an innate master utilizing Light Crane Shadow, how could a bandit hope to catch him? Upon reaching Black Tiger Gorge, surrounded by towering boulders, the power of the grenades could be maximized. Seeing Shen Hao enter the gorge, the bandit's face brightened. The steep cliffs encircling Black Tiger Gorge offered no foothold for dozens of zhang, rendering ascent impossible. This gorge stretched for over 10 kilometers, forcing one to proceed forward without any alternative paths. If Shen Hao continued to ascend the mountain, the bandit leader would find it increasingly arduous. Entering Black Tiger Gorge would be tantamount to walking into a dead end. The bandit speculated that Shen Hao's internal energy would soon be depleted, leaving him with no choice but to surrender. The bandit felt a sense of calm wash over him, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. He relished this predatory thrill. After several minutes of running, Shen Hao found himself with only 30% of his internal energy remaining. While he ran, he stashed all 10 grenades into his pockets, binding them together with tape for easy access to the fuses. Once he had completed this preparation, he feigned exhaustion, collapsing onto a rock to catch his breath. Barely seconds after Shen Hao settled down, the bandit's figure appeared, closing in on him. Upon seeing Shen Hao resting on the stone, panting, the bandit grinned cruelly. Why have you stopped running, lad? Keep going. Lying here only bores me. Shen Hao waved his hand dismissively. I can run no more. Spare my life, and I shall surrender willingly. A flicker of ruthless intent flashed in the bandit's eyes. With a cold snort in his heart, he thought, spare you? You wretched scoundrel, wasting so much of my time. Not dismembering you into pieces would not quell my rage. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he reminded himself of the more pressing matters at hand. Today, Shen Hao's appearance was indeed an unexpected delight. More specifically, it was Shen Hao's remarkable lightness of body that astounded him. Such exquisite agility was something he himself lacked. To think that amidst a robbery, he would encounter such fortune. The bandit, wearing a smile more grotesque than a cry, declared, I can spare your life, but only if you obediently write down the lightness technique you just employed. I swear to grant you mercy and elevate you to my subordinate, where you shall revel in wealth and glory. Shen Hao subtly pulled the pin from a grenade concealed behind his back, then responded with a cold laugh, You fool. With your meager intellect. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Are you attempting to trick me into revealing my techniques only to slay me afterward? You are nothing but a delusional old hag, lost in dreams of grandeur. You seek death. I shall relish in dismembering you. Provoked by the taunt of a myriad. The bandit was instantly incensed. He seized his machete and, with a fierce stride, lunged forward with deadly intent. Chapter 45. Who was the senior? As Shen Hao observed the approaching bandits, rather than displaying fear, a flicker of excitement graced his countenance. He silently counted down the seconds of the grenade's timer in his mind. Once the bandits drew near, he planned to retreat into the spatial realm and detonate it, wreaking havoc upon them. At that moment, a sudden whoosh pierced the air behind the bandits. Their hair stood on end, and a wave of alarm surged within them. Reacting swiftly, one bandit executed a somersault in midair, altering his stance. He was acutely aware that if he continued his assault on Shen Hao, he might sustain injuries himself. Thus, he opted to evade. Little did he anticipate that Shen Hao possessed an ally. In an instant, A vibrant green leaf zipped past the bandit, creating ripples in the surrounding air. Although the bandit adjusted his position with remarkable speed, the leaf still struck his left arm. To his dismay, the leaf severed his arm with ease, akin to slicing through tofu. His left arm was completely severed, and his hand fell to the ground, a gruesome sight. The leaf, having accomplished its grim task, embedded itself into a boulder nearby. Blood gushed from the bandit's left shoulder, saturating his clothing. The bandit, having lost his balance midair due to the sudden exertion, found himself even more unsteady after the loss of his shoulder. He toppled to the ground, racked with agony, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Meanwhile, Shen Hao, witnessing this turn of events, gasped in astonishment. Regaining his composure, he seized the opportunity to hurl all the grenades in his possession toward the bandit. He then swiftly leaped backward, taking cover behind a boulder 8 meters away. The bandit, still reeling from the shock, caught sight of the dark iron objects hurtling toward him. Despite his unfamiliarity with such devices, he instinctively readied his knife to defend himself, believing he could withstand this assault better than the earlier attack with the leaf. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he clutched his knife, but was met with a resounding explosion. A thunderous roar erupted, engulfing the bandit in a fiery blast that radiated outward for several meters, scattering debris in all directions. Even with his knife raised defensively, the force of the explosion sent him hurtling through the air, landing on the ground in a convulsive state, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. The deafening blast startled the creatures of the forest, sending them fleeing in every direction. As the echoes of the explosion faded and the smoke began to dissipate, a charred crater filled with the scent of explosives marked the spot where the bandit had lain. After a brief pause, Shen Hao cautiously emerged from behind the boulder. Upon witnessing the bandit sprawled several meters away, mangled beyond recognition, a grin spread across his face. He seized his M416 and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the bandit. The sound of bullets striking flesh resonated throughout Heihu Gorge, creating an ominous echo. After a few moments, ensuring the bandit was beyond recovery, Shen Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the thought of the mysterious ally who had aided him left him uncertain about their intentions. Moreover, it was uncertain what concealed weapon the adversary wielded, one that surpassed the lethality of a bullet, cleaving an arm cleanly from its owner, leaving Shen Hao utterly astounded. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that if the assailant's target was indeed the bandit, it was likely that they were an ally. With such formidable skills, escape would be futile. Thus, discerning whether they were friend or foe warranted an initial encounter. With this thought in mind, Shen Hao boldly stepped out from behind the boulder, mentally preparing himself for a swift retreat should the need arise, ready to evade into the spatial realm if necessary. At that moment, the entirety of Black Tiger Gorge was strewn solely with the corpses of bandits, devoid of any other presence. Shen Hao clasped his fists in salute and expressed his gratitude. "I thank you, esteemed savior, and humbly request to make your acquaintance." No sooner had his words left his lips than a figure clad in white descended gracefully from the heavens, hovering in the air before him. Astounded, Shen Hao marveled at the display of such ethereal prowess. This was no mere manifestation of true essence. What extraordinary fortune had led him to encounter a practitioner of such caliber? Within the entire Daong dynasty, the only publicly acknowledged master was the general of the nation, the fifth Prince Yang Wuxian of the true essence realm. Yet here stood an enigmatic master, a stroke of luck beyond measure. As he beheld the woman in white, her visage obscured by a gauzy veil, her countenance remained elusive. However, her strikingly beautiful and luminous eyes possessed an air of icy elegance. Adhering to the adage that such extraordinary martial prowess often belonged to enchanting beauties, Shen Hao cautiously expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your intervention, esteemed elder." The woman was none other than Meng Xuanji. She too was taken aback, her gaze fixated on the M416 in Shen Hao's grasp, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her enchanting eyes. Reflecting on the recent explosion, she regarded him with newfound respect. Such formidable power could easily injure even a true essence practitioner caught unawares, let alone a congenital master. The weapon in Shen Hao's possession demonstrated a might and speed comparable to that of a peak congenital expert, albeit with a tendency to be evaded. Intrigued by Shen Hao's capabilities, Meng Xuanji pondered the existence of such a remarkable concealed weapon that did not necessitate the use of true energy. It appeared that an ordinary individual could wield it. Indeed remarkable. Could it be that Shen Hao was a master of crafting? Or perhaps his background harbored a master craftsman? With this contemplation, Meng Xuanji stated coolly, "Had I not intervened, you would have emerged unscathed." Beside her, Shen Hao's mind whirled. Forging a connection with such a master would undoubtedly prove advantageous. He replied with a smile, "You are too kind, esteemed elder. Had you not severed the bandit's arm, he might not have been struck at all. I owe you my deepest gratitude for your timely rescue. How might I repay your kindness?" Meng Xuanji responded, "Wine." Shen Hao paused momentarily before enlightenment dawned upon him. If her request was for wine, it surely related to Wen Rin Yi. With this realization, his spirits lifted significantly. A mutual need would facilitate matters considerably. Chapter 46. Are they the cavalry of the northern wilderness? Since they were allies, Shen Hao felt less apprehensive. Furthermore, confronted with formidable and unknown adversaries, he lacked the strength to flee, yet he remained prepared to retreat into his space at any moment. However, what truly astonished Shen Hao was the revelation that Wen Rin possessed the ability to attract an expert even more formidable than those of the true essence realm. He felt a sense of shock and realized he had underestimated Wen Rin. Shen Hao spoke again, "Since you seek wine, it is a simple matter. The wine is in the carriage. Oh, and I kindly ask you to assist my two maidens. I have expended considerable energy and cannot reach them at this moment. As long as they remain unharmed, I am willing to offer 2 bottles of exquisite vintage." Although Shen Hao was unaware of the true intentions behind the woman's desire for wine, he saw an opportunity to win her favor through it. A bottle of liquor worth 40 coins, in exchange for the services of such a remarkable expert, was indeed a bargain, as one could scarcely procure such a talent for any amount of gold. Naturally, Shen Hao would not fulfill her request all at once, otherwise she might become demanding in the future. A gradual approach was the key. After dispatching a few bandits with ease, Meng Xuanji nodded, "Very well. It's a deal." With that, her figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Hao was taken aback by her astonishing speed, unable to comprehend her movements. One might think he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He felt a surge of envy. Who wouldn't he desire to traverse the skies and roam the earth with such grace? The more he contemplated it, the more exhilarated he became. He then approached the mangled corpses of the bandits. After taking a few steps, he halted, eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on a particular leaf. More specifically, it was a massive stone, about a meter high, with a leaf embedded within it, not resting atop, but rather half sunken into the stone. The sight of a leaf lodged into the rock utterly shattered Shen Hao's understanding of reality. Suddenly, he recalled that the bandit's left arm had been severed by some sharp object. Could it possibly have been this leaf? Was it an instrument of hidden weaponry? Driven by curiosity, he moved closer to examine the leaf strewn upon the ground. To his surprise, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary leaf, devoid of any remarkable features. With a gentle tug, Shen Hao pulled the leaf free. Instantly, the stone shattered like glass, fracturing into a multitude of tiny shards with a sharp crack. In contrast, the leaf remained intact in his hand, leaving Shen Hao in a state of astonishment. Such power was indeed terrifying. He was grateful that this woman was not an enemy. Discretion truly was the better part of valor. Still skeptical, Shen Hao tore the leaf in half with ease. It was merely a leaf. He then discarded it and approached the corpse of the bandit. Despite the gruesome state of the body, it was clear that he had been a genuine, innate expert. Without hesitation, Shen Hao cast the remains into space. Without hesitation, Shen Hao made his way back, concerned for the safety of Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, who remained in the carriage. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu family escort agency, including the 6th Elder Ma and the disguised Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, found themselves bound by bandits. Only a minute had passed since the deafening explosion. Lu Junxing, the head of the Lu family escort agency, felt a growing sense of urgency. Yet he was immobilized by pressure points, rendering him helpless. He could only silently channel his internal energy to break free. In his mind, he prayed for Shen Hao, hoping he could buy them some precious time. To Lu Junxing, Shen Hao's desperate attempts to divert the bandit leader were a flicker of hope for their survival. On the ground, Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge shared the same anxiety as the others, left in shock by the earlier commotion, unsure of what had transpired. The bandits, however, remained indifferent, believing that Shen Hao, a mere novice, posed no threat to their leader. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds filled the air as several bandits standing on the periphery were sent flying. The 2 bandits guarding Lu Junxing barely comprehended the situation before feeling a hand close around their throats. Lu Junxing was also struck by a stone, but it inflicted no harm. Instead, it freed him from his restraints. This revelation left Lu Junxing astounded, recognizing the finesse with which the assailants wielded their strength. While many had fallen, he alone regained his freedom. With time of the essence, Lu Junxing seized a sword from the ground and joined the fray. The remaining bandits quickly surrounded him, fully aware that their leader's return would spell doom for them all. A few enraged kidnappers, witnessing the slaughter of their comrades, drew their blades, and charged at the members of the Liu family escort agency. In swift succession, 4 or 5 fell beneath their strikes. Just as they were about to reach Malalu, several leaves sliced through the air, cleaving the bandits in half, their blood splattering across Malalu, who appeared gruesomely drenched in gore. The overwhelming stench made him feel nauseous, prompting Song Yongzi and Ji Donga behind him to retch uncontrollably. With the assistance of the enigmatic master, Lu Junxing and his comrades swiftly vanquished all the bandits. Once the battle was concluded, Lu Junxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a member of the Liu family escort agency remarked, "Captain, these individuals seem to be cavalry from the northern wilderness. We found this insignia on one of the bandits, inscribed with characters." Upon examining the copper insignia, Lu Junxing was taken aback and hurriedly inspected it. The insignia bore the inscription Centurion, Mao Ku Bo Ji Lai, confirming its origin from the northern wilderness. Such copper insignias were exclusive to centurions of that region. The military structure of the northern wilderness mirrored that of the Daong dynasty, albeit with different nomenclature. The 1,000-man commander, Meng and Bo Ji Lai, held a silver insignia, while the 10,000-man commander, known as the Wanhu Taimu Bo Ji Lai, possessed a golden insignia. Below is the deputy chief of the fierce generals, crafted from silver, while above it is the general commanding the troops, adorned with a waist token made of jade. Chapter 47. Is this rascal deceiving me? It seems that the bandit leader must be a centurion from the northern wilderness, perhaps even a commander of thousands, daring to venture into Yangling Prefecture. What should be done? Lu Junxing sighed inwardly, realizing that this was indeed a tumultuous period. Since the ascension of the foolish monarch, the great Yang dynasty had descended into chaos. The death of General Yang Wuxian had left the nation vulnerable to potential attacks from the northern wilderness. Now, with the cavalry of the northern wilderness already deep within Yangzhou, it was evident that war between the two nations was imminent. Contemplating this, Lu Junxing's mood grew increasingly somber. Once this escort mission is completed, everyone shall leave Lu County and prepare to establish a foothold in Yangling, he declared. Yes, Chief Escort, the other escorts had never doubted his decision. At that moment, Shenhao arrived, fashionably late. When Lu Junxing saw Shenhao unscathed, his pupils contracted in astonishment. How could Shenhao, a mere postnatal practitioner, have evaded the pursuit of experts at the innate 6th level and above? Could it have been the recent thunderous noise? Associating it with the mysterious expert who had intervened earlier, Lu Junxing felt a jolt of realization. Clearly, the bandit was doomed. As for Shenhao, it was evident that he belonged to a prominent family. Otherwise, he would not have such formidable protectors surrounding him. Given Shenhao's extraordinary agility, Lu Junxing was increasingly convinced of this notion. Shenhao was either the scion of a powerful family or a core disciple of a major sect. Deep down, Lu Junxing leaned towards the former, as Shenhao's age suggested he had yet to reach the innate realm, and within a major sect, he would likely be relegated to menial tasks, not a core disciple. And without being a core disciple, he could scarcely have such adept guardians. With this thought, Lu Junxing's attitude towards Shenhao became increasingly respectful. Shenhao approached the two women, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, and upon confirming their safety, he sighed in relief. "Are you all right, young master?" they asked in unison. "I am fine. And you, Malalu, are you unscathed?" Shenhao inquired with concern, noting the blood that stained Malalu, which appeared rather unsettling. Malalu managed a smile that was more mournful than cheerful. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Shen. I am well. This is merely the blood of the bandits." Go change your clothes. If you have none, take something from these bandits," Shenhao instructed. "Yes, young Master Shen." At this time, Lu Junxing approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I am truly grateful for young Master Shen's life-saving intervention. If it weren't for you today, our Liu Family Escort Bureau in Liu County would likely have become a tale of the past." Shenhao understood that the other party must have misunderstood his relationship with the woman earlier. However, he chose not to clarify in such matters. A little misunderstanding could be beneficial. "Chief Escort Liu, there is no need to dwell on such details. I acted merely out of self-preservation, so there is no need for such formality," he replied. Observing Shenhao's unassuming demeanor, Lu Junxing felt even more convinced of his extraordinary character. "Young Master Shen is too modest. May I dare to inquire about the fate of that bandit leader?" Shenhao replied, "He is at Black Tiger Gorge, though he is now left with but an arm." Hiss. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, their chief escort, Lu Junxing, had been overwhelmed and defeated in less than 20 moves. The prowess of such a formidable master, reduced to a single arm, sent shivers down their spines. Their gazes towards Shenhao grew increasingly reverent. Lu Junxing intended to inform Shenhao that their assailants were cavalry from the northern wilderness. But recalling that Shenhao hailed from a distinguished family, he deemed the northern wilderness a trivial concern and chose to remain silent. He clasped his hands in salute and said, "Regardless of your thoughts, young Master Shen, you have saved dozens of lives from the Lu family escort today. A debt of gratitude that weighs heavier than the heavens. In the future, should you have any request, I, Lu Junxing, will fulfill it without reservation, offering my utmost dedication." Knowing that Lu Junxing's gesture was an attempt to forge a bond with him, Shenhao, too, was eager to cultivate such a friendship. A master of innate prowess was a rare ally for him at this juncture. "You are too courteous, Chief Lu. We are friends, are we not? Assistance is reciprocal." "Indeed. Indeed. Friends, friends," Lu Junxing exclaimed with joy. Observing the bodies strewn about, Shenhao added, "Chief Lu, it would be prudent to handle these remains. We must avoid the risk of plague. Furthermore, it is not fitting to linger here, as this is a thoroughfare." Lu Junxing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shenhao's foresight. "The bodies are manageable, but what shall we do with these horses? They are fine steeds of considerable value. The distribution of these horses is entirely at your discretion." "Young Master Shen," he implied, subtly offering Shenhao a financial boon. Of course, without the aid of the mysterious master, they would have perished without a doubt. Hearing this, Shenhao addressed the assembly, "Today, you all have labored valiantly, and some have even sacrificed their lives. I cannot, in good conscience, keep these steeds, which are treasures to common folk but burdens to me. Therefore, I propose that you divide the horses among yourselves. As for the distribution, let Chief Lu decide. But please ensure one horse is reserved for my groom, who has also endured much anxiety during this ordeal." "You are truly magnanimous, young Master Shen," the crowd exclaimed in excitement. "An exceptional warhorse can fetch over 400 taels, with more than 80 here. Each person could receive one, instantly elevating their fortunes." To Shenhao, such wealth was inconsequential. Moreover, given the camaraderie forged through battle, hoarding the spoils for oneself would surely incite the ire of others. Meanwhile, Malao Lu, deeply moved by Shenhao's generosity, felt a swell of guilt for having previously betrayed Shenhao's whereabouts. He even pondered if their predicament with the bandits stemmed from his earlier indiscretion, for prior to this incident, bandits had not plagued this road. And all who paid the Lu family escort 2 taels of silver had passed in peace. Subsequently, Lu Junxing and the escort's members set about disposing of the bodies, simply casting them into the gorge below, where wild beasts and birds of prey would take care of the remains. After a prolonged interlude of over an hour, they resumed their journey. As Song Yongzi and Ji Dongga lifted the curtain of the carriage, they were taken aback to find a woman seated within, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a delicate white veil, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Just as they were about to exclaim in surprise, Shenhao swiftly covered their mouths. "Do not shout. She is one of us," he cautioned. Meng Xuanji, disregarding the 2 women, fixed her sharp gaze upon Shenhao, her tone icy as she inquired, "Where's the wine?" Shenhao's precarious situation today brought a flicker of joy to Meng Xuanji's heart, for it presented her an opportunity to demonstrate her worth. The wine gifted to her by Wen Rinni had dwindled to barely a day's supply. The absence of wine would adversely affect her ability to suppress the chilling energy within her. Yet, Meng Xuanji had been troubled by the absence of gold in her possession and had previously pondered how to procure wine from Shenhao, but had found no opportunity to do so. Resorting to forceful means would betray her own principles. Fortunately, the arrival of this band of bandits had stirred a small delight within her. At last, she could showcase her value. Indeed, after Meng Xuanji took action, Shenhao conceded to provide her with 2 bottles of wine, a transaction which she deemed quite favorable. It seemed a mere gesture. However, upon searching the carriage, her hopes were dashed when she found no wine. Her mood soured instantly. Humph, humph, humph. Is this boy deceiving me? If Shenhao truly intended to trick her, Meng Xuanji would not hesitate to deliver a chilling lesson, allowing him to experience the torment of frigid despair, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. The more she pondered, the more perilous her gaze became as it lingered upon Shenhao. Chapter 48. Senior, do I have spiritual roots? With merely a glance, Shenhao felt a slight prickling sensation on his scalp, and his breathing became somewhat labored. A sense of astonishment welled up within him. This woman was indeed formidable. However, Shenhao was not excessively fearful. The only thing she sought was white liquor, which he certainly possessed. From another perspective, it also indicated that this woman was not overly cunning. A true old fox would harbor profound depths, concealing their emotions behind an inscrutable facade. The more one's emotions were displayed, the easier they were to engage with. Shenhao cast a reassuring glance at Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, then addressed Meng Xuanji, Senior. Please remain calm. I shall fetch the liquor immediately. Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji slightly nodded, retracting her imposing aura, and replied nonchalantly, Go ahead. Shenhao acknowledged her and descended from the carriage. After conferring with Ma Laolu for a brief moment and seeking a secluded spot, he retrieved the liquor from his spatial storage. Concealing it within his ample sleeves, he re-entered the carriage. As he presented the white liquor, Meng Xuanji's mood visibly lightened. Her expression softened, devoid of that previous sharpness. Senior, this is the liquor I promised to give you, he said. Seeing this, Meng Xuanji did not hesitate. With a gentle wave, the 2 bottles of white liquor in Shenhao's hands instantly vanished, with her urgent need for liquor fulfilled. The way Meng Xuanji gazed at Shenhao became markedly more amiable. Observing the liquor's disappearance, Shenhao speculated it to be a treasure of spatial storage. Feigning surprise, he remarked, Could this possibly be that storage space? Meng Xuanji replied coolly, Indeed. Curiosity piqued, Shenhao inquired, Senior, may I ask how valuable such storage spaces are? Song Yongzi and Ji Donga, too, were filled with curiosity, as today had unveiled a world beyond their understanding. Meng Xuanji contemplated briefly and stated, This is an item from the cultivation world. Ordinary yellow and white goods are unlikely to be acquired. Upon hearing this, Shenhao nodded. He had no particular desire for such a storage space, as his own devouring space was far superior. Nonetheless, he feigned regret, saying, What a pity. Then, shifting the conversation, Shenhao asked, Senior, I find myself in some perplexity regarding my cultivation and seek your guidance. I would not wish for your assistance to be in vain. I can offer you another bottle of liquor as thanks. At this, Meng Xuanji paused, a flicker of joy igniting within her, yet her expression remained impassive as she replied, Very well, I have little to do. I shall reluctantly assist you in resolving your doubts. Although Shenhao discerned her pretense of modesty, he merely smiled and said, Senior, I currently stand at the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. I wish to inquire about the distinctions between postnatal, innate, and true essence realms. What are the subsequent realms beyond true essence, and how does one ascend and break through them? After glancing at Shenhao, Meng Xuanji pondered for a moment. Organizing her thoughts before articulating, ordinary individuals cultivate by refining their bodies, enhancing the qi and blood within. Upon accumulating sufficient energy, they can utilize this qi and blood to open the meridians, experiencing a sensation akin to a refreshing yang energy coursing through their bodies. This surge of energy converges within the dantian, giving rise to internal power. This marks the distinction between the body refinement realm and the acquired realm. The acquired and innate realms are disparate. The acquired realm accumulates internal power to unblock the meridians. Only by unblocking the Ren and Du meridians and connecting with the forces of heaven and earth can one ascend to the innate realm. The transition from the acquired to the innate realm signifies a qualitative transformation, a disparity in energy levels. The most significant change is the transformation of internal power into true qi. The conversion of internal power into true qi represents a process of qualitative change, not merely a shift in might, but a transformation in the practice of one's techniques. The methods employed in the acquired realm differ vastly from those in the innate realm. The lightness technique you utilize is indicative of an innate method. Therefore, the use of acquired techniques is particularly taxing. Upon reaching the innate realm, true qi can be projected outward. And the purpose of the techniques is to amplify the power of this externally released true qi. The more intricate the technique, the greater the power it releases. It is akin to the hidden weapons you wield. Despite being mere iron, when projected through your concealed weapon, they become extraordinary. Your hidden weapon is remarkably potent. Even an ordinary individual can harness several times its strength. I can scarcely imagine the devastation if 10 ordinary people wielded such weapons in unison. An innate master would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. However, such weapons hold little efficacy against masters of the true element realm. Additionally, once the bridge to heaven and earth is traversed, entering the innate realm, one can perceive the dynamics of true qi in the air. This implies that when an innate master strikes you with true qi, a practitioner of the acquired realm remains utterly unaware. This illustrates the gap in realms. Following the true element realm is the spirit pill realm. Although the true element realm is scarce here, it is not insignificant within the Tianwu Empire. Upon absorbing this theoretical exposition, Shenhao experienced an epiphany. He understood that this was not merely a novice village. The true element realm is akin to university students, rare in small counties but abundant in large cities. The Tianwu Empire is, indeed, a grand metropolis. Contemplating this, Shunhao felt a surge of excitement. No wonder the bandit leader previously cleaved the cart with a knife from a distance. Shunhao had been utterly perplexed, unaware of how to evade it. As if the attack had occurred through the air. It turned out that acquired warriors cannot perceive the true chi dynamics of innate warriors. This is reminiscent of a newborn, who can only see in black and white, unable to discern other colors. Shunhao inquired once more, what then differentiates the innate from the true element realm? And how does one break through to the true element realm? His understanding of this knowledge was vaguely retained from Liu Bashan, the chief of Liu family village, who mentioned that one could break through to the true element realm using demon pills of the same attribute, yet the specifics eluded him. Meng Xuanji did not withhold information but rather explained slowly. The transition from innate to true element mirrors the transition from acquired to innate, as it too represents a qualitative transformation of energy. Each breakthrough to a new realm induces a qualitative change. Internal power to true chi to true element. The transformation of chi into liquid forms the true element, which constitutes the true element realm. However, the limits of ordinary individuals lie within their innate realms. And achieving the true essence realm is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. It requires not only opportunity but also spiritual roots. Do we really need spiritual roots? Shunhao inquired hastily. Could it be that without them, one cannot transcend to the true essence realm? Perhaps feeling that Shunhao's tone was somewhat coarse. Meng Xuanji cast him a sidelong glance and reiterated, indeed, it is imperative to possess spiritual roots. The spiritual energy in this world is severely depleted, and the elemental attributes contained within it are exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, possessing spiritual roots alone is insufficient. For those with inferior roots, assistance from demon cores is essential to break through from the innate realm to the true essence realm. One can only enter the true essence realm by absorbing demon cores that share the same elemental attributes as their spiritual roots, rendering it a nearly insurmountable challenge for individuals lacking resources and background. The inner cores of demon beasts nurture elemental spiritual power, which, upon being purified through alchemy, can aid humans in their ascension. The saying without entering the true essence, one remains a mere insect encapsulates this notion. Only upon breaking through to the true essence can a human's lifespan extend to 200 years. Thus, if one surpasses the age of 40 without entering the innate realm, their chances of ever reaching the true essence in this lifetime become exceedingly slim. However, while the true essence realm is rare, the Tianwu dynasty is abundant in it. It can be said that although there may be many in the true essence realm, it is remarkable if even 1 out of 10,000 can attain the spiritual pill realm. This highlights the prowess of the spiritual pill realm. Those in the true essence realm can wield spells and fly with swords, while those in the true essence realm can utilize spells without relying on magical artifacts. At this point, Meng Xuanji cast another indifferent glance at Shunhao and added, though one can employ certain means to hunt innate beings, it is absolutely impossible to slay experts of the true essence realm. The implication was clear. The weapons you possess may suffice against innate experts, but they are ineffective against those above the true essence realm. Upon hearing Meng Xuanji's explanation, Shunhao was left utterly dumbfounded. Damn it. To break through from innate to true essence, one must possess spiritual roots, and even then, it may not be sufficient. One must also utilize demon cores of the same elemental attribute to succeed. This is truly outrageous. The difficulties faced by ordinary individuals are immense. If the true essence realm is this challenging, how much more so is the spiritual pill realm? Thankfully, I have spatial abilities. This further underscored the value of the woman before him. Thus, Shunhao curiously asked, Senior, could you assist me in determining whether I possess spiritual roots? Chapter 49, Waste of Talent, Cursed Fate. Mingsu and Jay's eyelids barely lifted as she remarked, No. Upon hearing this, Shunhao felt a tinge of disappointment. To think, I'm not the chosen one? Yet, Mingsu and Jay continued, however, your true energy is remarkably pure. It must stem from a profound cultivation method. Reflecting on Shunhao's impressive lightness of foot, she surmised that his lineage was not trivial either. Alas, lacking a spiritual root, he was destined to remain an ordinary mortal. After a century, he would merely become a pile of dust. Then, casting a glance at Song Yongxiai, Mingsu and Jay nodded. This girl possesses a spiritual root indeed. If she wishes to take me as her mentor, I would not mind accepting her as a disciple. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, indicating extraordinary potential. What? Shunhao was taken aback, astonished to learn that his maid possessed a spiritual root, while he himself did not. The world is indeed mad. The master lacks a spiritual root, yet the maid has one. Even Song Yong-si was somewhat taken aback. Mingsu and Jay paid no heed to their reactions. Nor did she wait for Shun Hao's consent. With her delicate, snow-white hand, she gently pressed against Song Yong-si's back, her spiritual energy probing gently. After a moment, a gleam flashed in her eyes. Astoundingly, she discovered a top-tier water spiritual root. Mingsu and Jay herself possessed an excellent golden spiritual root. The disparity between their talents was palpable. She could hardly believe that such a gifted maid existed by Shen Hao's side, one whose potential surpassed her own. To squander such a precious talent as mere servitude was an affront to nature. Contemplating this, Mingsu and Jay shot Shen Hao a fierce glare. Her gaze sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce him through. Shen Hao felt an inexplicable oddity under her intense stare. He instinctively touched his face, curiously asking, "What is the matter? Is there something on my face?" Mingsu and Jay, usually adept at controlling her emotions, found her breath quickening, frustration gnawing at her insides. Gritting her teeth, she nearly wished to strike Shen Hao down. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she struggled to conceal her murderous intent. She declared, "Your maid's spiritual root is exceptionally strong. She can advance beyond the true essence realm without relying on beast core. She could even reach the spirit elixir realm. Just like me. Thus, I wish to accept her as my disciple." Shen Hao was momentarily stunned, incredulously gazing at Song Yong-si, surprised by her remarkable talent. "Sure. I have no objections," he replied. He was more than willing to facilitate her advancement. In an instant, tears welled in Song Yong-si's eyes as she earnestly pleaded with Shen Hao. "No, my lord, I will not leave you. I have no interest in cultivation." This urgency prompted Mingsu and Jay to hastily interject. "If you cultivate, you shall become extraordinary, far surpassing your current status as a maid. Furthermore, a mortal's lifespan barely spans a few decades, at most a century. Once you cultivate, you could live for hundreds of years, preserving your beauty eternally. Is that not appealing?" Song Yong-si shook her head, responding, "What is the worth of living for centuries? It would only lead to a lonely wait for death. I have no interest whatsoever. I shall never leave the young master." Ming Xuanji lamented with a hint of disappointment. "You are squandering your innate talent. Do you not realize that your spiritual root is of the highest quality, destined to be a dragon among men? It would be a great pity to waste such potential." Song Yong-si shook her head, devoid of any hesitation, and replied, "I have no interest. I harbor no grand aspirations. I simply wish to remain by the young master's side. To accompany and serve him, that brings me immense joy." With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Shen Hao, her beautiful orbs full of supplication, fearing he might abandon her. Shen Hao smiled gently, embracing Song Yong-si. "Do not worry. If you are uninterested, then do not pursue it." Ming Xuanji, visibly agitated, looked at Shen Hao and said, "Do you not realize this is her opportunity?" Shen Hao, indifferent, countered, "I do not believe so. Long-term solitude is less desirable than fleeting companionship. Why must you press her so hard, senior?" Ming Xuanji, filled with disappointment, turned to Song Yong-si, exclaiming, "What is so admirable about a man? Strive diligently to attain enlightenment. Once you have mastered your cultivation, all men will be at your command. You can have as many as you desire. Is that not superior to being tethered to one? I am Ming Xuanji, the head of Yuqing Palace. To be my direct disciple is a dream come true for many," she added. Song Yong-si, shaking her head, appeared bewildered. "I have never heard of it." Ming Xuanji suddenly felt as though her throat was constricted, suffocating her. She was on the verge of madness. Fearing that angering Ming Xuanji would harm Shen Hao, Song Yong-si soothed, "No matter how many men there are in the world, I am not interested. In this life, I only wish to be the young master's maid, nothing more." Shen Hao beamed with delight upon hearing this, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, very well. Haha. This simply shows my charm. An uncarvable rottenwood is indeed uncarvable." Ming Xuanji closed her eyes in agony, unwilling to look at Song Yong-si any longer. Shen Hao interjected, "Senior Ming, I cannot agree with you here. The very purpose of rottenwood is to be burned. Forcing it to be carved is akin to defying the heavens." Ming Xuanji scoffed, refusing to spare Shen Hao even a glance, her desire to obliterate him intensifying. A supreme water spiritual root. A supreme water spiritual root. The more she pondered, the more she suffered. The anguish of Ming Xuanji only seemed to delight Shen Hao further. "My charm is irresistible." He embraced Song Yong-si and planted a fervent kiss on her. "You are such a good girl. Once we reach Yongling Mansion, the young master will treat you to Hadaleo." "Young master, what is Hadaleo?" Song Yong-si inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's hot pot, the spicy kind." "Spicy food? Isn't that poisonous?" Shen Hao truly did not know how to explain. According to the memories of the imperial physician Song Yoli, this world did possess spicy food. Perhaps due to the abundant vitality of heaven and earth, the spicy plants here were all highly toxic. No one had ever studied them to create dishes. Fear not. Once it's ready, you shall eat it, Shen Hao assured her, then ceased to engage with Meng Xuanji any further. Do not think that being the head of Yuqing Palace holds any sway over me. Whether you are from Yuqing Palace, Shangqing Palace, or Taiqing Palace, I am indifferent. I shall not serve you. I find my own maid far more appealing. Moreover, I have no intention of instilling some notion of female empowerment in my maid. What does it mean for a man to possess everything he desires while brazenly undermining his own foundation, showing disdain for himself? This notion greatly displeased Shen Hao. Did Meng Xuanji possess anything that Shen Hao required? As for martial techniques, acquiring a few formidable corpses would suffice. The idea of ingratiating himself with Meng Xuanji was utterly foreign to Shen Hao. He had no need for her favor. Why should he seek to curry her favor? You are a master of the spirit pill realm. What relevance does that hold for me? The question remains, does she possess any value? This Shen Hao truly did not know, as he had never encountered her before. Should he dare to voice such an inquiry, he would likely find himself pierced through the heart by a sword. Perhaps it was Song Yongxi's heartfelt confession, or the fact that she had forsaken her own cultivation opportunities for Shen Hao that moved him deeply. Consequently, he treated Song Yongxi with increasing kindness. The two shared tender moments together, often accompanied by the delightful sound of Song Yongxi's laughter. It was evident that she was genuinely joyful. However, these sounds, echoing within the carriage, were particularly grating to Meng Xuanji's ears. The incessant noise was intolerable, a melodious torment. Unable to bear it any longer, she shot a fierce glare at Shen Hao before her figure abruptly vanished from the carriage. Chapter 50. Arrival at the innate realm and gaining the spiritual root. As Meng Xuanji's figure vanished, the atmosphere inside the carriage instantly lightened. Even the white cat nestled in Ji Dong's arms let out a sigh of relief and stretched lazily. Moments ago, when Meng Xuanji was present, it had pretended to be lifeless, but now it felt liberated in her absence. Song Yongxi gently caressed Shen Hao's cheek, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. Young master, why has your beard grown so quickly? Just this morning, when I wiped your face, there was none, yet by afternoon it is already lengthened. At her words, Shen Hao paused, instinctively brushing his fingers against his beard, feeling the stubble. Indeed, it had grown. Initially perplexed, he soon experienced a moment of realization. Although only a few hours had passed in this world, an entire week had elapsed in the urban realm. Then, another pressing thought crossed Shen Hao's mind. Despite the fact that time stood still in either world, his own time had not halted. This meant his life continued to flow, and if 10 days passed here, 10 days also elapsed there, totaling 20 days. This realization struck him with a sense of urgency. He let out a frustrated exclamation, feeling overwhelmed, but then found solace in the understanding that this world was a realm of cultivation, where vitality could be enhanced. His heart lightened as he reassured himself. It would be fine. With the miraculous devouring space and diligent cultivation, he would attain wealth, shelter, and reclaim his time. With a smile, Shen Hao replied, perhaps you misjudged. My dear, Song Yongxi, not pondering further, nodded in acknowledgement, slightly embarrassed. It was my oversight, young master. I shall ensure to attend to it promptly next time. She then comfortably nestled into Shen Hao's embrace. Shen Hao replied, there is no need. I can manage such matters myself moving forward. How can that be? It is my duty as your maidservant. Besides, young master, you are unlike other men who favor a bearded appearance. Assisting you with shaving is my responsibility. Shen Hao stated. Really, there is no need. We shall discuss it later. Very well. Having frequently traversed between two worlds, Shen Hao found it more practical to attend to such details himself rather than rely on others. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Shen Hao's party finally arrived at the Yangling mansion. During these 2 days, he had not encountered Meng Xuanji's persistent request for apprenticeship, much to his relief. Lu Junxing, the head of the Lu family escort agency, clasped his fists together in gratitude as he addressed Shen Hao. Young Master Shen, I am deeply indebted for your life-saving intervention. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to send word, and I shall serve with utmost dedication. Shen Hao nodded. You are too kind, Chief Escort. The escort agency has pressing matters to attend to, so we shall part ways here. I look forward to the opportunity to share a drink with you in the future. Lu Juxing said with a smile. Of course, that would be delightful, Shen Hao replied in agreement. Following this, the members of the Lu family escort agency each expressed their gratitude to Shen Hao with respectful gestures. The journey had been perilous, and it was indeed Shen Hao's actions that had saved their lives. Additionally, he had distributed the bandits' war horses among them. This, indeed, represents a considerable source of income for them. After parting ways with Lu Junxing and others, Shen Hao found a quaint inn to stay in. It must be said that Yongling Prefecture is significantly more prosperous than Yangguan Town. Soon after, Shen Hao glanced at the side and addressed Ma Laolu. It's getting late. You should also stay the night. Ma Laolu hurriedly waved his hands, saying, that is out of the question. This inn is far too expensive. A regular night costs 3 taels of silver, which I simply cannot afford. With that sum, I could buy some meat and a few yards of cloth to bring home, which would surely delight my wife and children. Shen Hao patted Ma Laolu on the shoulder and reassured him, enough. Tonight, rest easy, I shall cover your lodging. Ma Laolu was quick to refuse. That is absolutely out of the question. This time, due to my involvement, I have inadvertently placed young Master Shen in peril, and I feel immensely guilty. Furthermore, young Master Shen has even allowed Chief Lu to share a warhorse with me. I can hardly express my gratitude. How could I possibly allow you to pay for me now? Rest assured, I am a simple man. It matters not where I sleep tonight. You are overthinking it. This time, the bandits had nothing to do with you. They are not from the Jingxiasi. Ah, yes, young Master Shen, it is getting late. I must go tend to the horses. The sudden addition of another horse will certainly increase the cost of feed. Though he spoke thus, a broad smile adorned Ma Laolu's face. Without waiting for Shen Hao to decline, he waved goodbye and departed. Beneath the setting sun, Ma Laolu was as joyful as a child, bouncing along as if racing toward a bright future, carefree and elated. Inspired by the atmosphere, Shen Hao smiled subtly. His mood considerably lifted. Upon entering the inn, the attendant led Shen Hao to a superior guest room. With ample funds at his disposal, he certainly would not deprive himself. As evening approached, after dining and refreshing himself, Shen Hao embraced Song Yongzi and Ji Donga and soon succumbed to slumber, though beautiful women nestled beside him. Shen Hao found no interest. His heart was eager to enter the space. Half an hour later, worn from travel and the day as scarce, Ji Donga and Song Yongzi fell into a calm sleep. Seizing the moment while the two ladies were unaware, Shen Hao slipped into the space. As soon as he entered, a vast and chaotic white mist, interspersed with streaks of red light, surged into his body as if it had found an outlet for its release. This time, Shen Hao absorbed the energy at a significantly slower pace than before. It took a full hour to conclude the process. Now, Shen Hao was drenched in sweat, his head pounding, his entire being damp as though he had just emerged from a sauna. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure. Yet, there was no trace of agony on his face. Rather, he was filled with astonishment. It turned out that this bandit leader was a centurion from the northern wilderness, the adopted son of the true essence master, Shintu Jiao. He was a centurion under Shintu Jiao, a formidable expert at the 7th layer of innate strength. His martial arts were robust and expansive. Though lacking in finesse, he was a veritable god of war on the battlefield. What surprised Shen Hao even more was that this Shintu Lai possessed a spirit root. It was of moderate fire affinity. It was precisely due to possessing a moderate fire spiritual root that he was adopted as a by Shintu Jiao, and henceforth renamed Shintalai. It can be said that once Shintalai achieves the consummation of the innate realm and acquires a fire attribute demon beast's inner core, he will be able to ascend to the true essence realm. Thus, he was highly valued by Shintu Jiao. The current mission of sending Shintalai to Yangzhou Province and Yagling Prefecture City was intended to pave the way for his accomplishments and elevate his status. However, fate intervened, and he encountered Shen Hao, leading to his demise. Shintalai made an appearance in Luyang County, annihilating the bandits near Heihu Gorge, disguising himself as one of them. The ultimate goal of all these actions was to eliminate Shen Hao's old acquaintance, Wenren. This revelation provided Shen Hao with a deeper understanding of the world. It turned out that the Daong dynasty was merely a diminutive realm, insignificant even as a novice village. In stark contrast, the Tianwu dynasty encompassed 9 vast continents, each spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, rendering the Daong dynasty inconsequential. The land was fertile and boundless, teeming with over 10 billion inhabitants, yet for reasons unknown. Only the Tianwu dynasty possessed the so-called spiritual energy. It was a veritable paradise for cultivation, while the Daong dynasty resembled a desert for practitioners, with few choosing to linger here, unless one hailed from the royal family or a prominent clan with resources to sustain them. Even those with slight talent sought refuge in the Tianwu dynasty. Of course, among the billions of people, those with the potential for cultivation were exceedingly rare, numbering merely in the millions. However, Shen Hao's recollections were somewhat vague. he had never ventured there, only hearing tales from his adoptive father. Due to the incompetent Emperor Yang Wendi dispatching the illustrious censor Wenren to monitor the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyan, the latter received news promptly. Li Chongyan was a direct subordinate of the national general, the fifth imperial uncle, Yang Wuxian, and following the assassination of Yang Wuxian, he remained highly vigilant. How could he endure the emperor's scrutiny through Wenren? Even a cornered dog may leap over a wall, and a rabbit in distress may bite. Moreover, as the governor wielding military and political authority over his state, Li Chongyan was unwilling to pledge loyalty to the incompetent Yang Wendi. In secret, he reached an agreement with Shintu Jiao from the northern wilderness. Should the latter succeed in breaching Yangzhou, Li Chongyan would immediately surrender. However, their correspondence was leaked, prompting Li Chongyan to wish for Shintu Jiao to send someone to eliminate Wenren. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Shen Hao couldn't help but exclaim, Wenren is indeed fortunate. I have taken on this calamity on her behalf. With Shintalai's innate 7th level strength, it would be a trivial task to dispatch someone like Wenren. Having sorted through his memories, Shen Hao turned his attention to the substantial benefits he had gained. It was akin to defeating a minor boss and acquiring rare equipment. Shintalai's immense true energy, after being refined through the devouring space, was returned to Shen Hao in a 5th portion. Even this fraction was sufficient to elevate Shen Hao to the 1st level of the innate realm. Naturally, the benefits Shen Hao received extended far beyond this. To his astonishment, the space had also absorbed Shintalai's moderate fire spiritual root, and even generously allocated a portion to Shen Hao. As a result, Shen Hao now possessed a fire attribute spiritual root, albeit of the lowest quality. Though it is rather ordinary, nonetheless, Shen Hao is filled with immense delight. He fears not the inadequacy of his spiritual root, but rather the absence of one altogether. If he could manage to find a few experts with fire-type spiritual roots to devour, would he not then attain a supreme fire spiritual root? The mere thought brings an ear-to-ear grin to his face. Just 2 days ago, he was somewhat stricken and sleepless due to Meng Xuanji's remark about his lack of a spiritual root. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune has smiled upon him. This space is indeed astonishing. Shen Hao cannot help but give a thumbs up in appreciation. Moreover, he is elated to discover that the area of the devouring space has doubled in size, which fills him with joy. He yearns to encounter more individuals like Shintu Lai, especially those rich in experience. Simultaneously, Shen Hao has uncovered another remarkable function of the devouring space. It can consume spiritual roots, which is utterly extraordinary. This indirectly affirms a particular notion, that the space is predatory in nature. Previously, when Shen Hao tossed some precious herbs into the space, it exhibited no interest or reaction, preferring to consume only flesh rather than vegetation. Of course, the benefits extend beyond this, as Shen Hao also acquired Shintu Lai's cultivation technique. This wave of fortune propels him to new heights. Chapter 51. Does Mr. Shen still have ginseng? Indeed, the memories that Shen Hao absorbed were merely the significant ones. Or rather, those that were profoundly etched in the mind of the deceased. After all, human memory is finite, and it is impossible to retain every detail with clarity. The most vivid recollections of Shintu Lai pertain to his martial arts. He practiced the primordial fiery sun technique, a martial art suitable for those with a fire affinity, capable of directly advancing to the spiritual pill realm. It consists of 9 levels. The first 3 pertain to the primordial stage, the next 3 to the true essence stage, and the final 3 to the spiritual pill stage. However, his adoptive father, Shintu Jiao, only imparted the first 3 levels, which encompass the primordial realm, withholding the latter 6. When Shen Hao transcended to the primordial stage, at the moment his inner strength transformed into true energy, it began to circulate according to the primordial fiery sun technique. With Shintalai's memories, Shen Hao was remarkably familiar with this martial art, making his breakthrough relatively effortless. Yet, he chose not to pursue further cultivation, as he believed that devouring the space itself was the superior method of training. Rather than laboriously honing his skills, he preferred to eliminate a few primordial experts swiftly. In due time, he could determine whose martial art was superior and adopt it for his own use. Additionally, Shintalai had mastered a set of sword techniques, specifically the family's ancestral swordplay taught by his adoptive father, the Shintu sword technique. This technique comprises 9 forms, marked by grand, forceful movements, making it ill-suited for duels but ideal for clashes between armies. To Shen Hao's surprise, Shintalai's lightness skill was merely a rudimentary method of maneuvering, rather unremarkable. His adoptive father had evidently not deemed it worthy of instruction, believing that such agility was of little use. as one could fly using tools upon reaching the true essence stage. After summarizing Shinta Lai's memories of martial arts, Shun Hao opted not to study them, as he preferred his own gentle breeze sword technique. At present, having achieved a breakthrough to the first level of the primordial stage, he could execute the Light Swan's shadow technique with such swiftness that even 10 Shinta Lais could not keep pace. However, upon absorbing these memories, Shun Hao pondered another pressing issue. Since it was Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou who conspired with Shinta Lai to ambush Wenren, his own existence had led to Shinta Lai's premature demise. This consequently meant that he had simultaneously offended both the true essence General Shintu Jiao from the Northern Wilderness and the primordial great perfection Governor Li Chongyan. The incident at Black Tiger Gorge would undoubtedly come to light. The warhorse had been divided, and an investigation would reveal who had slain Shinta Lai. At that juncture, the Liu family escort bureau would surely face dire consequences, and upon further scrutiny, both Ma Laolu and Shin Hao would also come under suspicion. With these thoughts weighing on him, Shin Hao felt overwhelmed. His head throbbed painfully, making it unsuitable for him to return to the inn. After some contemplation, he changed into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, opting to return to the urban world to regroup and strategize. Upon re-entering the living room, he could hear the sound of the housekeeper, Lu Jia, changing the bedding in the bedroom. Shin Hao exhaled deeply, his head pounding. He felt sticky and uncomfortable. So he walked over to the coffee table, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and gulped down a generous amount. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. Sitting on the sofa, he succumbed to a brief stupor, the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsiding. After about 10 minutes, Lu Jia emerged from the bedroom. Observing Shun Hao on the verge of dozing off in the living room, she hurriedly expressed her concern. "Boss, if you're tired, you may return to the bedroom to rest." Shun Hao nodded, replying, "Yes, I understand. I'll take a short nap. There's no need to call me once you're done." "Understood, boss," she affirmed. Upon entering the master bedroom, Shun Hao took a quick shower in the bathroom. Without donning any clothes, he flopped heavily onto the bed. He slept for over 3 hours until Lu Jia's knock roused him. "Boss, dinner is ready," she called. Shun Hao replied, "All right, I'll be out shortly." Stretching comfortably, he finally exhaled a long breath. Despite lingering discomfort in his head, he felt somewhat rejuvenated. After splashing water on his face, he stepped out. Upon seeing the table adorned with clear broth of spare ribs, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and sautéed greens, his appetite surged. After savoring a piece of rib, he exclaimed, "Delicious. Your culinary skills are truly commendable. The meat is cooked to perfection, and the flavor is just right." Lu Jia smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment, boss." At that moment, her phone chimed. After reading a message, she couldn't help but send a voice note. "Didn't I just give you your living expenses yesterday? How could you be out of money again? Can't you be a bit more frugal?" After saying this, she glanced at Shun Hao, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can leave the dishes for me. I'll return in the afternoon to clean up." Shun Hao nodded. "All right, you may go." Once Lu Jie departed, he simply had a bowl of rice and felt satisfied. Noticing the leftover dishes, he placed them in the refrigerator. However, as the headache persisted, he retreated to the bedroom for another nap. Thus, after 3 days of recuperation, Shin Hao emerged invigorated. During this time, he had not ventured outside, instead opting to stay home, indulging in his phone, relishing the meals prepared by the housekeeper Lu Jia, and enjoying TikTok. Living a rather carefree life. Damn, this account is useless now. Every day it recommends yoga and dance-related videos. At that moment, a message pinged on WeChat. "Mr. Shin, are you there? Do you remember me?" Upon seeing the name Zhou Puan, he instantly recalled who it was. The heir of the imperial physician who had appraised the century-old ginseng he sold to Xiaobing. They had exchanged WeChat contacts before parting ways. "Yes, is there something you need, Mr. Zhou?" "Mr. Shin, I want to beat around the bush. Do you still have that 50-year-old wild ginseng? The price is 1 million. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Hao agreed. "All right, I still have 2 roots. How do you wish to proceed with the transaction?" "That's wonderful. I can come to you directly. Please be sure to reserve them for me." Seemingly anxious that Shun Hao might change his mind, he promptly requested Shun Hao's bank account details and transferred 2 million to him. Watching the balance increase by 2 million, Shun Hao felt no stirrings within. In his accounts, there remained 3 million renminbi, 26 million US dollars, 5 pounds of gold, and 730 taels of silver. Money was not a concern. Yet, who among us ever feels that they have enough? In the realm of possibilities, the sum of $26 million remains unexpendable within the confines of the homeland. Coincidentally, Shunhao harbored intentions of acquiring a villa, and the transaction appeared promising. Previously, he had resorted to utilizing plastic bags to store ginseng, which was somewhat unrefined. Although the space contained 10 roots of ginseng aged 50 years, their worth was negligible. Nonetheless, in the urban landscape, they held considerable value. Thus, Shunhao rummaged through his storage, uncovering the box that once held gold. Its antique charm captivated him, prompting him to nonchalantly toss the ginseng inside. His decision to sell the ginseng was primarily influenced by the incident involving the police, where he was merely cooperating with an investigation. This experience led Shunhao to realize the necessity of cultivating connections within the domestic sphere. While brute force could ostensibly resolve myriad troubles, it was a one-time solution. He did not consider himself clever enough to contend with governmental authority. Should he unleash chaos, the harmonious deity 404 would undoubtedly intervene. Naturally, Shunhao wished to avoid disturbances within the country, as discretion was paramount. In certain matters, enlisting others to handle them was far more expedient. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Peiyuan paid him a visit, accompanied solely by an assistant. Chapter 52. Future transactions. As Lu Jia was peeling garlic, the sudden ringing of the doorbell startled her. Hastily setting down the cloves, she rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of a man in his 60s, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s, which took her by surprise. She inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Peiyuan smiled. "We are here to see Shunhao. We had previously arranged this meeting." At that moment, Shunhao's voice echoed from the bedroom, instructing them to come in. "Please, enter," Lu Jia invited. As Shunhao emerged from the bedroom, Zhou Peiyuan presented a gift box to Shunhao with a smile. "This is a small token of tea leaves gifted to me. I seldom indulge, so I thought I would pass it on to you." Shunhao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such thoughtfulness from the elder. He responded with a smile. "You are too kind, Zhou Laosher. Please, have a seat." Once seated, Zhou Peiyuan did not take advantage of his age, but treated Shunhao as an equal. "Shunhao, I must say, you appear remarkably well. Your vitality is truly admirable. It is rare to see a young person who understands health preservation as you do." Shunhao shook his head humbly. "You flatter me, Zhou Laosher. I simply do not stay up late." Zhou Peiyuan laughed heartily, and as Shunhao prepared to pour water, Zhou Peiyuan interjected, "There is no need for that. We have come primarily to purchase ginseng. Let us first examine the ginseng." The young man beside him looked at Shunhao with curiosity, anticipation brewing within him. Shunhao nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will be right back." He then retreated into the bedroom, feigning a delay of a minute or two before re-emerging. Moments later, Shunhao approached, cradling a wooden box, which he placed before Zhou Peiyuan and the young man. Upon opening the box, a rich aroma wafted forth. Zhou Peiyuan could not contain his excitement, examining the contents with increasing satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent." He proceeded to take a ginseng root, savoring it for a moment before exclaiming, "This possesses a robust wild flavor and remarkable medicinal properties, truly a top-tier specimen. Such exquisite ginseng is a sight to behold, endlessly captivating." His praises flowed freely as he inspected another root, confirming that they were indeed treasures. Shunhao remarked, "Such matters are never taken lightly." Zhou Peiyuan gazed at Shunhao's composed and handsome face, unable to suppress his admiration. However, a sense of curiosity lingered. After all, Shunhao resided in the northwest, far from the ginseng-growing regions. How had he procured such exceptional wild ginseng? Yet, Zhou Peiyuan's life experience taught him that some inquiries are best left unasked, lest they jeopardize future collaborations. It was clear that Shunhao possessed considerable connections and resources, a line of opportunity Zhou Peiyuan was reluctant to forfeit. True wild ginseng of genuine medicinal value is indeed rare to find. "Shunhao, should you come across more ginseng of this caliber, do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the price will be unmatched, the highest in the market." "Such a remarkable treasure, I would never grow weary of it," sighed Zhou Peiyuan. With the climate warming and air quality deteriorating, wild ginseng has become increasingly scarce. The high prices of many traditional Chinese medicines stem from the depletion of wild varieties. The cultivated medicinal herbs, despite their quality, are often exported to Japan, leaving domestic options lacking in appearance. Therefore, as an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Zhou Peiyuan harbors a deep affection for this authentic wild ginseng, growing fonder with each glance. Observing this, Shunhao chose to remain silent. At that moment, he still possessed 8 roots of wild ginseng, but had no intention of selling them all at once. Selling too many at once would diminish their value, as rarity enhances worth. Rest assured, Zhou, I will certainly contact you when I have more in stock, was Shunhao's assurance. That is splendid news, Shunhao replied. Just don't deceive me. Subsequently, Zhou Peiyuan carefully extracted the ginseng from Shunhao's wooden box and placed it into a specialized wooden container he had brought. Once secured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this era, finding such potent wild ginseng is exceedingly rare. Moreover, through his recent studies, Zhou Peiyuan discovered that Shunhao's ginseng exhibited superior medicinal properties compared to that from Chabai Mountain. Consequently, following a regimen of herbal supplements, coupled with various advanced medical treatments, the elder of the Shao family regained consciousness. However, the previous century-old and 50-year-old wild ginseng had already been consumed. In desperation, they reached out to Shunhao once more, albeit Zhou Peiyuan only inquired tentatively, harboring little hope, as he believed such treasures to be exceedingly rare. Yet, life is full of surprises, and he was elated to find that Shunhao indeed had wild ginseng available. Overjoyed, he promptly transferred the payment and drove over. With the ginseng in hand, Zhou Peiyuan expressed his satisfaction and addressed the young man, Xiao Ran, saying, "Now that our transaction is complete, let us depart." However, the young gentleman named Xiao Ran's gaze was fixated on the wooden box in Shunhao's possession. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up, "Shunhao, may I take a look at the wooden box you hold?" Shunhao nodded in assent without hesitation, directly passing the box to him. Upon receiving it, Xiao Ran examined the box with delight. The more he scrutinized, the more pleased he became. He noted the smooth, delicate texture of the wood, weighing it in his hands, and could not help but express his satisfaction. "Shunhao, this box ought to be made of Hainan Wang Wali. Its craftsmanship is exceptional. Furthermore, while the style does not appear to belong to the Ming or Qing dynasties, it possesses a vintage quality worth studying. I am quite fond of it. Would you entertain the idea of selling it to me?" Shunhao was taken aback. This box had been used by Wen Renyi to hold gold. In his memory, such wood was not particularly valuable, yet he was surprised to learn it was indeed Hainan Wang Wali. Although Shunhao was not a collector of antiques and had little knowledge of such matters, the rise of short videos had imparted him with a smattering of eclectic knowledge. Golden silk nanmu, small leaf red sandalwood, and Wang Wali are all exceedingly precious materials. Even though golden silk nanmu and small leaf red sandalwood were the preferred choices for royal furniture during the Ming and Qing dynasties, Wang Wali is even more valuable than golden silk nanmu, and its worth is measured by weight. Certainly, the specific price remains unknown to Shunhao. As for the vintage craftsmanship, it is difficult for him to elaborate, only that it is the work of a remarkable artisan. He then inquired, "I have no intention of collecting. If the price is right and you appreciate it, I shall sell it to you." Chapter 53. What a coincidence! Zhou Peiyuan gazed at Shunhao in astonishment, taken aback by the considerable wealth that Shunhao possessed. This box was crafted from rosewood. Previously preoccupied with the ginseng, he had not paid much attention until Xiao Ran pointed it out, prompting him to observe it closely. Upon inspection, he confirmed its authenticity and smiled, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the so-called wooden gold, rosewood, with its lustrous hue. The grain is clear and aesthetically pleasing, and the fragrance is quite abundant. The patterns are symmetrical and feature the rare heavenly eye design. It is undoubtedly top-tier rosewood. Currently, the market price for such rosewood is at least 15,000 per pound. And I would say 18,000 per pound is justified. However, that price only reflects the wood's value. The craftsmanship also merits additional cost." This type of box, known in ancient times as a treasure box, was famously referenced in the tale of Du Shernyang, who angrily sank her treasure box. Of course, Du Shernyan's treasure box was supposedly made of small leaf red sandalwood, which pales in comparison to this rosewood. I estimate this box weighs around 15 pounds, making it worth at least 350,000. Although Zhou Peiyuan was a distinguished practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and not extensively versed in antiques, his familiarity with exquisite items afforded him a discerning eye. Xiao Ran remarked, "The material's grain is indeed rosewood, and the craftsmanship of this treasure box is quite antiquated. I cannot ascertain its dynasty. I find it very appealing. 500,000. What do you think, Shunhao?" Shunhao nodded and replied, "I have no particular interest in collecting. The price is fair, and if you desire it, I shall sell it to you." Shunhao had another treasure box in his possession, gifted by Lai Yueying, which also contained gold. The only disappointment for Shunhao was the absence of a compelling story behind such a treasure box. If If it were indeed the one that Du Shenyang had thrown into the river, its value would have undoubtedly multiplied tenfold. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that the two worlds were vastly different, and such a narrative was improbable. Seeing Shun Hao's willingness to part with the box, Xiaoran was elated and promptly transferred the funds. Moments later, Shen Hao received a notification from the bank. Shen Hao, in the future, should you come across fine furniture or exquisite items, feel free to contact me. The price is not an issue. Though Xiaoran appeared to be in his early 20s, he spoke and acted with remarkable maturity, devoid of any frivolity, and possessed a unique taste. Zhou Peiyuan explained, this young man has a passion for antiques and furniture. He studied history in university and is engaged in this line of business. Shen Hao, uninterested in the specifics of Xiaoran's business, merely cared that the payment was settled. Very well, I shall sell you any fine items I come across in the future, he affirmed. Zhou Peiyuan concluded, that will be all for today, Shen Hao. We shall take our leave. Allow me to see you off, Shen Hao offered. With that, the trio entered the elevator. Once inside, Shen Hao inquired, is your vehicle parked in the underground garage? No, it's parked outside the community, Zhou Peiyuan replied. Shen Hao cautioned, the road outside has recently seen numerous complaints. So the traffic police tend to issue tickets from time to time, especially during the afternoon. Xiaoran chuckled, no worries. It's a minor issue, just 100 yuan. Since money was not a concern, Shen Hao chose not to comment further. Soon, Shen Hao discovered that the young man was driving the very Rolls-Royce he had once crashed into, with a license plate adorned with several sixes. The car was parked conspicuously by the roadside. In a small county, even a Porsche 711 valued at less than 800,000 yuan would attract attention, let alone a Rolls-Royce. Setting aside the car itself, the license plate was a veritable spectacle. The province's license plate, a consecutive series of sixes, was well known among those familiar with the market. Such plates were not only expensive but also difficult to acquire, even for those with considerable wealth. Indeed, many onlookers stood at a distance, some stealthily capturing the moment with their phones. Shen Hao noticed a few traffic police not too far away, although they did not approach. Their glances occasionally drifted in this direction. Observing this, Shen Hao could not help but marvel at the young man's influential connections. Xiaoran, accustomed to such occurrences, seemed to relish the attention, while Zhou Peiyuan shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a blue t-shirt, approached with a smile. Xiaoran, what brings you here? Ah, Zhou Lao, you're here too. Upon seeing the man, Xiaoran smiled and replied, Lao Lu, it's you. I'm here to take care of a few matters. Zhou Peiyuan remarked, what a coincidence, Lu Shihong. It seems this is indeed your territory. Lu Shihong, unfazed by Zhou Peiyuan's teasing, responded, Zhou Lao, since you both are here, let me treat you to a meal later. Xiaoran shook his head, saying, no. We came to buy a few things and need to head back before dark. Perhaps next time. This was not mere politeness. His grandfather was waiting for ginseng. Lu Shihong expressed mild disappointment. All right then, next time it is. Once inside the car, Zhou Peiyuan ignored Lu Shihong and waved at Shen Hao, saying Shen Hao, let's keep in touch. Shen Hao nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Xiaoran nodded at Lu Shihong and then waved goodbye to Shen Hao. Shen Hao, message me if you have something. Say the good stuff for me. With that, they waved and drove away. Seeing this, Shen Hao wished to escape the sun, particularly on a summer afternoon when the mosquitoes were truly bothersome. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Shihong hurried after him. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. Shen Hao inquired, is there something you need? I have watched Xiaoran grow up. I didn't expect him to have friends here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Shihong, newly assigned here, Lu Shihong said with a smile, extending his hand, not one to turn away a friendly gesture. Shen Hao shook his hand and replied, Shen Hao, I'm not very familiar with Xiaoran. Lu Shihong, clearly skeptical, remarked, not familiar? Would such an arrogant young master like Xiaoran take the initiative to greet someone he barely knows? Surely you jest. He had not anticipated that someone like Shen Hao would exist in this small county. Eager to befriend Shen Hao, Lu Shihong said, I have some influence in this county. What is your phone number? You can reach me if you need anything. Shen Hao nodded. All right, note this down, 1XXX6. Without hesitation, Lu Shihong dialed the number immediately. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shen Hao, puzzled. Shen Lao, why isn't your phone responding? Shen Hao was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Lu Shihong to actually call. He coughed softly and remarked, perhaps the phone was left at home. Chapter 54. I desire to progress. Lu Shihong chuckled. I was wondering why I couldn't reach you. Is this mobile number of yours also your WeChat ID? Allow me to add you. Shenhao shook his head and replied, No, my WeChat ID is my QQ number. Then what is your QQ number? 5x times 321 times x, with the nickname Jean Shirlu. Upon seeing the WeChat nickname, Lu Shihong felt reassured and laughed. Very well, Shun, I shall treat you to a drink when the opportunity arises. Let us discuss it then. After entering the neighborhood, Shenhao couldn't help but shake his head. Truly, he thought, what a brazen demeanor for a leader. The number Shenhao had provided was seldom used. Yet Lu had the audacity to call it directly. Unable to reach him by phone, he sought Shenhao's WeChat ID, which Shen found difficult to decline. Once Shenhao departed, Lu Shihong returned to his office and promptly dispatched someone to investigate Shenhao's background. An hour later, the office door swung open. Secretary, here is the information you requested. Very well, you may leave. This matter must remain strictly confidential. If it leaks, I shall hold you accountable. Understood, Secretary. Lu Shihong opened the file and scrutinized the contents. He discovered that Shenhao was rather unremarkable, merely an ordinary individual. His history was straightforward, with no significant relatives aside from an uncle who resided in another province. This year, Shenhao had unexpectedly ventured into the purchasing business in Hong Kong, seemingly having made a bit of fortune. He owned a house and a car, with nothing else to his name. Soon, he unearthed two substantial transactions in Shenhao's bank account, one amounting to 10 million and another 2 million that had just been deposited today. Upon discovering that both transactions originated from the Chang'an Shaoshi Group Company, Limited, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Shenhao was related to the Xiao family? Or perhaps he was an illegitimate son? Why else would such a sum be transferred to him? What could possibly account for the close relationship between Xiao Ran and Zhou Peiyuan with Shenhao? It seemed implausible. Moreover, Lu Shihong had found no evidence of any business dealings undertaken by Shenhao. News had recently emerged that the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Jun, had secured his position as deputy provincial governor. Lu Shihong, too, wished to ascend. A decade prior, he had served as the secretary to the former head of the Xiao family, but their relationship had since cooled, and he yearned to rekindle it. Unfortunately, he had never found the opportunity. Shenhao's connection with Xiao Ren piqued his interest. Upon returning to his room, Shenhao found Lu Jie had already prepared a meal and brewed some soup. She looked at him and asked, Boss, shall we eat now? Shenhao replied, I'm not particularly hungry at the moment. Let us brew a pot of tea. What happened to the tea leaves that old Zhou gifted? Lu Jie retrieved them from the wine cabinet and handed them to Shenhao, saying, Boss, these tea leaves from old Zhou are the Jinjun, Mei from Zhongshan Tang, worth 11,000 per pound. Shall we drink some now? In Lu Jie's eyes, such expensive tea was meant for gifting, and consuming it herself felt rather extravagant. Shenhao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated the tea leaves from Zhou Peiyuan to be of such high value. He was unfamiliar with tea brands, and without Lu Jie's mention, he would have remained oblivious. However, given Shenhao's current status, he could enjoy even tea priced at 100,000 per pound without a hint of discomfort. Thus, Shenhao nodded and said, All right, let's brew a pot and savor its flavor. Observing Lu Jie's familiar tea-making motions, Shenhao was somewhat taken aback. Have you done this before? Lu Jie nodded and replied, Yes, when I was younger, I worked in a tea house where I brewed tea for others. Upon hearing this, Shenhao nodded and chose to remain silent. Before long, the tea was ready, exuding an aromatic fragrance that far surpassed that of tea priced at 100 yuan per pound. Although the tea was fragrant, Shenhao lacked the finesse to appreciate its subtleties. He lifted the cup and took a sip, finding it delightfully aromatic. He then remarked to Lu Jie, Today, I benefit from your skills. Your craftsmanship is truly commendable. Flattered by the compliment, Lu Jie felt a surge of happiness, yet she shook her head modestly, saying, The boss is jesting. It is the quality of the tea that matters, not my efforts. Well, you should sit down and enjoy a few cups yourself. You've worked hard, he added, as he observed Lu Jie quietly sipping her tea. Shenhao couldn't help but ponder whether it was time to consider a raise for this housekeeper. After all, her responsibilities had extended beyond mere cooking and tidying up, which they had initially agreed upon. Now, Lu Jie was also washing clothes and attending to various tasks, leaving Shenhao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lu Jie sensed Shenhao's gaze upon her. Her eyes flickered away, overwhelmed by the revelations of the day. Everything that had transpired had shattered her previous understanding. Since Lu Jie began her employment, she had never witnessed Shenhao engaging in work. He seemed to remain home, idly passing the time. Previously, She had speculated about the source of his income and worried about the potential loss of her job if he were to run out of money. Yet, she was quite satisfied with her position. A salary of 500 yuan was quite decent for a small county, with low living costs allowing her to save substantially. Her duties involved merely preparing a couple of meals and tidying up, which was manageable, especially with the assistance of a robotic vacuum cleaner, leaving only simple dusting to be done. However, what she witnessed today opened her eyes to a new reality. The elderly gentleman and the young man had spent 500,000 on a mere box, seemingly enamored with it. They spoke of something called Wang Wali, a term she did not comprehend, yet she felt an inexplicable admiration for Shen Hao, who appeared to be effortlessly attracting wealth. Moreover, during their conversation, they touched upon ginseng, which seemed to be valued at 1 million. The more she contemplated, the more she found Shen Hao remarkable. The amount he earned in a single day could sustain her for a lifetime of hard work. The thought of earning such a sum with ease at home was beyond her imagination. After dinner, once Lu Jie had tidied up, Shen Hao instructed her to take the leftover dishes home, deeming it wasteful to discard them. Once she departed, Shen Hao relished a rare moment of solitude. Unable to resist, he picked up his phone to browse villas. Previously, he had been enamored with a manor in Siam featuring a 30-meter swimming pool, yet he could not visit it daily. A villa in his homeland would be much more comfortable. Although the house he currently occupied had been newly renovated, it still felt too small for his liking. After perusing for a while, he indulged in a chilled beer, finally settling down for a pleasant nap. The following morning, he was abruptly awakened by noise. Chapter 55. Do not startle the snake. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? I am your personal financial advisor, He Lily. Your bank deposits have reached 3 million. Our bank is currently offering a promotional event where we gift you 100,000 points. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 yuan, which can be redeemed for a supermarket gift card worth 1,000 yuan. All you need to do is keep your 3 million deposited in our bank for a year without any withdrawals. During this period, we will also grant you an additional 10,000 points each month. If convenient, please provide me with an address, and I will deliver the card to you. Irritated, Shen Hao abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it, another telemarketing scam. After ending the call, he went back to sleep until around 9 o'clock. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast prepared by Lu Jie, he felt fully re-energized. Shen Hao's figure once again found itself in the inn of the fantastical realm. In this enchanting world, night still enveloped the surroundings. He lay nestled between Jidongga and Song Yongzi, having enjoyed a full night's rest in the real world. Shen Hao felt remarkably invigorated. Beneath the bed, a single-eyed white cat, curious, lifted its head to glance around. Unable to resist, it peeked out, only to be startled back under the bed when its gaze met Shen Hao's. It was fully aware of Shen Hao's displeasure towards it and genuinely feared being stewed by him. How the mighty have fallen, it lamented. When shall I reclaim my former glory? A mere brat in the innate realm, I could have dispatched you with a single paw strike. How dare you flaunt your prowess before me? Wait a moment, innate realm? I sensed something was off just now. Wasn't this brat in the postnatal 3rd layer before? How did he ascend to the innate 1st layer overnight? Could it be he has been secretly consuming elixirs? As these thoughts crossed its mind, it felt compelled to sneak a glance, to confirm whether its eyes had deceived it. Yet it feared that if Shen Hao caught it, he might seize the opportunity to cast it out. Currently, it was so weak that it could not even contend with a stray dog, spending most of its days lost in slumber for self-repair. Fine, let the boy revel in his arrogance for a while. I shall graciously overlook it, it mused. Its true form was that of a powerful white tiger, with claws of unparalleled sharpness. However, after being ambushed by the thunder calamity, it was now as feeble as a domestic cat, choosing to masquerade as such. In the urban world, Shen Hao had spent 3 days, and every day he was inundated with short videos featuring individuals clad in form-fitting attire flaunting their physiques, all teetering on the edge of indecency. Shen Hao found it impossible to resist, resorting to seeking assistance from a maid. This predicament tormented the single-eyed cat, or rather, the one-eyed tiger. As it listened to the cacophony above, utterly exasperated, it could only curl up tightly, covering its ears. Later in the night, Shen Hao ventured alone to Lu Bashan's ancestral home, the Lu residence. To his astonishment, the Lu residence had been transformed into the Li residence. The Li residence was not only brightly lit, but soldiers were also patrolling the vicinity. Hence, Shen Hao patiently awaited the soldiers' departure before stealthily slipping inside. His main objective for this visit was to acquire the monster core from Lu Baoshan's memories. This was indeed a valuable treasure. Concealing himself in the shadows, he began to search through his recollections. Beneath the tiles of the study, hidden beneath the bookshelf, there lay a concealed box. Having meticulously charted his course, Shenhao, with his exceptional agility, swiftly arrived at the study of his recollection. However, he was taken aback by the formidable guard presence. Over 20 soldiers patrolled the area, each exuding a menacing aura. Moreover, through the illumination, he discerned two figures approaching. Shenhao was somewhat astonished, not anticipating such a multitude. Surnamely? Suddenly, a clue emerged from the memories of Shintalai. This was the residence of the governor of Yangling Prefecture, and moreover, the nephew of Governor Li Chongyin, Li Jikuan. According to Shintalai's recollections, this individual was a master of the third stage of innate abilities, while his father, Li Chongsong, was a formidable seventh-stage practitioner. Damn it. Was this not merely compounding the difficulty? Just as Shenhao prepared to depart, he overheard a conversation from within. First, closely monitor everyone at the Liu family's escort agency. Leave no one unexamined. Wait for the opportune moment. Governor, why not take action under the cover of night? Foolish, Li Jikuan exclaimed indignantly. He then took a deep breath to calm his rage, adding, one must strategize before acting. For now, we must not startle the snake. They remain oblivious to how many are privy to the truth. If we are to capture them, we must seize them all. We cannot afford to overlook a single informant. Do you understand? Yet, internally, he was in a state of panic. What could he use to apprehend them, given that the adversary had already slain Shintalai? A master of the seventh stage? Was it he who would meet his demise, or would it be I? Was this not akin to the longevity star hanging itself? Li Jikuan even contemplated feigning ignorance regarding the matter, thinking, let whoever desires to confront them do so. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Inform my father. Have him mobilize 1,000, if not 3,000 troops to converge here. We shall act once reinforcements arrive tomorrow. Yes, my lord, came the response. Upon hearing this, Shenhao was momentarily stunned. What a coincidence. He promptly abandoned the notion of continuing his search for the demon beast's inner elixir. It seemed that Governor Li Chongyin had received news of Shintalai's demise, and action was imminent. With this thought in mind, Shenhao resolved to inform Lu Juxing, for they had fought together before. In mere flashes, Shenhao vanished from the Li residence. After half an hour of searching the city, he was surprised to find that old Ma Lu was also present, evidently seeking shelter in the communal sleeping quarters, which alleviated Shenhao's task of locating him. After revealing the truth to Lu Juxing, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. They hastily discarded their valuables and, along with the members of the Liu family escort agency, fled toward the outskirts of the city. Although the city gates were tightly shut, to innate masters, the soldiers were but trifling obstacles. As the city guards shouted a warning, they were swiftly silenced with a throat-cutting strike. Once the gates were opened, Lu Juxing looked at Shenhao with deep gratitude and said, Young Master Shen, your immense kindness cannot be repaid. Should Lu ever be of use to you in the future, I shall devote myself entirely. Enough with the formalities, Shenhao replied. Where are you headed? Lu Juxing responded, we aim to flee to the capital. Since Li Chongyin has conspired with the northern wilderness with treasonous intent, reaching the capital will ensure our safety. Shenhao remarked, indeed, heading south to the capital is a prudent strategy. And what of you, Brother Shen? When do we depart? Lu Juxing inquired. Rest assured, I shall leave shortly as well, Shenhao replied. The urgency of the situation dictated a swift farewell, with the promise of a future reunion in the capital. Until we meet again in the capital, Shenhao said, clasping his fists in respect. As he gazed at the departing members of the Liu family escort agency, he noticed that old Liu had yet to leave. Old Liu, why do you linger? He asked. Old Liu replied, I must return to Yangwan town. My wife and child are still there. Shenhao cautioned, you must understand, your return poses great peril. It may very well be a one-way trip. Even if it means death, I must go back. I cannot tarry any longer, old Liu insisted. Shenhao nodded in understanding. When you return, simply shout that Li Chongyin is planning a rebellion in the streets, and you will undoubtedly attract attention. The Jingxiusi, who once inquired about my whereabouts, may have located them, granting you a chance at survival. Old Liu, profoundly grateful, immediately knelt before Shenhao and bowed his head. Thank you, young Master Shen, for your immense kindness. Enough, hurry along, do not squander any more time, Shenhao urged. Old Liu nodded and dismantled his cart, opting to ride 2 horses for greater speed. After waiting for over half an hour, Shenhao finally returned to the city, leaving the guards at the city gate before arriving at the Li family residence. Shortly thereafter, patrolling soldiers discovered the situation. Damn it, these are the city gate guards. Something must have gone awry. We must report this to the magistrate at once. Chapter 56, A Proposition, some of you. Go to the city gate and ascertain what has transpired. It was the patrol guards who hastily rushed into the residence. Meanwhile, Shenhao, concealed nearby, quietly took cover. To his astonishment, upon hearing of the soldiers' demise, the city gate swung wide open. However, the governor, Li Jikuan, remained unmoved, merely ordering a change of guards to man the fortifications, treating the incident as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing this, Shenhao was taken aback and his fury ignited. What utter nonsense! Why is he not adhering to the established protocol? I was anticipating a military pursuit of the Liu family escort, which would provide me an opportunity to plunder. To his dismay, this scoundrel, Li Jikuan, took no action whatsoever. This governor was truly inept, occupying a position of privilege, yet failing to fulfill any responsibilities. In his rage, Shenhao ignited a fire that consumed the wood store of the Li residence before departing in anger. Water has breached. Water has breached. Li Jikuan gazed at the blazing inferno of the wood store, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, it seemed the adversary had merely issued a warning. Thank goodness I am clever. Only a fool would pursue them. Perhaps they were merely awaiting my trap. Li Jikuan was not dim-witted, after all. Shentalai was a formidable general from the northern wilderness, possessing innate prowess at the 7th level. If he had been slain, what did that make him? What means did he possess to chase after them? Preserving his own life took precedence. What troubled Li Jikuan even more was that just as he prepared to lay traps and capture the assailants, news of the incident had already reached the enemy. They had killed and departed with alarming swiftness. Their intelligence network was terrifyingly efficient. At that very moment, Li Jikuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Devoid of any sense of security, he speculated that the death of Shentalai was undoubtedly at the hands of a master from the Jingxiasi. The thought sent chills down his spine, and he began pacing anxiously. With his plans in tatters, Shenhao returned once more to the inn. The following day, he urged Song Yongzi and Ji Donga to rise early. Noticing Ji Donga's furrowed brow, Song Yongzi could not help but remark, "My lord, perhaps we should rest another day. Donga is unwell and cannot travel too far." Shenhao replied, "If we do not depart soon, we shall be in peril. The bandits we have slain were cavalry from the northern wilderness, colluding with Governor Li Chongyin of Yangzhou. Their aim is to eliminate Wen Ren-yi and then capitulate as the northern wilderness invades. We have already been exposed. We cannot linger here." Pale with fright, Song Yongzi urged, "Then let us depart quickly, my lord." Shenhao reassured her, "Fear not. With me by your side, you shall be safe." At that moment, Ji Donga took a pair of scissors and severed her traditional hair adornments. Upon noticing Shenhao's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively recoiled. "Let us be on our way," Shenhao declared. Despite the urgency, he took his time, renting a carriage and leisurely exiting the city. Upon reaching the city gate, Shenhao observed that the blood from the previous night had been thoroughly cleared away. The soldiers stood as if nothing had transpired. Shenhao could not help but shake his head, muttering, "Is this governor a tortoise? How can he endure such a situation?" Confounded, Song Yongzi replied, "My lord, this is advantageous. It facilitates our escape." The young maid had no inkling of Shenhao's distress. He chose not to elaborate. Just after the carriage had exited the city, it suddenly jolted, and Shenhao realized that another person had unexpectedly joined him inside. It is indeed Meng Xuanji, who has vanished for several days. The carriage is merely an ordinary vehicle, its interior space rather limited, rendering the sudden addition of another person quite cramped. Shenhao remarked, "Senior, what brings you such exquisite pleasure today?" Wearing a white veil that perpetually shrouded her in mystery, Meng Xuanji gazed intently at Shenhao, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regarded him with an expression of incredulity, her eyes flickering with suspicion and astonishment, as if struggling to believe the evidence before her. Initially inclined to probe further, she reconsidered, mindful of the distinctions between the sexes, and instead questioned, "How did you suddenly reach the innate realm? Have you consumed some sort of elixir?" Shenhao responded with a smile, "My comprehension is exceptionally high. I achieved enlightenment overnight." Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji was not persuaded by Shenhao's fanciful claims. After all, a novice who had yet to attain the innate stage had no grounds to speak of sudden enlightenment. "You surely must have overindulged in qi-gathering pills," she retorted. "Of course not," Shenhao clarified. He understood that the qi-gathering pills were meant for those in the true essence realm. Upon reaching the true essence stage, the qi transforms into true essence, necessitating the aid of medicinal pills. Without them, progress would be sluggish, rendering breakthroughs into the spiritual pill realm nearly impossible. Meng Xuanji, however, remained skeptical. The breath of a person cannot be deceived. Shenhao had indeed been at the postnatal realm, and now he was undeniably in the innate realm, a staggering difference. Even with sudden enlightenment, it was implausible to ascend to the innate level overnight. It would at most reflect a sudden insight within one's current realm. Connecting the dots regarding the wine in Shunhao's hand and his remarkable lightness of foot, Meng Xuanji suddenly realized. It appears you must possess a concealed treasure that masks your aura. To Meng Xuanji's conjecture, Shenhao offered no explanations. Following her line of thought, he raised his thumb in affirmation. Indeed, indeed. With her suspicions confirmed, Meng Xuanji turned her attention away from Shenhao and focused on Song Yongzi. I have come here to speak with you. Have you considered my offer to become my disciple and study the supreme techniques at Yuqing Palace? Even within the Tianwu Empire, we are a formidable force of righteousness. Joining Yuqing Palace is a dream cherished by countless individuals. With that, Meng Xuanji gazed at Song Yongzi with anticipation. Unfortunately, she was met with disappointment when Song Yongzi unequivocally rejected her proposal, exhibiting no interest whatsoever. I apologize, senior, but I truly have no inclination towards cultivation. Please refrain from further discussion. Beside them, Shenhao could not help but chuckle. He understood Song Yongzi's mindset better than anyone. She was a traditionalist. Her thoughts consumed by the grand aspiration Shenhao had painted for her, a vision of their future children carrying the Song surname, preserving the bloodline of the Song family. For Song Yongzi, securing the lineage of the Song family was paramount, far surpassing any concern for cultivation. Meng Xuanji felt disheartened, tempted to abduct her outright. Shenhao's laughter only served as a silent mockery, igniting a fire of indignation within Meng Xuanji's eyes. After making an effort to compose herself, she finally spoke. Shenhao, can you truly bear to witness her talent squandered? Her life should venture into broader horizons, rather than being confined to the role of a maid. Shenhao shrugged innocently, stating, I haven't hindered her at all. Although Yongzi is my servant, I have never imposed my will upon her. I do not dictate the thoughts of others. She is free to pursue whatever she desires. Then, Meng Xuanji suggested, how about we make a deal? Now that you have reached the innate realm, I could offer you a technique of the same level. Shenhao, displaying no interest, replied, no, I truly have no desire for that. Techniques are abundant. Do I really need yours? Once he acquired the demon core, Shenhao planned to engage in tomb raiding to excavate the corpse of Yang Wuxian. After all, he was a master of the true essence realm and possessed spiritual roots. Shenhao certainly did not wish to squander such an opportunity. Techniques were not in short supply. They could be found in plenty. For a moment, Meng Xuanji contemplated forcibly taking Song Yongzi. However, doing so would only deter her from cultivating, and it would be pointless to coerce someone against their will. At that moment, Shenhao calmly proposed, how about this? We strike a bargain. Senior Meng, you escort my two maids to the capital, and once they are settled, I will personally persuade her to train with you in 2 months. Meng Xuanji's heart leaped with joy as she responded mildly, is that true? A gentleman's word is his bond. Once spoken, it is as difficult to retract as it is to harness 4 horses. As a man, one's word is always to be taken seriously. Chapter 57, this time. You are truly considerate. Seemingly apprehensive that Shenhao might retract his words, Meng Xuanji did not hesitate and promptly declared, it's a deal. Nearby, Song Yongzi gazed at Shenhao with an expression of concern, saying, young master, please come with us. This place is perilous, and I am quite worried. Shenhao appreciated the concern of the fair maiden. Gently caressing Song Yongzi's cheek, he offered a reassuring glance and replied, rest assured, I have my own plans. You and Ji Donga must obey. Those who wish to harm me in this world have yet to be born. Upon hearing this, both Meng Xuanji and the white cat in Ji Donga's arms simultaneously cast a glance at Shenhao, their eyes sparking with a hint of electricity. This young man is somewhat arrogant. Given that their master had said such things, Song Yongzi could only comply, nodding obediently and refraining from further comments. Indeed, Shenhao found great pleasure in Song Yongzi's obedient demeanor. A woman who listens is a good woman. Seated beside them, Ji Donga hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. After a moment's deliberation, she softly remarked, young master, you must exercise utmost caution. We shall await your return in the capital. After uttering these words, her cheeks were as rosy as the evening clouds, blushing a vivid and charming hue. Women are indeed women. Once the path is opened, their hearts lean towards you, and the cultivation of feelings is a non-issue. One must admit, Zhang Ailing truly understood women. Fear not. Even if the great Sun dynasty were to fall, I would remain unperturbed, Shenhao reassured. We believe in you, young master. Both Ji Donga and Song Yongzi echoed in unison. Meanwhile, the white tiger nestled in Ji Donga's arms covered its ears, displaying an expression of helplessness, its heart brimming with frustration. The lone eye glared at Shun Hao, filled with anger and resentment. Accompanying Shun Hao, given his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to discern its true identity as a demon. However, being near Ming Xuanji posed a significant risk of exposure, for she was a master of the spirit pill realm, a formidable figure even among demon beasts. Reflecting on the past, when a small creature like Ming Xuanji could only glimpse its threshold, the tiger now found itself in dire straits. It appears I must further conceal my presence. That wretched Shun Hao will eventually learn just how sharp my claws can be. Despite a heart full of discontent, it remained as docile as a cat, not daring to make a sound. Observing the affectionate exchange among the three, Ming Xuanji furrowed her brow. She was most displeased with women who were constantly enamored and neglecting their cultivation. Her gaze lingered on Shun Hao, seemingly waiting for him to say something. Noticing her expectant demeanor, Shun Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. He could surmise that she was likely seeking wine. After all, 2 months had passed, and she would require a considerable amount. However, he believed that initiating such a request would diminish its value, and thus opted for a more strategic silence. As he withheld his words, he was curious to see when this woman would finally speak up. To Shun Hao's astonishment, despite Ming Xuanji's seemingly aloof exterior, her impatience surfaced within only a few minutes, and she finally broke the silence. Meng Xianshu, visibly displeased, remarked, "Shun Hao, I've safeguarded your woman for 2 months, and you have yet to express any gratitude." Shun Hao's heart lifted at her words. He initially appeared bewildered before a look of realization dawned upon him. As he gazed at Meng Xianshu, who was expectantly waiting for his response, he chided himself for his forgetfulness. "How remiss of me." "Thank you, Senior Meng." Meng Xuanshu's anger flared. "I was referring to the wine. A simple thank you would suffice. I ask for no more than 8 bottles as compensation for my efforts in protecting your woman." Shun Hao, feigning enlightenment, replied, "Oh, is that so, Senior Meng? You should have stated it plainly. No need to beat around the bush. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have handed it over without hesitation. It's merely a few bottles of wine. Not an issue at all. I'll procure them for you in the next town." "Agreed," she affirmed, closing her eyes tightly, unwilling to gaze upon Shun Hao, lest she lose control of her emotions. Shun Hao, for his part, dared only to tease lightly, wary of provoking her ire, for he was still a virgin. His current objective was to secure the beast's inner core smoothly. With their identities now exposed, Song Yongzi and Ji Donga had become burdens, making it difficult for him to act freely. Fortunately, Ming Xianshu sought his assistance, allowing him to safely escort the 2 maidens into the capital. With Ming Xuanshu's protection, Shun Hao felt reassured. His ultimate aim was to settle in the Tianwu dynasty, rather than linger in the meager De Yang dynasty. The former boasted abundant resources, a refuge from war, and countless talents, not to mention endless resources. The De Yang dynasty, a dilapidated remnant, held little allure for him. Now that Song Yongzi and Ji Donga were headed to the capital of the De Yang dynasty, he felt unencumbered. With Ming Xianshu by his side, he had no doubts about their safety. In the entire De Yang dynasty, Shun Hao had only heard whispers of a true essence realm practitioner who had already perished. Even should one exist, they would be no match for Meng Xianshu. Moreover, since Meng Xianshu had taken a liking to Song Yongzi and intended to take her as a disciple, she would surely look after her diligently. These 2 assurances gave Shun Hao peace of mind. As the carriage gradually made its way, they reached a nearby town by evening. Finding an inn to stay, Shun Hao seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to return to the modern world. Initially, he had intended to purchase bottles of white liquor at 40 coins apiece, but reconsidered. Might this lead Meng Xianshu to think the wine came too easily? Instead, he opted for a lesser quality to provide her with a point of comparison. The more he pondered, the more he felt this was the right approach. Women, after all, often appreciated a bit of strategy. As the saying goes, true feelings are seldom retained. It is only through cleverness that one can win hearts. He then approached a small shop selling loose liquor, inquiring, "How much is this loose liquor?" 10 coins per pound. The proprietor responded. "And what is its alcohol content?" "Between the ages of 30 and 40 and 40 to 60. There are options available at a more affordable price." "It seems that what you have is likely diluted with industrial alcohol," Shun Hao remarked. The owner, displaying a somewhat forced smile, replied, "This is all pure grain liquor, made from 3 pounds of grain for every pound of liquor, a true delicacy." Shun Hao countered, "If you continue like this, I might just leave. Can you offer a discount?" Noticing the owner's earnestness, he proposed, How about 10 yuan per pound? If I buy 5 pounds, you can throw in an extra pound. That sounds reasonable. I'll take 10 pounds of the 60 proof, and please include an additional 10-pound jar. Shenhao requested. Certainly, no problem, the busy owner replied. Observing the bustling owner, Shenhao took his time, sitting on a stool and scrolling through Douyin. Urban life is all about enjoyment. At 10 yuan per pound, it's quite the bargain, sufficient for Meng Xuanji to indulge. A few minutes later, the owner presented the packaged liquor to Shenhao. Here you go, the total is 100 yuan. This large jar contains 10 pounds, while the smaller one holds 2 pounds, totaling 12 pounds. Does that look all right to you? No issues here, Shenhao confirmed. 100 yuan is considerably cheaper compared to the 40 yuan per bottle for packaged liquor. The price is inconsequential. It is imperative for Meng Xuanji to understand that the previous liquor is no longer readily available. Shenhao was also curious to see Meng Xuanji's reaction. If she accepted it, that would be splendid. If not, he would consider alternatives. One must not indulge women excessively. After completing the payment, Shenhao returned to his home on the 19th floor before once again entering the other world, although he had never seen Meng Xuanji drink. The faint scent of alcohol on her breath when she spoke made it clear to him that she was quite the connoisseur, since she was a seasoned drinker. The quality of the liquor was of little consequence. After all, it was all about the technology behind it. As for premium brands like Wuliangye, Luzhou Laojiao, or Maodai, Shenhao had no intention of purchasing such. A simple bulk liquor would suffice. What caliber of liquor could possibly rival that consumed by officials? Given her fondness for alcohol, the difference between bottled and loose liquor was negligible. Upon arriving in the other world, when Shenhao ascended with 2 jars of liquor, Meng Xuanji's brow furrowed. For the liquor he carried was different from what she had previously consumed. She feared that Shenhao had procured it from a tavern. Observing her expression, Shenhao discerned her thoughts. He placed the liquor on the table and, without further ado, uncorked the jars. An intense aroma of liquor filled the entire establishment. Meng Xuanji's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she poured herself a glass and took a sip. The familiar spiciness enveloped her senses, even more potent than the last. The fiery sensation warmed her entire being, and a surge of joy coursed through her. This liquor appeared to have a stronger effect than the last batch. Although the taste was somewhat lacking, its efficacy was remarkable. For reasons unknown, Meng Xuanji found that liquor from this world had no effect on her. But the concoction brought back by Shenhao truly helped alleviate the chill she felt. She sensed that the materials used in Shenhao's liquor must be of higher quality. And a feeling of gratitude arose within her. This young man still possessed a shred of conscience. It was worth the effort to protect him. With a haughty huff, she gazed at Shenhao with softened eyes and remarked gently, "Well, I suppose you have put in some thought this time." Chapter 58. A Loss in the East. A Gain in the West. Observing Meng Xuanji's expression intently, Shenhao was taken aback when he noticed that she drank the loose liquor without displaying any anger. On the contrary, she seemed somewhat pleased. This was indeed perplexing to him. The white liquor he had previously purchased for 40 yuan a bottle was relatively mild, with an alcohol content of only 45 degrees. However, this time, Shenhao had procured loose liquor with an alcohol content of 60 degrees. Such spirits are typically crafted with a greater emphasis on technology and harsh processes, and although infused with spices that impart a notable aroma, the taste remains rather ordinary. As for pure grain liquor, Shenhao was skeptical. It was certainly improbable. The reason behind Shenhao's choice to buy loose liquor for Meng Xuanji was to convey that the previous gift was quite valuable, and he did not possess much. Value is only discernible through comparison. Initially, Shenhao anticipated that Meng Xuanji would express her displeasure, allowing him an opportunity to explain the rarity of the last bottle. However, it seemed that such an explanation was now unnecessary. In this world, most liquors are of low alcohol content, and even if the ingredients are decent, the brewing techniques leave much to be desired. Naturally, in a fantastical realm where everyone is preoccupied with cultivation, few would have the leisure to delve into the intricacies of brewing. Here, merchants are but a synonym for lowliness. Reflecting on this, Shenhao could not help but inquire, "Does Senior Meng truly find this liquor palatable?" Meng Xuanji, appearing to be in a good mood, offered a rare elaboration. "It's acceptable. Although the taste lacks the comfort of the last one, this liquor is more potent, which is quite beneficial for me." Ah, now he understood. This woman did not care for the texture of the liquor. She merely valued its strength. Would she care to try the world's strongest spirit, the Polish 96-degree vodka known as the water of life? If she found vodka inconsequential, then surely the alcohol content would be of no concern. Should Meng Xuanji enjoy it, Shenhao would not hesitate to procure a ton for her. Noticing her approval, Shen Hao cleared his throat and remarked, "This liquor surpasses the last in quality and is more difficult to brew. I made this purchase in light of Senior Meng's protection of my maid." Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji found some merit in his words, and her perception of Shen Hao improved. "Well, I appreciate it. As long as Senior Meng is pleased." That evening, they rented 2 rooms at the inn. Shen Hao, Song Yongzi, and Ji Dongge shared one, while Meng Xuanji occupied the other. However, by midnight, Meng Xuanji's expression darkened severely. She could not tolerate the languorous melodies. With a cold snort, she vanished from the spot. The following day, Shen Hao took a carriage and traveled a few more miles. He found a secluded area where Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge could practice shooting. After each had fired 20 rounds, they concluded the session. Shen Hao instructed them to securely store the firearms and provided each with 20 more bullets, cautioning, "These 2 guns are for your self-defense. Remember, such devices are best used for ambushes. During ordinary times, keep the safety on to prevent accidental discharge." "Yes, young master," they replied obediently. Meanwhile, Meng Xuanji gazed expressionlessly at the distant peaks, disinterested in Shen Hao's words. After Shen Hao had instructed the 2 young ladies, he turned to Meng Xuanji and said, "I must trouble you, Senior Meng, to take good care of my 2 maids. There will be ample wine, that is not an issue." Having said that, without waiting for Shen Hao to bid farewell to Song Yongzi and Ji Dongge, he grasped the shoulders of the 2 ladies and soared into the sky like a flock of geese returning south, swiftly vanishing from sight. The silhouettes of the 3 women diminished until they became mere specks before disappearing entirely. Seated in the carriage, Meng Xuanji was thoroughly vexed. The languorous melodies from the previous night had irritated her, prompting her to choose the option of flight. Is flying truly so remarkable? Shen Hao mused with envy. Once the figures of the 3 women had faded from view, he finally felt a sense of relief. Disguising himself once more, he returned to Yangling Mansion. Securing lodgings at an inn while waiting for the night to seek an opportunity to steal the demon core. Time drifted slowly until nightfall. Gazing at the radiant moon above, the ground was illuminated in a bright clarity. Shen Hao found himself speechless, exclaiming inwardly about the brilliance of the moonlight. If accompanied by a beauty, walking under the moonlight would be exceedingly romantic, but as a thief, it rather spoils the atmosphere. Dressed in dark clothing suitable for nocturnal endeavors, Shen Hao leapt lightly and vanished from his spot. Upon returning to the Li residence, he noted that the defenses had increased significantly compared to 2 days prior. The entire Li estate was now patrolled with a noticeable surge in vigilance. However, the outer perimeter was still manned by ordinary soldiers, who were incapable of detecting Shen Hao's presence. He quietly ascended to the rooftop to observe the situation. To his surprise, all the soldiers were concentrated around the back courtyard, with only 2 patrols near the study. After discerning the patrol patterns, Shen Hao, light as a swallow, descended stealthily. He opened the study door and slipped inside. Without wasting words, he pushed aside a bookshelf and skillfully pried open a section of the floor tiles, only to discover it utterly vacant. "Where's my demon core?" After searching fruitlessly for a long while, he was unable to find it. Based on Liu Bashan's recollections, it should have been there. Could it have been taken by someone else? The thought made Shen Hao increasingly suspicious, with the first suspect being the governor, Li Jikuan. After all, this place had once belonged to Liu Bashan's family and had now become Li's residence. It was not surprising that he had uncovered this secret. The realization that something he was determined to possess had vanished incited an intense anger within Shen Hao, far exceeding his expectations. Since it was no longer there, he decided against hesitating any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a fine sword hanging on the wall, faintly glowing in the moonlight. What a treasure! The desk was adorned with numerous jade artifacts, and the furniture appeared to be crafted from the rare Wangwali wood. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Shen Hao gathered everything into his spatial storage, the inkstone, brushes, and even the bookshelf along with all the books. After completing this task, he still felt unsatisfied. Entering his spatial realm, he retrieved a bottle of gasoline from his motorcycle and sprinkled it throughout the study. After exiting the room, he set the place ablaze before making his escape. Utilizing the moonlight, Shen Hao vanished from the Li residence, and the blazing inferno quickly alerted the patrolling guards. A commotion arose as Li Jikuan and his father, Li Chongsong, were deep in discussion when they suddenly heard the alarming news of a fire within the residence. They hastily made their way to the study. Once the inferno was extinguished, Li Jikuan was left in tears, for the study now lay in ruins, devoid of any remnants, including the treasured tomes he had meticulously collected. His father's countenance turned grave as he angrily demanded, "Where is the golden scale sword?" Find it at once. Li Jikuan's face mirrored his father's distress. The golden scale sword had cost them a staggering 100,000 gold pieces, procured from the celestial martial dynasty. Crafted primarily from profound gold, it had incorporated a claw from the legendary five-sphere great demon, the Qilin. After 3 arduous years in the collaboration of the finest blacksmith, it was finally completed, only to now be lost. This sword, capable of slicing through iron and enhancing one's true energy, was nowhere to be found. In fact, the entire room seemed stripped bare, with even the writing desk and shelves showing no signs of charring. How could such substantial items simply vanish? Li Chongzong, nearly driven to apoplexy, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Investigate this matter." "Yes, General," came the prompt response. Meanwhile, Shun Hao, having pilfered the items, made a swift escape. Upon returning to the inn, he paused, contemplating the thrill of thievery. Soon, he transitioned back to the urban realm, determined to procure a sniper rifle and some timed explosives. He intended to eliminate Li Jikuan and Shen Hao. Otherwise, where could he possibly find demon cores? Back in the living room, Shun Hao retrieved the sword he had found in Li Jikuan's study. The blade glimmered faintly, a promising sign. As he drew the sword, a chilling aura enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. The sheer cold nearly caused him to drop the weapon. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, taken aback by the intense cold that surged forth. His eyes widened with admiration as he thought, "What a magnificent item." After a moment's reflection, he produced the dragon spring sword he had previously acquired. Holding the dragon spring sword in his left hand and the newly discovered blade in his right, he gently tapped them together. With a resounding crash, the dragon spring sword shattered, splitting cleanly in two upon the floor. This astonished Shun Hao. The dragon spring sword had broken, while the new sword remained utterly unscathed. Remarkably, he had exerted little force, merely a light touch, akin to slicing through tofu. Such a razor-sharp blade filled Shen Hao with exhilaration. Having inherited the memories of Shintalai, he understood that the dragon spring sword was merely a mundane weapon. Although of decent quality, it was suited for postnatal warriors, falling short for those of innate prowess, as it could not amplify true energy and was rather mediocre in effect. Clearly, this new sword was extraordinary. Delighted by this revelation, Shen Hao felt a sense of fulfillment. The thief did not return empty-handed. Indeed, the ancient adage rang true: what is lost in one place may be gained in another. As he regarded the sword, its sharpness evident, he noticed the inscribed characters, golden scale. An inexplicable thought struck him, reminiscent of a novel he had read. The golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. This prompted him to recall the 3 safes he had stolen from the kingdom of Siam. Previously, I found it bothersome and paid it no heed. Now, with the arrival of this golden scale sword, it seems quite suitable for unveiling. Chapter 59. Chow. Just you wait. Soon after, Shun Hao entered the space. The dimensions of the space had expanded to 4 meters in height, width, and length, ample enough to accommodate a small off-road vehicle and allow Shun Hao to maneuver freely. He effortlessly lifted a 100-kilogram safe, placing 3 safes together. With the golden scale sword in hand, he swung it lightly, slicing through the high-strength steel of the safe with the same ease as cutting through tofu, severing its top. The contents cascaded out. Inside the first safe, there was 1 million US dollars, 30 million Thai baht, 13 gold bars weighing 100 grams each, and a Desert Eagle pistol. The second safe contained a package of 1 kilogram of white powder on top, 500,000 US dollars, 20 million Thai baht, and a fist-sized golden Buddha statue. Along with a handgun and 2 documents, a hefty piece of yellow cowhide paper bearing the emblem of the mythical golden-winged Great Ping, indicating permanent property rights, as well as a household registration book and a land transaction contract. The final safe held only a USB drive. Damn, this street punk is the poorest of them all, Shen Hao mused, knowing without a glance that the USB drive likely contained crucial evidence, which held no significance for him. Thus, he briefly assessed his bounty from the 3 safes: 1,500,000 US dollars, 50 million Thai baht, 1,300 grams of gold, a gold Buddha, 1 kilogram of white powder, property deeds, and 2 handguns. It was neither an insignificant nor an overwhelming amount. Currently, Shen Hao had over 3 million in his bank account. Remnants from previous transactions, including the ginseng sold to Zhou Piyuan and the Wang Wali treasure chest sold to Xiao Ran. Summing everything up, he calculated that in cash, his space now held 50 million Thai baht, 9,300,000 renminbi, and 9,760,000 US dollars. along with a total of 7.4 pounds of gold and 1 gold Buddha. He also had 6 kilograms of white powder. Though he had yet to devise a plan for its disposal, pouring it into the sea seemed wasteful. He decided to keep it for now. If discovered, he would face at least a kilogram of bullets. Looking around the cluttered space, a chaotic assortment of items filled it, including a pile of belongings taken from Li Jikuan's study the previous day, tables, chairs, bookshelves, and so forth, all crafted from the same quality Wang Wali. However, Shen Hao was in no rush to sell. He didn't lack for funds at the moment. Above all, he longed to acquire a demon core. Uncertain of his own abilities, having never engaged in combat with others, he nonetheless felt confident in his ability to escape. This time, he planned to procure some timed explosives. Although grenades were effective, the ticking countdown was bothersome. Timed bombs were far more advantageous. Returning to his bedroom, Shen Hao retrieved a backup phone, solely for contacting Song Mapara. The Siamese people did not use WeChat. They relied on Line instead. WeChat may excel in functionality compared to Line, however. Line holds a more significant influence in the Kingdom of Siam, with nearly universal adoption and a market share of 94%. Shen Hao has also downloaded the app on a spare phone. He sent a question mark, to which Song Mu promptly replied. Shen Hao felt quite pleased with the swift response from his boss. What are you up to? Thinking of you, darling. I need to discuss something. Please proceed, boss. Acquire a sniper rifle for me, and also procure some remote-controlled explosives. Understood, boss. No problem. Are there any specifications for the sniper's range? And what power should the bombs possess? Shen Hao pondered briefly before responding. The sniper should be powerful and precise. As for the explosives, the more powerful, the better. Okay. Boss. I will have everything ready in 3 days. Shen Hao nodded in satisfaction. No issues there. Boss, I'm feeling hungry. What would you like to eat? Just order takeout. I only desire you, boss. Well, Shen Hao was taken aback, and this remark ignited his irritation. Just wait. I'll deal with you in a few days. I'll be waiting. Oh, but don't worry about my well-being then. Damn it, get lost. Shen Hao abruptly ended the chat, feeling somewhat vexed by the teasing. My resolve is still insufficient. He tossed his phone aside and splashed cold water on his face. At that moment, his childhood friend Wang Xiaotao invited him to play Honor of Kings. Having not played in a while, Shen Hao thought a match might alleviate his boredom, especially after being irritated by Song Mu's remarks. He decided to download the game again. Having reached 4 stars in the previous season, he was directly placed in the diamond rank for the current season. Fortunately, his friend Wang Xiaotao, who had been playing for 3 years, was an eternal diamond player and currently ranked diamond 1. Wow, Howsy, how come you have time to play games today? It's been ages since I last saw you. What have you been up to lately? Shen Hao replied, I've had some matters to attend to. It's your turn to ban a hero. His friend, who favored playing Arthur and dreaded teammates choosing Bai Li, always insisted on banning Bai Li every match. When will this foolish hero be removed? Just seeing him irritates me. Howsy, what are you playing? Still an archer? No, I'm playing as a support, Lanling Wang. Wang Xiaotao immediately typed, this match has a godly player. You all just lie back. Seeing this, Shen Hao felt a wave of frustration. He had been playing for 2 years without ever reaching a high rank. What nonsense was this? Damn it, don't say such things about me. I'm no god. Don't worry, your skills are well known to me. In diamond matches, you won't struggle at all. Despite Shen Hao's lack of skill, the flattery from his childhood friend sparked a sense of vanity within him, causing a smile to creep onto his face. Indeed, after playing the game, what did women matter? Once in the game, Shen Hao selected Lanling Wang as his support character, equipped with a punishment ability. He left without bringing any gemstones and was promptly criticized by a little Luban player. Damn it, today's game is filled with idiots. Why am I even playing as Lanling Wang? The utility of this contraption is questionable. One cannot venture forth without the requisite gems. Depart from my lane. In response to his irritable teammates, Shen Hao chose to ignore them and promptly muted their voices. He proceeded to invade the jungle of the opposing team, targeting the monkey. As the jungle creature was left with but a sliver of health, Shen Hao executed his smite, reaching level 2. With a swift execution of his skills, he unleashed them upon the monkey, chasing him to the mid-lane turret and securing first blood. His childhood friend, Wang Xiaotao, immediately launched into a tirade, exclaiming, That damn Luban speaks. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Shen Hao's lips. He then returned to the mid-lane and dispatched the enemy as Xiao Qiao. Wang Xiao chimed in once more, That damn Luban speaks. Subsequently, Shen Hao ventured into the red jungle, eliminating the monkey once again. He then ascended to the top lane, where he vanquished the level 3 Qingyao Jin. With each kill, Wang Xiaodao would employ his unique detang eloquence to address Xiaolun's mother, exclaiming, "That damn Lu Ban speaks." In less than 6 minutes, Shen Hao's Lonling King had decimated the opposing team. During the later team fights, he discovered his reflexes had sharpened remarkably, allowing him to switch equipment with astonishing speed while easily evading enemy skills. As the game drew to a close, Shen Hao had claimed 30 kills and only 1 death, causing Xiao Qiao to go idle from frustration. Meanwhile, the marksman Lu Ban on his team was left unable to cope, thanks to Wang Xiaodao's relentless banter. After a series of 4 consecutive matches, all ending in Shen Hao's MVP status, he found immense satisfaction not merely in victory but in the joy of his own prowess. Once the gaming session concluded, the caretaker, Lu Jie, announced, "Boss, the meal is ready." "All right, I'm coming," he replied. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Shen Hao found himself once again on a flight to Bangkok, planning to stay for a month. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted Song Mupa standing outside, beaming and waving at him. Shen Hao felt a rush of warmth. Chapter 60, the top-ranked sniper in the car as he relaxed, even with Song Mapara seated beside him. Shen Hao's heart remained as tranquil as still water, his gaze calm and devoid of ripples. He exuded an air of sage-like composure, his realm of existence extraordinarily elevated. Viewing beauty as mere bone and wealth as mere refuse, Song Mapara gently intertwined her arm with Shen Hao's, resting her head on his shoulder. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Boss?" Upon finishing her sentence, Song Mapara's fair and radiant cheeks illuminated with a beaming smile, her enchanting eyes filled with the image of Shen Hao. Her spirits soaring. "Is there any chance I could stay a few more days?" "That depends on your performance," Shen Hao teased, to which she retorted, "What do you mean? Annoyed?" "Of course I'm annoyed, but the more wicked the boss, the more I adore him," Song Mapara replied passionately, her unwavering gaze leaving Shen Hao momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he turned his gaze toward the window. "Damn, how could I be feeling this way?" With this thought, Shen Hao's composure settled once again. A seasoned driver, steady and unyielding. Noticing Shen Hao's silence, Song Mapara uneasily asked, "Boss, are you angry?" "No, boss. Your silence frightens me. Why aren't you looking at me if you're not angry?" "It's exhausting to discuss feelings," she continued. "Boss, I listen to you. You're so handsome and charming. Who wouldn't fall for you?" Her flattery caused a subtle smile to form on Shen Hao's lips. Observing this slight change in his expression, Song Mapara chuckled, her mood lifted. She yearned to act on her feelings, but was halted by Shen Hao. Despite feeling a bit tempted, he knew the setting was inappropriate. "I just got off the plane. I need to rest for a while. Let us discuss it after we return to the estate." "All right, boss, I'll follow your lead." After saying this, Song Mapara found a comfortable position, leaning into Shen Hao's embrace. Turning to the driver in the front seat, she instructed, "Crow, drive slowly and steadily, allowing the boss to sleep a bit longer." "There's no rush." "Understood, Chairman," the driver replied. At this, Shen Hao cast a curious glance at the one behind the wheel, only to discover that the driver was not of Siamese descent, but rather a robust woman of African descent. With thick, unkempt braids, her skin gleamed darkly, and her teeth were remarkably white. She stood tall, appearing to be over 1.7 meters, with a physique reminiscent of a formidable female warrior. "Crow, why not call her Hen?" Shen Hao couldn't help but remark, glancing at Song Mapara, intrigued by her naming choice. Seemingly sensing his curiosity, Song Mapara quickly explained, "Her name is Crow. I rescued her while in Myanmar. Since then, she has been fiercely loyal to me, responsible for my safety in driving." Shen Hao had little interest in delving further into Crow's background and merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to pry further. After all, the choice of driver was a personal matter for Song Mapara. Originally, the journey would have taken merely 2 hours, yet in pursuit of steadiness and leisure, it extended to 3 before arriving at the eastern district of Pattaya in the Kingdom of Siam. Here lay the exquisite and charming standalone villa with a grand swimming pool, a property for which Shen Hao had expended a staggering $800,000. Spanning 2 rai, approximately 4.8 acres, 3,200 square meters. It boasted 7 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms, offering ample space and elegant decor. Upon entering the estate, the first sight to capture one's attention was the expansive swimming pool. A vast lake-like expanse of crystal-clear water measuring 30 meters. Instantly, Shen Hao felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. The picturesque lake views and the serene courtyard beckoned. Driven by his fondness for water, Shen Hao shed his shirt and leaped gracefully into the pool, swimming with newfound vigor. Such a fluid motion had previously eluded him. Although he had once possessed the ability to swim, it was limited to a rudimentary dog paddle, which had proven quite laborious. Now, however, Shunhao had mastered various swimming styles, all thanks to the guidance of a local tour guide whose skills inspired him to excel. On the poolside, Songmapara observed Shunhao's exuberance and felt a spark of joy herself. She instructed the driver to take the car away, leaving just the two of them at the villa. Without hesitation, she jumped into the pool, showcasing her remarkable swimming prowess, gliding through the water like a graceful mermaid, reaching Shunhao in mere breaths. Seeing her approach, Shunhao couldn't help but chuckle. Why aren't you wearing a swimsuit? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable in your clothes? With her damp hair swept back, Songmapara playfully winked at him, her eyes glinting with mischief. Boss, don't you want to lend me a hand? As the afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the pool, illuminating Shunhao's face, he turned to glance at Songmapara. At that moment, her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the enchanting twilight brought by a summer breeze. Shunhao reclined on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice while engrossed in his phone, while Songmapara sat to his left, gently massaging his shoulders. She shared her recent thoughts and some matters concerning their circle, with Shunhao adopting the role of a patient listener, offering no opinions but simply absorbing her words. Like a chatterbox, Songmapara spoke for nearly half an hour without showing any signs of fatigue. Although Shunhao found her monologue somewhat tedious, he engaged with her intermittently. As a true sage who had transcended earthly desires, he felt no attraction toward women, and despite Songmapara's stunning beauty, she seemed as unappealing as a mere skeleton in his eyes. Finally, as evening approached, Songmapara prepared a sumptuous feast: Thai curry crab, green papaya salad, mango sticky rice, and pad thai. To be frank, Shunhao found it difficult to acclimate to the flavors of Siamese cuisine, his appetite waning. He merely sampled a few bites to satisfy his hunger. In the evening, Songmapara chose to remain and keep Shunhao company. The following day, the two engaged in serious discussions. Songmapara led Shunhao into the basement, where two large suitcases awaited. Upon opening one of the cases, a multitude of components was revealed. With practiced ease, Songmapara assembled them, and within minutes, a brand new sniper rifle materialized in Shunhao's hands. Songmapara remarked, "This exquisite M200 sniper rifle, produced in the beautiful country, currently ranks first in the world in the realm of sniper firearms. It boasts the longest effective range of any rifle globally, primarily designed to intercept and strike targets at extreme distances. Its original magazine holds 7 rounds. The M200 can achieve terrifying precision at distances of up to 2,000 meters, hitting targets smaller than a dime. Furthermore, this rifle is equipped with a handheld computer that monitors environmental factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure in real time, ensuring the elimination of any adverse conditions, thereby achieving true bullet without a miss." As Shunhao gazed at the M200, his admiration grew. He could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable piece of equipment! How thoughtful! It must not come cheap." With a cheerful smile, Songmapara shook her head and replied, "It's merely a trifle." In response, Shunhao playfully pinched Songmapara's delicate nose and said, "You cannot deceive me on this matter. Before coming here, I did some research online, and the M200 retails for around $400,000 in the beautiful country. Once it reaches your hands, it must be worth double that. I shall offer you $1 million shortly. Do not refuse." Such contraband M200 rifles typically range from $600,000 to $800,000, not including the cost of any timed explosives. Chapter 61. With a boss, everything is possible. Upon hearing this, Songmapara resolutely shook her head and said, "Boss, I do not wish to take your money. Currently, I am the sole remaining member of my family, and all the assets are mine. My wealth is essentially your wealth. It is meant for you to spend. If you refuse, it would sadden me. If you were to give me money, what would be the purpose of my efforts?" Listening to her words, Shunhao felt an undeniable sense of joy. Standing at 168 centimeters, Songmapara possessed a delicate beauty typical of mixed heritage. Her porcelain-like visage truly stunning, coupled with her devilish figure, long, fair, and slender legs, her voice was equally enchanting, and she was, importantly, affluent. Such a diamond-level beauty was indeed a delightful prospect for indulging in a life of comfort. Strangely, Shunhao recalled the time when he was supported by a wealthy woman. At that time, he was merely 24, handsome yet lacking in other qualities. After work, he would spend hours at internet cafes playing games. His job unstable and his income meager. By chance, a customer took notice of him, and upon their first meeting, she handed him 10,000 yuan and purchased an iPhone 8 Plus. Seeing the money, Shunhao decided to experience this lifestyle of leisure. After all, The wealthy woman appeared well-maintained. However, he overestimated his ability to navigate such a relationship. 1 week at a hotel later. When the wealthy woman removed her makeup and appeared without any adornments, her true self was revealed. Her face was marred with blemishes, crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and a double chin. Shun Hao was left momentarily dumbfounded, feeling a deep discomfort. In his life, he had never encountered a woman of such caliber. It was akin to a wealthy woman presenting him with a bowl of tonics, insisting he drink it. Refusal would result in a slap. Men's preference for youth is not without reason. Shun Hao realized he was ill-equipped for this lifestyle and promptly returned the gifts. The following day, upon entering the company, he was dismissed. It was an unspoken understanding among everyone, and Shun Hao complied without protest. Previously, he had looked down upon those who lived off others. From that day forward, he genuinely respected those men. Had it been Song Mopara in the past, Shun Hao felt he would not have hesitated at all. Observing her firm stance, he cleared his throat and said, "Very well, I will not give you money. But if you encounter difficulties, I will assist you." "Thank you, boss," Song Mopara exclaimed, leaping into Shun Hao's embrace. Subsequently, he opened another box revealing a black container. Song Mopara explained, "This bomb is relatively simple to disarm. This type of improvised explosive device, known as an IED, is remotely detonated. Yes, simplicity is key. As for ease of disarmament, that is of little concern." "What about its power?" Shun Hao inquired. Song Mopara replied, "Its explosive energy is approximately equivalent to 200 kilograms of TNT. 1 kilogram of TNT generates about 4,184 megajoules, which is 4,184,000 joules. The explosive charge of a hand grenade typically ranges from 30 to 100 grams, whereas a 76 mm artillery shell contains approximately 1 kilogram of explosives, sufficient to reduce a small house to rubble. This remote-controlled bomb has been adapted from the American -84 Malawian Quachas aerial bomb, boasting considerable power. It is said to create a crater with a diameter of 7 meters and a depth of 3 meters, with a shockwave lethality radius of about 50 meters and a shrapnel damage radius of 166 meters. The actual energy conversion and absorption during an explosion also depend on the surrounding structures. If this were to be unleashed upon the governor Li Jikun, it would be enough to send him to his ancestors in an instant." Shun Hao felt a twinge of fear if it detonated into smithereens. Even a slight deviation of a meter from the epicenter would render him utterly defenseless, if not dead. Shun Hao was exceedingly pleased with this formidable power and could not help but pat Song Mopara's rear, commending, "You've handled this splendidly." "Of course. I take joy in serving the boss," Song Mopara replied with a kiss. "You certainly know how to charm." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "Boss, this device is quite heavy and cumbersome. How do you intend to transport it? With such a volume, you risk capture and dire consequences." Shun Hao, with an air of mystery, reassured her, "There is no need for concern. I shall not endanger society. As a youth under the red banner, I embody positive energy." Song Mopara rolled her eyes, thinking him naive. Since Shun Hao was unwilling to divulge more, she refrained from pressing further. Shun Hao then lifted Song Mopara out of the basement, and they settled onto the sofa in the living room. He inquired, "You mentioned yesterday that the Poison Wolf gang was looking for you. Is your Black Snake gang facing difficulties?" Song Mopara nodded. "Previously, I was kidnapped by the Poison Wolf gang. Fortunately, you intervened and eliminated them. They suspect I am behind their misfortune and have pursued me relentlessly, all stemming from gang-related issues." Shun Hao probed further. "What troubles does the Black Snake gang face?" Song Mopara elaborated. "After the assassination of our vice leader, I hastily assumed command. He possessed a black USB drive containing not only our gang's arms trade records, but also compromising information on Siamese officials and military personnel, as well as details regarding several major clients. I was unaware of its significance until I recently organized the gang's affairs and discovered its absence. With the USB drive missing, we are unable to reach those major clients, and this news has somehow spread. Without our protective umbrella, the Black Snake gang struggles to survive, which emboldens the Poison Wolf gang to act against us. I even suspect that their assault is orchestrated by those high-ranking officials. After all, the Poison Wolf gang is involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking. They typically do not provoke those of us who deal in arms." After listening to Song Mopara's astute analysis, Shun Hao nodded in understanding. He then reached into his pocket, retrieved the black USB drive from his safe, and handed it to Song Mopara. "Is this what you seek?" Upon seeing it, Song Mopara was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shun Hao in disbelief. Without hesitation, He hurriedly retrieved a notebook from the bedroom and connected a USB drive, only to discover that it required a password. His expression shifted to one of urgency. Boss. The USB drive seems correct, but it needs a password. Upon hearing this, Shinhao smiled faintly and replied, Stay calm, there is no need for haste. Where's the body of your deputy leader? It hasn't been buried yet. It remains in the morgue of the XX police station. Shinhao responded, Rest assured, I will find that password for you. Really, boss? Has the boss ever deceived you? Since we're here, tell me the location of the Poison Wolf Gang's leader, and I shall pay him a visit tomorrow to teach him a lesson. Songmu Para interjected, Perhaps it's best to leave it be. I will find someone else to deal with him. Our primary objective now is to obtain the password. Fear not, with the boss here, everything is manageable. Just provide me with the location of the Poison Wolf Gang's leader, and I shall take care of it tonight. Consider it a gift for you. Thank you, boss. Songmu Para gazed at Shinhao with affection. After a moment of intimacy, Songmu Para dispatched someone to investigate the whereabouts of the Poison Wolf Gang's leader. Meanwhile, Shinhao returned to the fantastical realm, specifically to the inn of the Yongling mansion. Upon his return, he intended to procure some poison from the apothecary to subdue the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang. Once he subdued several factions in Siam, acquiring supplies would become exceedingly convenient. Additionally, he aimed to eliminate Li Jikuan and obtain the demon core. Shinhao was also curious to witness the explosive power of the 200 kilograms TNT bomb and whether it could be considered a form of art. Chapter 62 Brother Lu. Lend me your strength. The inn remained shrouded in darkness. At this moment, Shinhao had just slipped out from the governor's residence. He was not fatigued, rather. He was engrossed in examining the M200 sniper rifle, crafted by the Americans. This M200 sniper rifle boasted a terrifying accuracy that could strike a target smaller than a dime from a distance of up to 2,000 meters. However, Shinhao needed only a few hundred meters. What pleased him even more was the rifle's integration with a handheld computer that monitored environmental factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, and air pressure in real time. This ensured the elimination of any adverse conditions, achieving the ideal of never missing a shot, effectively providing him with an additional sniper observer. Shinhao's marksmanship was woefully inadequate. He was far from being a top-tier sniper. Even with this weapon, he might not be able to wield it effectively. Nevertheless, he possessed physical attributes that surpassed those of elite snipers. All he lacked were the nuances of feel and technique. The tour guide from his earlier days, though part of an elite unit, was merely average among the elite of Siam, not a true sniper. In reality, genuine sharpshooters resided within the military, and the only way to acquire one was to eliminate them and cast their essence into a different realm. This time, Shinhao did not intend to rely on the sniper rifle. His focus was primarily on the bomb. A weight of 200 kilograms was beyond the capabilities of Li Jikuan, even if he were at his peak. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Li residence as everyone searched for the Jinlin sword. Li Jikuan suspected treachery from within his own household. After all, the study had been set ablaze, yet the tables and chairs showed no signs of fire damage. It was evident that someone from within had stolen it. The logic was perplexing. Who would steal mere furniture? Wasn't that courting disaster? Throughout the night, the Li residence was thoroughly scoured, yet no traces or clues were found. This bizarre occurrence sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the Li household. Many speculated that the vengeful spirit of the Liu family had returned for retribution. This estate had originally belonged to the Liu family before being seized by the Li family. In the absence of any leads, Li Jikuan became somewhat unhinged. How could he not be infuriated by the loss of something crafted from 100,000 taels of gold? Seal off the city and conduct thorough investigations of anyone attempting to leave. Starting tomorrow, search every household. Even if we must rummage through every corner, we shall recover the Jinlin sword. Anyone attempting to exit the city will face dire consequences. In contrast, Shinhao, having toyed with the M200 until the early hours, finally succumbed to a drowsy sleep. The following morning, he discovered that the number of soldiers in the streets had multiplied several times over. Even the inn where he resided was subjected to a search, and when he ventured out for breakfast, he was interrogated and searched thoroughly. However, Shinhao remained composed, leisurely enjoying his meal. Afterward, he visited a pharmacy to procure some medicinal supplies. Upon returning to the inn, he concocted a poison known as sandong powder, along with an antidote, spending 500 taels of silver. Once it took effect, it rendered the victim utterly drained of strength, causing paralysis and incontinence. If the antidote was not consumed daily, the afflicted would face such a fate. Should one forego the antidote for a week, organ failure would ensue, resulting in death. Simultaneously, Shen Hao procured various elixirs necessary for body refinement, specifically intended for Song Mapara's training in the 12 styles of body refinement. In the urban realm, Shen Hao had attempted this practice but found himself unable to cultivate or restore his vital energy, which would continuously deplete. This meant that Shen Hao could not remain in the real world for prolonged periods without exhausting his vital energy. However, it is worth mentioning that the depletion occurred gradually rather than instantaneously, even with significant consumption. A night of meditation in the fantasy realm would fully restore his energy without any adverse effects, as one of the two worlds would always remain in stasis. It is undeniable that this space is truly extraordinary, transcending time and space. Although ordinary individuals in the urban world cannot cultivate vital energy, they can enhance their vitality. Allowing Song Mapara to train would provide her with a significant advantage over common people. However, in the Yangling mansion, the price of medicinal materials had escalated. Previously, in Yangguan town, a vial of elixir cost merely 10 taels of silver, yet in Yangling mansion, it required 20 taels. For 10 vials, Shen Hao expended a total of 200 taels. Even ginseng, aged 50 years, demanded 2 taels, effectively doubling the price. Shen Hao found truth in the shopkeeper's assertions that medicinal materials were cheaper in smaller locales. He unwittingly spent 700 taels, feeling no remorse. Little did he anticipate that the scattering sun powder would be so exorbitantly priced. Upon returning, he resolved to extort the leader of the Poison Wolf gang. Having spent a staggering 500 taels, more than he had ever lavished on his own partner. After completing these errands, afternoon had arrived. Meanwhile, the search throughout the city grew increasingly frantic. Just after Shen Hao finished his meal, he overheard the bustling discussions in the streets. Have you heard? Everyone from the Liu family escort bureau has been slain. Even Liu Junxing, the innate master and head of the bureau, has been hung on the city wall. His body a gruesome sight, barely clinging to life. Why? How would I know? They must have offended the Li family, considering the citywide manhunt. It's not hard to speculate. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was taken aback. Hadn't Liu Junxing headed south towards the capital? How could he have been captured? Contemplating this, Shen Hao joined the onlookers and quietly approached the city wall. Gazing at the 5-meter-high wall, he saw a man suspended in midair, his body a bloody mess. The shoulder blade had been pierced through, leaving him hanging there, and the pain was unimaginable. The man's body trembled slightly, indicating he was still alive. But given his continuously bleeding form, it was evident he could not endure for long. Upon closer inspection, despite the ghastly state, it was indeed Liu Junxing, the head of the Liu family escort bureau. Seeing this, Shen Hao scanned the surroundings, but found no formidable experts. He resolved to rescue the man, which might provoke Li Jikuan to pursue him. After a moment of deliberation, Shen Hao retrieved the dragon spring sword he had previously severed from his space. Infusing it with vital energy, he made a gentle swipe, and the broken sword embedded itself into the city wall, effortlessly severing the ropes binding Liu Junxing. The body, once suspended on the wall, suddenly fell, causing a wave of panic among the crowd as they quickly recoiled. Shen Hao leapt gently, catching Liu Junxing, who had fallen from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Liu onto his back and swiftly fled towards the outskirts of the city. Having reached the innate realm, Shen Hao employed the technique of Qing Hong Juing, moving with the swiftness of lightning. With a delicate push from his toes, he soared into the air, rising and falling several times, covering dozens of yards in mere moments. The contrast with the postnatal realm was stark, as if they were two entirely different concepts. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Bellowed the governor, Li Jikuan, who was enjoying tea atop the city wall. Unable to contain himself, he shouted and hurried after them. Hearing the shout behind him, Shen Hao not only felt no fear but instead grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He then deliberately revealed the golden scale sword, stolen the night before, from his spatial storage. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the sword radiated a faint, ethereal light. Li Jikuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the golden scale sword from his study. A surge of joy filled his heart, quickly followed by rage. The golden scale sword is in your possession. If I don't flay you alive today, I shall change my surname. He then commanded his soldiers, quickly report to my father. I will pursue this vile thief myself. Though the thief possessed remarkable agility, carrying another person would undoubtedly limit his distance. Shen Hao continued to run with Liu Junxing on his back, while Li Jikuan pursued him with all his might. It was evident that Shen Hao was heading towards the Black Tiger Gorge, a place where he had previously slain Shen Tulai and where he intended to confront Li Jikuan as well. Both men moved with astonishing speed. covering several miles in mere minutes. At that moment, Lu Junsheng, sensing he had been rescued, summoned his remaining strength to open his eyes and saw it was Shen Hao. A faint smile graced his lips. "Put me down. Hurry. Run," he gasped, and with that, his eyes fluttered shut, his hands drooping lifelessly in the air as his breath ceased. Seeing this, Shen Hao let out a soft sigh and chose not to speak further. Carrying another person, despite his speed, was a taxing endeavor. Shen Hao's intent was to lure Li Jikuan to the Black Tiger Gorge, thus he quickened his pace, swiftly outdistancing Li Jikuan. However, he understood that if he slowed down even for a moment, Li Jikuan would catch up. 40 miles was his limit. Soon, his vital energy would be depleted. In merely 20 minutes, they reached the Black Tiger Gorge. Despite Shen Hao's long and pure aura, his internal energy was dwindling by the time they arrived at the gorge. "Brother Lu, lend me your strength. After today, I shall personally avenge you," he vowed. With a swift turn, he leaped behind a boulder, allowing his figure to meld into the spatial realm, adhering to the principle of waste not. He also stored the corpse within the spatial confines. Soon after, Shen Hao's figure returned to the kingdom of Siam. In his manner, he changed his clothes and took a bath before finally sitting on a stool to catch his breath. "Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. Running several dozen miles with someone on my back is truly no small feat." Sitting cross-legged, he shook his head after a moment, realizing that he could not cultivate his techniques in the real world, nor could he recover even a fraction of his strength. However, Shen Hao remained unperturbed, for within the confines of the space lay the lifeless form of Lu Junsheng. Once Lu Junsheng was engulfed by the space, the returning vital energy would be ample for Shen Hao's restoration. At that juncture, he would await the opportune moment to exact vengeance upon Li Jikuan on behalf of Lu Junsheng. It is noteworthy that in the urban realm, vital energy is indeed subject to depletion. However, such depletion does not occur overnight but rather persists gradually. This can be likened to a scenario where one may choose to recline without engaging in work, yet the expenses for smoking, drinking, dining, and utilities must still be met, thereby necessitating the consumption of financial resources to sustain one's existence. Chapter 63, Slaying the Third Layer Prefect. After finishing his lunch, Shen Hao took a brief respite. Once his strength was restored, he ventured into the space. At this moment, the corpse of Lu Junsheng had vanished entirely. The space was enveloped in a dense white mist. In an instant, the white mist seemed to have found its sanctuary, eagerly surging into Shen Hao's body. Wrapped in this ethereal haze, Shen Hao absorbed a significant amount of memories and vital energy. To his delight, he felt no headache this time, indicating that he had not been overwhelmed. Having absorbed Lu Junsheng's fragmented memories, Shen Hao finally understood the circumstances leading to Lu Junsheng's capture. It turned out that upon learning of Shen Tulai's demise, Governor Li Chongyan personally intervened, accompanied by 3 formidable warriors at the 6th layer, lying in ambush along the route to the capital. Clearly, Li Chongyan had anticipated that the adversary would flee to the capital and had set his trap well in advance. With Shen Tulai eliminated, Li Chongyan assumed that the enemy possessed formidable experts above the 8th layer, prompting him to pursue closely. However, the Lu family escort bureau was evidently not among them. Lu Junsheng and his companions unwittingly fell into Governor Li Chongyan's meticulously laid snare. What moved Shen Hao deeply was Lu Junsheng's unwavering silence amidst the torment inflicted by Li Chongyan in his quest to extract information about the one who had slain Shen Tulai. Not a single word about Shen Hao escaped Lu Junsheng's lips. What a true man. His peepa bone pierced by sharp instruments, he remained silent. His fingernails systematically torn away, he uttered not a sound. His teeth shattered and forced into his stomach, he still did not divulge anything. As these memories surfaced, Shen Hao felt a slight sting in his eyes. He believed that had he faced such brutal torture, he would have likely revealed everything long ago. With a deep sigh, his gaze resolute, he declared, "Rest assured, Brother Lu, with your assistance, I shall avenge your grievances." Having absorbed Lu Junsheng's vital energy, Shen Hao had transcended from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer of innate power. Nevertheless, he did not rush to exit this otherworldly realm. Instead, he devoted half an hour to familiarizing himself with the vital energy coursing through his body. Even more astonishingly, his lightness skill, Qing Hong Juing, had reached a new level of mastery. Initially, it was merely an introductory technique. Now, he had attained proficiency. This particular skill was inherently designed for escape. Shen Hao, while carrying Lu Junsheng and desperately fleeing, had inadvertently mastered Qing Hong Juing to a profound degree. Now, he could confidently say that utilizing this technique would conserve 1/3 of his vital energy. After familiarizing himself, Shen Hao grasped the Jinlin sword, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. According to the memories, Prefect Li Jikuan was only at the third layer of innate power. Pursuing him over a distance of 40 miles would surely deplete a considerable amount of internal energy. Coupled with the advantage of wielding the Jinlin sword, Shen Hao felt no fear. Contemplating his strategy, he decided to deploy a bomb, burying it in the vicinity. If he found himself unable to confront Li Jikuan, he could simply retreat and activate it remotely. Initially, Shen Hao had contemplated engaging with an M416, only to be interrupted by a sudden barrage. However, after further reflection, he resolved to first test his mettle against Li Jikuan. Shen Hao also wished to gauge the extent of his own prowess. After adjusting his state of mind, he finally arrived at the Black Tiger Gorge in this alternate world. Concealed behind a massive boulder, he seized the opportunity to lay a bomb upon the ground, discreetly covering it with Lu Juanqing's garment. Once all was prepared, Shen Hao leapt lightly to perch atop the boulder. He then retrieved the broken dragon spring sword from his spatial pocket, wrapping the hilt in cloth and placing it within the sheath of the golden scale sword. To enhance the realism, he spritzed some mineral water onto his face, feigning an appearance of exhaustion. Having completed his preparations within a mere 3 minutes, a figure approached at an astonishing speed. The newcomer was a man in his 30s, with a gaunt face, a thin mustache adorning his upper lip, and a rather cold gaze. Clad in a black, form-fitting outfit and wielding a sharp sword, he was panting slightly. Upon spotting Shen Hao seated upon the rock, his expression grew increasingly sinister. "You little wretch, you've caused me considerable trouble. Today I shall reduce you to ashes to quell my fury." Shen Hao hastily gestured. "Feigning weakness, I beseech you, esteemed magistrate, spare my life. I shall return the golden scale sword to you. I truly lack the strength to flee." At these words, Li Jikuan felt a surge of joy and swiftly replied, "Very well, toss the sword over, and I shall spare you." Shen Hao appeared resigned. Without further ado, he tossed the sword toward him. Seeing this, Li Jikuan hurriedly extended both hands to catch it. Initially, he had harbored some reservations about the golden scale sword in Shen Hao's possession, for its sharpness was formidable. To his astonishment, Shen Hao had willingly thrown it. He deemed Shen Hao a complete fool, even plotting how to dismember him afterward, envisioning a fate of being torn asunder. Simultaneously, he was convinced that Shen Hao could no longer escape. Having exhausted much energy, Shen Hao, burdened with a corpse, was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Just as Li Jikuan caught the sword, Shen Hao suddenly brandished a gleaming blade in his hand. With a nimble push off the boulder, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, his speed akin to lightning, charging towards Li Jikuan. Before Li Jikuan could fully comprehend the situation, having just seized the sword, he noticed Shen Hao's movement and instinctively retreated. However, Shen Hao, employing the lightness skill, Light Hong Juing, was far too swift. Even though Li Jikuan reacted, his stamina and vital energy had been severely drained from the chase, slowing him down. The sharp blade sliced through his wrist, and in an instant, blood erupted. Li Jikuan's left hand fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The intense pain rendered his face pale, and he gasped for breath. He quickly pressed on an acupoint to staunch the bleeding, glaring at Shen Hao with fury. "You little beast, I shall see you dead." Despite the loss of his left hand, Li Jikuan chose not to flee. Firstly, his speed could not match Shen Hao's, ensuring his escape was futile. Secondly, he believed Shen Hao had expended the last of his vital energy in that strike. Remaining would afford him a chance to fight back, but fleeing would guarantee his demise. Thus, he remained vigilant, fixating his gaze precisely on the golden scale sword in Shen Hao's grasp. "What a coincidence! I also wish for you, this beast, to accompany my friend in death." With that, Shen Hao advanced once more, sword in hand. His swordsmanship was fierce, each move executed with impenetrable precision. Li Jikuan desperately evaded, fearing a direct clash with the golden scale sword. At this moment, regret consumed him. He had never imagined that Shen Hao was merely feigning weakness. His true energy seemed inexhaustible. As he fought and retreated, Li Jikuan's anxiety deepened. If this continued, he would surely perish. "Stop." Yet Shen Hao paid him no heed. "My father is Li Chongsong, the general of Yangling Mansion, at the innate level 7. My uncle is Li Chongyan, the governor of Yangzhou, at the peak of innate perfection. Are you certain you wish to cross our Li family?" Shen Hao replied expressionlessly, "Fear not. I shall ensure you and your father reunite underground." With that, he denied Li Jikuan any chance of escape, unleashing his signature technique, the Clear Wind Sword Technique, in pursuit. Li Jikuan gasped in shock. "Clear Wind Sword Technique? You are the Liu family." Shen Hao, with a quick glance, readily confirmed, "Indeed, I am Liu Bashan, the fugitive of the Liu family. Once, your Li family obliterated mine, stealing our treasures and our demonic core. You are truly deserving of death." Although Li Jikuan possessed innate level 3, his true energy was severely depleted, rendering him no match for Shen Hao. The head of the Liu family is merely at innate level 5. How could he possibly safeguard the demonic core? Even without me, others would seize it. Moreover, my uncle took the core to present it to the Grand General of Beiwang, the master of true essence, Shintu Jiao. His adopted son, Shintu Lai, possesses a fire affinity. This demonic core was specifically prepared for him. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was taken aback by the revelation. Watching Li Jikuan flee in desperation, he pursued relentlessly. Despite Li Jikuan's exquisite swordplay, he dared not confront Shen Hao head-on. As escape became futile, he had no choice but to withstand a blow. The golden scale sword sliced through with ease, shattering Li Jikuan's weapon upon contact. Now unarmed, Li Jikuan stood no chance against Shen Hao. He longed to flee but found himself ensnared. Shen Hao's agility, through Light Swan's shadow, surpassed even the clear wind sword technique by several degrees, making him an exceptional pursuer. Without his sword, Li Jikuan was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as his true energy waned and his speed diminished, Shen Hao sprang forth, his foot striking the ground, a glimmer of cold light flashing. The golden scale sword pierced through Li Jikuan's back and into his heart, delivering a chilling end. Li Jikuan's eyes widened in shock, his gaze frozen in disbelief as he fell to the ground. The once cautious man, who played with eagles, had himself become prey. He could not fathom how Shen Hao, a mere novice at innate level 1, possessed such boundless true energy. Alas, he had encountered the sixth of the Liu family. Having slain Li Jikuan, Shen Hao discarded his lifeless body into the void. He sought to ascertain the current whereabouts of the demonic core. Chapter 64. The completion of the innate second level upon entering the space. Within mere minutes, Li Jikuan's corpse had transformed entirely into mist. When Shen Hao appeared, the white vapor surged toward him as if it had encountered a long-lost kin, enveloping him before gradually dissipating into his being. A few moments later, Shen Hao absorbed Li Jikuan's memories and realized that Li Jikuan had not deceived him. The demon core was indeed intended as a gift for Shintu Lai. The extermination of the Liu family had also been orchestrated to acquire this demon core. However, Liu Baoshan, who had been away, was oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. This demon core was of the fire attribute, meant for General Shintu Jiao of the North Wilderness, in exchange for solidifying Li Chongyin's position. The generosity stemmed from the fact that none within the Li family possessed spiritual roots. Retaining the demon core would only invite trouble, becoming a burdensome hot potato, useless to keep yet regrettable to discard. It was far better to relinquish it. As an adept at the completion of the innate third level, Li Jikuan possessed a significant amount of true energy, which propelled Shen Hao from the initial stage of the innate second level to its completion. Regrettably, he did not break through to the innate third level, but it was understandable. The demand for true energy doubled with each elevation. However, Shen Hao's true energy was exceptionally pure, enabling him to confront Li Jikuan directly without issue. Moreover, Li Jikuan employed the family's ancestral sword technique. The Li family sword cannon, which was several times more sophisticated than Liu Bashan's clear breeze sword technique. If Liu Bashan's technique was deemed second-rate, then the Li family sword cannon undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of first-rate swordsmanship. The technique was intricate and versatile. After over 30 years of study, Li Jikuan had mastered it to a significant degree. According to Li Jikuan's memories, his father, Li Chongsong, was stationed outside the city. Prior to his arrival, he had already notified his father. With this in mind, Shen Hao retrieved Li Jikuan's clothing. His father, Li Chongsong, was a master of the innate 7th level, and Shen Hao had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with such a formidable opponent. This time, the explosives would surely prove useful. Estimating the timing, it would likely be only a few more minutes before Li Chongsong arrived. Shen Hao licked his lips. A master of the innate 7th level was practically a treasure trove of experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his location, reappearing at the site where he had discarded the corpses of the North Wilderness cavalry. With a leap, he swiftly reached the valley below. In just a few days, the bodies had begun to emit a foul odor. Some were already in a state of decay, infested by insects. Amidst the hundreds of corpses, Shen Hao finally found one that bore a similar physique to Li Jikuan's. He donned Li Jikuan's clothing on the corpse and, carrying it, made his way to Black Tiger Gorge. Without uttering a word, He pressed Li Jikuan's body onto the explosives, placing the sword beside it. Then, he concealed himself at a distance, awaiting Li Chongsong's arrival. Following the logic of a normal person, upon discovering his son's corpse, he would instinctively rush to investigate. The explosive energy of 200 kilograms TNT, trinitrotoluene, was formidable indeed. According to the elucidation of Songmapura, this 200 kilograms TNT bomb is capable of creating a crater with a diameter of 7 meters and a depth of 3 meters. The shockwave has a lethal radius of approximately 50 meters, while the shrapnel can inflict harm up to 166 meters. For his own safety, Shen Hao deemed it prudent to keep his distance. Should he fail to eliminate Li Chongsong and end up perishing himself, it would lead to an abrupt conclusion. However, he could not stray too far, as the remote signal would weaken. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hao found a corner and moved the corpse and bomb 30 meters away. He had resolved that at the moment of detonation, he would retreat into the void. Indifferent to Li Chongsong's fate, prioritizing his own safety. Having prepared everything, Shen Hao hesitated to depart, fearing that the fool might come and tamper with the remains. He could only wait silently for Li Chongsong's arrival. At this juncture, Shen Hao felt a conflict within himself, apprehensive that he might obliterate Li Jikuan's father, Li Chongsong, into mere fragments. Such a waste would be painful to contemplate. Based on his estimation, Li Chongsong should arrive in about 5 minutes. However, much to his disappointment, 30 minutes had elapsed without any sign of him. Just as Shen Hao began to doubt whether Li Chongsong would show, a gust of wind heralded an approaching figure. Before him stood a man clad in golden armor, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the setting sun. By recollection, this was none other than Li Jikuan's father, Li Chongsong, a master of the 7th level of innate power, commanding 30,000 troops. At the sight, excitement flickered in Shen Hao's eyes. Li Chongsong scanned his surroundings, evidently in search of someone. Suddenly, his body jolted. He had spotted a corpse lying on the ground. The size, the attire, and the sword beside it all indicated it was his son, Li Jikuan. However, the blood obscured any clear identification. In an instant, panic surged within him, and he rushed forward. He is here. He has arrived. Li Chongsong's eyes blazed red as he recklessly sprinted towards Li Jikuan. Conquer? Yet, as he approached, he halted, detecting a foul stench. With years of leading troops, he immediately recognized it as the odor of decay. A trap. His steps faltered, and his keen gaze scrutinized the corpse while he surveyed the area, hesitating to advance. Seeing this, Shen Hao was taken aback, not anticipating the old man's astuteness. He silently urged him to step forward, to take the bait. To Shen Hao's dismay, Li Chongsong not only refrained from advancing, but even began to retreat. Without a moment to lose, Shen Hao pressed the remote control. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens. Flames ascended towards the sky, and the entire Black Tiger Gorge began to tremble, with numerous rocks tumbling down. Although Shen Hao had retreated into the void, the explosion had no effect on him. Yet the resounding blast left his ears ringing, engulfed in a cacophony of buzzing sounds. It took a full minute for the chaos to subside. Once the tumult had calmed, Shen Hao emerged from the void to assess the aftermath. The corpse had been obliterated into mere fragments, while the armored Li Chongsong had miraculously survived. Aside from the heart-protecting mirror, his armor lay in tatters. He lay there, drenched in blood, still moving slightly. To be cautious, Shen Hao refrained from approaching directly and instead retrieved his M200 sniper rifle. At a distance of less than 100 meters, he felt somewhat confident. Aiming at Li Chongyin's head, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, and Li Chongyin's body quivered, coming to a complete standstill. Observing this, Shen Hao exhaled in relief, stowing away his sniper rifle and cautiously advancing. Upon discovering a bloodied hole in the center of Li Chongyin's forehead, he truly felt at ease. A congenital master relies solely on their abundant vital energy. It does not render them invulnerable. Soon after, Shen Hao felt a wave of gratitude that his sniper rifle was not a Barrett, as it possessed comparatively lesser power. The M200 is renowned and costly, with unparalleled accuracy. Yet its destructive capability remains unrecognized. In military applications, the M200 faces a rather awkward predicament. The M200 employs 408 solid projectiles, while it surpasses many 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifles in precision. Its lethality is a significant drawback. The pure copper-nickel alloy solid projectile lacks the destructive power of the 12.7mm copper-jacketed armor-piercing round, rendering it less suitable as an anti-material sniper rifle. Had it been a Barrett, Shunhao estimated that Li Chongyin's head would have exploded like a watermelon. Some jest about the dismal sales of the M200, quipping that the number of people who buy this rifle is as rare as those struck by lightning. However, a diligent investigator uncovered data revealing that in the United States, the number of individuals purchasing this rifle is indeed fewer than those who have been killed by lightning, prompting the shy tactical company to lament, "That hurts, my friend." Upon observing that Li Chongyin's armor was shattered, save for the heart-protecting mirror, Shunhao was taken aback. Wondering about the material's composition, after a moment's thought, he comprehended. This world is one of fantasy, where certain materials are undoubtedly more resilient. Without further ado, he discarded Li Chongyin's corpse and stashed the heart-protecting mirror into his spatial realm, recognizing it as a valuable item. Subsequently, he also collected the two swords belonging to Li Jikuan and Li Chongyin, acknowledging their worth. Having completed these tasks, Shunhao finally felt a sense of relief. After donning a disguise, he returned once more to the Yangling mansion. With both the governor Li Jikuan and his father Li Chongyin now gone, Shunhao felt no fear. Chapter 65, Surge of Power. As night descended slowly, Shunhao remained in his own room. Though the seasoning in this world was scarce, the simplicity was tolerable. When the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Shunhao entered the space. A vast expanse of white mist shrouded the entire area. The quantity of vital energy was several times greater than that of Li Jikuan. As soon as Shunhao stepped inside, the mist surged violently into his body. Enveloped by the immense white vapor, Shunhao's form began to levitate gently in midair. This marked Shunhao's inaugural experience of absorbing such a substantial amount of vital energy. The overwhelming essence propelled his cultivation to ascend rapidly. Innate Realm Level 3. Early Stage, Mid-Stage, and Full Circle. Innate Realm Level 4. Early Stage, Mid-Stage, and Full Circle. He paused upon reaching Full Circle, nearly breaking through to Innate Realm Level 5. Nevertheless, Shunhao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In merely one day's time, he transitioned directly from the initial stage of the innate realm to the full circle of level 4. The purity of the vital energy was remarkable. Such a feat would be nothing short of astonishing if revealed. Li Chongsung's comprehension of the Leaf Family Sword Classic surpassed that of Li Jikuan. Their mutual insights corroborated each other, allowing Shunhao's mastery of the Leaf Family Sword Classic to flourish. The delay in this advancement stemmed from two factors. First, Shunhao wielded the Jinlin sword, necessitating armor for protection. Second, Li Jikuan had not marked his path, causing a sluggish search. Based on Li Chongsung's recollections, it became evident that the corrupted Demon Dan resided with the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyin, who was his cousin. Following discussions between the two cousins, it was agreed that once the northern wilderness Shintu Jiao invaded Yangzhou, Li Chongyin would willingly present the Demon Dan, merely to secure his position. Ever since the ascension of the inept monarch Yang Wenzan, Li Chongyin had felt the threat of assassination looming over him. He was no fool. He understood the necessity of self-preservation. With the death of the true Yuan expert Yang Wuxian, he realized he could not contend with the northern wilderness forces. His downfall was inevitable. Should you treat me unjustly, do not be surprised if I return the sentiment. Shunhao wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Now that the Demon Dan was in the hands of the Yangzhou governor, Shunhao devised a plan. Renyi, the inspector of the splendid court, sought evidence of Li Chongyin's collusion with the northern wilderness. While others lacked proof, Li Chongsong, as a trusted confidant, possessed it. It appeared that he would seek out Renyi the following day, uncertain if she was still alive. Faced with the prospect of confronting an expert at the full circle of the innate realm, Shunhao felt a twinge of uncertainty. After absorbing the memories, his power surged dramatically. His confidence swelled, although the overwhelming intake caused a slight headache. He transitioned directly from the space to the estate in the kingdom of Siam. At that moment, the estate was deserted. Shunhao took a refreshing bath and then leaped into the swimming pool, indulging in a leisurely swim. By evening, after finishing dinner, Song Mapara arrived. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Boss, I have brought you the information you requested." Shunhao took the documents, glanced at them, and playfully pinched Song Mapara's cheek, saying, "All right, understood." He then opened the materials in his hands. The documents were straightforward. One detailed the location of the deputy leader's corpse in the morgue, while the other contained information about the leader of the Poison Wolf Gang. Mario. The leader of the Poison Wolf Gang not only engaged in the illicit sex trade but also dealt in narcotics. Tonight, he was hosting a grand banquet at his villa, ostensibly to campaign for a position as a Bangkok councilman. After reviewing the documents, Shunhao memorized the addresses. Later that evening, He alighted from his vehicle approximately 2 kilometers from the Poison Wolf Gang leader's location. With a light leap, he ascended to the rooftops, donning a mask and hat, moving stealthily across the buildings like a specter, evading all surveillance. He effortlessly slipped into the estate. Observing the bustling scene in the villa's grand hall, he noted Mario, the gang leader, standing on stage, jubilantly raising his glass. Today is a day worthy of celebration. Congratulations to Siam for officially legalizing cannabis. Let us raise a toast. The crowd, predominantly clad in suits, included individuals in police and military uniforms. Shinhao was truly impressed. Southeast Asia indeed appeared to be a paradise for crime. Not long ago, Siam had been a pioneer in anti-drug initiatives, second only to Singapore, Malaysia, and China in its efforts. However, at the end of 2022, the Siamese government undertook a bold reform, legalizing the 3 taboos of sex, gambling, and drugs, implementing regulations and taxation. It is undeniable that an increasing number of nations are beginning to legalize gambling and the sex trade. In Southeast Asia, Siam stands out for its flourishing sex industry, while also serving as a hub for human trafficking. Myanmar is infamous for its stones, narcotics, coups, and warlords. Cambodia's Sihanoukville went wild, legalizing online gambling, only to reluctantly suspend it under pressure from neighboring countries. After the exit of online scam companies from Cambodia, they relocated to the Philippines, which has now become the leading nation in online gambling. To generate foreign exchange, Southeast Asian governments often turn a blind eye to these disreputable industries. However, the majority of the time, it is a case of locals exploiting their own. In the industry, there exists a term known as dog pushing or spinach army. After listening for a while, Shinhao grasped the general content. Not only was Mario celebrating the legalization of cannabis, but he also aspired to run for councilman, intending to form his own political party and aiming for the position of mayor of Bangkok. He also planned to open a casino, given the recent legalizations. At that moment, a waiter approached Mario, holding a tray adorned with 6 or 7 glasses of champagne. Observing this, Shinhao discreetly picked up a small pebble from a nearby flower bed and deftly flicked it, striking the waiter's elbow. The tray slipped from the waiter's grasp, spilling the drinks all over Mario. The sudden turn of events plunged the entire hall into an abrupt silence. The waiter, terrified to the point of tears, trembled as he hurriedly offered his apologies. I'm so sorry, as he noticed the gazes of the crowd upon him. Mario managed a faint smile and gently patted the server's shoulder, saying, it's all right. Just be more careful next time. Fortunately, it was me you bumped into. Had it been one of my customers, I would not have been so forgiving. Upon hearing this, the waiter felt a surge of relief and quickly nodded in gratitude. Mario clapped his hands and addressed the gathering with a smile. A minor mishap, nothing to worry about. Please continue enjoying your drinks. I shall go upstairs and change my attire. With that, he smiled and waved to the crowd. However, as Mario ascended the stairs, the smile vanished from his face. He beckoned to his trusted aide beside him and said, I do not wish to see him again. Understood, boss. I know what to do. Chapter 66. Working overtime in the morning with an expressionless face, Mario slowly nodded and descended the staircase. As he entered the room, a sudden breeze grazed the back of his neck, and before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Shinhao struck his mute point and administered the scattering yang powder, discarding it onto the floor like refuse. With a swift motion, he released Mario from his paralysis. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Shinhao, a jolt of fear surged through Mario. Realizing he could move, he quickly assessed his surroundings for weapons and shouted, There's an assassin. Someone help. Yet to his horror, despite his frantic cries, no sound escaped his lips. As Mario attempted to dash out, Shinhao raised his foot and struck him with a resounding thud. Mario was sent flying as if struck by a truck, crashing into a wall 4 meters away, collapsing to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shinhao approached him deliberately. To Mario, the man before him, clad in a mask and hat, appeared as a demon, instilling such terror that he cowered in the corner, paralyzed with fear. Confounded as to why he could not speak, he surmised it must be connected to the man before him. Shinhao loomed over Mario, his voice devoid of warmth, chillingly instructing, from this moment on, you shall remember every word I utter. Should you fail to do so, your demise awaits. Aware of his own disadvantage, Mario nodded eagerly. Shinhao continued, from today forth, I am your employer. I will reach out to you as needed. Should you fail to comply, I shall ensure you meet your maker. Moreover, to convey my sincerity, I have administered a substance that requires you to consume its antidote monthly to alleviate its effects. When this little concoction takes hold, you will feel as though every ounce of strength has been drained from your body, leaving you a helpless, vegetative state with full awareness, yet utterly incapacitated. If the antidote is not ingested daily, this condition will persist for 1 hour. Should you forego it for a week, your organs will fail, and you shall perish. And a reminder, tomorrow at 8 a.m., the poison will commence its assault. To allow you a taste of its potency, the antidote will arrive after 2 p.m. tomorrow. However, the antidote is not without cost. Remember, it is valued at $5 million. A single cent short, and you may as well forget about receiving it again. At this moment, the once feared crime lord of Bangkok, Mario, trembled like a dog, too terrified to utter a word. Shen Hao, dismissive of his plight, delivered a sharp kick to his shoulder, releasing him from his muteness. Remember every word I say, or I will make your death excruciatingly painful. With that, Shen Hao turned and departed. Earlier, Mario had contemplated reaching for a gun in the drawer but lacked the courage to do so. Shen Hao's kick had been inhumanly powerful, instilling in him an overwhelming dread. While Mario had been involved in drug trafficking, operating illicit establishments, and running underground boxing rings, he had never encountered anyone as formidable as Shen Hao, whose strength was unparalleled. The masked man remained an enigma to him, a figure whose identity was shrouded in mystery. It is certain that the individual is undoubtedly from Siam, as the accent of their native tongue is something foreign individuals lack. Mario felt a sharp pain in his ribs and hastily called for assistance, intending to visit the hospital for a thorough examination to ascertain whether he had been poisoned. He was soon transported to the hospital, where after a series of tests, the doctor informed him, "You have merely fractured 6 ribs. However, had the impact been slightly greater, one of those ribs could have punctured your internal organs. Are you certain you have not been poisoned?" Mario, in disbelief, responded, "I am indeed certain. Your blood analysis shows normal results." Upon hearing that he had not been poisoned, Mario exhaled in relief, realizing he had been deceived, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "Investigate," he commanded. After Shen Hao departed from Mario's villa, he was taken aback to see the earlier waiter bound by 2 men. Realizing that his actions had led to this situation, he felt a surge of guilt. The waiter's mouth was gagged with a towel, desperately pleading for mercy. The 2 men in black paid him no heed. One of them delivered a kick that sent the waiter sprawling before drawing a silenced pistol from his jacket. Shen Hao swiftly incapacitated both men, rescuing the waiter. Once freed, the waiter immediately knelt, begging for mercy. "Please spare my life. I won't dare to offend again." "Silence. First, assess your surroundings," Shen Hao commanded. At his words, the waiter, illuminated by the faint streetlight, saw the 2 men in black lying unconscious on the ground, alongside a silenced pistol. Panic gripped him, his legs weakened, and his face turned ashen. Shen Hao remarked, "Had I not intervened, you might already be dead." The waiter, trembling, began to weep, fearing that even after being saved today, he would still face death in the future. Shen Hao spoke calmly, "There is but one way for you to survive." The waiter hastily knelt before Shen Hao, bowing his head in supplication. "Please, sir, save me." "Eliminate those 2, Shen Hao instructed. The waiter gasped in horror. The thought of murder was utterly beyond him. Shen Hao disregarded his fear and continued, "I will count to 10. If you do not act by then, your fate rests solely in your hands." 10, 9, 8, 7. Each number fell like a heavy hammer upon the waiter's heart. As he reached 3, trembling, the waiter picked up the gun, closed his eyes, and fired several shots at the 2 men. Seeing this, Shen Hao smirked slightly and remarked, "Well done. You have earned the right to live." With that, Shen Hao produced a small vial and tossed it to the waiter. "Deliver this medicine to Mario by 2 o'clock tomorrow. Inform him that you are my subordinate and demand $5 million from him. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. My name is Bong. How shall I contact you?" "Provide your number." 6xxxx. After uttering these words, Bong realized Shen Hao's figure had vanished, leaving him gasping in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. However, upon glancing at the 2 bodies, terror enveloped him once more. "I must leave at once," he thought. Meanwhile, Shen Hao made his way to the morgue, effortlessly acquiring the key from the security personnel and disabling the surveillance cameras. He proceeded to obtain the bodies. By the time they returned to the manor, it was already around 4 or 5 in the morning. The eastern horizon had begun to glow with the faint light of dawn. At 8 o'clock, when Shen Hao skillfully unlocked the encrypted USB drive belonging to the vice leader, Song Mupa leaped joyfully into Shen Hao's arms. "Boss, you are incredible. This USB drive is tremendously useful." So obedient. Go fetch something to eat. Yes, boss, replied Shen Hao, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Noticing the time, Shen Hao resolved to put in some extra hours that morning. Moments later, Song Mupa struggled to hold her knife steady, and after much effort, she had yet to slice through a single tomato. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mario lay completely limp, succumbing to incontinence. No amount of medical intervention seemed to alleviate his condition. Yet, his mind remained acutely aware. He truly had been poisoned, and the fear within him intensified. Chapter 67. The boss spins freely upon awakening early in the morning. Bong diligently inquired at various hospitals across Bangkok and finally discovered the location of Mario's hospitalization. Glancing at the time, he noted it was merely 9 o'clock, and he released a sigh of relief. The mysterious man had informed him that the visit was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, thus there was no need for haste. Shen Hao's shift had been extended by half an hour, and Song Mapala's breakfast was just ready, a simple sandwich. At that moment, wisps of hair clung to Song Mapala's forehead, glistening with fragrant perspiration. Boss, this card holds $10 million, my entire savings, all of which are clean and devoid of any trouble. Please take it and spend as you wish. I've also purchased a Bentley Continental for your use in Bangkok. If you dislike it, I can procure something else. Perhaps a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, Song Mapala said, handing Shen Hao a card and a set of keys. Shen Hao coughed lightly, refraining from refusal. Initially, he had planned to launder the 50 million Thai baht and $76 million from his space, but unexpectedly, Song Mapala had directly presented him with $10 million. The gangs in Bangkok were not nearly as affluent as the Yamaguchi-gumi of Japan or the Italian mafia. According to a report by Fortune, the Yamaguchi-gumi had become the most profitable organized crime syndicate globally, boasting an annual income of $80 billion. In comparison, the Black Snake Gang resembled a mere small workshop. $10 million was indeed an astronomical sum. Shen Hao turned to Song Mapala and said, "All right. Shortly I shall take you out for a delightful excursion." "Certainly, boss. I shall take a shower first," Song Mapala replied with anticipation, thrilled at the prospect of spending time with someone dear to her. "Go ahead," Shen Hao encouraged. After Song Mapala departed, Shen Hao retrieved the US dollars and Thai baht from his space, intending to have Song Mapala launder them. Additionally, he considered it a splendid idea to extract resources from another world and allow Song Mapala to cleanse them. When the funds were eventually transferred to Shen Hao, he would not fear any official investigation, as the money would be entirely legitimate, coming from his girlfriend. What is wrong with enjoying the benefits of a generous partner? With looks and charm, how could a female so not be enamored? The thought of receiving financial support from her felt like an excellent plan. Establishing a trading company would suffice. After her shower, Song Mapala emerged looking exquisite and alluring, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her fair legs were increasingly captivating. Imagining her behind the wheel, left hand steering while the right caressed. Perfection. "Boss, I'm all set," Song Mapala announced, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the substantial amount of cash on the table. Where did all this money come from? She pondered, yet Shen Hao remained silent. And she did not inquire further. "All right, today we shall drive around and enjoy ourselves," Shen Hao declared. In the fantastical realm, he had fought fiercely, immersed in bloodshed. It was essential to unwind, otherwise he risked becoming a shadow of himself. As they made their way to the underground garage, Shen Hao's gaze was immediately drawn to a light blue Bentley Continental. No, it was more accurately described as bruiser blue. The single-door coupe, with its 4.0T GT V8 engine, was something Shen Hao could hardly comprehend. In his former life, he existed on the brink of survival, merely daring to dream of luxury brands like BBA. Even the entry-level luxury car, the BBA 34C, represented the pinnacle for the ordinary working class. While most could afford a 34C, the question was whether they could truly justify the expense. Most individuals were preoccupied with saving for housing, distinguishing between the ability to purchase and the ability to maintain. As he gazed at the Bentley Continental single-door coupe, Shen Hao found himself increasingly enamored. In ancient times, heroes and renowned generals adored BMWs. In modern society, men are captivated by prestigious automobiles. Mercedes and BMW serve as transitional choices, while Bentley symbolizes the next echelon. Observing Shen Hao's fascination, Song Mapala felt a surge of joy within. It was pleasing to see the boss delighted. With a turn of the ignition, the vehicle rolled out of the parking space. The steering wheel offered an exquisite touch, remarkably smooth. It was Shen Hao's first encounter with such a magnificent car. Igniting a thrill within him, He strolled through the streets of Bangkok with Song Mapara, relishing the moment. At a red light, his hand brushed against her fair, delicate leg, igniting envy among the men on the bus nearby. The sensation was exquisite, more gratifying than when alone. Meanwhile, while Shun Hao and Song Mapara reveled in their outing, Bong, filled with trepidation, clutched the vial of medicine Shun Hao had given him as he arrived at the hospital. The sight of a throng of bodyguards in the corridor weighed heavily on his conscience. Upon spotting Bong, one of the inner circle, furious from the previous night's events, exclaimed, "At last, I have found you. Seize him. I wish to flay him alive." Bong quickly interjected, "I am here to save the leader. I possess the antidote. He has been poisoned." Hearing this, the inner circle member furrowed his brow and ordered Bong to be released. "Is what you say true?" "It is indeed," Bong replied, recounting his encounter with Shun Hao and the antidote. "You may enter, but if anything happens to the leader, you know the consequences." The incident involving the mysterious figure had only been shared with him, confirming its authenticity. Once inside, Bong administered the antidote to Mario. At the moment the antidote was ingested, Mario felt a surge of vitality. After a brief moment of disorientation, he gradually sat up, prompting relief among those present. With a deep exhale, Mario reflected on the harrowing experience of being in a vegetative state, an ordeal that left him feeling worse than death itself. He had confirmed his poisoning. Taking a deep breath, he coldly regarded Bong, asking, "Who is that mysterious individual?" Bong shook his head. "I do not know. He saved me and instructed me to deliver the antidote to you, demanding $5 million in return." After a moment of hesitation, Mario nodded in agreement. Everything that had transpired today surpassed his comprehension. The nature of this poison was undetectable, a toxin affecting the nervous system. The thought of $5 million made his heart bleed, yet he dared not gamble. Without eliminating the mysterious figure, he could not afford to take that risk. At that moment, Basong's phone rang. "Hello, sir. Have you received the money?" Bong glanced at Mario, who nodded and instructed, "Bring me $5 million. Only then did Bong respond, "The boss has gone to retrieve it. You should give your phone to Mario." Not daring to delay, Bong handed the phone to Mario. Upon receiving the device, Mario's eyes burned with fury. "Sir, I've provided the money. Now you should assist me in neutralizing the poison." In Mario's mind, his counterpart was akin to a robber. "I see you have a death wish. Have you forgotten the words you spoke yesterday?" He continued. "From this moment on, Bong will be our intermediary. Should any harm befall him, you may anticipate a grim fate. If necessary, I will have Bong reach out to you." The call ended with a sharp tone. Mario stared at the disconnected line, his teeth clenched in rage. Yet, recalling his reaction to the poison earlier that morning filled him with dread. In a fit of fury, he tore off an adult diaper and tossed it at Basong's face, glaring at him with the ferocity of a lion. Chapter 68. The deputy leader's billion-dollar hobby. Why did he rescue you and designate you as his liaison? Speak plainly, or you shall witness my methods, Mario declared, his gaze menacing. Anyone who thrived in the treacherous depths of the valley understood the unspoken ruthlessness that accompanied their survival. Bong, trembling and aware of Mario's notorious reputation, stammered, I truly do not know. I couldn't make out his appearance last night. He warned me that should you take action against me, he would sever all ties." Despite his fear of Mario, Bong was not entirely naive. Mario had been extorted for $5 million and had not dared to utter a single protest. He was certainly not one to turn against him, allowing Bong to wave his banner freely. After all, no one was privy to the specifics of his conversation with Shun Hao. This afforded him a certain level of leeway. At these words, Mario hesitated, his fierce retort caught in his throat. If the enigmatic figure ceased communication with Bong, what would become of his antidote? The sensation of being coerced, of being held as a puppet, was a torment Mario had never before experienced. Yet, demonstrating his profound cunning, he swallowed his ire, akin to consuming a repugnant morsel. "Very well, I understand. Chama, take him to retrieve the money," he commanded. Simultaneously, Mario instructed an investigation into the phone number just revealed, only to discover it belonged to one of the two bodyguards murdered the previous night, inciting a fit of rage that left him grinding his teeth. Furthermore, Mario had a tracker discreetly placed within the $5 million. Capturing the opponent was necessary to break free from this puppet-like existence, a predicament he had never encountered until now. That night, Bong received instructions from Shun Hao to deliver the $5 million to a derelict, unfinished building. Following the directive, he placed the cash on the third floor and obediently withdrew. Not far off, In a vehicle, Mario's confidant Chama monitored the tracker's signal on his device. Suddenly, the signal vanished from the screen, sending a shockwave of panic through him. Quickly, surround the surrounding buildings and search them floor by floor. We must locate him, he ordered. Over 300 men encircled the dilapidated structure, leaving no avenue unexplored. Yet after a night of searching, they found nothing, infuriating Mario to the brink of bloodshed. Meanwhile, after securing the $5 million, Shunhao sent a text to Bong, intentionally crafted for Mario's eyes. The next antidote will be delayed by 3 days. Soon after, the phone's signal vanished entirely. Mario's disobedience necessitated that Shunhao employ a methodical approach to inflict gradual torment. In his youth, Shunhao had a fierce guard dog that dared to bark at him. His solution was straightforward: confine the dog to a cage, starve it for 3 days, and then administer a beating to ensure obedience. The following day, Shunhao transferred 50 million Thai baht, $76 million, and the 5 million extorted from Mario into the hands of Song Mupala, instructing her to launder the funds and deposit them into his account. Meanwhile, Shunhao, donning a mask, arrived at a villa. This dwelling served as the hidden treasury of the deputy leader. Previously, Shunhao had discovered only an encrypted USB drive within the deputy leader's safe, devoid of any cash. Unexpectedly, the individual concealed his wealth within another safe. Additionally, he harbored a passion for collecting timepieces, possessing an extensive array of popular models. Among them were the Rolex Submariner, the Rolex Stardust, and the Patek Philippe Celestial series. Alongside Audemars Piguet and Richard Mille, his affinity for Rolex was particularly pronounced, as it is regarded as a stable asset in the market. With familiarity guiding him, he effortlessly navigated into the villa. The safe's combination was uncomplicated, allowing for an easy entry. Upon opening the safe, he discovered a tiered arrangement. The first level contained various brands, the second was dedicated to Rolex, and the third also showcased Rolex models. Amongst miscellaneous items were basic passports and approximately $100,000 in cash. The safe held nearly 60 timepieces, clearly reflecting the owner's genuine admiration for them. The collection featured an impressive variety of Rolex models, including the green and black Submariners, the mint green Datejust series, and the Daytona series. Notably, there was a diamond-encrusted Rolex GMT Master II, akin to the one worn by international football star Cristiano Ronaldo, valued at around $450,000, a rarity indeed. As ordinary affluent individuals might wait years to procure one, often resorting to premiums or secondary market purchases. Among the most extravagant was the Rolex Daytona, adorned with a rose gold rainbow bezel, which had been inflated to an astonishing price of over $5 million. This was the same model favored by the renowned performer Zhou Tianwang, underscoring the collector's deep affection for Rolex. His earnings had been entirely devoted to acquiring watches, many of which were brand new or gifted. What puzzled Shunhao was the fact that this individual purchased watches without wearing them. He simply admired them and would visit the villa weekly to meticulously polish each piece, treating them with more care than one might afford a spouse. This became one of his few methods of stress relief. After all, who doesn't he have a hobby? Shunhao recalled a notorious figure from the Deep City whose 3 timepieces had fetched over $100 million at auction. Counting the watches, he realized there were a total of 56, collectively valued in the hundreds of millions. The Baohua he had once acquired in Chang'an paled in comparison to these dazzling treasures. After some deliberation, he ultimately decided to wear the same Rolex GMT Master II as Cristiano Ronaldo, its diamond embellishments dazzling his eyes. As for the rose gold rainbow bezel, he intended to present it to Song Mapara. Before departing, he wiped away his fingerprints, vanishing from the villa. Returning to his own estate, he found Song Mapara reclining on the sofa in slumber, her fair legs exposed in a lazy pose. In high spirits, Shunhao felt compelled to impart a lesson. The sofa bore an unwarranted weight, and the chandelier in the living room swayed incessantly. Song Mapara, lost in her dreams, felt utterly exquisite. After freshening up, she nestled into Shunhao's embrace, whispering sweet nothings. From his collection, he produced the Rolex Daytona with the rainbow bezel, adorning Song Mapara's wrist with it. Feeling the cool touch against her skin, she turned to behold it, her surprise evident and delightful. With excitement, Song Mapara embraced Shunhao and showered him with kisses, exclaiming, "Wow, boss, I adore you." Her enthusiasm was not merely due to the watch's worth, but because it was a gift from Shunhao. Though she possessed several timepieces of considerable value, none could compare to this one, as it was the very first present from Shunhao. Shunhao chuckled. as long as you like it. You are exceedingly kind to me, boss, she replied. Is that so? Just how kind? Very, very kind. And how shall you repay me later? Oh, boss, you needn't concern yourself with my fate, she laughed. Indeed, I've been working a bit too hard these past few days. A night of rest is in order. I shall heed your words, he affirmed. As a reward, tomorrow I will take you shopping. Thank you, boss, Song Mapara exclaimed joyfully. Wrapping her arms around Shun Hao's neck. Time flew by swiftly. After 20 days in the kingdom of Siam, Shun Hao found his internal energy diminished by half. Thus, that evening, he gently pushed aside Song Mapara, who was sprawled over him like an octopus, and stretched lazily before entering his spatial realm, arriving in a different world. It was still night here. Instead of resting, Shun Hao seized the rare opportunity to cultivate his skills, practicing the innate fiery sun technique of the esteemed Shinto Lai. Compared to the techniques of Li Jikuan and Lu Junxing, Shinto Lai's method was of a higher caliber, allowing Shin Hao to progress with remarkable speed. With his fire affinity, albeit of a lower grade, the cultivation of the innate fiery sun technique proved to be exceptionally efficient, and his internal energy grew increasingly heated. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Hao's internal energy began to restore itself once more. As dawn approached, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. He had achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 5th level of the innate realm. P.S. Gratitude to the esteemed patrons for their generous support. An additional chapter is in order, with heartfelt thanks. Chapter 69. The rice jar of Senior Meng is empty. Regarding this breakthrough, Shun Hao felt no surprise whatsoever. Previously, after absorbing the immense true energy from the innate 7th layer Master Li Chongsong, Shun Hao had already reached the pinnacle of the innate 4th layer. He could have broken through at any moment. However, he had simply not engaged in active cultivation until now. This time, the consumption of true energy was substantial, compounded by the fact that Shun Hao was practicing the innate sunfire technique of Shen Tuli. Additionally, Shen Tuli himself was at the innate 7th layer. Although he was swiftly defeated by Meng Xuanji in one strike, he nonetheless represented the zenith of ordinary mortals. Shen Tuli's memory and comprehension of techniques had already reached the innate 7th layer, possessing abundant experience in breaking through to the 5th layer. The answer lay before him. Shin Hao merely needed to transcribe it. The vessel had already been constructed. He simply had to pour in the water. Thus, the transition from the innate 4th layer to the innate 5th layer presented no obstacles. His experience points were fully amassed. He only needed to proceed along the established path, and everything would unfold naturally. With diligent cultivation, this breakthrough posed no difficulties whatsoever. It could be said that as long as he accumulated true energy before reaching the innate 8th layer, Shin Hao could continue to advance without hindrance. After breaking through to the 5th layer, Shin Hao felt a sense of ease envelop him. His eyes sparkled with restrained brilliance, and he radiated vitality. The innate 9th layer no longer seemed so distant. After a brief period of excitement, boredom began to set in. He then made his way to the Li residence, where he discovered letters detailing the correspondence between Li Chongyin, the governor of Yangzhou, and the northern wilderness, quietly departing without alerting anyone. The following day, chaos erupted throughout Yangling Prefecture. Governor Li Jikuan was missing, and General Li Chongsong had also vanished. Instantly, turmoil ensued, and the entire Li residence was rife with anxiety. Meanwhile, Shen Hao slipped away towards Yangwan town, intending to collaborate with Wen Rinyi to deal with Governor Li Chongyan. The demon core was something Shen Hao was determined to acquire. Simultaneously, in the capital of the Daong dynasty, Meng Xuanji, Song Yongzi, and Ji Donga were temporarily residing in the villa of Wen Rinyi. As Song Yongzi prepared a meal, she opened the rice jar only to find it utterly empty. Turning to Meng Xuanji, she asked, "Senior Meng, the rice jar is empty. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Meng Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, finding herself in a predicament. During her previous stay, she had declined the assistance of the Wenren family, and now, faced with a lack of funds, it was rather awkward. Moreover, there was no grain within Meng Xuanji's spatial ring, only items for cultivation. At her level, she could already practice fasting and go without food. However, both Song Yongzi and Ji Donga were ordinary individuals who could not afford to skip meals. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Xuanji. Addressing Song Yongzi, she instructed, "Please summon Wen Rin Su." "Understood, Senior Meng." Wen Rin Su, the elder brother of Wen Rin Yi and the heir of the Wen Rin family, hurried over within half an hour. The honor of having his sister, Wen Rin Yi, take the headmaster of Yuqing Palace as her master was a matter of great significance to the Wen Rin family. Thus, They dared not show even the slightest negligence in response to Meng Xuanji's request. Soon, a figure clad in flowing white robes, elegant and handsome, hurriedly approached Wen Rinsu. With a respectful demeanor, he bowed and inquired, "Master Meng, what is your command?" Meng Xuanji gently waved her hand, and a crimson wine gourd appeared upon the tea table. A gift from Shun Hao, containing a bottle of white liquor. "Sell this and exchange it for some silver," she instructed. Upon hearing this, Wen Rinsu hastily replied, "I apologize, Senior Meng. It is our oversight. How could we allow you to sell such a precious treasure for a pittance? I have 1,000 taels of silver notes for your immediate use. I shall return and have my family prepare more to deliver to you." Meng Xuanji replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for that. Just sell it and bring me the proceeds. As for the selling price, you may decide." When Rinsu hesitated to respond, "Do not overthink it. Simply do as I say," Meng Xuanji reiterated. "Yes, Master Meng, I shall go at once." Meanwhile, Song Yongzi cautiously handed the gourd to Wen Rinsu. As he grasped the crimson wine gourd, its surface felt cool and smooth against his skin, startling him with its exquisite quality. The gourd appeared flawlessly crafted, lacking any imperfections. Its vibrant hue shimmered enticingly, casting delicate shadows, truly a magnificent piece. Even someone as seasoned as Wen Rinsu, accustomed to the world's rarities, found it difficult to part with such a treasure. Despite his deep desire, he was uncertain of its true worth. Should he undervalue it, he risked incurring Master Ming's displeasure, a predicament he wished to avoid. Thus, he wasted no time. Upon returning, he immediately summoned the young scions of other prominent families. As the gathering beheld the lustrous crimson gourd, they were left in awe. What a marvelous treasure! Is it made of glazed glass? One wondered. It doesn't seem so. It's far too delicate. The colors are so vibrant. Truly one of a kind. I have never seen anything like it, another exclaimed. Indeed, it is beautiful, distinct from other natural gemstones, and there is a faint aroma of liquor, someone noted. Its natural elegance and crystalline clarity, adorned with intricate carvings, drew admiration. Yes, I too can detect the fragrance, another chimed in. Wen Ren, did you summon us merely to admire your prize? It is indeed a masterpiece. In the corner, Lai Yuejing felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing the gourd. That once belonged to me, he thought, but his modest status prevented him from mingling with these elite young gentlemen. Seeing the admiration in his peers' eyes, Wen Rinsu declared, I have gathered you all to consider selling this remarkable item. The highest bidder shall claim it. Is what you say true? They questioned. Absolutely. Wen Rinsu affirmed without hesitation. Very well, I bid 4,000 taels of gold. 5,000 taels of gold. Gentlemen, I am quite taken with it. 10,000 taels of gold. This exquisite item is indeed coveted, and as you are aware, the Emperor has recently harbored suspicions towards my Wan family. This treasure is crucial for us to navigate through these troubled waters. I request your concession, spoke Wan Qianshan, the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue. With such a statement from Wan Qianshan, the others felt reluctant to continue the bidding war. However, they genuinely admired the crimson gourd. Rarity enhances value, and they had never encountered anything so exquisitely beautiful. It is well known that this red gourd is of considerable value, with immense potential for appreciation. Acquiring it equates to profit, as antiques are prized for their rarity. Thus, I shall yield to Brother Wan. I extend my gratitude to everyone. Consider it a favor owed to you all. Wan Qianshan expressed his heartfelt thanks to the crowd, aware that they were not lacking in wealth. Continuing in this manner of competition could easily amount to tens of thousands of taels. Subsequently, Wan Qianshan addressed Wen Rinsu. I do not wish to make it difficult for you. How about 20,000 taels of gold? Upon hearing this, Wen Rinsu felt reluctant. He wished to keep the 20,000 taels for himself, yet having made his offer, he could not retract his words. He nodded in agreement. Very well. It shall be done. In the corner, Lai Yuejing's heart was bleeding, yet he dared not voice his discontent. He thought to himself that when he next encountered Shen Hao, he must secure his support. With the wine gourd acquired, Wan Qianshan felt immense joy and hurried off to retrieve the money. By the time he returned with the gold notes, the crowd had dispersed. Brother Wenren, here is the 20,000 taels in notes, Wan Qianshan said with delight. Wen Rinsu did not count the notes, as doing so in front of others would be rather awkward. However, take heed, this treasure may not be favored by the Emperor, so exercise caution. Wan Qianshan let out a rueful laugh, shaking his head with a sigh. It is all due to my sister's notoriety. Wen Rinsu remarked, indeed, it is well known that the current Emperor, Yang Wendi, is lecherous and indulgent, and your sister is celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the capital. She is indeed burdened by her fame. Wan Qianshan optimistically proposed, "Brother Wenren, why not marry my sister? If she were wed to you, even if the emperor were displeased, he would not dare act against the Wenren family." Wenren was taken aback, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was listening before he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Brother Wan, this is a matter that must never be mentioned again. If my wife were to find out, I would surely face dire consequences." Chapter 70. Shen Hao, have you broken through to the innate level? Alas, Wan Qianshan sighed inwardly. The eldest son of the Wenren family, Wenren, is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is a master at the 7th level of innate prowess, possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. Originally, the Wenren family of the Daong dynasty was a collateral branch of the Wenren family of the Tianwu dynasty, holding a subordinate relationship with the main lineage, lacking any semblance of status. They had never received any support or assistance from the direct Wenren family and had developed quietly on their own. Moreover, even though the direct line ignored them, the collateral branches were still required to offer tribute annually to the direct line. As long as the direct Wenren family remained intact, the branches could continue to thrive. Should the direct line fall, they too would inevitably face annihilation. This subtle form of protection had always existed, akin to a lion's pride on the savannah, where the leader does not hunt but still enjoys the spoils, as they are responsible for the perilous task of safeguarding the pride. Once Wenren's spiritual root talent was revealed, he immediately drew the attention of the main lineage of the Wenren family within the Tianwu dynasty, becoming a key focus for nurturing future descendants. They provided him with techniques and elixirs, even marrying their legitimate daughter to him. Should Wenren break through to the true essence realm, his branch would be fully integrated into the direct line and included in the family genealogy, thereby enjoying the sustenance provided by all collateral branches of the Wenren family. Wenren's only flaw was his fear of his wife. However, there was little he could do, as his spouse, Wenren was the legitimate daughter of the main lineage. Although she lacked a spiritual root, her cultivation was that of a consummate innate master, excelling in whip techniques. Her straightforward character and fierce sense of justice made her a nightmare for all the young rakes in the capital. With such a background, who would dare to provoke her? In Wan Qianshan's mind, marrying his sister to Wenren would render even Emperor Yangwen powerless to intervene. Unfortunately, Wenren was too intimidated, which caused Wan Qianshan considerable distress. If only Emperor Yangwen were more reasonable, sending his sister to the palace would be a commendable option. However, as the most incompetent of rulers, how could anyone dare to send their sister into such peril? Currently, the Daong dynasty was beset by internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse under Emperor Yangwen's erratic rule. To send his sister into the palace would not only endanger her, but also implicate the entire Wan family. They would gain no fortune, only misfortune. When the time for retribution came, there would be no escaping it. Wenren understood Wan Qianshan's sentiments, yet he was truly powerless to assist. Despite his wife's volatile nature, Wenren found himself inexplicably drawn to her. Yet, even if he did not love her, he could not take a concubine. If the direct Wenren family were to find out, they would surely flay him alive. At this moment, Wenren was not inclined to engage in lengthy discussions with Wan Qianshan, as he was anxious to deliver a gold note, a matter of utmost urgency. Their camaraderie allowed no room for idle chatter, and he clasped his fists in apology. "Brother Wan, I sincerely apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to today. I shall make amends with you over drinks another time. Regarding your sister's situation, have you considered having someone assess her innate talents? If she possesses spiritual roots, joining a prestigious sect would be a possibility, and even the Emperor Yangwen would not dare to intrude." Wanshan Qianku smiled wryly and responded, "I have contemplated this long ago. My sister lacks even the slightest hint of spiritual roots." "Alas, that is truly regrettable," Renrensu thought, unsure how to console his friend. Wanshan, recognizing the gravity of the moment, took a deep breath and clasped his fists, saying, "Since Brother Renren has pressing matters, I shall not impose further. I bid you farewell." "Very well, Brother Wan, travel safely. I shall not see you off." After parting ways with Wanshan, Renren hurriedly made his way to Meng Xuanji's residence. The Renren family is considered a first-rate lineage within the Tianwu dynasty, with the highest elder achieving the realm of spiritual elixirs. However, compared to a righteous sect like Yuling Palace, their foundational strength is significantly lacking. The two are simply not on the same level. Thus, Renren felt immense joy at the prospect of his sister, Renren being accepted as a named disciple by the sect leader, Meng Xuanji. Under the guidance of Ji Donga, Rinsu reverently placed a stack of gold tickets on the table. Bowing deeply, he addressed Senior Ming. This is the gold ticket acquired from the sale of treasures, totaling 20,000 taels. Do you find these tickets satisfactory? If they fall short, I can procure additional funds from my family. Ji Donga felt a jolt within. She was all too aware of the crimson gourd, which was originally used for wine. Previously, Liu Ejing from Home Pavilion had purchased it from Shen Hao, trading it for merely 1,000 taels of gold and her own self. Back then, it contained wine. Yet now, just the bottle alone fetched 20,000 taels of gold, which was truly astonishing. Nonetheless, Ji Donga believed it was worth the price. She had never encountered such a fine bottle. Meng Xuanji did not even glance at the gold tickets on the table and casually remarked, "Understood. Take one of these tickets and procure some rice, meat, and vegetables." Rinsu did not dare to be remiss, nodding, "Yes, Senior Ming." With that, he bowed respectfully and slowly retreated. Once Rinsu had departed, Meng Xuanji turned to Song Yongxi and instructed, "You should collect these gold tickets and use them for purchasing food in the future." Upon hearing this, Song Yongxi was left dumbfounded. These were gold tickets worth 20,000 taels. When she had sold herself to bury her father, she had only received 200 taels of silver. The stark contrast left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Observing her reaction, Meng Xuanji's expression shifted slightly, and with a gentle tone, she said, "Yongxi, these yellow and white objects are ultimately mundane possessions. As long as you become my disciple and train alongside me, the wealth of this world will be at your disposal, and no one would dare to utter a word against it." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yongxi hastily waved her hands, saying, "Senior Ming, let us wait for the young master to return before discussing this." At that moment, Song Yongxi's thoughts were entirely consumed with preserving the Song family's bloodline. That was her foremost concern. What a stubborn one, Meng Xuanji thought, suddenly filled with resentment towards Shen Hao. What a promising individual, wasted by this wretched boy. In the days that followed, a remarkable scene unfolded in the capital. The legitimate eldest son of the Wenrin family, Rinsu, surprisingly took it upon himself to purchase rice, vegetables, and meat. Not only did he find no shame in this task, but he also relished it, turning it into a spectacle in the capital. Meanwhile, the originally lengthy journey that should have taken several days was completed by Shen Hao in just one. Upon arriving at Yongwan town, he ascertained Wenrin Yi's whereabouts from the county office and hastened towards her location. Wenrin Yi was practicing her swordsmanship when suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard. Her pupils constricted, and she immediately assumed a defensive posture. She had received news that Shun Tu Lai from the northern wilderness had perished not far from the Heihu Gorge near the Yongling mansion. Upon recognizing Shen Hao, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. At that moment, Shen Hao stood before her, his eyes shimmering with an inner depth, his aura profound and unyielding. The presence he exuded left her breathless, rendering her unable to discern his true cultivation level. It felt as though she were facing not Shen Hao, but rather her brother, Rinsu. Yet, her brother was an adept at the 7th level of innate cultivation. The Shen Hao she had previously encountered was merely an unremarkable individual. At best a robust practitioner of the body refinement stage. Could it be that in just a few days, Shen Hao had ascended to the ranks of an innate master? How could this be possible? Despite a whirlwind of disbelief within her, the ethereal grace of Shen Hao's movements was unequivocally beyond that of someone merely at the acquired stage. Suppressing her astonishment, she inquired, "Shen Hao, have you truly broken through to the innate realm?" Shen Hao, without any pretense, replied candidly, "Yes, I broke through to the 5th level of innate cultivation last night." Chapter 71. Is that little girl competing with me for the demon pill? Do you think so? Wenrin Yi took a long moment to collect herself. No wonder Shen Hao exuded such an imposing aura. He had just broken through, and his energy had yet to stabilize. The innate level 5. Though incredulous, the reality was undeniable. It soon dawned on Wenrin Yi that Shen Hao must have been a master of the innate realm before, only adept at concealing his prowess. A flicker of envy passed through her enchanting eyes. She had been stuck at the perfected postnatal stage for a whole year, yet the opportunity to break through eluded her. Both she and her brother Rinsu possessed spiritual roots. However, her brother had a medium-grade water root, while she possessed the lowest-grade fire root. Despite having spiritual roots, hers were woefully inadequate, which was why Meng Xuanji had once dismissed her. They shared the same parents, yet their talents differed vastly. Her brother loved to read, and his cultivation progressed effortlessly. In contrast, Wenrin Yi preferred the art of combat, and the more she practiced, The further she seemed to stray from breaking into the innate realm, causing her increasing anxiety. All innate beings are the same. Why have I not yet broken through? This thought soured her heart, akin to a squeeze of lemon. She could tolerate it to an extent, but the revelation that Shun Hao, once a mere novice, had now become a formidable figure only deepened her discomfort. After a prolonged pause, when Ren-Yi remarked, "You concealed your strength well." Shun Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. "The more your heart aches, the sweeter it is for me." He added, "I barely exerted myself and yet achieved this breakthrough." Upon hearing this, when Ren-Yi haughtily turned her head away, choosing not to engage with Shun Hao. "What do you want from me? Weren't you headed to the Yangling mansion?" Shun Hao replied, "I received a letter, correspondence between Governor Li Chongyan and General Shintu Jiao from the northern wilderness." A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Ren-Yi's eyes, but she quickly resumed her indifferent demeanor, stating, "It's no longer necessary. There are no experts available in the Jingxiasi. Even if we found evidence, no one could contend with Li Chongyan. If you had come a day later, I would have returned to the capital." Shun Hao was taken aback. "Are you implying that my efforts were in vain?" A hint of pride twinkled in Wen Ren-Yi's beautiful eyes as she smiled with a curve to her brows. "Not entirely. There is some utility in it. Although our Jingxiasi lacks experts to deal with Governor Li Chongyan, my sister-in-law, Wen Renning, is more than capable. Moreover, she has already arrived in Yangzhou City and is ready to act at any moment." Shun Hao queried with confusion, "Are you sure it is your sister-in-law, Wen Renning, and not your elder sister, Wen Renning?" Wen Ren-Yi elucidated, "My sister-in-law, Wen Renning, is the legitimate daughter of the direct Wen Ren family, married to my brother Wen Rensu." "What? Is it customary in your Wen Ren family to keep the wealth within the family? Men do not marry outside, and women do not marry out. Isn't that absurd?" Shun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "Absurd, indeed. The direct Wen Ren family and our branch have been separated by centuries. The bloodline connection is faint at best. Besides, who told you that men do not marry outside, and women do not marry out in the Wen Ren family? Many noble families have formed alliances with the Wen Ren family. My brother, Wen Rensu, possesses exceptional talents, which prompted the direct lineage to ally with him by marrying my sister-in-law into the family." Wen Renyi remarked, "Oh, I see." After hearing this explanation, Shun Hao finally comprehended the situation. He then inquired, "Li Chongyan, if I recall correctly, is at the pinnacle of innate mastery. Can your sister-in-law, Wen Renning, truly contend with him?" Wen Renyi retorted, "Of course my sister-in-law is formidable. She is also a master at the innate level, and her family's secret techniques far surpass those of Li Chongyan. However, there was one thing that puzzled me." Shun Hao asked, "What is it that you find perplexing?" Wen Renyi, with a hint of pride, scoffed, "Do tell me what troubles you, and I shall enlighten you." Shun Hao continued, "Given that Yang Wenzan is an incompetent ruler and your Wen Ren family is so formidable, why do you serve this incompetent king? Why is there such a relentless pursuit to eliminate Li Chongyan? This seems contrary to your interests. Do you not have better things to occupy your time?" Wen Renyi did not conceal her thoughts. "I have heard that Li Chongyan possesses a fire attribute demon core, which is exceptionally suited for me. Thus, with the king's intent to eliminate him, our Wen Ren family merely takes advantage of the opportunity." Yet, there was another secret that Wen Renyi chose not to disclose. Li Chongyan also possessed a water attribute demon beast core, specifically from a second-tier demon beast, which was inherently more valuable than one from a first-tier beast. This core was obtained by Li Chongyan during an expedition in the Chongnong Mountains alongside General Yang Wuxian. It is said that two second-tier demon beasts fought fiercely over a nearly ripened spiritual fruit, resulting in a fortunate outcome for Yang Wuxian and Li Chongyan, who each acquired a demon beast core. The only unfortunate aspect was that Li Chongyan lacked a spiritual root, preventing him from advancing, while Yang Wuxian, utilizing the second-tier demon core, successfully broke through to the true essence realm. The poorer the spiritual root, the easier it is to break through when possessing a higher-tier demon core. Who would not desire a superior core? This information was something Wen Renyi had only recently discovered from an old letter belonging to Yang Wuxian. Her sister-in-law, Wen Renning, had come for the second-tier demon core, primarily for her husband, Wen Rensu. Wen Rensu possessed a medium-tier water attribute spiritual root, making them a perfect match. As a higher-tier demon beast core significantly increases the chances of breaking through to the spiritual elixir realm. Obtaining this water attribute demon core would ensure a smooth advancement to the true essence realm. Demon cores are rare, especially those of the same attribute, and high-grade cores are even more elusive. Upon hearing Wen Renyi's words, Shun Hao's mood soured, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The more he regarded Wen Renyi, the more displeased he became. How dare this woman attempt to seize the demon core from him? And now, she had enlisted help. How infuriating. Perhaps he could lay in wait. And once they captured Li Chongyin, he could use a sniper rifle to eliminate him. However, Shun Hao shook his head. Such a course of action was unwise. According to Wenren Yi, Wenren Ying was a direct descendant of the Wenren family, and incurring the wrath of such a powerful lineage for merely a demon core seemed unwise. It was just a fire attribute core. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, it was merely a demon core, a trifling matter. The more Shun Hao attempted to console himself, the more discontent brewed within him. The prey he had been fixated on for so long was unexpectedly intercepted by Wenren Yi. Truly, his luck was abysmal. Consequently, Shun Hao remarked, Li Chongyin is flanked by several formidable experts at the 6th level of innate mastery. Can your sister-in-law stand a chance alone? Wenren Yi, brimming with pride, retorted, Humph, you underestimate her. My sister-in-law is a direct descendant of the Wenren clan, the daughter of the current clan leader. Do you truly believe she lacks confidence? Soon enough, you will see that when she takes action, a mere Li Chongyin will be effortlessly subdued. Since you are an innate master of the 5th level, why not lend your assistance? You will surely reap considerable benefits, she continued. Upon hearing this, Shun Hao pondered for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. Since acquiring the demon beast's inner core was off the table, allowing the space to devour a few corpses was indeed a viable option. According to Li Chongzong's recollections, Li Chongyin was accompanied by 5 or 6 innate masters. These were not merely fodder but rather cherished companions. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to break through to the pinnacle of innate mastery before proceeding further. Very well, it is settled. To eradicate evil and uphold justice is a duty I must embrace. Who would have thought, Shun Hao, that beyond your pursuits of pleasure, you possess such a sense of righteousness, Wenren Yi remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 72. Is there a guardian of true essence? Shun Hao disregarded Wenren Yi and promptly inquired, Is that Ma Lao Lu unharmed? Wenren Yi nodded and replied, His fortune was indeed favorable. He returned to Yangwan town without incident. However, the members of the Lu family escort bureau, in their cleverness, inadvertently led themselves to the gallows. From Lu Junsheng's memories, Shun Hao is well aware of the details. Governor Li Chongyin had slain the members of the Lu family escort bureau, and Shun Hao's act of avenging Lu Junsheng was, in a sense, justifiable. Naturally, Wenren Yi knew who was responsible for the death of Bei Huang's Shintu Lai. It was undoubtedly her master, Meng Xianji. With this thought in mind, Wenren Yi turned to Shun Hao and said, Since you are here, let us prepare. Tomorrow we shall journey to Yangzhou City together. Once there, please refrain from acting recklessly. All must heed my sister-in-law's instructions. Shun Hao assured her, Rest assured, it will not be a problem. After a brief discussion, Shun Hao intended to seek out Ma Lao Lu to ascertain his circumstances. Upon learning that Ma Lao Lu had long since departed with his wife and children, heading north to Bei Huang, Shun Hao paused, acknowledging Ma Lao Lu's knack for evasion. The following day, to expedite their arrival in Yangzhou City, Wenren Yi prepared 4 horses, with each of them riding 2. They traveled through the starry night. As they neared Yangzhou City, Wenren Yi finally relaxed, greatly admiring Shun Hao's equestrian skills. Shun Hao, your horsemanship is commendable. You exhibit a remarkable unity with your steed. As if you have spent your entire life atop a horse. You are hardly inferior to me. Shun Hao remained silent. His riding prowess had indeed been inherited from Shintu Lai. As a renowned warrior of Bei Huang, Shintu Lai was unparalleled in equestrian skills and archery. His marksmanship was impeccable, exceeding even that of skilled marksmen. He could effortlessly achieve feats akin to Guijing's legendary double strike. Noticing Shun Hao's indifference, Wenren Yi huffed, a glint of mischief dancing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she cracked her whip, striking the black horse beneath Shun Hao. Startled by the sudden lash, the horse neighed in pain and bolted forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Shun Hao strained to rein in the horse, while behind him, he could hear Wenren Yi's melodious laughter. By the time they arrived at Yangzhou City, it was already afternoon, and the evening glow in the western sky painted the horizon in hues of red. Yangzhou City served as the provincial capital of Yangzhou, significantly larger and more prosperous than Yangling Prefecture. Gazing up at the towering city walls, which stood several dozen meters high, Shun Hao noted that they were comparable to the inner walls of Qin province. However, this height posed no challenge for a master of his caliber. Upon entering Yangzhou City, Wenren Yi led Shun Hao to a luxurious martial arts academy. As they stepped inside, 4 or 5 armed men emerged from various corners, eyeing Shun Hao and Wenren Yi warily. Upon recognizing Wenren Yi, They immediately relaxed, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Mississippi." One Ren-yi nodded and guided Shun Hao to the main reception room, where a young woman, approximately in her early 20s, clad in a sleek black outfit, sat in a grand chair. An extraordinary woman had her hair cascading down, yet it stood upright like a man-ass. Her delicate features exuded an aura of valor. The pride in her gaze was unmistakable and could not be concealed. Upon the entrance of two individuals, she exhibited no reaction, continuing to sip her tea with an air of indifference. One Ren-yi introduced, "This is my sister-in-law, Wen Rening." "Sister-in-law? This is a congenital master from the Jin Show division, whom I have summoned for assistance." Wen Rening nodded towards Wen Ren-yi and remarked, "Understood. Just don't hold us back." She then added, "Prepare yourselves. We shall act tonight. Capturing them alive is the objective." With an expression of excitement, Wen Ren-yi exclaimed, "I am truly grateful, sister-in-law. There is no need for such gratitude. My assistance is merely incidental, primarily for your brother," Wen Rening replied expressionlessly, subsequently denying Wen Ren-yi any chance to refuse. "All right, you have traveled far. You must be weary, so rest early." "Yes, sister-in-law." After such a lengthy ride on horseback, Shun Hao felt exhausted, his thighs sore. Riding in a carriage would be much more comfortable. He was led by a man in black to a guest room, where a meal was subsequently delivered. Once the man in black departed, Shun Hao stretched, reflecting on how tiring the past few days had been. However, the thought of Wen Rening's cool and valiant visage piqued his curiosity. Li Chongyin was indeed a consummate congenital master. What confidence did this woman possess to assert that she could capture him? Moreover, the Li residence housed two direct descendants who were both congenital 6th-level experts, alongside two 5th-level and one 7th-level offerings. Were they truly capable of facing such formidable foes? Did Wen Rening possess some extraordinary treasure? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shun Hao's curiosity grew. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had yet to encounter any remarkable artifacts. After freshening up, he rested for a while. Time flew swiftly as nightfall descended. Around 10 o'clock, the city of Yangzhou had fallen into a serene silence, devoid of the daytime clamor. Under the leadership of Wen Rening and Wen Renyi, dozens of figures approached the residence of the governor, Li Chongyin, with remarkable speed. Shun Hao was taken aback to observe that Wen Rening and the others did not proceed stealthily. Instead, they boldly approached the door. Were they truly so audacious? At the same time, a middle-aged man stood beside Wen Rening. Who was he? The dozens of guards stationed at the entrance immediately drew their blades, encircling them. Unfazed, Wen Rening and her companions stood with expressions of calmness. The middle-aged man drew a sword from his waist, and with a gentle swing, a faint golden light burst forth, slicing through the bodies of several guards, cleaving them in half. The radiant light continued unabated, swiftly penetrating the 5-meter-high Vermilion Gate. With a resounding crash, Shun Hao was astounded to witness that this sword not only split the towering Red Gate, but also reduced the entire gatehouse to ruins. While he might have been capable of cleaving a 10-meter distant Red Gate with sword energy, the effortless destruction of the entire structure was beyond his abilities. Upon witnessing this, Shun Hao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Astonishing! Such prowess could undoubtedly not be achieved by an innate master alone. Moreover, the sword energy was enveloped in a faint golden radiance, which signified the external manifestation of golden attribute true essence. Shun Hao suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder when Rening exuded such confidence. It was apparent he had formidable allies. With such exceptional masters present, Shun Hao felt a surge of confidence himself. On a tranquil night, a thunderous roar reverberated, startling countless individuals. In an instant, 6 or 7 figures arrived at an astonishing speed. Shun Hao's eyes sparkled at the sight. All were innate masters. Leading the group was Li Chongyin, the governor of Yangzhou, a consummate innate master. To his left stood his own direct subordinate, a 6th-level innate master. On his right was a 7th-level innate master accompanied by 2 5th-level innate masters. Additionally, there were over 300 elite archers, bows drawn and poised for action. Chapter 73. The insect beneath the true essence. Li Chongyin gazed at the desolation before him, a chill coursing through his veins. His expression turned grave as he sensed the fluctuations of elemental energy, indicative of a master in the true essence realm. The door had been obliterated with a single strike, a feat beyond even his own innate perfection. All signs pointed to the presence of a formidable opponent, aside from a middle-aged man wielding a sharp sword. The others remained eerily still. Li Chongyin was acutely aware of Wen Renyi's background. She was merely a postnatal cultivator. a young lady of the One Rin clan who had leveraged her family's influence to secure a position as an imperial examiner in the embroidered court. Her audacity in attempting to investigate him was surprising, yet he had not anticipated the presence of a true essence master by her side. How could a branch of the One Rin family, merely a parasitic offshoot, possibly harbor such a powerful being? Suddenly, a disquieting thought struck him. Perhaps this master had been dispatched by the direct lineage of the One Rin family. Yet, he had never received any news of such an envoy. Panic surged within him. He realized that his fate was sealed. No matter how swift an innate master might be, they could not hope to contend with a true essence expert. The chasm between the two realms was as vast as the sky is from the earth, an insurmountable divide that transcended mere cultivation levels. There is a saying, without entering true essence, one remains an insect. Li Chongyin was painfully aware of the might of true essence, having experienced it firsthand. Where he once brimmed with confidence, he now found himself at a loss. Even if he wished to flee, he could scarcely comprehend the predicament at hand. It was not only he who was agitated. His accompanying guest elders and two direct relatives were equally unsettled. They had come to the Li residence seeking comfort and the benefits of patronage, not to face certain death. Among them, a master of the 7th innate level was already preparing to retreat. He might have had the courage to confront an innate adversary, but faced with a true essence master, even that courage evaporated. One Rin-ing spoke coolly. Will you surrender, or shall we be compelled to exert our efforts? Li Chongyin took a deep breath, steeling himself for the worst. It was clear to him that these individuals must be from the direct lineage of the One Rin family. Such elaborate machinations could only be aimed at assisting One Rin-yi in eliminating him. But what was their true objective? Surely, it revolved around the second-tier demon core he possessed. Given the One Rin family's determination to acquire it, how could they possibly spare him? The moment he uttered the words demon core would be the moment of his demise. If he were to bite his tongue in a desperate bid for survival, the consequences would be unequivocal. He would endure unspeakable torments, a fate worse than death. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Chongyin's eyes. Just days prior, he had received news that his cousin Li Chongsong had gone missing, along with his cousin's son, his own nephew, Li Jikuan. Now, with the One Rin family making a grand entrance, it was all but certain that the two were beyond salvation. The death of Li Chongsong would be a tragedy. But the loss of Li Jikuan struck him profoundly, for that boy was his own flesh and blood. This matter is known only to him and Li Chongsong's wife. No one else is aware of it, not even Li Jikuan. Moreover, Li Zongyan has consistently focused on nurturing Li Jikuan, as he himself is childless and physically impaired, making it impossible for him to have offspring. It can be said that Li Jikuan is his Achilles heel. As a governor, he possesses the necessary ruthlessness and decisiveness. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Li Chongyin clasped his hands and stated, I am willing to surrender. But please spare my brothers. They are not involved in this matter. Let them go, and I will cooperate unconditionally. Upon hearing this, those nearby looked at Li Chongyin with admiration. Even Shenhao regarded Li Chongyin with newfound respect. Facing death, he still cared for his brothers. Indeed, he was a true hero. Governor, if you must perish, let us perish together. Yes, Governor, we are willing to brave any danger for you. We shall not survive without you. The two loyal subordinates' eyes were resolute, as soldiers are willing to die for their comrades. Li Chongyin replied, there is no need for such sentiments. Before a master of the true element realm, everything is futile. This statement brought a sense of satisfaction to the middle-aged man before them. He coldly remarked, Humph, at least you know your place. When Renning fixated on Li Chongyin and said, it is acceptable to spare them, but you must cooperate obediently. Li Chongyin, with a respectful demeanor, assured, of course. There will be no issue. As Li Chongyin retrieved a crimson pill from his pocket, the expression of the offering attendant changed dramatically as he prepared to flee. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Li Chongyin swallowed the blood-red pill. Moments later, he pushed his two trusted aides towards the true element realm master. Instantly, Li Chongyin's aura surged, enveloping him in an overwhelming presence. Like a shooting star, he darted towards Wen Renning. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present. The master of the true element realm, filled with fury, shouted, You seek death, the blood goo pill of the demon sect. Without hesitation, he activated his true element energy to shield Wen Renning. Goodness, this is reckless. The suddenness startled Shen Hao, who hastily retreated to avoid entanglement. Li Chongyin's speed was akin to lightning. With a resounding crash, the true element master was sent flying several meters, his faint golden aura dimming. while Wen Rening was also propelled backward, spitting blood. Although he was not gravely harmed, he appeared disheveled. The clash generated a massive shockwave, akin to an explosive force. Even Shun Hao, who had kept his distance, was knocked off his feet. The least powerful, Wen Renyi, fainted from the impact. As for Li Chongyan, he now appeared on the brink of death. His hair and brows had turned snow white, his face gaunt, and his form frail, resembling an elderly man. He stood for merely a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. This scene left Shen Hao dumbfounded. What just happened? He swallowed a pill and is gone? Was it all just for this fleeting moment of brilliance? Evidently, the adversary's intention was to eliminate Wen Renyi at the moment of demise. However, when confronted with a master of the true essence realm, they found themselves rather powerless. Observing a few innate guest elders, two of Li Chongyan's direct descendants, both possessing the 6th level of innate mastery, were swiftly dispatched by the true essence master with a single stroke of his sword. Additionally, there were 2 5th level and 1 7th level guest elders, who hastily fled in 3 separate directions the moment Li Chongyan ingested a potion. Once the true essence master confirmed Wen Rening was unharmed, he gracefully wielded his treasured sword in a circular motion before taking flight upon his sword. His figure resembling a shooting star as he pursued with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The art of sword flight was truly magnificent. And Shun Hao felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, Wen Renyi, who had just regained consciousness, gazed at the silver-haired Li Chongyan and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what on earth is happening?" Wen Rening elucidated, that is a secret technique of the demonic sect known as the blood goo pill. Its crimson hue amplifies one's strength several-fold instantaneously, but only for a fleeting moment. The blood goo pill harbors a blood-sucking goo worm that can instantly drain a person's vital essence. Although it enhances power, consuming it results in certain death, unless one is driven by a desperate resolve. Shen Hao comprehended that Li Chongyan had been forced to his demise. In an instant, a sound of something tearing through the air approached. It was the true essence master of the Wenren family, bearing 3 corpses, those of Li Chongyan's guest elders. 1 at the 7th level of innate mastery and 2 at the 5th. Upon witnessing this, Shen Hao lowered his gaze, adopting a more subdued demeanor as he discreetly retreated into silence. Chapter 74. The cunning scoundrel's son. The demise of several innate masters left the ordinary soldiers utterly astounded. Typically, these lofty figures, who held themselves in high regard, were now being treated as if they were mere livestock, slaughtered without a second thought. It became evident that there existed individuals far more formidable than these revered deities. Their sense of superiority had been thoroughly diminished. The entire world had been turned upside down. Subsequently, when Rening directed her gaze towards the other soldiers stationed at Li Chongyan's residence, and inquired calmly, "Do you know the location of Li Chongyan's treasure vault?" The leading guard promptly responded with utmost respect, "I am aware. The vault lies beneath the artificial mountain in the rear garden, concealed behind a bronze door. The key is with Li Chongyan himself." When Rening interjected, "Very well. Take the key and lead me to the vault. Should you deceive me, you shall all meet your demise." "Yes, esteemed lady," the crowd hastily replied, their bravado extinguished by the death of even the most formidable governor, Li Chongyan. When Rening then addressed Wen Renyi, "Take your men and deal with these corpses." Wen Renyi nodded, "Understood, sister-in-law." After Wen Rening departed, Shen Hao stepped forward voluntarily. "Allow me to handle these bodies. I will fetch a cart." The others, eager to avoid the unpleasant task, were more than willing to let Shen Hao take the lead. The prospect of entering Li's treasure vault promised great wealth, and none desired to toil away transporting corpses. Thus, they regarded Shen Hao with admiration, clasping their fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shen. You bear the burden. We shall proceed inside. Brother Shen, we owe you one. Tomorrow, a drink is on me," one of them offered. Wen Renyi added, "If you don't mind the fatigue, handle it yourself." Initially, she intended for others to take on the task. Shen Hao shook his head. They have achieved their current status among ordinary people and are truly exceptional. All are innate masters, yet they have met such a tragic fate. Given their demise, they deserve a proper burial and dignity. When Renyi looked at Shen Hao incredulously and commended, "You possess a commendable character." Then, Shen Hao pointed to the peculiar corpse of Li Chongyan and asked, "Should we keep this body? Let it be buried as well. It holds no further value." When Renyi replied. Elated, Shen Hao maintained a neutral expression. "Very well. I shall retrieve a cart from the Li residence." As Shen Hao emerged with the cart, he found the entrance deserted, all having ventured to the treasure vault. Truly, they were a diligent group. Fearing the possibility of clandestine observers, Shen Hao pretended to place the bodies into the cart and, once the curtain was drawn, swiftly transferred the corpses into his spatial realm. Together, 2 loyal subordinates and 3 guest attendants were neatly arranged. Including Li Chongyan, there were a total of 6 corpses. Shen Hao drove the cart to the outskirts. However, he did not hasten to enter the spatial realm. Instead, he lingered for an hour, preparing to return to the Li residence. The reason for this delay was that entering the spatial realm at this moment would undoubtedly result in a breakthrough. An hour's absence and such a swift advancement surely indicated something amiss. It would be better to return to the Li residence and discuss matters after parting ways. Upon arriving at the Li residence, it was evident that Wen Ren-ing and Wen Ren-yi, among others, wore grim expressions. Despite scouring the entire estate, they had failed to locate the demon elixir. The treasury was filled with gold, silver, jewels, and weapons, but now that Li Chongyan was deceased, all leads had vanished. Wen Ren-ying's face was taut with frustration. If we cannot find it, so be it. You shall remain here at the Li residence and continue your search. I will return to the capital for now. We shall discuss findings later. As a direct descendant of the One Ring clan, the absence of the second-tier demon elixir did not overly trouble her. After all, their connections and resources offered alternative avenues to acquire such elixirs. Turning to her sister-in-law, Wen Ren-ing tossed her a pill, saying, "This is a qi condensing pill. Should you struggle to break through the innate level, simply consume this." Wen Ren-yi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Very well, we shall take our leave now." With that, Wen Ren-ing entered the carriage and departed with grace. In a brief moment, only a few members of the Jin Shou division remained. Wen Ren-yi instructed, "Immediately mobilize personnel to seal off this area. No one is to approach." "Understood," replied Shen Hao. "Since matters here have concluded, I shall take my leave as well. I will set off for the capital tomorrow." Wen Ren-yi acknowledged, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work earlier." Shen Hao replied, "It was my duty," and promptly rode away. As she watched Shen Hao's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washed over Wen Ren-yi. Shaking her head, she re-entered the Li residence, determined to locate the demon elixir. Meanwhile, Shen Hao chose not to leave the city, but instead sought out an inn. True to the vitality of Yangzhou's capital, the establishment was still welcoming guests even close to midnight. Once inside, Shen Hao took a deep breath and hastily closed the door behind him. In an instant, he vanished into his spatial realm. At that moment, the entire space was shrouded in a dense white mist. As he entered, the mist surged toward him, as if it had found its rightful place, enveloping him completely. The immense true energy allowed him to float effortlessly in midair. He had 6 corpses to absorb, 2 direct descendants of Li Chongyan, both innate 6th-tier masters, 3 guest elders, 2 at the innate 5th tier and 1 at the innate 7th tier, and, of course, Li Chongyan himself. After a full hour, Shen Hao finally halted his absorption. The vast amount of true energy enabled him to make significant breakthroughs, from the early stage of the innate 5th tier to the mid and late stages. From the early stage of the innate 6th tier to the mid and late stages, finally stopping at the early stage of the innate 7th tier. The only disappointment for Shen Hao is that Li Chongyan, having consumed a demonic blood pill, had not provided him with any true energy. Fortunately, one of the guest elders had concealed his true strength, revealing himself to be an early stage innate 8th tier master. He had only recently broken through last month, but encountered a true essence realm opponent, leaving him helpless. At this moment, Shen Hao understood that the true energy from these corpses would be divided into 3 portions, leaving him with merely a third of the total amount. The other true energy has been absorbed by the space. The 2 direct lineage techniques, both taught by Li Chongyan, derive from the Li clan sword manual and lack innovation. Their skill level pales in comparison to Shintalai's innate fiery sun art. The 3 guest elders possess similarly unremarkable techniques, failing to captivate Shen Hao's interest. However, this guest elder of the 8th layer of innate energy is somewhat intriguing. Lacking other abilities, he is merely a disciple from the outer sect of the demonic faction. The blood goo pill that Governor Li Chongyan consumed was provided by him, along with 3 more hidden in the beams of his room. No wonder, after Li Chongyan ingested the blood goo pill, this fellow slipped away. Unfortunately, this individual belongs to the outermost circle of the demonic faction and possesses no useful intelligence. All that is known is that the faction is called the Nine Nether Sect, with a singular goal, to overthrow the Tianmu dynasty. This ambition is grand, befitting the aura of a great antagonist, based on Shen Hao's years of reading novels. It seems that all major villains are idealistic, ambitious individuals, extraordinarily gifted yet disciplined, devoid of vices. However, upon reflection, Shen Hao couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a villain himself. Absorbing corpses to gain memories? He quickly dismissed this cursed thought. Although Li Chongyan did not provide Shen Hao with any true energy, he did reveal the locations of 2 demon cores. To Shen Hao's surprise, both cores are located in the tomb of the magistrate, Li Jikuan. Even more shocking is the revelation that this magistrate, Li Jikuan, is actually Li Chongyan's biological son. Goodness! This cousin, Li Chongsong, remains blissfully unaware that he is under a green shadow. What a clever game this son villain is playing. Chapter 75. Instructing Song Mapara Shen Hao truly did not anticipate that the governor of Yangzhou, Li Chongyan, had engaged in an affair with his cousin Li Chongsong's wife. Remarkable indeed. Furthermore, Li Jikuan's mother had passed away 2 years prior. Li Chongyan had interred 2 demon cores within her grave. Surprisingly, they were well concealed. Not even one Renyi, despite searching throughout the entire city of Yangzhou, could uncover them. Having absorbed the memories of 6 individuals, Shen Hao felt a throbbing pain in his head as his constitution struggled to keep pace. Initially, he harbored concerns that assimilating the memories of so many people would result in a chaotic mind. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. Their memories had been consumed by the void, and Shen Hao merely absorbed them. It was akin to watching a film, with each person's recollections serving as the protagonist. Shen Hao inherited their abilities and primary memories, yet the mental toll was substantial, causing his head to feel as though it might explode. The headache compelled Shen Hao to retreat to the urban realm for recuperation. As for the demon cores, he resolved to address them only after he had regained his strength. Upon his return, he found Song Mapara still deeply asleep. However, Shen Hao's throbbing head left him disinterested. After attending to his personal hygiene, he returned to slumber. The following afternoon, when Song Mapara returned, she discovered that Shen Hao had not touched his breakfast and was still in a profound sleep. Alarmed, she hurried into the bedroom to check on him. Feeling his forehead revealed no fever, and a temperature check confirmed everything was normal. His breathing was steady. He appeared merely to be in deep slumber. Yet, the extended duration of his sleep caused her genuine concern. Just as she was about to call for an ambulance, Shen Hao woke. Seeing him, Song Mapara was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Boss, you're awake." Shen Hao rubbed his aching head and nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry, please fetch me a glass of water." "Right away, boss." Moments later, Song Mapara rushed in with a cup of water. Shen Hao drank it eagerly. "Boss, I'll get you another." He continued to drink 3 cups of water before finally feeling some relief. Song Mapara patted her chest and said, "Boss, you scared me with how long you slept." Shen Hao reassured her, "Do not fret. I practice Taoist Qigong, so sleep is also a form of cultivation. In the future, there is no need to be overly alarmed." "Yes, boss, I understand," Song Mapara replied obediently. "Oh, boss, you must be hungry. I'll prepare something for you. I bought bluefin tuna for lunch, with various parts including the flesh, eyes, and belly meat. Which part would you like to eat?" This exceeds my knowledge of fish." Shen Hao mused. "A single fish has so many parts?" Shen Hao responded, "I'm quite hungry now. Just prepare all of it." "Understood, boss." Once Song Mapara departed, Shen Hao rose, dressed, and made his way to the kitchen. Upon his entrance, Song Mapara, who was slicing the meat, smiled and said, "Boss, you're here." Shen Hao nodded, but upon seeing the eye of the bluefin tuna, he was taken aback. It was larger than his palm. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Can this be eaten?" Song Mapara chuckled. "Of course, the flavor is exquisite, and the taste of the eyeballs is quite delightful as well. Wrapped in foil and roasted, they are simply delectable. The meat is tender and succulent, melting in the mouth without any trace of toughness. These eyeballs come from the cheek meat of the bluefin tuna, commonly referred to as imperial meat, the most prized section. The eyeballs are also delicious, nearly the size of quail eggs. I will prepare some for the boss to taste." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. He was accustomed to chicken, duck, beef, and lamb, and such delicacies were truly beyond his palate. Nevertheless, with Song Mapara's enthusiastic description, Shen Hao found himself intrigued. He then pointed to a piece of vivid red meat, resembling beef in appearance. "Is this beef?" Song Mapara glanced at it and explained, "Boss, after being caught, bluefin tuna is typically aged in a cold storage for 48 to 72 hours. This aging process enhances the flavor to perfection. Different cuts vary significantly in texture and price. The eyeballs and the cheek meat are considered imperial meat and are quite expensive. This piece is known as akami, sourced from the back of the bluefin tuna, containing less fat and exhibiting a deep red hue. It is more affordable compared to other parts, with a texture reminiscent of beef, equally robust. This piece is toro, which is among the most expensive cuts of bluefin tuna due to its high-fat content. When sliced, it resembles cutting through a watermelon, with the sound of fat cracking. Listen closely, boss. As he spoke, Songmapara began slicing the toro. Indeed, the sound was reminiscent of slicing watermelon, and the abundance of oil was evident as it oozed out. Boss, this toro is best enjoyed raw. It is quite expensive in Japanese cuisine. Shunhao observed the oily toro and felt overwhelmed by its richness. It would be better suited for dumplings. Raw consumption may not be for me. Hearing this, Songmapara shyly replied, Boss, I'm not skilled at making dumplings, but I promise to learn. All right, understood. Just prepare it in the way you excel, and I shall sample your culinary skills. Certainly, boss. After about an hour, Songmapara had prepared the meal. Taking a bite of the toro, Shunhao confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed excessively oily. You truly know how to indulge in fine dining, he remarked. It's too greasy for my taste. You should eat more, Shunhao suggested. Boss, then you should try the bluefin tuna I made, Songmapara proposed. Shunhao gulped, feeling a sense of aversion. He had never enjoyed such delicacies since childhood. Perhaps I will stick to the akami instead. Songmapara expressed a hint of disappointment. That's fine, boss. I prepared this using a method for searing steak, which imparts a subtle aroma without overshadowing the fish's inherent freshness. Nodding in agreement, Shunhao thought this might be more palatable. The first bite was indeed agreeable, full of texture. It seemed he was not accustomed to extravagant fare. Nonetheless, the total bill tallied over 5,000, marking the first time Shunhao had dined so lavishly. It appeared that with newfound wealth, his standards of living had not yet adapted. However, he still struggled to acclimate to the consumption of sashimi and fish-eye meat. In the evening, Shunhao instructed Songmapara to procure a large wooden tub. He intended to prepare a medicinal bath for her. In this fantastical realm, Shunhao acquired 10 portions of medicinal liquid specifically designed to assist Songmapara in her body refinement. However, this time, Shunhao was imparting to her not the previously learned 12 techniques of body refinement, but rather the body refinement techniques and breathing methods from the advanced innate fiery sun technique of the Shintalai cultivation method. After all, this was of a higher caliber. Shunhao poured in 2 portions as he planned to partake in the medicinal bath alongside Songmapara, aiming to reinforce their foundational skills through repeated practice. Initially, Songmapara believed Shunhao was merely indulging in romanticism. However, as she followed his breathing techniques and movements, her body became increasingly buoyant and her spirit improved remarkably. It dawned on her that this was indeed a remarkable experience. Chapter 76. Time should not be wasted after the cultivation session concluded. The water in the barrel had run dry, leaving the bathroom in a state of disarray. Once finished with his ablutions, in the living room, Songmapara expressed his astonishment, saying, Boss, what was that technique you just taught me? It feels incredibly powerful. I genuinely believe I could take down a bull now, perhaps even surpassing a crow in prowess. Reclining on the sofa, Shunhao responded languidly, It's merely a few trinkets, but that remains our secret. It must not be divulged to others. Upon hearing this, Songmapara felt a surge of sweetness in his heart and replied joyfully, Understood, boss. Being of high intellect, he recognized the immense value of what Shunhao had imparted to him. The ability to transform one's physical constitution through a combination of breathing techniques and movements, alongside medicinal baths, was indeed extraordinary. If such knowledge were to be made public, it would undoubtedly merit a Nobel Prize, revolutionizing human physicality worldwide. Naturally, Shunhao himself harbored no fear of this information leaking out. For even with the breathing techniques and movements, mastery was unattainable without the requisite dedication. Even the bandit Liu Dabiao, encountered upon entering this alternate world, had only achieved the initial stages of body refinement after years of practice. The challenges in this world would only intensify, necessitating the aid of medicinal elixirs. In ancient practices, while numerous breathing techniques existed, how many could truly persevere? To engage in martial arts, one must commit to years of relentless practice to become a formidable expert. The essence of martial arts lies in perseverance. While medicinal elixirs serve as tools to expedite this arduous journey, Shunhao doubted anyone could maintain unwavering dedication for decades. After all, in modern society, no matter how skilled one became, a single bullet could alter everything. After conversing for a while in the living room, Shunhao realized he would need to remain in this urban realm for a few more days. Thus, he sought to make the most of his time and learn something new. Curiously, he inquired, Are there any remarkable snipers in the kingdom of Siam? Song Mapara paused, looking perplexed at Shun Hao, unsure of the purpose behind seeking a sniper. He then asked, Boss, are you looking to eliminate someone? I can help you get in touch. Clearing his throat, Shun Hao replied, That's not necessary. I merely wish to know if there are any exceptional snipers within Siam. I would like to learn from them. Within his possession was a sniper rifle. It would be a waste not to utilize it. The primary function of a sniper rifle is long-range assassination. In close combat, Shun Hao could manage on his own, but at a distance, it required specialized knowledge and perception. If he were to practice on his own, he believed he could master it within 3 months. After all, the principles of shooting are universally applicable. Once one grasps the fundamentals, proficiency can be achieved. Shun Hao skillfully aimed arrows with unwavering accuracy. The theoretical principles he applied to archery could similarly be adapted to firearms. While he had no issues at 100 meters, engaging at greater distances would introduce new complexities. A slight miscalculation could result in a significant failure. Why struggle with arduous training when one possesses an advantageous tool? After contemplating, Song Mapara responded, There are many ordinary snipers within the military. However, are you referring to someone particularly exceptional? With a furrowed brow, Song Mapara pondered deeply. Suddenly, he recalled someone and said, It seems there is indeed one, hailing from a small European nation. It is said that an international assassin has committed numerous crimes across Europe, taking the lives of many high-ranking officials and celebrities. This individual is a formidable sharpshooter, adept at disguise, making capture extremely challenging. He has been placed on Europe's most wanted list. Recently, he was apprehended in the Kingdom of Siam, purportedly as a result of collaborative efforts among multiple national police forces. Several European nations have already requested his extradition for trial. However, the Siamese government has declined these requests. Shun Hao inquired, Why the refusal? Song Mapala reflected briefly before responding. Because the Eagle Nation, the Russian Bear, and the beautiful country also wish to extradite him. It can be said that this assassin has become a hot potato for the Kingdom of Siam. Neither releasing him nor holding on to him is a viable option. The 3 permanent members of the Security Council, Russia, the beautiful country, and the Eagle Nation, are not entities that Siam can afford to offend. Shun Hao asked, What was his purpose in the Kingdom of Siam? Song Mapala cleared his throat and replied, To eliminate a gun dealer named Olaf from the Russo-Siberian region. Shun Hao inquired further, Where is the assassin now? Approximately 10 miles from here in a heavily guarded military camp, which houses a reconnaissance battalion. That gun dealer has had dealings with us, so this matter is still fresh in our minds. After saying this, Song Mapala looked at Shun Hao in astonishment and asked, Boss, you don't intend to rescue him, do you? That place is not a police station. It is a military camp armed to the teeth. Shun Hao reassured him, Rest assured, I am not that foolish. Upon hearing this, Song Mapala sighed in relief. That's good. Now let's get some sleep. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Shun Hao, deep in slumber, suddenly awoke. He immediately pressed on the back of Song Mapala's head, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Subsequently, Shun Hao donned gloves and vanished from the estate. With his innate strength at the 7th level, he leaped effortlessly, covering dozens of meters with speed akin to a fleeting shadow. Within 3 to 5 minutes, he arrived at the military camp. At 2 in the morning, many personnel at the camp were fast asleep, with only 2 guards on duty. No one would suspect that someone would dare to infiltrate a military installation, especially with surveillance in place. Evading the blind spots of the cameras, Shun Hao incapacitated the personnel in the monitoring room, disabled the surveillance, and retrieved the keys from the wall. He proceeded at lightning speed to the cell where the assassin was held. Upon hearing the door open, the assassin was startled awake. However, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he ceased to breathe. Shun Hao then cast the assassin into a void, secured the keys, and reactivated the surveillance. Chapter 77. The extraction of the demon elixir. Having completed all tasks, a mere 30 seconds had elapsed. Upon returning to the villa, Shun Hao glanced at his watch. Less than 10 minutes had gone by. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Song Mapala, Shun Hao ventured into the realm of his own space. In the world of ordinary mortals, the assassin was immensely formidable. Yet, before Shun Hao, he resembled nothing more than a mere insect. The mist surrounding him was absorbed by Shun Hao in an instant, revealing the extraordinary life of this individual. Victor, now 46 years of age, possessed a narrative steeped in legend. From an early age, he exhibited traits of an autistic savant, endowed with remarkable computational skills and an exceptional memory. Consequently, He was recruited into the Moscow Military Linguistic Academy, where he became fluent in 6 languages: Russian, Japanese, English, French, Portuguese, and German. Following military training, he was specially assigned to serve in an army task force in the northeastern Soviet city of Vitebsk. Due to his exceptional marksmanship, he rapidly ascended to become a distinguished sniper. Subsequently, he joined the ranks of the KGB. In the early 1990s, Viktor transitioned to become a staff member at the embassy in the beautiful nation, ostensibly to handle translations while covertly gathering intelligence and orchestrating assassinations. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, he was cast aside. As a free agent, he embarked on a career as a killer and began trafficking arms. His influence extended across the Middle East and Africa, where he eliminated numerous operatives from both the Beautiful Nation and the Eagle Nation. His current mission in Siam was to assassinate an arms dealer, who had been coerced by both the Eagle Nation and the Beautiful Nation to sell a Panzer S-1 air defense system to the Bear Nation. This included 12 57x10⁶ surface-to-air missiles and 2 30mm 2A38M autocannons. The purpose of this weaponry was to defend against various aerial threats to ground targets, including fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and small drones. The Panzer S-1 system could launch up to 4 missiles simultaneously, inciting considerable ire from the Bear Nation, which resolved to eliminate the arms dealer. Unbeknownst to them, the assassin Viktor had been under constant surveillance by intelligence personnel from the Beautiful Nation, leading to his capture. Absorbing these capabilities, Shen Hao could not help but acknowledge the prowess of this individual. His computational skills and memory were indeed exceptional talents. Furthermore, Viktor's expertise in firearms and mastery of 6 languages surpassed that of the tour guide, Song Suzy, in English. As for the Eagle Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Bear Nation, all vying for Viktor, Shen Hao remained indifferent. He had acquired what he desired. The following day, chaos erupted across Siam. The assassin Viktor, detained within a military camp, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. There were no signs of his escape, and even the surveillance footage yielded no evidence. The only anomaly was a 25-second interruption in the recording. Yet, what could transpire in those fleeting seconds? Many speculated that it was merely a glitch in the monitoring system. In response, Siam mobilized its most elite detectives, while the Beautiful Nation and the Eagle Nation dispatched international police to assist in the investigation. Certainly, these individuals ostensibly represent Interpol. Yet behind the FAAD, they are operatives from MI6 and the CIA. Despite their exhaustive search for leads, they remained oblivious to the truth. Initially, it was presumed that the turmoil stemmed from internal strife within Siam. However, an investigation into all personnel on duty that fateful night yielded no useful information, rendering it a century-old mystery. The case transcended human comprehension, defying all logical deductions, compelling authorities to archive the files and await future clues. Remarkably, the media refrained from any coverage of this embarrassing affair, maintaining strict confidentiality. Naturally, the implications were vast. The conspicuous involvement of Britain, America, and Russia in Siam attracted the attention of China. Nevertheless, Shen Hao paid no heed to their machinations. Instead, he devoted his time to instructing Song Mu Pala in the art of body refinement guidance. After 5 days of diligent practice, Song Mu Pala had achieved the mid-stage of bone refinement. Shen Hao decided against further training, deeming her progress sufficient. During these 5 days, although Shen Hao made little advancement in his own cultivation, his headache had subsided, much to his satisfaction. He resolved to return to the fantastical realm in search of a demon core, opting for the cover of night. Once Song Mu Pala had drifted into slumber, Shen Hao entered the alternate world. Upon arrival, he found himself in the familiar, dimly lit inn. This time, rather than resting, he chose to meditate and cultivate. Upon awakening from his trance, it was approximately 7 a.m. After a light breakfast, the entire city of Yangzhou was abuzz with the shocking news of Governor Li Chongyan's family's murder. The authorities had even posted a notice at the foot of the city walls. The treacherous rebel Li Chongyan has betrayed the sacred trust. In collusion with the northern wilderness's Shintu Jiao, such a traitor to the nation deserves to be executed by all. Beside the announcement were the contents of a letter exchanged between Li Chongyan and Shintu Jiao. Out of curiosity, Shen Hao perused the letter, only to find it was the very correspondence he had given to one Ren Yi. A smirk tugged at his lips. The woman had claimed she did not want it, yet secretly kept it. The charges against Li Chongyan for collusion with the northern wilderness were indeed substantiated. In an instant, the once revered governor of Yangzhou had become a figure of disdain, fodder for public gossip. The treacherous rebel deserves death. Indeed, well said. Thank goodness it was discovered early. Or we might have faced dire consequences. Yes, yes. We are ashamed to be associated with such a traitor. Observing the righteous indignation of the masses, Shen Hao refrained from comment. When Yuan Chonghuan was executed, the citizens of the capital feasted. When he was exonerated, they mourned profoundly. The common folk do not differentiate between loyalists and traitors. As long as one holds a high office, they will cheer or jeer accordingly. In the early days of the Republic, the same fate befell revolutionaries. Of course, most were illiterate, oblivious to the nuances of who was slain. Their focus lay not on justice or heroism, but on personal gain and spectacle. The direction of public opinion dictated by the court was crucial. Thus, controlling the narrative was paramount. In broad daylight, Shen Hao was in no rush to excavate graves. He intended to do so at night. However, a leisurely stroll to gather insights was still on his agenda. With the memory of Li Jikuan lingering in his mind, Shen Hao swiftly arrived at the grave of Li Jikuan's mother. Surrounding him were the ancestral tombs of the Li family, each one exquisitely adorned. After noticing the absence of any onlookers, Shen Hao contemplated for a moment before placing 3 cigarettes reverently before the grave. The act of digging up a grave was foreign to him, leaving him with an unsettling sensation in his heart. Chapter 78. Enhancement of spiritual roots and elevation of realms. Upon returning to Yangzhou City, all the guards had been completely replaced. The once mighty Li family had been utterly annihilated. The Yangzhou governor, Li Chongyan, had been slain, and the repercussions of his demise continued to ripple outward. Friends and relatives associated with the Li family found themselves ensnared in misfortune. These can not only face depression from the authorities but also the relentless pressure from rival factions. Some were even more unfortunate, reaping no rewards and enduring only suffering, with some even incarcerated. When Ren Yi dispatched troops to scour every possible location, yet the elusive Demon Dan remained unfound, inciting her frustration. In stark contrast, Shen Hao observed with amusement, the Demon Dan was securely within his grasp, and there was no chance it would be relinquished. Although the obliteration of the Li family had its effects, the daily lives of ordinary citizens proceeded unperturbed, merely providing them with ample fodder for post-meal conversations. Upon returning to the inn, Shen Hao re-entered the urban world. The following day, he drove alone to a location specializing in the sale of miniature excavators. He pondered the arduous task of excavating himself, which seemed to stretch into the distant future. Shen Hao discovered that such machinery was more expensive in Siam than in his homeland. After considerable deliberation, he finally purchased a machine for 120,000 Thai baht, approximately 30,000 RMB, and briefly familiarized himself with its operation. Upon returning to the estate, he seized an opportune moment when no one was observing and discreetly stored the excavator within his spatial realm. He waited until the early hours at the inn before making his way to the Li family burial site. The night sky was adorned with stars, and the moon shone particularly brightly. The only sounds that accompanied him were the chirping of insects, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Using a flashlight for illumination, he located the grave of Li Jikuan's mother. Shen Hao then commenced operating the excavator to unearth the site. The relentless sounds of the engine as it dug and displaced soil filled the night air. Fortunately, there was no one nearby to witness the disturbance, lest they be terrified. With the excavator's assistance, he swiftly reached the coffin, revealing a stone sarcophagus. Shen Hao did not rush. Instead, he donned a gas mask before forcefully pushing aside the coffin lid. With his flashlight illuminating the interior, he discovered 2 jade boxes beside the corpse. Recalling Li Chongyan's memories, he recognized these as the containers for the Demon Dan and promptly secured them within his spatial realm. The only other item was a jade hairpin, a token from Li Chongyan during an illicit affair. Shen Hao chose not to take it, allowing the couple a lingering reminder of their connection, should they meet in the afterlife. As he replaced the coffin lid, a foul stench assailed his senses the moment he removed the gas mask. Without hesitation, he leaped away from the site. Glancing back at the exposed coffin, he reconsidered and decided to operate the excavator once more, covering the grave to prevent desecration. After completing his task, dawn broke on the horizon. Returning to the inn, Shen Hao re-entered the urban realm and indulged in a cleansing bath before accessing his spatial domain. Gazing at the 2 jade boxes, each the size of a clenched fist, a thrill of anticipation coursed through him. With utmost care, he opened the first box. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged forth, revealing a Demon Dan the size of a longan, emanating a faint red glow and warmth. Suddenly, the Demon Dan soared into the air and vanished in an instant. startling Shenhao. As the space was infused with wisps of crimson mist, it penetrated Shenhao's nostrils. In a moment, a surge of joy enveloped him, indeed. This demonic fruit possessed the ability to devour. His inferior fire spirit root had ascended, transforming into a medium-grade mixed fire spirit root, impure spirit root. The efficacy of a first-tier demon core in enhancing spirit roots was rather limited. Initially, Shintalai had a medium-grade fire spirit root, and upon absorption by the space, it had directly reverted to an inferior fire spirit root for Shenhao. Thus, this first-tier demon core had only marginally elevated Shenhao's spirit root quality. Perhaps indicative of a fee charged by the space, he would require another first-tier fire demon core to elevate it to a pure medium-grade fire spirit root. Nevertheless, Shenhao was elated even with the mixed medium-grade fire spirit root, as it still afforded him the potential for advancement, along with other benefits. His prowess had surged to the pinnacle of the innate 7th stage, poised to break through to the 8th stage at any moment. Shenhao then cast his gaze toward another jade box. As anticipated, within lay a second-tier water demon core. Upon opening the box, the demon core soared into the air, as if the space were eager to absorb it. In mere moments, a delicate azure mist was drawn into Shenhao. After 10 minutes, he opened his eyes. His inferior water spirit root had now reached the zenith of the innate 8th stage, a most exhilarating upgrade. Feeling a gentle warmth coursing through his being, Shenhao was thoroughly satisfied. Presently, he possessed an inferior water spirit root and a medium-grade mixed fire spirit root. If he could procure several more demon cores, his spirit root levels would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Nevertheless, today's harvest was commendable. One could assert that Shenhao's expedition to Yangzhou City had been immensely fruitful. Regrettably, the space was rather confined, currently measuring only 64 cubic meters, with dimensions of 4 meters in length, width, and height. Should it expand further, Shenhao intended to acquire an armed helicopter from the Air Force Base in Siam. Such a mode of transportation would be far more exhilarating than driving, as it defied the constraints of terrain. Any troublemakers would receive a swift aerial missile in response. Having amassed such bountiful rewards, Shenhao prepared to depart the otherworldly realm, setting his sights on the capital city. Although Yangzhou was indeed vast, it was but a mere fraction of the entire world, and practitioners were exceedingly scarce. Shenhao had encountered only 2, one being Meng Xuanji, and the other a true essence realm expert from the Wenren family. This indicated a lack of fertile ground for the growth of such formidable individuals. However, as he was merely at the innate realm, lacking the status of a true essence realm expert, he had no insider knowledge to guide him. He could only navigate his path through trial and error. Nonetheless, Shenhao had conceived a plan to journey to the capital of the Daong dynasty, to the tomb of Emperor Yangwen's 5th uncle, Yang Wuxian. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his belongings and set forth for the capital, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Chapter 79. The Peach Worth $10,000, departing quietly without disturbing a soul. I left Yangzhou City and journeyed south towards the capital. On the way, Shenhao opted not to ride a horse, but instead chose the comfort of a carriage. After a long ride, his thighs ached from the constant friction. The carriage swayed along the official road to the capital. Suddenly, the carriage hit a large pothole, causing Shenhao to leap up, his head colliding with the roof. He shot an annoyed glance at the elderly driver ahead, feeling that his skills paled in comparison to those of old Liu. At least old Liu would have avoided such a pit. One could not help but lament the poor state of transportation in those times, making Shenhao yearn for the convenience of air travel. The urgency for an upgrade in mobility was palpable. After a day's journey, I arrived at a quaint place named Shitao Town, renowned for its peaches, which lent the town its name. I dismissed the carriage driver and wandered alone through the streets. It was an ordinary small town, with a modest flow of people. Both sides of the street were lined with vendors, a significant portion of whom sold peaches, leading to fierce competition. I approached one particular stall run by an elderly woman. Her head wrapped in a faded scarf, clothed in rough linen, her attire marked by stains. Remarkably, her peaches were devoid of leaves and appeared exceptionally clean. Yet she did not advertise them. "How much for the peaches?" I inquired. 10 copper coins per pound, she replied. However, I found myself in an awkward position. Lacking copper coins, the smallest denomination I possessed was a tael of silver. Noticing the envious gazes of the surrounding vendors, I understood that revealing a tael would likely incite jealousy towards the old woman. "May I have a taste?" I asked. "Certainly, just take one. It's not worth much," she said, her wrinkled, dark face breaking into a smile. I nodded and selected a small peach, astonished to find it completely fuzz-free. It was quite substantial, larger than my fist. Taking a bite, I praised it internally. It was delightfully crisp, sweet, and utterly delectable. It was my first encounter with such exquisite peaches. Perhaps the world was indeed different, for these peaches were extraordinary. Their vibrant color, thin skin, and juicy, honey-sweet flesh surpassed even the renowned deep-state peaches reserved for the imperial court in Nanhai. I would like to purchase 5 or 6 pounds. Could you deliver them to the inn? I requested. Of course, no problem, the old woman replied eagerly, relieved to have a customer in these slow business times. I walked ahead while she followed with her basket. Upon reaching the inn, I stated, "These peaches are remarkable. I'll take them all. How much do I owe you?" The old woman, visibly delighted, quickly responded, "A total of 32 pounds. You can simply pay 300 coins. I smiled and retrieved a tael of silver from my space. Placing it in her hand. "Keep this money discreetly," I instructed. The old woman gasped in surprise, momentarily taken aback. This is rather excessive. Well, today I am in a jovial mood. Let all trivialities be cast aside. The elderly woman accepted the offering, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. For this was indeed a considerable sum of silver. Gratitude radiated from her gaze. Yet, Shen Hao, as if shooing away a fly, dismissed her. He picked up a peach and took a bite. To his surprise, perhaps due to its abundant vitality, the fruit was exceptionally delightful. If one were to sell such fruits between realms, fortunes could be amassed. Not to mention, these exquisite peaches would be in high demand at 100 silver coins each. Wealthy individuals are not averse to spending. It merely depends on the quality of the goods. The peaches here are commendable, yet their transportation poses a challenge. The roads are inconvenient, and by the time they reach their destination, they are either spoiled or rotten. Perhaps a master of the true element realm could manage it. But who would desire a meal of worthless, decayed peaches? In the afternoon, Shen Hao found the peaches so delectable that he purchased another 1,000 pounds, stowing them away in his spatial realm, costing him only 10 taels of silver. It could be said that he acquired half the peaches available on the street. That evening, Shen Hao returned to the urban world. From his spatial realm, he selected 7 or 8 peaches, wishing to share them with Song Mapara. When she returned that afternoon and observed the peaches in the living room, she was taken aback. "Boss, did you go to the supermarket?" Shen Hao replied, "No, but do try these peaches. They are absolutely organic, free from pesticides, and purely natural." Song Mapara, trusting Shen Hao implicitly, picked one up and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up in delight. "These peaches are exquisite. I've never tasted anything like this. Where did you buy them?" Shen Hao inquired. "What do you think?" "Delicious. The price must be steep, right?" "Take a guess," Shen Hao smiled. "I once had a pineapple from the Lost Gardens of England, priced at 40,000 Thai baht. Yet its flavor pales in comparison to this peach. At the very least, it should be 40,000 Thai baht, approximately 8,000 RMB. Shen Hao was astonished by Song Mapara's high estimation. Can it really fetch such a price? Certainly. In 2016, at an auction in Tokyo, a cluster of 26 ruby Roman grapes sold for an astounding 1 million yen, equivalent to over 300,000 Thai baht, which translates to around 70,000 RMB. These grapes were the size of ping-pong balls, and there were only 26 of them. Each grape was valued at 3,080 yuan, thus, asking 8,000 for a peach is not unreasonable. However, it must possess a certain renown, otherwise, such a price cannot be achieved. I've tasted the Lost Gardens pineapple in England and the ruby Roman grapes from Japan, yet none compare to the flavor of this peach. With a bit of marketing, one could find an appraisal agency to assess its nutritional value. I estimate a single peach could be sold for 10,000 USD, given its unique status in the world. With many affluent buyers willing to pay, they seek both flavor and prestige. This peach can wholly satisfy their desires. For the wealthy, if money cannot be used to flaunt and elevate one's social standing, it is merely a numeral. Indeed, one must possess marketing acumen. Without effective promotion, even the finest product may fail to command a premium price. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao was taken aback, as if he truly recognized the truth in it. He recalled a news story from 2002 about a singular green mother lychee tree in the country, where a single lychee fetched an astonishing price of 550,000. This exemplifies the principle that rarity enhances value. Note, this data is verifiable. Certainly, there will be those who suggest money laundering, which is quite laughable. Who would launder only a few 100,000? It is amusing to think that one would go to such lengths when one could simply purchase a Hermes or a Rolex with far less hassle. Chapter 80. A breakthrough. Once more, the exorbitant prices of fruits render them unattainable for the average person. Previously, Shinhao had perused news on Douyin, revealing that within the SKP mall in the capital, the price of the exquisite Xingqing hanging green lychee reached an astonishing 1,049 yuan per pound. Such a rare commodity sold out instantly, underscoring the abundance of wealth among certain individuals. After engaging in conversation with Song Mapala, Shinhao discovered that the fruit prices in the capital were merely the tip of the iceberg. In England, a single pineapple could command a staggering price of 10,000 yuan, with no market to be found. Shinhao understood well that rarity begets value. Alongside the influence of brand perception, a handbag of identical material could fetch upwards of 100,000 yuan merely due to its brand. It was evident that the prices of fruits in the urban realm would skyrocket if transported to a fantastical world, where fruits were already costly, primarily due to the challenges of transport that often resulted in spoilage en route. While experts at the true essence realm might be capable of dealing with such logistics, it would be unwise for them to engage in fruit trading when the pursuit of a mystical beast would yield greater rewards. Bananas from the Great Kuan Kingdom could be sold at exorbitant prices in the Great Sun Kingdom, hinting at the incredible value of other fruits as well. Song Mapala remarked with a smile, "Boss, if you genuinely wish to venture into the peach business, I could orchestrate it and elevate it to a luxury brand. However, we must ensure we can monopolize the supply." Shinhao pondered and responded, "We can indeed monopolize the supply. How shall we proceed?" Song Mapala continued, "Have you forgotten? I possess dual Master S degrees in law and finance from Harvard University, and my alumni network is extensive. Establishing a brand is a straightforward endeavor, particularly since this peach holds immense value. First, we would acquire a laboratory and publicly announce the cultivation of a unique peach. Then, we would engage an appraisal institution for nutritional verification. With these foundational elements, we can establish a brand and initiate marketing efforts. Subsequently, we would present the peaches at an auction, discreetly arranging for a shill to bid an exorbitant price, thereby attracting attention. The royal family in Siam would serve as the ideal marketing target. A peach sold at a sky-high price could be gifted to the king of Siam, with the media in tow to amplify our prestige. Gaining favor with the royal family would simultaneously enhance our visibility, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. In this age of social media, such strategies are most effective at captivating the public. However, we must limit the number of peaches we disclose to a maximum of 100, otherwise, they would lose their allure. We could also enlist the support of Hollywood celebrities or NBA stars, individuals who revel in showcasing their wealth. This group boasts a vast international following. As long as they can flaunt their affluence, we would need not promote the peaches ourselves. Others would gladly do so, with the act of consuming the peach symbolizing status. In this era where visibility reigns supreme, as long as the peaches generate buzz, media personalities will eagerly follow suit, regardless of their personal preferences. Upon hearing this, Shinhao was taken aback by the complexity of the endeavor. The crux of the matter was that he did not intend to linger in this West Peach town for long. With so many profitable ventures at hand, dedicating time to selling peaches seemed a frivolous distraction. He decided it would suffice to keep the peaches for himself, as he had no lack of wealth and ample opportunities for profit. Song Mapala expressed a hint of disappointment. "Oh, is that so, boss?" Her family was involved in arms trading, yet she yearned for a transformation. After all, engaging in arms dealing is not a sustainable endeavor. Her father and uncle both perished because of it. She even contemplated selling the entire conglomerate, packaging all her businesses for disposal. However, the unexpected arrival of Shinhao temporarily deterred her from taking such a drastic step. Additionally, Shinhao required her assistance in procuring arms. Thus, Song Mapara continued her operations. Of course, she had yet to identify a new direction for transformation, as all industries had reached saturation, making it challenging to penetrate any of them. Today, the prospect of that peach truly captivated her. Should the operation succeed, it could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable brand. Regrettably, Shinhao showed no interest, leaving her reluctant to persist. That evening, having satiated Song Mapara, Shinhao once again ventured into the fantastical realm, intending to procure a greater quantity. He considered keeping some for himself or gifting them, as he remained uncertain about future visits to this place. The following day, the residents of Shitao town were abuzz with news that a wealthy young gentleman sought to purchase peaches in bulk. Crowds flocked to him, however. Shinhao only procured the finest, largest peaches. Though the purchase price was merely 5 won per gene, the volume he acquired was substantial. Operating on the principle of thin profit margins and high sales, many were delighted by this arrangement. While Shitao Town was renowned for its peaches, many remained unsold, rotting in the mountains. The terrain of Shitao Town is predominantly rugged, with few flat areas. A household possessing even 1 or 2 mu of land is considered fortunate. Most land consists of hilly and gully regions, where the soil is rocky and unsuitable for growing grains, limiting cultivation to trees. Over centuries of development, the mountains are now blanketed with peach trees, some of which are hundreds of years old. The older the tree, the larger the fruit it bears. Some peaches are even as large as volleyballs, rivaling the celestial peaches of the fairy realm. Shenhao did not hesitate to pay 21 per gene for such exquisite peaches. However, given the limited space occupied by a small excavator, his capacity for acquisition was restricted. He managed to procure over 10,000 gene, nearly all of which were high-quality peaches, spending merely 200 taels. Thus, he ceased further purchases, viewing this as a minor interlude. After spending a day in Shitao Town, the sky began to darken. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, at the horse gang stronghold, the leader, a formidable powerhouse at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, held dominion over Shitao Town, demanding tribute from every household, more severe than official taxes. In the vicinity of Shitao Town, lawlessness reigned, but no one dared confront the 9th level master. Even the local authorities feigned ignorance, unable to contend with him, and reports to higher-ups were met with indifference. Even a dog passing through Shitao Town would find itself skinned. Many families had already fled in haste. Upon learning that a wealthy young man was purchasing peaches in Shitao Town, interest peaked among the gang. Boss, I observed that this individual has no attendants. He is exceedingly wealthy, capable of acquiring tens of thousands of gene of peaches. Is it possible that he is a master himself? I believe caution is warranted. Should we abandon this venture? How could there be so many masters around? In the entire Daong dynasty, only young Wuxian is a true master of the primordial essence. Moreover, what utility is there in acquiring peaches for a congenital master? I surmise that he intends to engage in the peach trade. The peaches of Shitao Town are renowned within 100 miles. Very well, let us seize this opportunity. He appears to be a plump target. Haha, let us sever this young man's head and use it as a chamber pot. Boss, we shall heed your command. Little did Shenhao anticipate that his modest venture into peach acquisition would attract such attention. The following day, Shenhao feigned nonchalance and hired several carriages to transport the peaches out of the city, just as he ventured a short distance from the town. Instructing the carriage drivers to leave the peaches behind and preparing to store them in a spatial realm, a cavalry unit suddenly appeared. Dust billowed around them as they swiftly surrounded Shenhao, enveloping him in a cloud of yellow dust. Are you the young master who is acquiring peaches in Shitao Town? One of the men queried. Shenhao replied, What advice do you have, esteemed sir? Very well, the leader said, exposing his scar-laden arms, exuding a fierce demeanor. We intend to borrow some funds for our expenses. The entire Shitao Town must pay taxes to our caravan, and your peach acquisition shall incur a tax as well. Despite the threat, Shenhao remained undaunted, recognizing them as mere underlings of the 9th tier of postnatal cultivation. If they were foes, then there was no need for discourse. They would all perish. Suddenly, a resplendent golden sword appeared in Shenhao's hand, gleaming dazzlingly under the sun. This was the Jinlin sword. Like a wraith, he maneuvered through the throng, leaving chaos in his wake. In the blink of an eye, over 30 bandits lay dead, not even having the chance to plead for mercy. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, he decided to store their bodies in his spatial realm. He tossed the bandit leader into the realm. While the other lowly henchmen held no interest for him, their remains were consumed by the spatial void, rendering them of no consequence. However, the multitude of horses presented a dilemma for Shenhao. After some contemplation, he resolved to sell them off cheaply in Shitao Town. Initially, he struggled to sell the horses, as everyone recognized them as belonging to the bandit caravan. Despite the low price, no one dared to purchase them for fear of losing their lives. Upon learning that Shenhao had annihilated the bandits, skepticism reigned among the townsfolk. Soon, however, word spread that many bandits had perished by the roadside, lending credibility to the tale. With 30 horses unsold, Shenhao resorted to a significant discount, selling each for 10 taels of silver, ultimately netting 300 taels. Thus, this venture yielded no loss, albeit it delayed his journey by a day. That night, Shenhao entered his spatial realm. The white mist was sparse, dissipating almost instantaneously upon absorption. Originally at the peak of the 8th tier of congenital cultivation, Shen Hao found himself propelled directly to the 9th tier due to the stimulation of his true qi. He also realized that the bandits had mistakenly assumed he was a peach trader. The audacity of a postnatal 9th tier bandit was notable, and the inaction of higher authorities was understandable, as this ruffian was required to pay taxes to the steward of Governor Li Chongyan of Yangzhou each month. It was no wonder that the peaches in Shitao town struggled to sell. The impediment was not solely due to distance, but rather the persistent banditry that deterred merchants from visiting. However, it also made Shen Hao vigilant. In the future, he should refrain from collecting items in large quantities. Who knows who might be watching? He remained insufficiently cautious. Subsequently, in order to save time, Shen Hao opted to ride a motorcycle. After 5 days of travel, he finally arrived at the boundaries of the capital city. Chapter 81. The Chrysanthemum Letter. As Shen Hao traveled 20 li from the capital of the Daong dynasty, he paused his journey. Instead of hastily entering the city, he decided to first visit the eastern side of the imperial mausoleum. The mausoleum primarily housed the emperors and their consorts, while the western side was reserved for the princes and princesses. The eastern section was designated for princes without their own fiefs. Yang Wuxian, being the 5th royal uncle, held a prestigious status despite having been killed by Emperor Yang. Nonetheless, he was granted a high-ranking burial in the eastern mausoleum. However, the area was guarded by eunuchs and soldiers, so Shen Hao needed to gather intelligence before proceeding. In a dilapidated temple not far from the mausoleum, Shen Hao took a moment to rest. As night approached, he donned his nocturnal attire and swiftly made his way to the mausoleum, keen to assess the presence of guards. Upon careful observation, he noted that the mausoleum was brightly lit, with sentinels stationed and patrols of 10 men each. However, both the eastern and western sections seemed to lack guards, despite being roughly 2 li apart. Encouraged by this, Shen Hao ventured towards the eastern section under the cover of darkness. After a meticulous search, he located Yang Wuxian's grave, which bore the insignia befitting a prince. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden sound pierced the silence. With a swift motion, Shen Hao leaped onto a distant branch. The spot where he had stood moments before was now pierced by a red-tasseled spear, its tip embedded in the earth, quivering and emitting a low hum. Footsteps soon followed. A man in white armor, appearing to be around 40, emerged, withdrawing the spear from the ground and casting a cold gaze at Shen Hao. "How bold of you to trespass at the mausoleum. It seems you seek death," he declared. With that, gripping the red-tasseled spear, he lunged forward like a flash of white light towards Shen Hao. Shen Hao nimbly evaded the attack and drew his Jinlin sword to engage in combat. Having absorbed the memories of Prefect Li Zhikuan, Governor Li Chongyan, and the green-hatted Li Chongsong, Shen Hao had long since mastered the Li clan sword manual, achieving a profound level of skill. His swordplay was seamless, fluid, and devoid of any pause or flaw, capable of both offense and defense. To Shen Hao's surprise, the white-armored general exhibited formidable strength. The two clashed in a fierce exchange, their weapons sparking brilliantly against the night sky. Shen Hao discerned that the spear was on par with his Jinlin sword, capable of withstanding its strikes. After a series of probing attacks, both warriors grasped each other's capabilities. Shen Hao was at the initial stage of the innate 9th level, while his opponent had reached the perfected 9th level. Although there was a disparity, it was not insurmountable. It would ultimately hinge on the superiority of their techniques. Shen Hao's advantage lay in his mastery of swordsmanship, balancing offense and defense with minimal openings. Conversely, the opponent's spear technique was equally extraordinary, exhibiting a level of finesse that rendered it impenetrable. As Shen Hao contemplated his next move, the spearhead lunged towards him. Moreover, the armor adorning this individual is indeed of exceptional quality. When Shen Hao struck with his golden scale sword, it barely made an impact. This fellow was armed like a tortoise in its shell, leaving Shen Hao at a loss. It is no wonder that in ancient law, possessing a blade at home was considered trivial, yet hoarding armor was deemed an act of treason. 1 piece of armor is worth 3 crossbows. 3 pieces will lead one to the underworld. Suddenly, in the midst of their confrontation, the opponent halted. "The sword technique you employ is from Li Chongyan's Li family sword manual. Are you of the Li clan?" Shen Hao replied with an impassive expression. "Indeed. The tyrant slaughtered my entire Li family. Today, I shall unearth his ancestral grave." Upon hearing this, the silver spear-wielding man twitched his lips, his hostility dissipating, and he refrained from attacking Shen Hao further. "Given that you are a descendant of Li Chongyan and possess such innate strength at a mere youth, it is truly astounding. Cultivating such prowess is no easy feat. I advise you against courting death. Depart swiftly, and I shall not impede you. Remember, do not return to the royal mausoleum. This is not a place for you." Shen Hao inquired, "Are you the guardian of this place?" "I am Zhao Xian, the guardian of the royal mausoleum." "You are the commander of the Imperial Guards, known as Chrysanthemum Xian?" Shen Hao recalled fragments of memory regarding Zhao Xian from the physician song Yoli. Zhao Xian retorted, "What Chrysanthemum Xian? Humph, I am a dignified man of 7 feet. Do not speak such nonsense. I was the commander of the Imperial Guards. But now I am the guardian of the royal mausoleum." Upon hearing this, Shen Hao realized that this individual, like Yang Wuxian and Li Chong'an, was a favored confidant of Emperor Xian. With the ascension of Emperor Wen, it was only natural that the previous ruler's loyalists would be suppressed. A new ruler brings new ministers. Shen Hao remarked, "Since this tyrant treats you thus, why not join me in unearthing his ancestral grave?" Zhao Xian's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe that Shen Hao dared utter such blasphemous words. It utterly shattered his perception. Zhao Xian regarded Shen Hao as a madman and shook his head. "The Grand General has bestowed favors upon me. I willingly guard his spirit. Since you are a descendant of the Li family and also a loyalist to the Grand General, I shall spare you this once. Depart now and refrain from uttering such treasonous words in the future. For today, consider this as if I have not seen you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless spear." Shen Hao, with a glint in his eyes, countered, "Do you intend to guard this grave for a lifetime? This tyrant does not trust you. Why be so obstinate? Would it not be better to unearth his ancestral grave and live a life of leisure? You are truly exceedingly arrogant. Do you not know that such words are akin to a crime that would annihilate 9 clans? You dare speak so recklessly. Enough. Cease your wild claims. I will grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not leave, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." With that, Zhao Xian fixed a wary gaze upon Shen Hao. He was genuinely intimidated. In this era, someone dared to so openly disregard imperial authority. Shen Hao's expression grew stern, and he spoke with piercing intensity. To obstruct one's path to wealth is akin to enmity towards one's kin. Do you truly intend to stop me? As per my duty, should you force your way through, you must first step over my corpse, Zhao Xian declared. Chapter 82. With weakness comes vulnerability indeed. I entertain such thoughts. Your lifeless form holds a modicum of utility. At this juncture, Shen Hao genuinely yearned to assess his own prowess. The individual before him, possessing an innate consummation, displayed a slight disparity in strength, yet not insurmountable. It presented an excellent opportunity for training. Should he vanquish this foe, it would be a fortuitous gain. If he were to falter, retreat would be an option. Shen Hao discerned that, despite the opponent resembling a tortoise shell, his speed was inferior to his own. Contemplating this, Shen Hao suddenly launched an assault, sweeping his sword in a broad arc. The sword energy soared forth, severing the surrounding trees with ease. Zhao Xian, wielding his spear, attempted a defensive maneuver. To his astonishment, Shen Hao exhibited remarkable tenacity. With a gaze as cold as ice, Zhao Xian resolved that should one seek death, they would not escape the consequences. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xian's spear, seemingly endowed with sentience, lunged toward Shen Hao's heart. Both combatants demonstrated no mercy. The battle reached a fever pitch, their silhouettes flickering in the night. Shen Hao's swordplay was a kaleidoscope of variations, each move executed with breathtaking ferocity. Conversely, Zhao Xian's spear technique was equally precise and ruthless, marked by rapid attacks and swift defenses, yielding tangible results. Offense like lightning, defense like the wind. On multiple occasions, Shen Hao barely evaded Zhao Xian's feint strikes. The length of the red tassel spear conferred an advantage, rendering Shen Hao unable to close the distance. The spear, truly the king of weapons, posed a formidable threat. A slight lapse in strength could easily result in him being transformed into a pincushion. In mounted combat, Shen Hao would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, his lightness martial art, light swallowing shadows, was exceptionally formidable. With swifter movements, neither could gain the upper hand. Both warriors spared no effort, engaging in exhilarating combat. Within merely a teacup's time, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Their clashing echoed through the stillness of the night, resonating with considerable might, alerting the guards of the royal tomb. Quickly, someone approach. There is a situation over there. Hundreds of soldiers hurriedly advanced toward the fray. Shen Hao, spotting the approaching torches, discerned it was prudent to make his exit. I must flee. I must flee. Shen Hao, having not exerted his full strength, had clearly intended for an expedient retreat. He executed light swallowing shadows to vacate the battlefield, his figure dissolving into the night. Zhao Xian, whose agility paled in comparison to Shen Hao's and encumbered by armor, refrained from pursuit. Moments later, Hundreds of guards brandished their swords and arrived on the scene. General Zhao? What has transpired? Zhao Xian merely observed Shen Hao's receding silhouette, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence. A minor thief attempted to pilfer the offerings, and I have sent him packing. You need not concern yourselves. It is late. Retreat and rest. I shall keep watch here." "Yes, General." As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Xian's expression turned grave. Previously, he had been the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, colloquially known as the Forbidden Army, but had been demoted following the ascension of the new emperor. Yet, he accepted this fate willingly, for within this royal tomb lay both revered and beloved individuals. However, the heir of the Li family was indeed enigmatic. What purpose did he have in the royal tomb? Meanwhile, Shen Hao returned to the dilapidated temple, commencing meditation to recuperate. After an hour, he finally regained his composure. Since direct confrontation is unfeasible, one must resort to modern weaponry. Bombs are certainly out of the question due to their conspicuous nature, which would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. What if there are skilled masters within the imperial city? After some contemplation, a sniper rifle seems to be the most prudent choice. In the present day, Shen Hao is undoubtedly among the world's elite marksmen, capable of eliminating targets within a range of 1,500 meters with ease. Although this Zhao Xian possesses innate perfection, he is ultimately still immortal. The destructive power of a bullet is not inferior to that of a skilled practitioner. Suddenly, Shen Hao thought of Meng Xuanji. Perhaps this woman could lend her assistance. This appears to be a viable option. For someone like Zhao Xian, Meng Xuanji would surely have no difficulty. The following day, Shen Hao chose not to enter the city, but instead sought the optimal ambush point. He soon discovered Funyo Mountain, located to the south of the royal tomb. Despite its modest height, it serves as an excellent vantage point, situated merely 1,000 meters from the tomb. Shen Hao's M200 sniper rifle boasts a muzzle velocity of 993 meters per second. Its accuracy places it among the world's finest. The only lamentable aspect is the absence of hypersonic ammunition. According to the memories of the assassin Victor, the Russian Empire developed a type of hypersonic sniper bullet that could circumvent any defense. Hypersonic refers to speeds exceeding 1,500 meters per second, greater than Mach 5. Currently, the fastest sniper rounds do not exceed 1,000 meters per second, with most ranging between 500 and 1,000 meters per second. As a practitioner of innate mastery, one's perception of danger extends only within 100 meters. The reaction time required for chi protection is 0.5 seconds, which cannot adequately counter a sniper bullet. However, those at the True Essence realm might manage, provided their cooperation. If Zhao Xian were to remain hidden indoors, Shen Hao would find himself at an impasse. With the M200 sniper rifle retrieved from his spatial storage, Shen Hao suddenly experienced a profound sense of unity with his weapon, surpassing even Victor's prowess. After all, despite Zhao Xian's remarkable talent, he remains an ordinary individual. The M200, while relatively heavy, 14.7 kilograms compared to the Barrett's 14 kilograms, felt as light as a pistol in Shen Hao's capable hands. He could effortlessly wield a large M249 light machine gun with a single hand and unleash a barrage without any strain. Seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear, Shen Hao ascended Funyo Mountain. He located an optimal position approximately 1,200 meters away. At this moment, Shen Hao's mind raced with calculations regarding the surrounding wind speed and humidity. Given that the Daong dynasty is situated in the south, the humidity levels are relatively high. Observing the readings on his handheld computer, Shen Hao felt satisfied. Although an M200 sniper rifle commands a price exceeding 400,000 USD, its value is justified. It boasts a range of 2.5 kilometers and is equipped with a mini computer capable of precise calculations for wind speed, air humidity, and ballistic trajectories. Soon, through his scope, he began to observe the soldiers stationed at the royal tomb as they commenced their training. Yet, the presence of Zhao Xian remained elusive. Suddenly, Shen Hao unearthed some information regarding Zhao Xian from the memories of the physician Song Yoli. Zhao Xian, a trusted confidant and favored general of the former Emperor Yang Xian, had once distinguished himself by saving the emperor during a hunting expedition, which led to his promotion as the commander of the imperial guards. However, Zhao Xian's childhood sweetheart, Cheng Fuzhen, had ascended to become the favored concubine Qing of Emperor Yang Xian, captivating all with her enchanting charm and enjoying immense favor. Concubine Cheng had suffered a difficult childbirth, resulting in severe hemorrhaging, a condition that Song Yoli had attempted to treat but ultimately could not save her from. According to contemporary medical terminology, This was akin to amniotic fluid embolism. Even with today's medical advancements, successfully treating such a condition would be a point of pride for an entire hospital for a lifetime. In the past, Liu Yoli's emotional ineptitude seemed to obscure any irregularities. However, upon deeper reflection, it appeared that this Zhao Xian and concubine Qing may have had an illicit affair. Intrigued by this notion, Shen Hao considered the implications. If this man were to display any vulnerabilities, he would be easier to handle. Additionally, Shen Hao recalled that during the siege of Liu family village in Yangguan town, the chief patrol officer Zhao Chuang, who had attained the formidable rank of 8th layer in martial prowess, also hailed from the Imperial Guards. It seemed he was indeed a nephew of Zhao Xian. Chapter 83. Zhao Xian's breach of defense in the past. Zhao Chuang was quite a disappointment. During our mission to eradicate bandits, he showed no regard for provisions. However, coming from the Imperial Guard, he certainly possessed remarkable credentials. Unfortunately, with his support now vanished, he could only retreat to the remote town of Yangguan. Reflecting on this, Shen Hao observed the royal tomb through his scope. From dawn until dusk, he had not caught a glimpse of Zhao Xian. To his surprise, he realized that this individual truly embodied the essence of a recluse. Lacking the patience characteristic of a sniper, Shen Hao returned to the urban realm. Song Mapala remained in a deep slumber, clearly exhausted. As he groggily stirred, Shen Hao roused him, instructing him to prepare something to eat. After a day of climbing in the Funyo Mountains, they had subsisted on merely a few peaches. "What would you like to eat, boss?" Song Mapala inquired with curiosity. "A bowl of instant noodles will suffice," Shen Hao replied. "All right, just a moment." As Song Mapala rose, he felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling over. "What's wrong?" Shen Hao asked. With a glance of annoyance, Song Mapala retorted, "Boss, my legs are a bit wobbly." Hearing this, a smirk involuntarily crept upon Shen Hao's lips, one that even a gun could not suppress. "Less chatter, quickly boil the noodles. Make 2 packets, I'm rather hungry." "Yes, boss." 10 minutes later, Shen Hao devoured the noodles with gusto, leaving Song Mapala puzzled. "Boss, why are you so famished?" "Perhaps I simply have a hearty appetite. Now that I'm satisfied, it's time to sleep. I'll wash the bowl first." "Go ahead." By the time Song Mapala returned, Shen Hao had already succumbed to sleep. After all, in the fantastical realm, his rest had been far from comfortable, lacking the ease of the urban world. Upon awakening the next day, Shen Hao discovered that Song Mapala had already departed. Additionally, the peaches from Shitao town, which had been left in the living room, were nowhere to be found. Clearly, Song Mapala's aspirations for the peach venture had not yet waned. While Shen Hao did not endorse the idea, he also did not oppose it. After all, selling a few peaches was a trivial pursuit. With his hunger sated, Shen Hao chose not to return to the fantastical world. Instead, he basked in the sun by the seaside, enjoying the view of bikini-clad beauties, his spirits lifted. In the afternoon, he indulged in a Thai massage. Opting for a stunning therapist at 300 yuan for an hour, he was pleasantly surprised by the exceptional technique that alleviated his fatigue. The therapist's dedication prompted Shen Hao to generously tip her 100 Thai baht, leaving her quite moved. After a leisurely day, feeling rejuvenated, he returned to his villa before finally venturing back to the fantastical world. As midnight approached, Shen Hao found himself at the royal tomb once more. This time, he made no effort to conceal his presence, and soon Zhao Xian came rushing towards him, brandishing a red tassel spear. "Descendant of the Li family, do you truly court death by daring to approach the royal tomb?" he coldly inquired. Shen Hao responded with a calm smile, radiating confidence. He was all too aware of how to provoke Zhao Xian. As someone who frequently engaged in online disputes, he had often found himself blacklisted on platforms like Douyin for his sharp tongue. Deliberately pierced the heart of the matter. "Commander Zhao, are you aware of the late consort Qing Fusion?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's body trembled, and his gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Shen Hao. "Who are you? How do you know about consort Qing?" Shen Hao replied, "It is said that consort Qing perished from excessive bleeding during childbirth, and that child also met an untimely end." "Commander Zhao, do you claim that child was the offspring of Emperor Xian, or that of some base man? How dare you speak such blasphemy? You are courting death." Zhao Xian's face flushed crimson as he brandished his spear and lunged forward. The force behind this strike was formidable, utilizing every ounce of his strength. The speed was so great that Shen Hao could hear the piercing sound of the spear slicing through the air. With a slight smirk, Shen Hao chose not to confront the attack directly. Instead, he gathered his strength and deftly evaded. "Commander Zhao, I have heard that you and Consort Chung have been childhood friends. Why the urgency? That child, that offspring wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?" "Silence. You will regret your words. You shall die today. The enraged Zhao Xian charged like a frenzied bull. His spear struck with the force of a dragon, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, as nearby stones and trees fell victim to his wrath. The more Zhao Xian spiraled into madness, the more exhilarated Shen Hao became. As Shen Hao dashed away, Zhao Xian pursued relentlessly, seemingly unwilling to relent until Shen Hao lay dead. Perhaps the revelation of his deepest secret left him utterly mortified. Yet, despite his fervor, Zhao Xian's speed could not match that of Shen Hao. After several miles of relentless pursuit, they finally reached the summit of Funyo Mountain. Although Zhao Xian realized he might have been ensnared, his emotions were too tumultuous to contain. The murderous intent within him surged uncontrollably. Shen Hao continued, "Commander Zhao, your fury suggests I have struck a chord with how Emperor Xin treats you. Yet you consort with his woman, consort Qing. What difference is there between you and the current Emperor Yangwen? Stop running. I will end you. Come. I stand here. Do your worst." Shen Hao taunted. "You, Zhao Xian, who claims unwavering loyalty. Is this how you repay the Emperor? By adorning him with a green hat? Impressive indeed. You have accomplished what I only wish I could. I truly envy you. Curse you and your ancestors." "Stop right there." Zhao Xian, unable to catch up with Shen Hao, felt his eyes redden as he neared the brink of madness. Yet, Shen Hao remained unperturbed. "Your consort Cheng must be quite the temptress. Was it you or the Emperor who first broke her seal? I will kill you and dismember your body," Zhao Xian declared, loosening his armor to enhance his speed. Yet still he could not close the distance to Shen Hao. "Tomorrow, I shall spread the tale of you and consort Cheng for all to see, revealing how Commander Zhao indulges in the harem's depravity. Let everyone admire your legacy. Enough. Do not speak further." Day by day, witnessing the Emperor's grotesque form oppressing consort Cheng must infuriate you. What sort of man cannot protect his own woman? Watching your beloved with another man must evoke a sense of perverse excitement, does it not? Your commander of the Imperial Guards. Could it be that he was exchanged for by consort Qing with her own body in a bargain with Emperor Xian? You, a man who thrives on the bounty of others, truly evoke envy. These words struck Zhao Xian directly, shattering her composure. Consumed by rage, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cheng Fusion was her cherished white moonlight, and she would not permit anyone to tarnish it. Yet, unable to catch up with Shen Hao, Zhao Xian felt an urgency akin to desperation. In a fit of anger, she forcefully hurled the spear from her grasp. Observing this, Shen Hao experienced a surge of joy, skillfully evading the attack and effortlessly storing Zhao Xian's spear into his spatial realm. With this, his position was secured. Without a weapon or armor, how could one remain so arrogant? Having achieved his objective, Shen Hao ceased his flight, instead choosing to stand upon a branch, wielding the golden scale sword, patiently awaiting Zhao Xian's approach. The moon hung like a silver disk in the night sky, perched atop the treetops with his sword in hand. Shen Hao stood as a gentle breeze rustled his garments, exuding the true essence of a heroic figure. Chapter 84. You are truly despicable. As Zhao Xian rushed towards him, Shen Hao maintained an air of nonchalance. In his eyes, the disparity in speed rendered Zhao Xian's fate sealed. Although Zhao Xian was a perfected innate practitioner while Shen Hao was merely at the initial stage of the 9th level, the essence of Shen Hao's true energy, refined through spatial quintessence, was of unparalleled purity. Despite the lesser quantity, the superior quality rendered their strengths comparable. Furthermore, the minimal difference in their realms did not induce a significant qualitative change. Thus, their abilities were not vastly different. It was a contest of techniques. Presently, with his swiftness and the golden scale sword in hand, Shen Hao held the upper hand. Zhao Xian, bereft of his spear and armor, had lost his advantage. Previously, when fully armed, Shen Hao found himself at a disadvantage. Now, unarmed, he could manipulate the situation at will. In a moment, Zhao Xian caught up. His eyes reddened with fury as he beheld Shen Hao perched atop a tree branch. "You little wretch, why have you stopped fleeing? Today, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. I must slay you, to quench my heart's hatred." At that moment, rage had clouded Zhao Xian's judgment, transforming him into a frenzied bull. His anguished cries revealed the depth of his animosity towards Shen Hao. A sardonic smile graced Shen Hao's lips. Without uttering a word, he leaped forward, sword drawn, initiating the assault. Zhao Xian, rather than retreating in fear, revealed a cruel smirk. Though he prided himself on his spear skills, his hand-to-hand combat was equally formidable. With his iron sand palm, he had brought ruin to countless opponents. As Shen Hao advanced, Zhao Xian adopted a defensive posture, ready to counter. Confident in his abilities, Shen Hao relied on his agility to launch a swift thrust. His horizontal sweep was evaded by Zhao Xian, who deftly countered with a palm strike against the sword's blade. The impact coursed through the golden scale sword, sending a tingling sensation through Shun Hao's right hand, indicating that Zhao Xian's martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Quickly adapting his approach, Shen Hao targeted Zhao Xian's lower body with a series of rapid strikes, seamlessly transitioning his techniques. Enraged, Zhao Xian cursed, "You are truly despicable. If you have the guts, return my spear." A real man confronts challenges head-on. Shen Hao chuckled, unfazed. Despite Zhao Xian's furious state, he was not foolish enough to recklessly confront the sharp edge of the golden scale sword. As their battle progressed, Zhao Xian found himself increasingly beleaguered. Shen Hao continued to taunt him. "I've heard the Empress Dowager's form is rather exquisite. Otherwise, the old emperor wouldn't be so enamored. Damn you, you shall pay for this." Zhao Xian had completely succumbed to madness. His true energy surged through his palms, the gust of his energy stinging Shen Hao's face. Quickly, Shen Hao activated his agility, leaping to a branch for safety. Zhao Xian advanced swiftly, launching a sudden palm strike. Shen Hao evaded. Shifting his position as the branch where he had stood was shattered by the fierce palm technique. Leveraging his superior mobility, Shen Hao attacked from behind, thrusting at Zhao Xian. Unable to confront the golden scale sword directly, Zhao Xian was forced to rely on his formidable palm strength to repel Shen Hao. However, Zhao Xian was acutely aware that continuously expelling his vital energy would lead to a rapid depletion of his internal strength, ultimately resulting in his demise. In contrast, Shen Hao relied solely on his techniques, conserving an abundance of internal energy. Despite his intense desire to eliminate Shen Hao, lacking a weapon left him with no choice but to evade as best he could. While Zhao Xian fought, he searched for his long spear. But his efforts yielded no results. He had never encountered someone as despicable and shameless as Shen Hao, who brazenly concealed another's weapon. Completely bewildered and unsure of how to proceed, he seethed with anger, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! If you possess any true skill, return my spear." Concealing another's weapon is no true prowess. This thought left him increasingly anxious. Without a weapon, he was no match for Shen Hao. Resolving to don his armor first, he was also astonished by Shen Hao's formidable strength. At such a young age, he had attained the 9th level of innate power, with internal energy that was remarkably pure. Furthermore, Shen Hao's swordsmanship was exquisite, reaching a consummate mastery. Was he born with this skill? Surrounded by a surge of vital energy, Zhao Xian found that Shen Hao could not close the distance. Yet, Shen Hao remained unperturbed, aware that Zhao Xian's internal energy would deplete rapidly. Even if Xiao Feng were present, he would not dare to rely solely on the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Shen Hao was eager to ascertain the extent of Zhao Xian's internal energy. Soon enough, he noticed Zhao Xian retreating, searching for something as he backed away. Shen Hao immediately grasped the intention behind this maneuver, letting out a cold snort as he sprinted ahead of Zhao Xian, collecting all the armor he had previously discarded by the roadside. How contemptible! This scene infuriated Zhao Xian to the point of nearly spitting blood, gritting his teeth in rage. "Damn you, despicable coward." Yet, he was no match for Shen Hao's speed and could do nothing to counter it. Shen Hao chuckled derisively. "Very well. Allow me to show you my Tathagata divine palm." With that, he retracted his golden scale sword. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's heart leapt with joy. To dare to confront him in a contest of internal energy was a fool's errand. "Bring it on," he challenged. Shen Hao snorted coldly, channeling his vital energy. As if preparing for a life-and-death struggle, Zhao Xian's heart surged with excitement. He was determined to strike Shen Hao down with a single blow. Suddenly, a black pistol appeared in Shen Hao's left hand, concealed beneath the cover of night, rendering it nearly invisible. Observing Zhao Xian's compromised position, Shen Hao smirked. Just as Zhao Xian eagerly prepared to clash with Shen Hao, a flash of fire erupted, followed by an intense searing pain in his calf. Shocked, he realized he had been struck. Instantly, he leaped behind a tree as thick as a person to staunch the bleeding. He had never anticipated that Shen Hao would possess not only remarkable lightness skills but also exceptional prowess with concealed weapons. He had failed to detect the trajectory of Shen Hao's vital energy. With his right hand wielding the sword and his left hand gripping the pistol, Shen Hao established a complementary stance. He severed the tree that Zhao Xian had concealed himself behind. In response, Zhao Xian lifted the massive tree and hurled it at Shen Hao, seizing the opportunity to flee desperately. Naturally slower than Shen Hao, his injured right leg hindered his escape even further. Spotting a tree of considerable girth, Shen Hao executed a backflip, lightly tapping a branch with his toes, skillfully evading the attack. Without hesitation, he pursued swiftly, seizing the opportunity to strike. Observing Zhao Xian's direction of escape, it was evident he was heading towards the royal tomb. Shen Hao quickened his pace, determined not to let his quarry slip away after having lured him here with such effort. The distance between them dwindled to mere meters. And in his hand, Shen Hao wielded an M416. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the night, sharp and clear. Zhao Xian remained vigilant. And upon noticing Shen Hao's finger tightening on the trigger, he instinctively veered aside, albeit at the cost of slowing his own speed. Shen Hao, like a bolt of lightning, thrust his blade towards Zhao Xian's chest. Channeling his inner energy, Zhao Xian retaliated with a palm strike. However, Shen Hao feigned the thrust, deftly twisting his body to pierce Zhao Xian's injured right thigh. The blade penetrated deeply. The despicable Zhao Xian gasped in pain, indignantly exclaiming that striking at weaknesses was the true path to victory. Withdrawing the golden scale sword, blood gushed forth in an instant. Before Zhao Xian could react, Shen Hao launched another assault. As he fired his weapon, he simultaneously executed the Li family's sword technique. The relentless swordplay, combined with the barrage of bullets, rendered defense nearly impossible. Zhao Xian was perplexed, questioning how one could wield a sword while simultaneously employing hidden weapons. Was it not possible to lose focus? Faced with such a multitude of attacks, Zhao Xian stood no chance, suffering 3 gunshot wounds and a slash to his left arm. Collapsing to the ground in a state of near death, blood pouring from his wounds. In his dazed state, he beheld a goddess, radiating ethereal light, gracefully descending from the heavens, extending her hand towards him with a gentle smile. The enchanting visage belonged to his beloved Cheng Fuzhen. A faint smile graced Zhao Xian's lips as he raised his hand slightly, yearning only to be with the woman he adored. Observing this, Shen Hao swiftly fired a shot that struck Zhao Xian's forehead, ending his life. As countless flashes of light surged from a distance, Shen Hao discarded Zhao Xian's lifeless body into the void. Subsequently, he vanished into the night, reappearing before the grave of the 5th prince, Yang Wuxian. Yet, Shen Hao did not rush inside. Instead, he entered the void to absorb Zhao Xian's memories first. Chapter 85, Acquiring the Wood Spirit Root. Meanwhile, in the private residence of Wenren Yi in the capital, Meng Xianji suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing towards the imperial tomb. Following this, she closed her eyes once more and resumed her meditation. Upon Shen Hao's entry into the space, the mist within surged forth again. After absorbing the mist, Shen Hao felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The only regret was that Zhao Xian lacked a spiritual root. Nevertheless, Shen Hao's strength surged dramatically, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the innate realm, complete innate perfection. In less than a month, this remarkable progress astounded the world. He was now on the verge of breaking through to the true essence realm. However, without guidance from a cultivation technique, such a breakthrough remained unattainable. At present, Shen Hao's spiritual root was too weak and required enhancement. Otherwise, he would need a demon core to advance to the true essence realm. Simultaneously, he skimmed through Zhao Xian's memories as if watching a film. Within those memories, Zhao Xian indeed had a romantic entanglement with the favored concubine, Cheng Fuzhen. Cheng Fuzhen had rekindled her first love with Zhao Xian, the leader of the Imperial Guards. How could one not cherish such a cherished memory? It was precisely because of Zhao Xian that, when the incident involving the favored concubine occurred, he had implored the imperial physician, Song Yoli, for assistance. At that time, Song Yoli failed to perceive the underlying issues, yet Shen Hao sensed something amiss. Following the favored concubine's demise, Zhao Xian was left despondent. Coincidentally, Emperor Yawen harbored a disdain for him and arranged for Zhao Xian to guard the tomb. Within the entire imperial tomb, he stood as the sole master at the pinnacle of innate perfection, while the others were merely at the body refinement stage, with 2 being postnatal experts. After all, guarding the imperial tomb was a peripheral role. Who would possess the prowess to take on such a duty? Ordinary individuals would hardly dare to breach the imperial tomb with the audacity that Shen Hao exhibited. Moreover, Zhao Xian had witnessed the burial of Emperor Yang Wuxian firsthand and discovered that there were no traps within. Shen Hao felt a sense of reassurance, yet donned a gas mask for safety. Exiting the space, he arrived at the grave of Yang Wuxian. Shen Hao infused his true energy into the golden scale sword and effortlessly unveiled the tombstone. The burial site of the prince was markedly different from that of a commoner. Inside, there was neither soil nor earth, but rather a stone chamber. Within lay an offering table and a stone coffin. Observing the offering table, Its materials were akin to the precious box he had previously acquired from Xiao Ran, both crafted from Wang Wali wood, seemingly valuable, so he decided to collect it. Turning his attention to the stone coffin, he channeled his true energy to perform Zhao Xian's iron sand palm technique, easily pushing aside the coffin lid. Illuminating the interior with a flashlight, he was astonished to find that the body of the fifth prince, Yang Wuxian, had not yet decomposed. Upon closer inspection, through the memories of Li Chongyin and Zhao Xian, he confirmed that this was indeed Yang Wuxian. Without further ado, he stored the body within the space. After surveying the surroundings, he found nothing but a sword by the corpse. The sword was undoubtedly a valuable item, so he collected it as well. Subsequently, Shen Hao closed the coffin and vanished from the spot. Not long after Shen Hao departed, soldiers discovered that the body of the martial emperor's uncle, Yang Wuxian, had been stolen. Soon, the eunuchs guarding the tomb began to scream in alarm. "Your Majesty, urgent news, the imperial tomb has been violated." The head of the guards, observing the desecration of the revered mausoleum of Yang Wuxian, furrowed his brow. His irritation grew as he witnessed the tombkeeper, a eunuch, incessantly clamoring to report the incident. The leader remained silent, prompting inaction among the others. Enraged, the eunuch shouted, "How dare you linger? If you delay, I shall demand your heads." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and the eunuch's voice was abruptly silenced. His head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth. The onlookers stared in shock at the bloody dagger held by their leader. Bewildered by the execution of the tombkeeper, a grave offense punishable by death, realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader spoke. "The theft of the imperial tomb is a capital offense. Regardless of whether we apprehend the thieves or not, we have failed in our duty. We all stand to be buried alongside this disgrace. If this eunuch reports our negligence, can any of us escape? Our lives may be forfeit, but what of our families?" The guards, understanding the peril they faced, nodded in agreement, recognizing the dire implications for their own lives. "You speak wisely. We shall heed your counsel," they murmured. Seeing their agreement, the leader coldly declared, "Since you all follow my lead, let us ensure secrecy. Each of you shall take a turn and strike this eunuch." The guards exchanged glances, and soon one stepped forward, thrusting a spear into the eunuch. The eunuch had long been a source of their disdain, flaunting his power. One by one, they all delivered a fatal blow. "Excellent," the leader commanded. "Now, dispose of the eunuch's body within the stone coffin of the fifth prince, seal the tomb, and restore it to its original state." "Yes, leader," they replied. Once the task was completed, the leader added, "Given the gravity of our situation, we must secure some wealth for our future. Remaining here offers no prospects. Why should we refrain from what others have done?" His gaze shifted toward the imperial tomb, sending a shiver through the group. The act of tomb raiding was a crime that could lead to the annihilation of one's clan. Yet, the murder of the eunuch bore equal weight of guilt. The guards nodded in reluctant agreement. Swiftly, the leader procured a jar of wine, pouring a cup for each. He drew a dagger, making a small incision on his finger, allowing his blood to mingle with the wine. "This matter is of utmost importance. We must partake in this blood wine and vow our allegiance to the heavens." Unbeknownst to Shen Hao, upon his departure, the imperial tomb had indeed been violated. Arriving at a dilapidated temple, Shen Hao re-entered the ethereal realm. The atmosphere was thick with mist, far more than he had encountered before, accompanied by a glimmer of green light. As he stepped into this realm, the essence enveloped him entirely. After a brief moment, Shen Hao regained consciousness. Though his gains were limited, he discovered that the talent of Yang Wuxian was of moderate wood affinity, regrettably not of fire. Following the realm's purification, Shen Hao acquired a low-grade wood affinity but found himself disappointed. Yang Wuxian's true essence had long been absorbed by the spirit-nourishing pearl. The reason the body of the national pillar, Yang Wuxian, does not decay is that he holds a spirit pearl within his mouth. This spirit pearl functions akin to a battery, absorbing spiritual energy from the air and the corpse itself, subsequently returning it to nourish the body with spiritual power, thus preventing decay. While it is indeed a precious artifact, its sole purpose lies within this singular function, devoid of any other capabilities. The cultivation method practiced by Yang Wuxian is the esteemed 3 transformations of the primordial yang, a technique shared among the royal offspring, capable of leading one directly to the realm of spiritual elixirs. This method encompasses all stages of cultivation: the body refinement, acquired, innate, true essence, and spiritual elixir realms. Furthermore, this system allows practitioners from all 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to cultivate. Although Shen Hao is also eligible to practice it, He possesses 3 elemental roots within him: fire, water, and wood, with his strongest being a moderate fire root among mixed attributes. Contemplating this, Shen Hao chose not to pursue the cultivation and instead emerged from his spatial retreat to seek out his 2 maidservants, as he found himself missing them after several days apart. Chapter 86. My lord, you have finally arrived during the night. Shen Hao spent a restless evening in the dilapidated temple. The walls of the capital city were far more formidable than those of Yangzhou. According to Zhao Xian's recollections, the capital was protected by unique formations, rendering even those in the true origin realm incapable of soaring through the skies on a sword. With numerous formidable experts scattered throughout the capital, Shen Hao, despite being at the pinnacle of his innate abilities, felt a profound lack of security. On the following day, Shen Hao entered the city alongside the advancing army. Armed with Zhao Xian's memories, he navigated the capital with remarkable ease and soon located the secluded courtyard of Wen'erni. Although Ming Xuanji was a master in the spirit pill realm, Shen Hao's strength had surged tremendously. In her presence, he was wary of revealing his true capabilities, for he had been a mere novice when he first met her. However, Shen Hao understood Ming Xuanji's nature. She was inherently proud and not one to meddle in others' affairs. Thus, he felt unconcerned. Furthermore, Ming Xuanji had her own motives for seeking his assistance. His little girl, Song Yongzi, possessed an extraordinary spiritual root talent that Ming Xuanji greatly desired. This led Shen Hao to marvel at Song Yoli's exceptional genetics. The thought of such a remarkable spiritual root was indeed astonishing. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he found it exceptionally tranquil, with bamboo lining the entrance. Inside, Ming Xuanji observed as Song Yongzi tended to the flowers. With a fleeting glance toward the entrance, she cleared her throat and said, "Yongzi, please open the door." Song Yongzi looked at Ming Xuanji in confusion, for she had not heard any knocking at the door. "Senior Ming, I didn't hear anyone knocking. Outside is someone you have longed for," Ming Xuanji replied. As soon as her words fell, joy illuminated Song Yongzi's face. She discarded her watering can and rushed toward the door. Seeing this, Ming Xuanji felt a pang of discomfort. Despite her meticulous care for Shen Hao during his absence, she was taken aback that upon his return, Song Yongzi's heart had already raced away. Just as Shen Hao was about to knock, the door creaked open. As he prepared to express his surprise, Song Yongzi, overwhelmed with emotion, leapt into his embrace. Clinging tightly to him, she whispered through her tears, "My lord, I missed you so much. I thought you had forgotten me." Gently stroking her back, Shen Hao's hands gradually descended, giving a firm squeeze to her pert rear. "With such a delightful figure, how could I possibly forget? I wish to cherish it every day." Song Yongzi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, "As long as my lord is pleased, you may do as you wish." Inside, Ming Xuanji let out a disdainful snort, waving her hand to envelop the room in a soft golden light. Instantly, the world fell silent. Shen Hao led Song Yongzi into the courtyard, admiring the layout. "Truly, this is the capital. This Jiang'an courtyard is exquisite." In a hushed tone, Song Yongzi remarked, "My lord, if you like it, I will purchase a set for you." At her words, Shen Hao gazed at her in astonishment, perplexed. "Where would you acquire such funds?" Song Yongzi's expression was somewhat unnatural as she softly explained, "That was when the rice jar was empty last time. Senior Ming sold a red wine bottle, the one you gifted, young master. It fetched quite a sum. At least 2,000 taels, for in this world there is no glass, let alone red glass. It must be exceedingly valuable." Shen Hao was not particularly surprised. Song Yongzi continued in a hushed tone, "It sold for 20,000 taels of gold." "How much?" Shen Hao inquired again. "Indeed, young master. It was 20,000 taels of gold. The gold note is still in my possession. Would you like me to fetch it for you?" Song Yongzi looked at Shen Hao with an expression akin to presenting a treasure, eagerly awaiting his praise. Taking a deep breath, Shen Hao felt a twinge of regret. When he initially sold it to Lai Yuejing, he received only 1,000 taels of gold along with a courtesan. Selling it to Wen'erni yielded 2,000 taels of gold, and that was still for the wine contained within. Wasn't that a loss of 40,000 taels of gold? After a moment of discomfort, Shen Hao found solace in the thought that, even if he sold the bottle, he would not have achieved such a lofty price. Despite its rarity, with no glass bottles in this world, his social circle lacked individuals capable of affording such expenses. High prices could only be found in the capital. A wine priced at 40 coins was sold for 20,000 taels of gold, a true windfall. 20,000 taels equated to 2,000 jin of gold. Goodness gracious. Based on the current gold price of 460 per gram, that totaled 460 million. Even accounting for a potential having impurity, it would still amount to at least 230 million. Goodness, truly a fortune, Shen Hao thought, contemplating whether he might sell a few more bottles. Just as this notion arose, he dismissed it as imprudent. The exorbitant price for the wine bottle stemmed from its scarcity. Selling a few more would diminish its value, unless he were to sell elsewhere. The game relied on rarity and information disparity. Noticing Shen Hao's prolonged silence, Song Yongxi's expression turned anxious. Young master, should we not sell that treasure? Shen Hao cleared his throat and replied, sell it well? Indeed. Where is the gold? Song Yongxi promptly responded, young master, I shall fetch it for you right away. Yes. Do so, Shen Hao urged, feeling an itch of anticipation. The commotion in the courtyard caught the attention of Ji Donga within the house. She emerged, cradling a cat. Upon seeing Shen Hao, a hint of bashful joy flickered in her beautiful eyes. Greetings, young master, she spoke softly. At that moment, Ji Donga, adorned in a flowing white dress, exuded an ethereal beauty. Her snow-white cheeks bore a delicate blush, rendering her utterly charming. Shen Hao remarked, indeed, Donga, you have grown even more radiant in these past few days. Come, let me see if you have lost weight. At his words, Ji Donga's face flushed crimson, and she gently inclined her head, stepping towards Shen Hao. The white cat in her arms gazed at Shen Hao in astonishment before hastily leaping to the ground and scurrying back into the house. Chapter 87. Hurry to exchange for gold. As the one-eyed white tiger concealed itself within the confines of the room. Peering through the crack of the door with its sole remaining eye, it caught sight of Shen Hao. Within that golden-hued gaze, astonishment flickered. In just a few days, Shen Hao has remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Truly, it is a sight to behold. This young man is growing increasingly enigmatic. The first time it encountered Shen Hao, the latter was merely a trifling figure at the third stage of the acquired realm. Yet, upon arriving at Yongling Mansion, Shen Hao had already attained the innate level. After a separation of several dozen days, the young man had now reached the consummate stage of the innate realm. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation was unprecedented in the tiger's several centuries of existence. Previously, it had harbored suspicions that Shen Hao had relied on drugs to achieve his breakthroughs. However, the purity of his vital energy was unparalleled, suggesting that it was not the result of medicinal elixirs but rather the product of arduous self-cultivation. Nevertheless, the speed of his progress was simply astonishing. Within less than 20 days, he had transitioned from the first stage to the peak of the innate realm, an achievement that typically requires years, if not decades, of diligent practice. To be precise, in the span of a month, he had ascended from the third stage of the acquired realm to the pinnacle of the innate realm. How could this not astound the white tiger? Moreover, there was a faint warmth emanating from Shen Hao's vital energy, indicative of his possession of a fire spirit root. Contemplating this, the tiger's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, whose breakthroughs occur as effortlessly as drinking cool water. It was simply unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Shen Hao's vital energy remained solid and unwavering, devoid of any hint of superficiality. Clearly, there was nothing amiss with his vital energy. It was the result of his relentless cultivation. Questions swirled in its mind. Why was he able to progress so swiftly? Could he possibly be a reincarnated powerhouse? Suddenly, this concept flashed through the white tiger's mind. The more it pondered, the more it seemed to fit, for only such a scenario could elucidate Shen Hao's rapid advancement. With this thought, the tiger's piercing gaze softened, and a faint smile graced its lips, revealing two small fangs, rendering it rather endearing. Indeed, if he were a reincarnated adept, adopting a humble demeanor would be no shame. Meanwhile, Shen Hao embraced Ji Donga and planted several fervent kisses upon her. It must be said, Ji Donga was exceptionally beautiful today. Her hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, and her eyes sparkled like stars. She was like a poetic painting, reminiscent of a gentle melody from the southern lands, leaving one in endless reverie. Shen Hao truly found her enchanting. He cherished her presence, seeking solace from the pangs of longing experienced over the past few days. In my absence, did you think of me? He inquired. Ji Donga replied with a soft, melodious voice, indeed, as she nestled into his embrace, the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat filling her with boundless joy. As the petals of the red plum fell, her heart was entirely occupied by the image of Shen Hao. Upon their reunion, her eyes sparkled with surprise, and her joy illuminated her cheeks, impossible to conceal. Especially while lying in Shen Hao's embrace, inhaling his unique scent, she felt utterly enchanted. It seems you're in high spirits today. Your complexion looks healthy, which is quite right, he remarked. In response, Ji Donga let out a soft, melodic sound, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Shinhao noticed her little white cat bounding energetically into the room. The corners of his lips curved upward, radiating joy. For reasons unknown, Shinhao perceived a semblance of human affection in the face of a one-eyed cat. The white feline circled around him, hesitating momentarily before gently rubbing her paw against his pant leg, a gesture of goodwill. Were it not for his enhanced abilities, Shinhao might have been apprehensive about the potential bacteria from the cat. This scene elicited a flicker of surprise in Ji Donga's beautiful eyes as she cradled him. When she first found the white cat, it was covered in wounds. Since bringing it home, the cat had refused to acknowledge anyone, spending its days either sleeping or nestled in her embrace. When strangers approached, it would scurry away, hiding beneath the bed, avoiding all contact. This unprecedented display of intimacy towards an outsider was indeed a first. Ji Donga felt a surge of delight. It indicated that her cat had accepted Shinhao. Observing the cat nuzzling against his calf, Shinhao chuckled and lifted it overhead, exclaiming, "Let me see whether this feline is male or female." Suddenly, the white cat erupted into a frenzied leap, darting over Shinhao's head and swiftly burrowing beneath the bed. Even from outside, he could hear the cat's hissing growls, a clear expression of its displeasure. Shinhao was taken aback, remarking, "Your cat has quite the temper. Young master, are you all right? Perhaps it's still unfamiliar with you." "It tends to be shy," Ji Donga replied, somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Song Yonsi burst into the room, cradling a wooden box with palpable excitement. Shinhao embraced her, one arm around each of them. Song Yonsi opened the box eagerly, declaring, "Young master, here are the remaining gold notes, 39 pieces in total, amounting to 19,500 taels. I used one of the notes to purchase rice earlier. The remaining gold and silver are stored in the room." Gazing at the shimmering gold notes adorned with mysterious symbols, Shinhao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His lips stretched into a broad smile as he remarked, "Remarkable. These gold notes are truly valuable. How could one not cherish them?" This box of gold notes was worth billions, causing his heart to race with excitement. He then added, however, "It would be wiser to exchange these for gold. What if these notes were to depreciate in value one day?" Shinhao was aware that each note was worth 500 taels of gold, an official currency issued by the Tianmu dynasty. While convenient for large transactions, he was skeptical about their long-term utility. Should too many notes be issued, it could lead to inflation. He had little faith that the inhabitants of this fantastical realm could navigate the complexities of finance and currency better than those in the modern world. After all, one could easily find themselves in a situation where 500,000 marks bought a loaf of bread, or rather, 500 taels of gold notes for a bun, resulting in a significant loss. Only by converting them into tangible gold could Shinhao feel secure. "Rest assured, young master," Song Yonsi assured him. "Each gold note bears a unique symbol, and all major gold shops and pawnshops will accept them. If you wish to exchange it for gold, I shall arrange for it to be done," Shinhao replied with satisfaction. "Indeed, this is a significant matter. We must expedite the exchange and not delay." After speaking, Shinhao reflected on his earlier decision to sell 30 horses, feeling somewhat foolish. Now a billionaire, he regretted being so fixated on a trifling sum. It was inevitable. Having amassed wealth in such a brief period, the remnants of his impoverished past lingered, leaving him with an innate fear of poverty. A mere bottle had fetched a price akin to that of exquisite roux porcelain. Yet, upon contemplation, it seemed reasonable ancient royal porcelain could command hundreds of millions. So why shouldn't this unique glass bottle be valued at several tens of thousands of taels of gold? With this thought, Shinhao pondered whether he should procure some glass cups to sell as well, recognizing the immense profit potential. Even if he couldn't achieve a sale of 20,000 taels, earning 5,000 taels of gold would still be commendable. As circulation increased, prices might plummet, allowing him to profit even from a mere 100 taels of gold. It appeared feasible. After all, who wouldn't relish the idea of accumulating gold? He then inquired, "Why is Meng Xianbei not present?" Song Yonsi replied, "Just a moment ago. Meng Xianbei instructed me to open the door. He is likely still inside the room and has yet to emerge." "Well, since we are here, I shall pay him a visit," Shinhao responded. "Very well, my lord. I shall convert the gold notes into gold," Song Yonsi said. "It is unwise for you, a delicate lady, to go alone. Wouldn't that invite trouble?" Shinhao cautioned. "Indeed, as a single vulnerable woman, venturing to exchange nearly 20,000 taels of gold so ostentatiously is perilous," he mused. "Fear not, my lord. I can enlist the aid of Wenren-Su, the eldest son of the Wenren family. He has people stationed nearby, and a call will summon them instantly." "Wenren-Su? Shenhao immediately recalled the strikingly handsome Wenrening he had encountered in Yangzhou, whose aura was undeniably powerful. His eagerness to assist was likely a bid to curry favor with Meng Xuanji. Very well, proceed then. I shall visit Meng Xinbei, Shenhao affirmed. Yes, my lord. Upon arriving at the door of Meng Xuanji, just as Shenhao was about to knock, he was abruptly pushed back several meters by a beam of golden light. A cool voice emanated from within. If you have business, speak from outside. Shenhao was taken aback by her haughty demeanor. Were his strength sufficient, he would have retorted, I wish to see your true self. Chapter 88. The heartfelt words of Meng Xuanji. Is that haughty girl still being proud? Let me see if I can manage her. Shenhao remarked with a light cough, gradually continuing, I originally intended to persuade that girl Yangtze to cultivate alongside Senior Meng. Since Senior Meng shows no interest, I shall let it be. Oh, by the way, I recently acquired a type of wine that is even more potent than the jar of liquor I previously gifted to you. It seems I have overestimated my significance. Let it be. With that, Shenhao turned away without a hint of mercy. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard Meng Xuanji's voice from within. Come in. Shenhao raised the corner of his mouth and replied in a calm tone, as for the propriety of male and female interactions, Senior Meng might want to reconsider. I have no pressing matters, so as not to disturb your meditative practice, we can discuss this another time. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. Meng Xuanji emerged, still adorned with a delicate white veil. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Shenhao with a chilling intensity, displaying a flicker of astonishment as she regarded him in disbelief. At this moment, she found herself questioning her own eyesight. The Shenhao of yore had been merely a minor figure. Now he stood before her as a consummate innate practitioner. Even more incredulous was the fact that she sensed the presence of spiritual roots emanating from him, and not just one, but seemingly three. How could this be possible? However, possessing 3 spiritual roots foretold a bleak future. Upon this realization, Meng Xuanji momentarily fell into a daze before regaining her composure. It seemed that only Shenhao could render her so momentarily lost. So many astonishing events had unfolded around him. Once she steadied her emotions, Meng Xuanji stated, Speak. What is it you want? Seeing Meng Xuanji step out, Shenhao instantly donned a smile and said, Now that's the attitude I was hoping for. I wanted to inquire if you are aware of any formidable experts in the Daon Kingdom. Where are they now? Are they deceased, or what? I haven't heard of any remarkable figures. As Meng Xuanji walked toward the courtyard, she softly replied, That is because children without backgrounds but possessing spiritual roots are often sent to the major sects of the Tianmu dynasty for cultivation. The scions of noble families may receive training within their own clans. In recent years, the only notable figure from the Daon Kingdom is young Wuxian, who was merely at the 3rd stage of true essence. His rise was merely due to luck in obtaining a 2nd realm demon pill. He remains in the Daon Kingdom because of personal sentiments. Shenhao questioned, if young Wuxian is so powerful, why did he not seize the